The Tianyu Mountain Range, Hebei Mountain, a peak perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist. Within this mountain, countless creatures roam. Deep within the mountains lies a dark, damp cave, permeated by a foul stench intermingled with the scent of moisture. Within this cave, 3 recently born cubs lie weakly upon the ground. Among them, one cub, though still in its infancy, is notably more robust than the other 2. Most astonishingly, within this tiger den, a peculiar kiwi fruit tree thrives. Nearby, a few fallen mountain fruits lay scattered around the young tigers. I'm so hungry. Is there any kind soul who could spare a bite for me? I no longer wish to eat fruits. At this moment, a series of complaints emanate from a pattern cub, struggling to chew on a mountain fruit. This cub is named Xuanzang. In a previous life, Xuanzang was a Taoist practitioner residing in a water sphere during the Age of Decline. Although he lived in such times, his innate talents allowed him to inherit the true teachings of Taoism. Unfortunately, due to the era of prosperity in which he was born, much of his potential was squandered. It was not until later that the heavens underwent a transformation and the ghostly nest erupted. At that time, Xuanzang was regarded as a beacon of hope for the younger generation of Taoists. However, due to his youthful negligence in cultivation, he failed to perfect his lightning techniques. Ultimately, in the battle against the Ghost King, a single misstep led to his utter defeat. In the end, Xuanzang sacrificed his blood, dragging the Ghost King into a mutual destruction that resulted in his soul scattering. In that explosion, Xuanzang vaguely recalls a scroll unfurling from within the Ghost King, and soon after, he lost consciousness entirely. When he awoke again, he found himself reborn as a young tiger. Reflecting on his past, Xuanzang is filled with deep regret. However, his regret lies not in his past negligence in cultivation, but in the foolish decision to perish alongside the Ghost King. Had he chosen otherwise, he would never have met such a fate. Xuanzang is not a person of great righteousness. Rather, in that situation, if he did not sacrifice himself, he would have perished anyway, merely seeking to take someone down with him. Now, although Xuanzang has been reborn, survival remains a daunting challenge. Xuanzang has already been reborn for 7 days, yet there has been no sign of their mother tiger nurturing them. This indicates that the worst-case scenario has indeed come to pass. This is troublesome. Having only recently been born, Zuinkang's tiger form measures less than a meter, still in a juvenile state in such a condition. Even with his exceptional wisdom, there is little he can accomplish. Were it not for the rich spiritual energy in this place, Xuanzang would be relying on the Taoist techniques of breath absorption and fasting. Combined with the remaining mountain fruits in the den, to barely sustain himself, he might have perished shortly after his rebirth. Behind Xuanzang, the other 2 cubs share a similar predicament. Unlike Xuanzang, who is a pattern tiger, the 2 other cubs are a solid black tiger and a slightly larger grayish-blue tiger, both currently in a state of weakened vitality. Gazing at these 2 hungry cubs, Xuanzang cannot help but sigh deeply. Moreover, compared to Xuanzang, the conditions of the 2 remaining cubs are even more dire. Xuanzang, having been reborn, possesses clarity of mind. The 2 cubs, however, remain in a state of instinctual dependency, waiting to be nursed. Alas, whether we live or die is in the hands of fate. Xuanzang looks at his 2 brothers with a mournful heart, then, trembling, rises to his feet and offers each of them a morsel of the fruit he has just chewed. Xuanzang does not know what kind of fruit it is, but infused with spiritual energy, it should sustain these 2 little ones for a while, provided they do not encounter misfortune. As for whether they can survive thereafter, it depends on their own resilience. After completing this act, Xuanzang no longer concerns himself with them for now. The quantity of fruit is sufficient, or else he would not have shared. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Not far from the tiger den, a crystal-clear stream flows gently, its bottom visible and shimmering with light. The water babbles pleasantly, occasionally revealing white fish swimming within. At that moment, a pattern tiger, approximately 1.30 to 40 in size, appears and leaps onto a gray stone in the center of the stream. The pattern tiger steadies itself gracefully. Its golden fur glimmers under the sun's rays, and its sharp claws curve slightly. Today, I ought to indulge a bit. Xuanzang quietly gazes at the rushing waters, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. He watches as the water surges relentlessly, splashing and producing a crisp, melodious sound. Time ticks by. Suddenly, Zhuan Kang's gaze sharpens, and his paw strikes out like lightning. Smack! In an instant, a plump, white-bellied carp arcs beautifully through the air before landing heavily on the grassy bank. The carp struggles desperately, yet cannot escape Zhuan Kang's powerful grip. Ah! After a month, I finally have a taste of meat. Xuan Song exclaims excitedly, quickly biting into the hard-earned flesh, then dashes back to the tiger den. The most arduous phase has passed after a month of growth. Xuan Song has survived through mountain fruits and the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, emerging leaner but otherwise well-developed. Upon returning to the den, Xuan Song finds that the two little ones have also survived. He names the two cubs aptly. The second one is called Haisha, and the third one is named Songbiao. Roar, hey! Songbiao, why are you biting the second one's ear? Seeing this, Xuan Song quickly intervenes, easily separating the two brothers, pinning Songbiao down with one paw while sheltering Haisha with his tail. The two little ones have gained considerable strength, yet they still pale in comparison to Xuan Song. Although they were born together, Xuan Song has been practicing the Taoist techniques from his previous life since birth, realizing that all things in the universe converge towards the same end through myriad paths. Some techniques, powered by spiritual energy, adapted by Xuan Song, prove beneficial for his current tiger form, and due to the abundant spiritual energy in this world, the effects of cultivation surpass those of his past life. It is precisely for this reason that Xuan Song has grown to a length of 1 meter 30 to 40 within a month's time, enabling him to venture out for fishing. Moreover, most importantly, while he could cultivate, Xuan Song discovered that the scroll released during the death of the Ghost King had also traversed with him. After a brief investigation, he learned that this scroll possesses the ability to observe the heavens and conceive the earth, manifesting objects. However, the prerequisite is that sufficient power must be exerted to activate it. As it stands, although Xuan Song understands the scroll's capabilities, he lacks the strength to summon it, leaving it temporarily set aside. Roar inside the tiger den. After forcibly separating the two little ones, Song Biao, seemingly in a fit of frenzy, turns to gnaw at Zhuan Kang's paw. A damp, ticklish sensation arises, igniting Zhuan Kang's irritation. What are you doing? Xuan Song swiftly tosses Song Biao away among the three brothers. Zhuan Kang's growth is attributed to the foundation laid in his previous life, while Song Biao seems to be an anomaly among tigers, appearing robust despite their shared plight of hunger. Roar. Perhaps incensed by being flung away, Song Biao squints his eyes and defiantly growls at Xuan Song. Dare to challenge me? Xuan Song glares fiercely. With just a single glance, Song Biao seems to sense Zhuan Kang's intensity, becoming subdued, lowering his head and refraining from meeting Zhuan Kang's gaze. As for Haisha, despite having the most ferocious appearance, he has developed into the smallest among the brothers due to growth issues. Once the two little ones have settled down, Xuan Song relaxes his grip. He then proceeds to gut the fish he has caught. Seemingly attracted by the fishy scent, Xuan Song glances at the two little ones approaching him, fully embracing his role as their elder brother. As brothers in spirit, I need not speak, you should be able to sense it. Xuan Song unhesitatingly chooses to endure some hardship for himself, consuming only the fish's flesh and roe, leaving the delectable head and tail for the two little ones. Chapter 2. A month later, within the lair of the mountain fox, Xuan Song gazed at the two little ones, thoroughly engrossed in their meal, and a faint smile graced his lips, given the current circumstances. As long as no unforeseen events transpired, Xuan Song was assured of a stable growth. However, amidst the vast expanse of the forest, Xuan Song's explorations revealed that this place was not merely populated by wild beasts. Lost in thought, Xuan Song peered through the cave entrance. He sensed that since the torrential rain 7 days prior, the scent of beasts in the vicinity had become chaotic. One could only hope that this cave would endure for a while longer. The mountainous region they inhabited once bore the marks of a tiger father and mother, deterring ordinary beasts from venturing too close. Yet, with the passage of time, Xuan Song surmised that his tiger parents had likely met with misfortune. Coupled with the recent deluge that had washed away numerous scents, if not replenished promptly, even the slightly intelligent beasts would start encroaching upon the cave. With Xuan Song's current size, dealing with solitary wolves posed no challenge. But attracting formidable creatures like black bears or packs of their kin would undoubtedly spell disaster. Presently, the three brothers lacked the ability to protect themselves and could only rely on the cave's inherent majesty. Time is still needed, Xian mused as he slowly lay down in his tiger form. Throughout the past month, the somewhat impatient Xian had even commenced cultivating the Tao of the primordial spirit from his previous life. Although the species was not quite the same after his rebirth, Xian reputation as a Taoist genius in a world devoid of magic was not merely due to the accolades of his peers. In this life, he relied on the accumulation of experiences from his past, significantly altering many of the previous cultivation methods to suit his demonic form, and he had made considerable progress. After all, as the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. Stripping away the complexities, it fundamentally boiled down to 4 essential points. Breathe. Inhale, hammer, condense, expelling the impurities from within, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Refining oneself with the essence of the sun and moon, and converging with the Tao of the universe. The myriad of doctrines in later generations emerged from the continual refinement of these 4 principles. Now, as Xian cultivated in his tiger form, he could also proceed according to these 4 tenets. Moreover, after such an extended period of contemplation, Xian had completely adapted the Xian induction heart thunder technique from his previous life into the demonic thunder convergence technique. Suitable for cultivation in his tiger form, as night descended and the moon illuminated the sky, Xian positioned himself atop a blue stone above the cave, his tiger form basking in the moonlight. He dispelled the obsessions within his heart, gradually closed his eyes, and began chanting his incantation. The divine energy flows through my heart, guiding the vital spirit. The 5 organs transform into 5 energies, and the 5 energies give rise to thunder. As Xian intoned his mantra, a faint demonic power stirred within his tiger body, coursing throughout him. Yet, it did not last long before the demonic energy was completely depleted. Bathed in moonlight, he took a moment to recover and repeated his previous actions. Chanting the incantation in a cyclical manner, the demonic energy within Xian's tiger form was scarce, almost ephemeral, according to his calculations. The moment he could enhance his inner demonic energy would mark the true beginning of his self-defense capabilities. Xian estimated that this process would accelerate with the growth of his tiger form. One uneventful night passed, and at dawn, Xian concluded his overnight cultivation. The slight increase in demonic energy was hardly remarkable. Yet he knew that with time, a qualitative leap was inevitable. He sighed, pondering when he would be able to reforge the thunder technique of the Tao. Alas, if only there were more of those fruits within the cave. His progress might have been expedited, Xian lamented. The fruits in the cave contained a trace of spiritual essence, but due to the prolonged harvesting time, the remaining fruits had lost their vitality. Ultimately, to avoid waste, Xian consumed the better specimens himself, leaving the withered and spoiled ones for Haisha and Sang Biao as sustenance. There was no other choice. After all, Xian was the elder brother, who cherished his younger siblings. As for the fruit tree within the cave, it remained uncertain whether it was out of season, as it bore only blossoms without ripe fruits. Let us take one step at a time. Xian mused. In the days that followed, Xian resumed his previous routine. Relying on the deterrence of the cave, he ventured within a few miles during the day, capturing fish and wild rabbits whenever possible. When time permitted, he would explore further to survey the terrain. Upon returning, he feasted on meat while sharing bones with his younger brothers. By night, he continued to absorb the essence of the moon to strengthen himself, occasionally mediating minor disputes between Haisha and Sang Biao. Days passed, and under such conditions, the 2 young tigers continued to grow. Eventually, after another month, Xian, having outgrown the small fish and rabbits, began exploring an area within a 10-mile radius. At this point, Xian's body measured nearly 1 meter 80 to 90, weighing close to 130 to 40 pounds, almost rivaling ordinary wild tigers over a year old, although his muscles had yet to fully mature. They were beginning to take shape, exhibiting clear lines and a sense of strength. Each muscle seemed meticulously sculpted. As he walked through the forest, his robust figure swayed slightly with each step, the taut muscles undulating rhythmically. At this moment, as Xian traversed the thicket, the intensity in his tiger eyes sharpened. This scent. It was growing nearer to the cave. A glimmer of light flickered in Xian's tiger gaze. Previously, during his explorations, he had caught a whiff of this peculiar scent, though he could not discern the beast responsible. Initially, Xian had to venture quite far to catch a whiff, but now, having traveled less than 10 miles, the scent was unmistakably clear. This indicated that whatever creature had left the scent was inching closer to the cave. Xian speculated that this beast had previously feared his tiger parents. But now, with their prolonged absence, it had begun to approach the cave with growing curiosity. Suddenly, A rustling sound caught Xian Song's attention from the side. He immediately lowered his body, muscles coiling with power, and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. With a thunderous roar, Xian Song leaped into the air, accompanied by a resounding tiger's howl. The sounds of rustling grass and trees filled the air. When Xian Song raised his head, he found himself clutching a lifeless gray fox in his jaws. The fox was sizable, measuring over a meter in length. As Xian Song crushed the life from the gray fox, several others darted away from the trees and bushes in a panic. Without hesitation, Xian Song bit down, and the tender flesh of the fox, mingled with its warm blood, burst in his mouth. There was no hint of a foul taste. Instead, it was as though he were savoring salmon, delectable and sweet. Mountain fox. Xian Song licked his lips, his blood-stained jaws adorned with tufts of the fox's fur. He refrained from pursuing the fleeing foxes. Having recognized that the scent emanating from the fox he had slain bore a striking resemblance to the scent he had previously detected. Chapter 3. Tiger cubs are bound to have one fierce one. Meanwhile, the panicked mountain foxes, having fled for an extended period, gradually came to a halt upon realizing Xian Song had not pursued them. Cautiously, they began to gather in a specific direction. Ultimately, they regrouped in a relatively concealed and safe location. There, a fox with striking crimson fur, as radiant as flames, lay quietly in wait, seemingly anticipating something. As the trembling mountain foxes approached the red fox, one of them caught its breath and quickly exclaimed, "3 grandmother, it's bad. There's a great tiger, a great tiger." The others echoed in disarray, recounting the terrifying encounter they had just experienced. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of intrigue crossed the red fox's previously tranquil eyes as it murmured, The 2 tiger lords truly survived. Tell me, did you see clearly if that great tiger was the previous tiger lord?" The red fox turned its gaze towards the flustered mountain foxes, inquiring further. At this, the frantic mountain foxes hesitated, uncertainty clouding their expressions. "3 grandmother, the great tiger appeared suddenly. We barely approached when one of our kin was bitten to death. In our panic, we could only identify it as a great tiger." The red fox, upon hearing this, posed no further questions. Instead, a knowing smile crept across its face, revealing a cunning demeanor. "Didn't he see clearly? That is precisely it." The red fox nodded slightly, a smile playing at the corners of its mouth before it leaped forward to stand before the mountain foxes. "I have a task for you. Seek an opportunity to infiltrate the territories of Laiya and Lai Kuang, and carelessly let slip the news that the tiger lord of the cave has perished." On the other hand, Xian Song and his brothers remained oblivious to the impending crisis brought about by the absence of their tiger parents. Near the cave, after satisfying his hunger, Xian Song returned with some meat for Haisha and Sang Biao. Having grown over the past 2 months, the 2 brothers now surpassed 1 meter in size, capable of hunting small herbivores like rabbits if fortune favored them. The only issue was that for reasons unknown, these 2 little ones. As soon as Xian Song departed, the 3rd brother Sang Biao lunged at the 2nd brother Haisha. Moreover, although the 2 siblings were clearly sharing the same food, Sang Biao's physique had grown to be twice that of Haisha. At this moment, within the tiger den, upon Xian Song Yi's return, he sensed an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy saturating the air. Yet he had no time to ponder this phenomenon, for Sang Biao had already seized Haisha's paw in his mouth, and if he did not intervene, Haisha would surely be lost. "Roar! Settle down, all of you." Accompanied by a furious roar, Xian Song glared at the ferocious Sang Biao. The overwhelming aura emanating from him made Sang Biao tremble with fear. Unsurprisingly, faced with such formidable might from Xian Song, Sang Biao possessed no strength to resist. Though reluctant, he attempted to struggle, but Xian Song merely waved a paw lightly, effortlessly pinning Sang Biao to the ground with his absolute power. Roar. However, Sang Biao was clearly unwilling to be subdued so easily. With eyes as round as copper bells, he howled incessantly. Though it was merely a simple cry, Xian Song, being another beast of the tiger kind, understood its meaning clearly. Sang Biao, for reasons unknown, believed himself to be the king. Naturally, Xian Song had no intention of indulging this behavior. He raised a paw and delivered a resounding slap to Sang Biao's face. Smack. The slap landed solidly, producing a dull thud. In an instant, Sang Biao felt as if the world was spinning. His head buzzing as though swarms of bees were buzzing around his ears. His body swayed uncontrollably, his limbs weakening, nearly unable to maintain his footing. "King, nonsense," Xian Song retorted with irritation. After a few breaths, Sang Biao's gaze finally cleared, and when he faced Xian Song, his eyes shone with much more clarity. "B brother, you can't keep hitting me like this." Sang Biao now sat there, entirely subdued, fearfully glancing at Xian Song while tremblingly speaking in the language of the beasts. Enlightened, are we?" Xian regarded Sang Biao with surprise, then glanced at He Sha, who still appeared somewhat dazed compared to Sang Biao. This morning, after you left, the fruits on that tree ripened, and I ate one. After that, I suddenly felt much smarter. Sang Biao, sitting there with a somewhat foolish demeanor, earnestly conveyed this to Xian. Fruits. Following Sang Biao's words, Xian finally looked up at the mountain fruits within the tiger denver. He noticed that on the fruit tree, 2 red fruits hung, while the others remained the same unripe green fruits he had consumed earlier. How many did you eat? Xian paused, turning his tiger gaze back to Sang Biao and inquiring. Just one. I originally intended to give one to this fellow, but when I asked him to call me brother, he refused. So, I ended up giving him a good beating. Presently, Sang Biao sat there, supporting his tiger body with his forelimbs. Honestly answering Xian question, after beating him, I thought if I had returned a bit later, you would have let him eat it. Xian expressed with a hint of annoyance. I didn't want to. It's just I was beating him. He smelled so delicious. Sang Biao continued, inadvertently drooling at the thought. Upon hearing this, Xian suddenly recalled something and began scrutinizing Sang Biao closely. After a considerable time, Xian seemed to confirm his suspicions. Had it not been for Xian prior accumulation of experiences from his past life, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation under normal circumstances, his physique would currently be similar to that of He Sha, around 1.2 to 1.3 meters in length and weighing no more than 100 jin. However, the Sang Biao before him was different. With a bluish-gray skin tone, forelimbs longer than its hind limbs, and much more pronounced musculature in its forelimbs, its size was nearly a circle smaller than Xian, measuring around 1.5 to 1.6 meters in length, and its weight likely exceeding 100 jin. Such a physique was not particularly formidable among tiger beasts. Yet the key point was that this Sang Biao was merely 2 months old. And unlike Xian, who had trained his body, he had grown naturally, often in conditions of food scarcity. It seems I did not err in naming you, Xian remarked to Sang Biao with a knowing expression. It is said that among tigers, when 3 cubs are born, one will always be a fierce beast, capable of devouring its own kind. The Sang Biao before him fit this description perfectly. Be brother, why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 4. A slap to awaken the Tiger King's dream. Sang Biao felt somewhat uneasy under Xian gaze, unable to meet his eyes, for he had been beaten by Xian since childhood, instilling a deep-seated fear of his elder brother. Otherwise, he would not have bullied He Sha only after Xian left, coercing He Sha to call him brother. Enough? Now that you are enlightened, you cannot act as you did before. Otherwise, do not blame your elder brother for being ruthless. Xian warned Sang Biao with a piercing gaze. I understand, Sang Biao replied, offering no retort, though his enlightenment had come recently. He sensed that he was somehow different from Xian and He Sha. With that, Xian ceased further discussion and turned his gaze back to the fruits on the tree. Brother, do you want the fruit? I can help you pick it. Sang Biao, sensing that Xian was no longer restraining him, approached with a sycophantic grin. Xian nodded slightly, prompting Sang Biao to leap forward, swiftly plucking the remaining 2 fruits. Brother, this one is the ripest, even redder than the one I ate. Sang Biao presented the finest of the 2 fruits to Xian. Rather than hastily consuming it, Xian gently sensed it, discovering that it contained a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Crunch. Upon biting into the red fruit, a wave of pure spiritual energy erupted in his mouth, swiftly coursing down his throat and expanding throughout his body. The force surged violently within Xian, yet it showed signs of dissipating almost immediately. Realizing this, Xian quickly recited a spell. He then lay on the ground, closing his eyes to refine the internal spiritual energy, converting it into demonic power. Observing Xian's actions, Sang Biao felt puzzled but dared not interfere, quietly standing guard beside him, despite the frequent beatings. Sang Biao held a profound respect for Xian due to the nurturing bond formed. Initially, even in his most naive state, he had envisioned that upon becoming king, he would make Xian the second king. However, such ideals were far from reality, as Xian's slap had shattered Sang Biao's dreams of becoming the Tiger King. Meanwhile, as Xian closed his eyes, the demonic thunder condensing technique was rapidly at work, sealing all the spiritual energy from the fruit within his body without losing a single drop. This way, he need not worry about the fruit's power dissipating, allowing him ample time to refine it and convert it into pure demonic power to replenish his entire being. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xian slowly opened his tiger eyes. Having completed a full cycle of the technique, he had refined 1/5 of the fruit's power. In that moment, a A surge of latent energy emanated from him, significantly strengthening Xiansong's internal power, allowing him to manipulate the demonic energy within at will, enhancing himself. Excellent. Xiansong nodded with satisfaction. Seeing such a remarkable change in his elder brother delighted Sang Biao. Brother, why not eat another? Sang Biao offered the last fruit to Xiansong. One must not be greedy. Give this one to He Sha. Xiansong replied, as his internal spiritual energy had yet to be fully refined. And consuming another fruit may not yield the same effect. As he spoke, Sang Biao wasted no time in swiftly feeding the fruit to He Sha. Initially resisting, He Sha soon found himself overpowered by Sang Biao, who forcibly stuffed the fruit into his mouth, though He Sha struggled fiercely at first. As the spirit fruit burst open within him and the spiritual energy entered his body, he froze momentarily before falling into a deep slumber. After completing this, Xiansong turned to Sang Biao and asked, "How long have you been consuming the fruit?" "I'm not sure about the time. It was shortly after you left," Sang Biao replied. "There should still be some left. Come here, let me teach you a method to refine it better." Xiansong possessed the ability to cultivate the demonic thunder condensing technique due to the accumulated experiences of his past life, making it unsuitable for Sang Biao. Currently, Xiansong could only choose to teach Sang Biao a simpler method of body refinement. After all, judging by Sang Biao's intelligence, Xiansong doubted whether he could grasp anything more complex. Hold your breath and sense your body. Perceive any excess spiritual energy within you. Then draw it in with your mind, absorbing external spiritual energy into your body, moving one to influence the other, condensing it within. Xiansong spoke in one breath, providing extensive instructions. Sang Biao began following Xiansong's guidance, but before long, he suddenly opened his intelligent eyes to look at Xiansong. "Brother, what does it mean to hold your breath and sense your body?" Xiansong replied, "It means to close your eyes and sense. Other than your own power, you should not reject the energies of others." Sang Biao feigned understanding, drawing out his tone. "And what does absorbing external energy into the body mean? What does moving one to influence the other signify?" Xiansong. Unbeknownst to both Xiansong and Sang Biao, as Xiansong elaborated, the oppressive aura of the dark evil behind them grew increasingly dense. Nightfall. On the Blackback Mountain. A multitude of diminutive figures were swiftly converging along a narrow path towards the tiger den. Upon closer inspection, these figures stood about a meter tall, their fur a chaotic blend of mottled gray and yellow, with elongated and powerful limbs, eyes glowing an eerie green like ghostly flames, and protruding fangs. Perched on a cliff above the path, the previously mentioned crimson fox gazed with smug satisfaction at its own handiwork. "Third Granny, those foolish dogs have passed. Should we not follow suit?" A slightly larger gray mountain fox inquired behind the red fox. "What's the hurry? The likes of Liya and Li Quan have yet to show themselves. Only some insignificant stragglers from the mountain hounds are arriving. The leader appears to be a descendant of Liya," the red fox remarked, eyeing the pack of dogs. Additionally, there seemed to be 4 of Li Ya's trusted followers. The gray fox added, "How utterly foolish, to send trusted kin without verification." The red fox chuckled lightly, then continued, "Let us proceed and witness this spectacle." Within the tiger den, Xiansong was meticulously explaining to Sang Biao, who transitioned from utter confusion to barely managing to circulate his internal energy, refining the residual spiritual essence within him. "It's working, it's working. Brother, I can connect it all," Sang Biao exclaimed in delight. Alas, it is somewhat too late. Nearly 60% of the spiritual essence of the fruit has dissipated," Xiansong replied. Just then, Sang Biao's expression shifted from a goofy grin to one of alertness as he tensed, abruptly turning his gaze towards the cave entrance. "What's wrong?" Xiansong inquired. "Brother, a massive horde is approaching." Sang Biao bared his teeth. Shortly after his words, Xiansong sensed an anomaly, foul odors wafting through the air. "Stay vigilant here, second brother. I shall investigate." Chapter 5, The Crimson Fox. With that, Xiansong exited the tiger den. Sang Biao wished to follow, but found himself unable to move due to the still unconscious dark evil. Outside, Xiansong stood before the tiger den as a commotion erupted in the surrounding thicket, revealing a large pack of mountain hounds advancing aggressively towards the den. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, emanating the distinct stench of wild beasts. Among them, several particularly robust hounds led the charge, with one boasting a tuft of white fur between its eyes, likely the alpha of the pack. Flanking it were 2 slightly larger gray-black hounds. Xiansong's tiger-like gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing as a series of low, resonant growls emanated from his throat. "Mountain Lord, where are you?" The white-furred hound regarded Xian Song with a glint of greed in its eyes. Devoid of any fear, this place is not for beasts like you. Xian Song's muscles tensed, his eyes gleaming with a spectral light, radiating an aura of ferocity that surged within him. This primal ferocity inherent to tigers enhanced Xian Song's combat prowess by approximately 30%, accompanied by a wave of intimidating presence that emanated outward. Among the hound pack, several naive hounds, unaware of the world, began to falter, retreating in terror, some losing control of their bowels. Then let us invite ourselves, barked the white-furred hound, and the surrounding pack surged forward. Roar. Xian Song struck the ground with his forepaw, releasing a thunderous roar. Then, like a gust of wind, he leapt into the fray, attacking and biting. The sound of bones crunching accompanied by the splatter of blood. Several mountain hounds fell victim to Xian Song's ferocity in an instant, his movement swift and decisive, leaving no room for resistance. The white-furred hound, witnessing the massacre, began to snarl, casting its gaze towards 4 larger black hounds nearby. Go! With a single command, 2 black hounds charged forth like whirlwinds, nearly instantaneously reaching Xian Song. Roar. Sensing the imminent threat, Xian Song's demonic energy surged, and with a swift motion, he shattered one hound's skull, sending the remains crashing against a nearby tree. With another leap, he dispatched the second black hound with his razor-sharp claws. As Xian Song eliminated these 2 black hounds, more ordinary hounds encircled him, but he chose not to become entangled with them. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Song charged towards the white-furred hound. Just then, the white-furred hound retreated. The remaining 2 black hounds surged forward. These black hounds, faster than their companions, along with dozens of ordinary hounds hindering Xian Song, managed to latch onto his forelimbs, causing him to stumble. Soon, a swarm of hounds descended upon him. Damn it! Xian Song whipped his body violently. Under normal circumstances, his current state could be described as formidable. One-on-one, he could easily tear apart these beasts. However, the overwhelming numbers of the hound pack proved to be a significant challenge. Despite his exceptional combat abilities, he could not withstand the sheer volume of the hundreds of hounds. Roar. Xian Song howled in pain, and his body began to show signs of injury. At that moment, a shadow darted from the tiger den like a bolt of lightning. Roar. Brother, I come to assist you. Sang Biao burst forth like a whirlwind, swiftly bypassing the ordinary hounds and reaching Xian Song's side. How's there another one? The white-furred hound recoiled slightly, its eyes flashing with surprise. Without hesitation, Sang Biao lunged at the freshly emerged black hound, his massive jaws opening wide, revealing glistening fangs as he clamped down on the black hound's neck. With all his strength, he yanked fiercely, and the black hound let out a horrific scream, a whoa. In an instant, the black hound was torn asunder by Sang Biao. With the hound that had latched onto Xian Song's forelimb dispatched, Xian Song felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. His massive form became agile, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed a force that sent another approaching black hound flying into the distance, crashing against a stone wall, kicking up dust. With a resounding roar, Sang Biao unleashed his full power beside Xian Song, his not-so-brawny frame radiating a chilling aura, bearing sharp fangs that instilled dread. The once ferocious hound pack fell silent, each one gazing in terror at Xian Song and Sang Biao, unwilling to make any reckless moves. These cunning and ruthless creatures clearly sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Sang Biao. Perched atop a tall tree, a lithe crimson fox observed the unfolding scene, its keen eyes capturing every detail. A flicker of confusion crossed its gaze as it pondered. Why have they grown so formidable? The red fox murmured softly, contemplating the implications. Yet, this moment of doubt was fleeting, quickly replaced by a sinister smile as it mused. In that case, let me stoke the flames further. The red fox spoke to itself, then opened its mouth and softly exhaled. A plume of white mist surged forth, twisting through the air like a white dragon. This mist spread rapidly upon meeting the wind, enveloping the vicinity of the tiger den in a shroud. As the fog thickened, visibility diminished, adding an air of mystery and eeriness to the already tense atmosphere. Brother, this mist feels off, Sang Biao immediately alerted. Xian Song's eyes sparkled with intensity, his demonic energy swirling within. Regardless of the circumstances, he understood that securing the small white hound was imperative for any hope of turning the tide. Otherwise, with the current situation, the relentless onslaught of hounds would wear them down. Chapter 6. The White-Furred Hound. Bloodline Legacy. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the white mist enveloped the area, and within this haze, the figures of the hounds emerged as mere shadows. Their eyes glowed a fiery red, akin to flames, revealing an unsettling madness and brutality. Soon after, they began emitting a low, piercing howl. With that, the hounds surged forward like a tidal wave, charging at Xian Song. Confronted by the relentless pack of hyenas, Xian Song remained undaunted. His enormous tiger-like eyes, reminiscent of massive bronze bells, suddenly sharpened, and the originally vertical pupils glimmered with a chilling, icy light. Cold and piercing. Despite the dense white mist that nearly obscured his vision, Xian Song, relying on his acute senses and formidable instincts, swiftly devised a countermeasure. With a mere thought, the vast demonic energy within him surged like a tumultuous flood, continuously converging around his body. Empowered by this demonic force, Xian Song's aura soared, and with a thunderous roar that reverberated across the land, he charged forward into the mist with a force akin to an avalanche. Wherever he passed, the white mist was violently dispersed, forming swirling white vortices in his wake. The remaining pack of hyenas, led by the white-furred hyena, could not discern what transpired within the mist. They only heard the anguished cries of their kin. Just as the white-furred hyena sought to investigate, a striking figure, a black and white tiger head, materialized before it. The white-furred hyena's eyes widened in shock, and before it could react, it felt a searing pain in its throat. By the time it regained its senses, it found itself firmly grasped by the shadow's jaws around its neck. A sense of dread enveloped it, causing the white-furred hyena to tremble uncontrollably. As the mist dissipated, the remaining hyenas finally comprehended the situation. They howled in terror upon seeing the blood-soaked corpse of their kindred beneath the claws of the formidable Xian Song. Meanwhile, Xian Song had moved to a tree 100 meters away. A gray fox, over a meter long, clutched in his jaws. How did he end up over there? The hyena leader pondered, bewildered, glancing at the shadow with a flicker of surprise. It was at that moment that He Sha had charged in. Exuding a presence far more formidable than that of the hyena leader, the black tiger's appearance and fierce gaze starkly contrasted the submissive demeanor it had previously displayed. Foolish one. Do you still need my elder brother to explain it to you repeatedly? He Sha's voice was slightly hoarse as he glared at the hyena leader. After being fed spiritual fruit by the hyena leader, He Sha had pretended to be asleep, yet his awareness had grown increasingly clear. When Xian Song imparted his teachings, He Sha absorbed the knowledge and began to cultivate rapidly. Let go of me. At that moment, the white-furred hyena struggled beneath He Sha's grip, while Xian Song approached slowly, causing the pack to hesitate, unwilling to make any rash movements. Get lost, Xian Song roared, and with that commanding shout, combined with the capture of their leader, the hyena pack lost all will to fight. Retreating with whimpers, brother, what shall we do with this one? He Sha had not killed the white-furred hyena immediately, opting to wait for Xian Song to handle it. As Xian Song drew nearer, the strong scent of blood became increasingly palpable. Covered in blood, Xian Song resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, instilling terror in the white-furred hyena, which froze in place, stripped of any courage to struggle or flee. What is your connection to these foxes? Xian Song inquired, not naive enough to overlook the demonic energy that had mingled with the sudden mist, indicating the presence of other entities at play. The white-furred hyena, paralyzed by fear, could only whimper in response. Hold him down and pry open his mouth, Xian Song instructed meaningfully. After the ordeal, fatigue washed over him. In such a short span, his demonic energy had nearly depleted. Had he not consumed the spiritual fruit beforehand, the outcome of this battle could have been dire. Sang Biao, these blooded carcasses are hard won. Collect them all afterward. They will sustain us for a while. As he spoke, Xian Song's gaze drifted from the white-furred hyena, only to find Sang Biao already gorging himself on the spoils. Xian Song. He Sha. Meanwhile, in the forest, the red fox that had conjured the mist earlier was now gasping for breath by a safe stream. Damn it, how could that great tiger possess such demonic power? The red fox, shaken, realized that had it not been for the fox aiding her, Xian Song's single strike could have easily claimed half her life. Though the red fox's cultivation surpassed that of Xian Song, the disparity in their species' bloodlines was undeniable. The combat prowess of Xian Song's tiger form, even without cultivation, was something that took weaker beasts like her decades to approach. 3 tigers in a den. This won't do. She murmured, hastily retreating deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, back in the tiger den, Xian Song consumed a considerable amount of spiritual fruit to replenish his strength. The white-furred hyena was firmly held down by Sang Biao, with He Sha assisting in extracting vital information. Is a 60-year-old spirit beast truly formidable? I've never heard of it. And what of the Blackback King? What manner of beast is that? Sang Biao scoffed at the white-furred hyena's words, displaying clear disdain. Fool. He Sha shot an admonishing glare at Sang Biao. Did your bloodline inheritance not inform you that among the demon race, the mindless beasts are mere animals, while those with wisdom are spirit beasts? Spirit beasts cultivate for a century, their demonic energy manifesting like mist, allowing them to display their might and achieve the status of a spirit demon. The so-called blackback dog king you speak of possesses 60 years of cultivation. Even a wild dog of such caliber could easily slay you. He Sha's tone was grave as he addressed Sang Biao. What.is bloodline inheritance? Sang Biao asked, confused, his head tilted as he played the part of an earnest student. If you don't understand, just ask. Second brother, have you activated your bloodline inheritance? Xin Song, curious, inquired of He Sha. Thanks to the spiritual fruit and elder brother's teachings, I activated my bloodline while absorbing its power. Gaining some inherited memories, He Sha explained. Chapter 7. Blood Origin Fruit. What fortunate luck. Within the demon race, possessing bloodline inheritance is akin to being born with the most suitable cultivation method. However, such circumstances typically require the parents to possess notable cultivation. Otherwise, descendants can only hope for fortuitous opportunities to gain such inheritances. Elder brother jest, your bloodline inheritance far surpasses mine. He Sha believed that Xin Song's inheritance was a matter of course, as the method could allow the demon race to rapidly absorb spiritual energy and convert it into demonic power. If passed down among intelligent spirit beasts, especially in large clans like the hyena or wolf tribes, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. Please, let me go. I can persuade my father and uncle to spare you from trouble. The white-furred hyena, pinned down by Sang Biao, interjected. Upon hearing this, the three tigers redirected their attention to the white-furred hyena. What battle prowess does a spirit beast with 60 years of cultivation possess? Xin Song asked, uncertain about the cultivation limits in this world but estimating his own level to be approximately that of a spirit beast with around 30 years of cultivation, after a moment of contemplation. He Sha replied, according to its words, the blackback dog king should possess the strength to shatter mountains. If fortunate, it may also have bloodline inheritance, potentially unlocking certain innate abilities of its lineage. However, the latter possibility is exceedingly slim. Almost negligible. Xin Song, having grasped the situation, turned his gaze to the white-furred hyena. You came for that fruit tree, did you not? He inquired. The white-furred hyena's response aligned perfectly with Xin Song's expectations. Indeed, I heard from my father that the lingui fruit possesses the ability to awaken intelligence within our clan. Whichever entity controls it will soon rise to prominence in the mountains, potentially unifying the Blackback Mountain. Are you as foolish as he, to think you could seize control of a mountain with just a single fruit tree? Sang Biao scoffed, resting his forelegs on the white-furred hyena's head in disdain. While the statement was exaggerated, there was a grain of truth to it. He Sha, after a brief contemplation, continued. Blackback Mountain is merely a small hill within the Tianyu mountain range. The beasts and spirit beasts residing here have little notable lineage. Their growth relies solely on the fortune found within the mountain. On this fruit tree, 3 spirit wisdom fruits can be harvested each year. If utilized wisely, there may yet be a remarkable opportunity here in Blackback Mountain. The memory of the Dark Fiend is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing nearly all the information regarding Blackback Mountain and the inner regions of the Tianyu mountain range. It seems that this entity represents both fortune and a death warrant for us. Xin Song sighed, yet fear did not take hold of him. In a short while, the 3 brothers, Xin Song, gleaned a general understanding of the various spirit creatures inhabiting Blackback Mountain from the white-furred hound. According to the hound, the former power of the Tiger Den was the mightiest force under the rule of the Blackback King, which included the parents of the Xin Song brothers, both of whom were mountain tigers with considerable prowess, capable of disregarding all other spirit creatures in Blackback Mountain. However, for reasons unknown, these 2 mountain tigers seemingly perished shortly after the brothers made their move and have not been seen for a long time. Aside from the Tiger Den, the remaining factions are the Lycanthrope and Leakin tribes led by the Hounds, as well as the Fox clan dwelling in the depths of the mountains. In addition to these 2 major races, there are several solitary spirit creatures with cultivation, such as the swift and elusive mountain spirit leopards and the seemingly ordinary yet formidable flower pythons that can devour tigers and wolves. Alongside the white-headed eagle that soars atop Blackback Mountain, undoubtedly, the most formidable presence remains the universally acknowledged Blackback King, whose cultivation level, as the white-furred hound stated, had surpassed a century more than a decade ago, elevating him to a status beyond mere spirit creatures to that of a spirit demon. As night fell, Xin Song instructed He Sha and Sang Biao to keep watch over the white-furred hound while he sought a secluded spot to further refine the spirit fruit within him, simultaneously allowing his consciousness to enter another realm. With his eyes closed, a swirling mist enveloped his consciousness, resembling a chaotic expanse. At that moment, Xin Song's tiger form manifested in an unusual ethereal state before him. Before Xin Song, an immense scroll appeared as if descending from the heavens, gradually unfurling. The vastness of this scroll seemed capable of obscuring the entire horizon, its grandeur truly breathtaking. However, as Xiansong's gaze fell upon the scroll, he could only discern an intricate tapestry of intertwined gold, red, and black patterns, devoid of any specific imagery. This scroll erupted following Xiansong's mutual destruction with the Ghost King. And it was this very scroll that allowed Xiansong to traverse into this realm. At this moment, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Xiansong's previously weary eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic scroll before him. To his astonishment, 6 red patterns began to slither across the scroll like agile serpents. Freely navigating their confines, these 6 red patterns represented the totality of the blood essence harvested from the hounds he had slain. This did not imply that Xiansong had only dispatched 6 hounds. Rather, some hounds lacked sufficient blood essence to form a single pattern, necessitating the amalgamation of several to create one. Conversely, those of greater cultivation could yield multiple patterns from a single kill, though perilous. The rewards were indeed substantial. In light of this, Xiansong felt a stirring within. He inhaled deeply, swiftly adjusting his state of mind, then resolutely closed his eyes to concentrate on visualization. The name of this scroll eluded him, so he dubbed it the 3 Lives Scroll for its immense power. By harnessing the diverse colored patterns he had accumulated, Xiansong could visualize all things. Should he successfully complete his visualization, the object of his focus could materialize, provided he expended an equivalent force, much like the present moment. As Xiansong's thoughts began to whirl, the once free-roaming red patterns seemed to sense an unseen call and gradually aligned with his intent. In the blink of an eye, the scene within the scroll shifted dramatically, revealing a vividly lifelike depiction of a valley. Concurrently, the dense blood essence permeating the air seemed drawn towards the center of the valley image, as if compelled by an invisible force. These crimson patterns intertwined and fused, ultimately coalescing into a crimson fruit upon a tree within the valley. This fruit, radiant and red as sand, emanated an enticing fragrance. The blood essence fruit, known for enhancing physical strength, was something Xiansong had encountered in an ancient tome in his previous life. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently succeeded in visualizing it this time, within the realm of his consciousness. The 6 patterns of blood essence he had accumulated from the fallen hounds were entirely expended. What a treasure! Xiansong felt a surge of excitement within, promptly swallowing the blood essence fruit without hesitation. As the fruit entered his mouth, its pure power swiftly permeated and replenished his body. The effects of this blood essence fruit, combined with the previous spirit fruit he had consumed, allowed Xiansong to refine them together, enhancing his physical form with the former and augmenting his demonic power with the latter. Within the tiger den, the once lethargic tiger form of Xiansong radiated a formidable aura, catching the keen eye of He Sha at once. As time passed, the spiritual essence of the fruit Xiansong had ingested was thoroughly refined, feeding back into him a cultivation equivalent to 30 years. Coupled with his previously accumulated experience, Xiansong's cultivation now reached 50 years. Simultaneously, the efficacy of the blood essence fruit infused him with pure blood essence power, further augmenting his tiger form, which now extended beyond 1.5 meters in length and exceeded 150 pounds in weight. In this moment, with his current cultivation and the strength of his tiger form, Xiansong could easily tear apart 4 black hounds, even amidst the interference of a pack. Meanwhile, in Blackback Mountain, within the Dogbone Forest, though it appeared as a forest, it was littered with jagged stones, primarily composed of countless piles of debris, with rocks of varying sizes and shapes intermingled. At the deepest recess of this forest lay a relatively large natural den, resembling a small cavernous palace, with smooth stone walls polished by the passage of time and erosion. At the center of this den, a massive hound lay languidly, accompanied by another hound licking its bloody meal. Both were around 2 meters in size, their bodies cloaked in a layer of gray-white fur, which stood out starkly in the dim light of the cave. The larger hound, named Lycanthrope, served as the leader of the entire mountain hound tribe, boasting nearly 60 years of cultivation. Beside him was his brother, Lycan Fury, who, despite being the younger sibling, possessed even greater strength than Lycanthrope. Within the cave, various animal and human remains were scattered about, the air thick with a bloody stench that mingled with the imposing aura exuded by Lycanthrope and Lycan Fury, creating a chilling atmosphere throughout the den. Great King, according to those pups, that great tiger ultimately did not strike a killing blow. What say you? Should we go take a look? Below Lycanthrope were several black hounds, all of which had attained a level of sentience, forming a crucial part of the hound tribe, typically following Lycanthrope's commands to organize the less intelligent mountain hounds. We must indeed investigate, yet we must discern our reasons. Lycanthrope's demeanor was notably devoid of emotional fluctuations. Prepare some blood meals. If those 3 tigers still possess the might of a tiger lord, we shall proceed as usual. If not, we shall have to reconsider our approach. With that, Lycanthrope opened his eyes, glinting with a cold light, while Lycan Fury remained unconcerned, focusing solely on his meal. Within the tiger den, as the night wore on, the white-furred hound, sensing that Xinsong and the others bore no ill intentions, gradually relaxed. The three great kings are formidable. I was previously misled by the Fox clan. Great kings, you appear the most valiant. Could you possibly plead with the great king? At this moment, the white-furred hound, in the throes of camaraderie with Sang Biao, fully embraced the role of a sycophant, grinning and wagging its tail. Who would have thought that you, this little creature, though lacking in looks, possess such keen instincts regarding tigers? Sang Biao found the hound's flattery quite pleasing. Given the confined space of the tiger den, Heisha and Xinsong were not oblivious to the ongoing dialogue. Brother, in light of this situation, we must be vigilant, Heisha suggested. To which Xinsong turned towards the fruit tree and slowly spoke. I believe I have a plan. This spirit fruit ripens annually. We might as well relinquish it now. Superficially aligning ourselves with the hound tribe, while redirecting the attention of other covetous demon clans towards them, inciting their destruction. When the fruit ripens again next year, we shall have all grown stronger, returning to reclaim what is ours. Regardless of who occupies this place by then, it would merely equate to them guarding our fruit tree for a year, resulting in no substantial loss for us. Upon hearing Xinsong's words, Heisha's eyes instantly lit up. Brother, truly wise as always. Just then, as Heisha was about to voice further thoughts, the commotion outside the tiger den caught Sang Biao's immediate attention. Suddenly, Sang Biao sprang to his feet, and at that moment, the white-furred hound beside him also seemed to come alive with energy. Noticing this, Sang Biao pressed a paw down on the white hound, retracting his previously carefree expression. Brother, he called out. Xinsong and Heisha rose together, their gazes directed outward. Outside the tiger's den, the wind swept up dust and sand. As one looked out, hundreds of hounds were densely clustered together, surrounding the entire tiger's den like an impenetrable iron barrel. Among this fierce pack, one particularly massive hound, known as Liaoya, stood out prominently. Liaoya stood tall and proud, its body towering over 2 meters. Even more robust than Xinsong. An aura of chilling dominance emanated from it, as if it were the sovereign of this land. At this moment, Liaoya was intently scrutinizing the interior of the tiger's den, its eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. It slightly parted its jaws and, in a deep and powerful voice, called out, Canine Bone Forest Liaoya, please. Tiger Lord, I seek an audience. Accompanying Liaoya's deep voice, 4 other robust hounds with black manes bared their teeth and began to growl softly, seemingly rallying behind their leader's imposing presence. As the words fell, Xinsong's splendid tiger form slowly emerged from the darkness of the den, followed closely by Heisha and Sang Biao. Upon seeing Xinsong appear, Liaoya's gaze swiftly swept over him. You've shown yourself. What now? Xinsong's tiger eyes locked onto Liaoya and the hounds behind him. While he pondered internally. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he could contend with Liaoya. However, if they were to attack en masse, the situation would become rather precarious. Rumors in the mountains speak of the Tiger Lord reappearing in the forest. It is indeed an honor to witness this today. Liaoya, have prepared some blood offerings. Liaoya began, casting a glance at Xinsong, but was interrupted mid-sentence. We are all beasts of the mountain. Do not employ the hypocritical rhetoric of the human race, Xinsong retorted disdainfully. You desire that spiritual fruit, do you not? Simple enough. We shall engage in a contest. Should you win, you may take the treasures and your pups from this place. Should you lose, you will remain here as my blood offering. Do you dare? As he spoke, Xinsong advanced, baring his fangs, his majestic form radiating pressure that began to spread under the enhancement of his demonic energy. In a ratio of 1 to 100, Xinsong's aura was equally formidable. You truly underestimate me. Liaoya, measuring over 2 meters in length and weighing more than 100 pounds, was indeed larger than Xinsong. Yet in that fleeting moment, Liaoya's imposing presence was overshadowed by Xinsong's might. Dare you? Xinsong ignored Liaoya's counter-question and reiterated his prior inquiry. This pressure of aura caused Liaoya to doubt himself for an instant, despite sensing that Xinsong's cultivation was indeed inferior to his own. The trepidation in his heart and the instinctive pressure from their species left Liaoya merely baring his teeth without daring to respond. Chapter 9. Battle and Harvest. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two parties was charged with tension. Liaoya, feeling cornered by Xinsong's words, retreated slightly before launching a sudden frontal assault, jaws wide open, aiming to bite Xinsong. Brother, be careful, the enraged Heisha and Sang Biao shouted as they sprang into action. However, Xinsong had anticipated Liaoya's attack. In the instant it lunged, He deftly sidestepped, avoiding the assault with elegance. After all, as the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall, chuckled Xiansong. He maintained his graceful stance, unaffected by Liao Ye's offensive. Although Liao Ye had attained a certain level of intelligence, as long as it had not fully transformed into a demon, even with demonic energy coursing through it, the beast would fight with its primal instincts. In that regard, Xiansong was entirely unafraid. How audacious of you to disregard me, Liao Ye. Liao Ye, infuriated by the failed strike, unleashed a primal roar. Its limbs spread wide as its demonic power surged forth. After 80 years of cultivation, Liao Ye's demonic energy manifested as a faint purple mist swirling around its body. With a booming howl, Liao Ye charged at Xiansong once more, this time with even greater speed, the sound of rushing wind accompanying its swift approach. Its sharp canines gleamed ominously as they aimed for Xiansong's throat. Xiansong's gaze sharpened, his demonic energy flowed around him, and the demonic thunderstorm technique quietly activated, a layer of slightly weaker demonic energy engulfing him, just as Liao Ye was about to pounce. Xiansong swiftly extended his tiger paw, meeting Liao Ye's assault with fierce claws. A thunderous crash echoed as the two collided, the powerful force causing both figures to be thrust back. Liao Ye was marked by 4 deep gashes from Xiansong's paw. Staggering to regain its footing, its eyes filled with shock and rage. It had not anticipated that Xiansong's current prowess would be so formidable. Is this all you can muster? Xiansong's tiger eyes glinted coldly at Liao Ye. His perfect muscular form on full display, his tone dripping with disdain. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see that Xiansong's recently clawed paw had already retracted, a faint trace of blood staining the ground beneath him. This tiger's form lacks maturity. If only it could grow a while longer. Xiansong mused inwardly. At the same time, He Sha behind him noticed this detail as well. I will make you pay dearly. Liao Ye roared, its purple demonic energy intensifying. It threw its head back and howled to the heavens, then propelled itself off the ground with all its might, charging at Xiansong once more. This time with even greater speed and strength, Xiansong dared not underestimate the threat, locking his gaze firmly on Liao Ye as it approached. As Liao Ye lunged, Xiansong nimbly evaded the frontal strike, simultaneously sweeping his tiger tail like a steel whip, aiming for Liao Ye's midsection. Liao Ye, sensing the attack from behind, hastily attempted to dodge, but Xiansong's tail still grazed its body, sending a jolt of pain through it. Causing a muffled grunt. At that moment, a pained howl erupted as Liao Ye caught sight of He Sha having just bitten down on the white-furred hound, the speed so swift that the hound had not even uttered a cry for help. A glint of madness flashed in Liao Ye's eyes, and it recklessly abandoned its focus on Xiansong, charging towards He Sha. Seeing this, Xiansong seized the opportunity to launch an attack, pouncing upon Liao Ye. However, in a surge of rage and bolstered by its own demonic energy, Liao Ye managed to withstand Xiansong's assault, then opened its jaws to bite down on Xiansong's foreleg. The two beasts clashed fiercely. Liao Ye's sharp teeth piercing Xiansong's flesh, blood flowing freely. In a fit of anger, Xiansong struggled, but found no escape. Liao Ye's grip unyielding. In response, Xiansong changed tactics, gathering all his demonic energy in his throat before unleashing a thunderous roar directed at Liao Ye. With a resounding tiger's roar, amplified by his demonic energy and the demonic thunderstorm technique, Xiansong's roar surpassed the sound of thunder, creating a visible ripple in the air. At such close range, Liao Ye felt as though its mind had momentarily blanked, blood streaming from its 7 orifices as it succumbed to primal terror, its strength waning. Seizing the moment, Xiansong retaliated, sinking his jaws into Liao Ye's neck with a powerful bite. Shattering bone and sinew, with a violent twist of his head, he hurled Liao Ye's body through the air, sending it crashing to the ground. Awa! Liao Ye, momentarily stunned, could only instinctively cry out in agony. The hound pack behind them began to stir restlessly. In that instant, Xiansong leaped forward again, clamping down on Liao Ye's throat, his jaws tightening, causing Liao Ye's body to stiffen, its limbs flailing in a desperate struggle beneath Xiansong's grip. "Brother, you are magnificent!" Sang Biao exclaimed excitedly from behind. "Ah, woof! Woof!" The remaining hounds erupted into chaos, the 4 larger black hounds barking furiously at Xiansong. "Take them down," Xiansong bellowed. Hearing this command, He Sha and Sang Biao sprang into action. Particularly Sang Biao, who, upon receiving the order, became even more frenzied. The once feared hound pack was now oblivious to the presence of the black hounds, attacking anything in sight with reckless abandon, tearing and clawing. Their violence unabated. With a ferocious onslaught, Sang Biao carved through the hound pack, while He Sha, maintaining some semblance of reason, led the rampaging Sang Biao to swiftly eliminate 2 of the black hounds. The remaining 2, witnessing this, lost their will to fight. Without a leader, the rest of the hounds faltered, howling a few times before scattering in all directions. As the hounds retreated, Xiansong let out a sigh of relief. However, as soon as he relaxed, the pain from his numerous wounds surged, a sharp reminder of the battle's toll. Injuries sustained during combat only served to fuel Xiansong's ferocity and rage, yet, once the fight was over, the agony of his wounds became almost unbearable, especially the left foreleg, which had been pierced through, blood oozing from several gaping holes. Xiansong licked at the wounds, unwilling to waste his blood, while attempting to summon his remaining demonic energy to staunch the bleeding, only to find that his reserves had been nearly depleted during the skirmish. Gua, are you all right? At this moment, Sang Biao clutched a black-hued hound in his mouth, his speech rendered indistinct due to the obstruction. One of his paws dragged along another hound that was approaching Xiansong. Meanwhile, He Sha meticulously surveyed the battleground, ensuring that all the fallen hounds lay lifeless, although Xiansong's condition was dire. He exhibited no sign of weakness. His tiger-like eyes, brimming with murderous intent, scanned the surroundings. Merely a pack of wild dogs. As long as I, Xiansong, remain in this tiger den, no mere rabble shall dare to encroach upon it, Xiansong proclaimed with an imposing presence. After uttering these words, he turned and strode into the depths of the tiger den. Observing this, Sang Biao grew even more exhilarated. A grand feast awaits. Sang Biao dangled the carcass of a dog, trailing behind Xiansong along with He Sha. A grand feast. Having driven off these nuisances, this tiger den shall henceforth belong to the 3 of us. Let us see who dares to challenge us. Oblivious to Xiansong's current predicament, the simple-minded Sang Biao reveled in the thrill of their victory over the hounds. Only He Sha, who had been silently vigilant, wore a troubled expression. Second brother, gather what we can carry, including the mountain fruits and the carcass of the hound. I must take my leave. After Xiansong uttered these words, he collapsed weakly onto the ground. He Sha immediately sprang into action, leaving Sang Biao standing there. Bewildered, second brother, we have won. Why must we flee? Fool. He Sha shot a disdainful glance at Sang Biao. Just a pack of hounds has already gravely injured our elder brother, and there remains a savage hound that has yet to appear. Do you truly believe they will come back for a fair fight next time? And the Fox clan, which has barely shown itself thus far, if we linger here, the consequences are all too evident. As He Sha spoke, he gathered all the spiritual fruits from the tree. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao quickly joined in. Meanwhile, Xiansong, with his eyes closed, found his consciousness once again in the realm of his mind. Gazing at the immense scroll before him, upon which 8 crimson lines pulsated in a chaotic rhythm. 8. Based on the cultivation level of the hound, one could extract its life essence by slaying a single creature. 80 years of cultivation equates to 8 lines. Realizing this, Xiansong began to visualize anew. Following his thoughts, the 8 crimson lines swiftly converged into an image, revealing an ethereal alchemist pouring a multitude of herbs into a cauldron. However, unlike the previous instance, the lines on the scroll soon dissipated with a soft pop, returning to their original state. Is it not feasible? Seeing this, Xiansong altered his approach. Chapter 10. Sharing the Spoils. Letting go, the scroll before him quivered once more with Xiansong's thoughts. His gaze sharpened, and his eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light. A white rabbit was seen foraging for herbs in the mountains. Its delicate nose twitching incessantly, ears perked up attentively, meticulously searching through the underbrush for musk, beeswax, and catechu. Images of these medicinal ingredients flashed rapidly through Xiansong's mind, akin to a slideshow. Ultimately, all were crushed, and the rabbit began concocting medicine in the valley. Soon, Xiansong's visualization neared its conclusion. The 8 crimson lines seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, 6 of them rapidly coalescing into an image. As the lines unraveled like threads, forming a vivid depiction of powdered herbs that materialized before Xiansong. Within the tiger den, Xiansong slowly opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, the powdered medicine had materialized in his mouth. Gently, he held the powder, extending his tongue to delicately apply the healing properties to his wounds. The pure essence of the medicine, upon contacting his injuries, acted with the swiftness of a battle cry. In mere moments, the wounds on his forelimbs began to scab over, the bleeding ceasing, fresh scabs glimmering faintly red. Elder brother, everything has been tidied up inside the tiger den. He Sha spoke while deftly plucking the remaining 12 ordinary spiritual fruits from the tree. His movements both rapid and steady. Let us share the spoils. Xiansong's voice was low and grave. Thus, one tiger received 4 spiritual fruits, in addition to the carcass of the hound. This hound, possessing 80 years of cultivation, was an invaluable treasure for Xian and his companions. The three tigers gathered around, beginning to feast. He Sha tore off a piece of meat, chewing steadily and powerfully, savoring the sensation of demonic energy unfurling in his mouth. Meanwhile, Sang Biao, as if starved for ages, devoured hungrily, consuming great quantities of pure demonic energy that surged within him. Among the three, Sang Biao ate the most. After finishing the hound, he did not spare the two black hounds. His mouth agape, throat emitting deep swallowing sounds, only ceasing when his belly was distended and round. Eating so much, aren't you worried about your health? Xian inquired, his gaze laced with concern. Fear not. Elder brother, I consume quickly, Sang Biao declared before unceremoniously collapsing onto the ground, belly up, limbs flailing, a silly grin revealing his blood-stained teeth. He Sha observed this scene with a resigned shake of his head. At this moment, Xian also noted that, given sufficient blood and nourishment, Sang Biao's growth was indeed remarkable. At around 2 months old, Xian, relying on memories from his past life and a series of fortuitous events, had barely reached a height of 1.5 meters and weighed just over 150 pounds. Yet, in less than 2 days, Sang Biao had surpassed him, his robust physique radiating boundless strength. All right, while night cloaks the land, we must depart. Xian lifted his gaze to the sky, as though making a momentous decision. Elder brother, are we truly letting go? Sang Biao struggled to rise, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Xian understood Sang Biao's thoughts and spoke gently. Third brother, you must comprehend. The reason a chance is turned an opportunity is that it can be mastered and fully utilized by us. However, it is evident that the entire mountain of creatures is fixated on that fruit tree. If we continue to occupy it, we will face the wrath of half the creatures from Blackback Mountain, rendering it a futile endeavor. By relinquishing it now, we can return a year later. The fruit tree will still be ours, and we can evade the risks here. What is there to lose? Sang Biao listened to Xian's words, his eyes still somewhat bewildered, yet he nodded in half-comprehension. Do you understand? He Sha regarded Sang Biao with an incredulous expression, while not fully grasping the meaning. I believe elder brother speaks wisely. Sang Biao chuckled foolishly. Subsequently, the three tigers sprang to their feet, Xian leading the way out of the tiger den, followed closely by He Sha, with Sang Biao wobbling behind. The trio ventured towards the base of Blackback Mountain, their figures gradually fading into the night. The battle within the tiger den was promptly reported to the Fox clan monitoring the area. At this moment, deep within Blackback Mountain, in the heart of Qianku Ridge, a serene stillness enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind, echoing like a soft sigh, while distant roars of beasts seemed to narrate the mysteries of the night. Suddenly, a gray fox rushed up the mountain, its steps frantic and hurried, raising small clouds of dust with its paws. Arriving before a slightly larger, fire-red fox, it hurriedly relayed its message. The red fox, initially lounging lazily upon a rock, resembled a flickering flame. Upon hearing the gray fox's words, it sprang upright as if pricked by a needle, its eyes wide with disbelief. The hound is dead. How can that be? The voice reverberated through the valley, startling several resting birds. After regaining composure, the red fox furrowed its brow, its eyes glimmering with complex emotions, as if pondering something, murmuring to itself, that great tiger truly possesses such prowess, it could slay the hound. However, with years of experience and an astute understanding of the situation, it quickly recognized the impending developments. The red fox's gaze flickered, a glint of cunning and greed flashing across its features, as if imbued with newfound vigor. It called out sharply to the surrounding foxes. Quickly, mobilize all our kin and offspring. Though that great tiger has slain the hound, it must be gravely injured itself. Now is our perfect opportunity to strike. If we miss this chance, it may never come again. As it shouted, the red fox prepared to take action, its fiery tail restlessly swaying behind it. However, the gray fox that had delivered the message appeared hesitant, cautiously glancing at the red fox, its ears slightly drooping, a hint of concern in its eyes as it spoke softly. Third aunt, isn't this a bit too hasty? Perhaps we should consult second aunt and grand aunt first? The red fox shot an irritated glance at the gray fox, a flicker of anger flashing in its eyes. Time is of the essence. We are not the only ones eyeing that creature. Quickly, with the red fox's command, hundreds of foxes of all sizes began to gather within Qianku Ridge. They poured forth from their various dens and corners, raising clouds of dust and intertwining shadows. However, just as the red fox was filled with joy, its eyes sparkling with excitement as if victory was within reach, a wildcat suddenly appeared. The wildcat was agile and well-built, its fur a deep black laced with blue, radiating an otherworldly sheen, akin to a shadow in the night. Its eyes were large and bright, resembling phosphorescent flames flickering in the darkness, with upright ears and long whiskers that swayed gently with each breath. Its small mouth exuded a fierce demeanor, with teeth as sharp as daggers. Its long, thick tail was bushy, the tip slightly lighter in color. By the command of King Xiongkue, you were to disperse immediately and proceed to Black Wind Ridge for a meeting. The wildcat's voice was deep and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. A similar scene unfolded across various locations on Blackback Mountain to varying degrees that night. Chapter 11. Master of Blackback Mountain. Xiongkue night fell. Amidst the nearly impenetrable thickets of Blackback Mountain, the Xinsong brothers darted through the underbrush like 3 bolts of lightning, moving at an astonishing pace. The agile tiger-like forms leaped over boulders and avoided protruding branches, stirring up a gust of wind that rustled the fallen leaves and grass around them. However, this rapid advance did not last long. Suddenly, the leader, Xinsong, came to an abrupt halt, his powerful limbs sinking into the soft earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. His 2 brothers, upon seeing this, quickly halted as well, falling into a synchronized line behind him. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to a figure not far ahead. There stood a humanoid ape demon, tall and imposing, cloaked in a thick layer of white fur, its features strikingly similar to those of the human race. King Xiong invites you, 3 worthy nephews, to follow me. The old ape's voice, though lacking in force, left no opportunity for the Xinsong brothers to retort. Big brother, should we confront him? Sang Biao whispered to Xinsong, who cast a reluctant glance at the muscle-bound Sang Biao. Wondering if there was any point in stopping if they could handle the situation, the scene shifted to the depths of Blackback Mountain at Black Wind Ridge. This place seemed to harbor countless unknown secrets and terrors. Upon entering, one could immediately sense an oppressive atmosphere. The once dense jungle, which had been nearly impossible to traverse, appeared to part as if swept aside by an invisible hand, revealing patches of dark earth. A foul wind howled through the ridge, its sound reminiscent of vengeful spirits wailing. The air was thick with a pungent, nauseating stench, and scattered throughout the mountain were the stark white bones of the fallen. Some belonged to fierce beasts, their massive, twisted skeletons strewn among the grass, while others were unmistakably human remains, some incomplete, others piled together to form small heaps of bones that were truly horrifying to behold. With the old ape leading the way, the Xinsong brothers soon arrived at their destination. Before them stood a settlement constructed entirely of gray stone, resembling a fortress. The stone doors stood wide open, and various demons entered and exited. Among them was a familiar crimson fox, alongside a patterned python exceeding 10 meters in length, a fierce leopard with bared fangs, and a white-headed eagle descending from the sky. One after another, formidable creatures appeared, each exuding an aura no weaker than the one Xinsong had previously vanquished. As they proceeded, the Xinsong brothers ultimately arrived at a vast stone hall within the settlement. Dimly lit by oil lamps emitting an unpleasant odor, the hall featured a massive stone chair adorned with various beast pelts. Please, take a seat. The king will arrive shortly, the old ape directed, guiding the brothers to a smooth stone surface at the back left of the hall. Big brother. This place. Sang Biao attempted to voice his thoughts, but Xinsong silenced him with a glance, while the second brother, He Sha, wore a grave expression as he surveyed their surroundings. Soon, Xinsong felt a piercing gaze filled with murderous intent directed towards them. Turning to look, he saw a fierce hound that bore a striking resemblance to the one he had faced before, its cold stare fixed upon him. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Haha, I am a bit late. Upon hearing the voice, all the demons turned their attention toward it. Those capable of standing quickly rose from the ground, their eyes fixed on the back of the stone hall. A massive figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Huff. Huff. The sound of heavy breathing filled the air. So, this is the master of Black Mountain, Xinsong thought to himself, observing the newcomer, a rugged figure with a bear's head and a humanoid body, retaining many characteristics of the black bear. Towering at over 10 feet tall, his muscles bulged beneath his dark robe, threatening to burst through the fabric. His arms were exceptionally robust, with thick fingers replaced by powerful claws. His face was broad and flat, with wild, bushy eyebrows framing his deep brown eyes, a large blunt nose, and unkempt hair. His wide mouth displayed sharp teeth that jutted out at odd angles beneath his thick lips. However, as Xinsong scanned the room, he keenly sensed that something was amiss with Xiongkue's aura, though he could not pinpoint the exact cause of his unease, given the vast disparity in their powers. Let the banquet commence. Xiongkue wasted no time with pleasantries, issuing a command that summoned several monkey demons to appear, carrying jars of food and drink to distribute. This jar of liquor. Xinsong's gaze sharpened as he realized that the jars brought by the monkeys could not possibly have been crafted by the crude hands of demonkind. Before he could ponder further on the jars, Xiongkue, having taken several gulps from one, spoke again. Recently, I have heard from the little demons below that there have been disturbances in the mountains. As he spoke, Xiong Kuei's gaze swept over Xin Song and the fierce hound, eliciting a hint of mockery from the other demons present. It is known that the beings of the mountains have a difficult time cultivating. I implore you not to resort to violence. Upon hearing this, the fierce hound immediately showed signs of discontent. My King.it began to speak, but was quickly silenced by a fierce glare from Xiong Kuei. I am aware that your brother has fallen. However, the parents of those 3 little tigers once did me a favor, so I shall mediate this matter. Are you, a wild dog, refusing to show me respect? Xiong Kuei leaned slightly forward in his stone chair, a terrifying aura radiating throughout the hall, causing the surrounding demons to tremble in fear. The fierce hound dared not respond. Humph. Xiong Kuei scoffed, then continued. I am not one to disregard reason. Your brother died in pursuit of the spirit fruit. That fruit bears fruit once a year and matures significantly every 5 years. I will make a ruling. For the next 3 years, the fruit tree shall belong to your hound clan, and no creature of Blackback Mountain shall approach it. After 3 years, the tree shall be returned to my 3 nephews. Thus, we shall put aside your grievances. Does that sound agreeable? As Xiong Kuei concluded his statement, the other demons in the stone hall began to stir restlessly, for although they had refrained from appearing, many had harbored ambitions to contest for that fruit. Now that Xiong Kuei had unilaterally awarded it to the Hound clan, they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, considering Xiong Kuei's formidable power, they could only suppress their discontent. Chapter 12. Entering the settlement below. The previously disgruntled fierce hound instantly transformed its demeanor upon hearing Xiong Kuei's words, even wagging its tail excitedly. Thank you, my king, for your fairness. Xiong Kuei nodded in satisfaction, his massive bare head swaying before he reclined back in his stone chair. Having addressed the first matter, let us turn to the second. Recently, rumors have circulated from the demon markets that the ghostly afflictions among the human race have grown severe, prompting some human sects to claim that the blood of demons can counter the ghost clan, resulting in many humans venturing into the mountains to hunt demons. The neighboring Fujiao Mountain is closest to human settlements, and it is said that several demons have already fallen to human hunters. We, here at Blackback Mountain, must also remain vigilant. Thus, Xiong Kuei declared his intent to consolidate the forces of Blackback Mountain to fortify their defenses. He spoke extensively, primarily focusing on the human threat. While the Xin Song brothers remained silent, patiently awaiting the end of the discourse, about half an hour later, the demons had nearly all received Xiong Kuei's orders, particularly the Hound clan, which had gained the most benefits. The entire area bordering Blackback Mountain and Fujiao Mountain would require the vigilance of the Hound clan's pups, along with the Fox clan and the birds led by the white-headed eagle, all of whom were mobilized. Of course, akin to his initial actions, Xiong Kuei also promised rewards for the mobilized demons. As he spoke, Xiong Kuei produced several stones glowing with a purple aura. The moment these stones emerged, the hall was filled with the essence of sun and moon, wafting through the air. These stones are referred to as spirit stones among the human race, yet after undergoing refinement by the demon masters within the demon workshop, they are now known as demon crystals. These precious gems contain the essence of the sun and moon, which has been transformed into pure lunar essence, greatly aiding our demon kin in their cultivation. The absorption of just one of such quality is equivalent to harnessing an hour's worth of moon essence, allowing you to make productive use of your time even during daylight. Like Ong, Chi Hu, and Bai Tu Song. You 3 have exerted the greatest effort and shall each receive 30 pieces monthly. The rest, those who assist from the sidelines, will also earn merit, receiving 5 pieces each month. As Xiong Kuei concluded his words, several monkey spirits appeared swiftly to distribute the demon crystals. Even the Xinsong brothers received their share. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. The assembly of spirits expressed in unison. Very well, you may leave. The mountain raccoon will provide you with further details. With that, Xiong Kuei dismissed the spirits, who promptly rose and made their way out of the stone hall. Finally, Xiong Kuei turned his gaze toward the Xinsong brothers. Do my 3 esteemed nephews have any objections to the decision I have made today? Upon hearing this, Xinsong spoke first. Your Majesty is fair and just. We are indeed grateful for your mediation. Ah, dear nephew, you are too courteous, Xiong Kuei replied with a smile. I have previously mentioned that your parents have rendered me kindness, hence I address you as esteemed nephews. Between us, a bond has already been established. Thus, given the current insecurity of the outside world, I suggest you remain in Hafeng Ridge to grow and thrive, which also fulfills the debt of gratitude I owe to your parents, Xiong Kuei said cheerfully. Then we shall respectfully comply, Xinsong acquiesced, though he understood that if matters were truly that straightforward, Xiong Kuei would not have allowed that old ape to escort the three brothers back directly. There were undoubtedly deeper matters at play, though at present, the Xinsong brother status and realm were not sufficient for them to comprehend. You there, take my three esteemed nephews to rest, and assign them the empty cave on the eastern side of the village. Xiong Kuei instructed some of the monkey spirits below. Thank you, Your Majesty, Xinsong politely responded before following the monkey spirits away. After the departure of the Xinsong brothers, the white ape approached Xiong Kuei. What is your assessment? Xiong Kuei inquired, noticing the serious expression on the white ape's face. Based on previous methods, this course of action should be viable. However, the timing seems premature. The white ape replied, we must devise a plan. I sense that if we do not act swiftly, subsequent issues will become quite troublesome, Xiong Kuei remarked, glancing at his own physique and clenching his fist. Understood, the subordinate replied. Elder brother, I feel that the mountain lord appears to be quite favorable towards us. Walking within the village, Xinsong, Sang Biao, and He Sha were guided to a spacious stone chamber. This chamber was located deep within the village, surrounded by a serene and tranquil environment. Upon entering the chamber, they observed a simple yet elegant arrangement. The stone walls were as smooth as mirrors, and the floor was covered with thick animal skin carpets. Most striking were the soft, cozy nests scattered in the corners. Each uniquely shaped and sized, evidently crafted according to the differing physiques and habits of various beasts. Gentlemen, please rest here. Additionally, I must remind you that aside from the Mountain Lord's sleeping quarters, you may roam freely throughout the village, the guiding monkey spirit explained briefly before hurriedly departing, vanishing around the corner in an instant. The three brothers said nothing further and filed into the stone chamber. Sang Biao, known for his carefree nature and somewhat blunt demeanor, entered as if he were a child in a grand garden, his tiger-like eyes darting around. Upon spotting the nests, he could hardly contain his excitement and leaped forward to test one of the nests. Lying down within .8 that moment, the previously silent He Sha suddenly spoke. Elder brother. However, his words were abruptly halted by Xinsong's meaningful glance. Understanding immediately, He Sha promptly shut his mouth. Xinsong then shifted his gaze towards Sang Biao, who was still toying with the nests, giving him a discreet signal. Sang Biao quickly comprehended Xinsong's intent. His ears perked up, and after a moment, he looked up with a serious expression. Seeing this, Xinsong cleared his throat and feigned a nonchalant demeanor, stating, The Mountain Lord values loyalty. We are fortunate to receive his favor, and when we gain strength in the future, we shall repay the Mountain Lord accordingly. As Xinsong concluded, He Sha immediately echoed, Indeed, we must pledge our allegiance to the Mountain Lord. I too shall do the same, Sang Biao added. After a brief exchange, Sang Biao suddenly looked up again, shifting his gaze before nodding at Xinsong, indicating that the eavesdropping intruder had departed. Observing this, Xinsong exchanged a knowing glance, and the three brothers quickly huddled together. Elder brother, that old black bear likely has ulterior motives regarding us. He Sha whispered in a low voice. Indeed, Xinsong affirmed with a nod. However, the current situation remains unclear, and the old black bear's cultivation is exceedingly high. Together, we stand no chance against him. For now, we must accept our circumstances. Additionally, second brother, you are quite perceptive. If the opportunity arises, try to befriend the spirits within this village, but refrain from probing them about the black bear. If possible, let them reveal information themselves. Xinsong advised He Sha. Understood, He Sha replied. What about me, elder brother? Sang Biao interjected eagerly. You, third brother, possess keen instincts. Remain vigilant. If any spirits approach with ill intent, signal us with your eyes. Chapter 13. Half a year later at that moment, every word spoken by the Xinsong brothers was meticulously overheard by a nimble mountain raccoon. This raccoon, small and agile, traversed the forest effortlessly. Behind the village, the white ape sat solemnly atop a large rock, his gray-white fur gently swaying in the breeze. Despite his advanced age, his eyes still sparkled with wisdom. When the mountain raccoon approached, it respectfully lowered itself and recounted the words of the Xinsong brothers verbatim. After listening to the raccoon's report, the expressionless white ape's wrinkled face quivered slightly before he slowly nodded. Then, in a voice that was hoarse yet commanding, he declared, in that case, proceed with the customary process of supplying them with the necessary cultivation materials. May they grow swiftly to truly serve the Mountain Lord. The following morning, outside the cave where the Xinsong brothers resided, monkey spirits arrived with 100 pounds of blood food, 15 demon crystals, and some spirit fruits imbued with spiritual energy. This is a gift from the Mountain Lord. We hope the three of you will cultivate diligently. The monkey spirits maintained their usual demeanor, leaving the provisions behind before preparing to depart. At that moment, He Sha stepped forward. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. May I ask your name? The monkey spirit, taken aback by He Sha's initiative to converse, scratched its head before responding, in reply to the esteemed guest. I am called Ho Xiaodong. Since we are all brethren of the village, Master Xiaodong, please do not stand on ceremony with us, Xian Song said, raising his tiger claw to offer 2 demon crystals to Ho Xiaodong. Upon seeing this, Ho Xiaodong glanced toward a direction, then hurriedly waved his hands. The esteemed guest jest. Beings of our rank cannot afford to cultivate with demon crystals. Such talk is unwarranted. It is only fitting that we acknowledge our kinship here. He Sha interjected, and after exchanging a few more words, Ho Xiaodong took a spirit fruit and left. Within the cave, Xian Song deduced from Ho Xiaodong's actions that there was indeed someone monitoring their activities within the village. Elder brother, I wonder what schemes that old black bear is concocting, Sang Biao remarked as he examined the provisions. Ha. Regardless of his intentions, this situation is not unfavorable for us at this time. Xian Song replied, his eyes glinting with insight as he regarded the demon crystals. Then he lowered his voice. I will teach you a mantra, using the sun and moon essence contained within these demon crystals as the foundation. Separate the solar essence and store it within your body. Then channel it into one of your canine teeth. Be cautious not to inadvertently absorb it during the process. Generally, demons cultivate based on lunar essence. As solar essence is too intense for ordinary spirits, directly absorbing it is akin to inviting disaster. Hence, most spirits opt for nighttime cultivation. Furthermore, lower-tier spirits lack the capability to harness solar essence even if they wish to take such risks. Only demons of significant caliber are capable of channeling solar essence. Although both solar and lunar essences are present in these demon crystals, it remains a mystery how these demons manage to adjust the ratio to 1:100. This implies that within a single demon crystal, only a fraction is solar essence, with the remainder being lunar essence. Under normal circumstances, spirits would primarily absorb lunar essence, disregarding that minuscule amount of solar essence. The essence of the sun, though seemingly trivial in the eyes of Xian Song, holds great significance. According to Xian Song's elucidation, both He Sha and Sang Biao swiftly grasped the technique through the experimentation with the demon crystals. They ultimately succeeded in doing what Xian Song described, drawing forth the essence of the sun and infusing it into the teeth of the beast. Brother, what uses it to store such a minuscule amount of sun essence? Sang Biao inquired, perplexed, gazing at Xian Song. Indeed, a small amount holds little value, but if we accumulate it over time, the scenario changes entirely, Xian Song replied, his eyes gleaming with insight. As days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The 3 brothers, Xian Song, He Sha, and Sang Biao, had been sequestered within their cave dwelling, dedicating themselves to rigorous training, content with ample provisions and abundant resources for cultivation. Thanks to the generous offerings from Xiong Kue, they received 15 demon crystals every 3 days for their training. With such a steady influx of resources, Xian Song's cultivation rapidly surged to 70 years. However, he chose not to reveal his true prowess, instead presenting himself as a 40-year-old. Similarly, He Sha and Sang Biao reached the 50-year mark in their cultivation, yet Xian Song advised them to conceal their true abilities, allowing only a 30-year aura to be displayed. During this time, He Sha occasionally engaged in light banter with the monkey, Xiaodong Dong, gradually coaxing out much information regarding the mountain stronghold from him. From Xiaodong Dong, the 3 brothers learned about their current location, known as Xiongfeng Zhai. Although Xiong Kue was the king of Hebei Mountain, this stronghold was not of his making. It was established by a higher-ranking demon clan when he ascended to kingship, intended to facilitate his governance over Hebei Mountain. Such privileges were reserved solely for the king of a mountain, and only upon reaching that level could one access a broader network of demon information. Moreover, Xiaodong Dong mentioned that, in recent months, the human race had been extending its reach, with Fujiao Mountain almost entirely slipping from the control of the demon clans. The humans, harnessing royal favor, had summoned the mountain deity, and various spirits willing to pledge allegiance to the humans were appointed to positions, receiving sustenance from them. Beyond Fujiao Mountain lay Hebei Mountain, where the canine clan led by Lai Kuang had repeatedly detected the presence of human forces. However, Hebei Mountain's overall strength far surpassed that of Fujiao Mountain, making it unlikely for humans to infiltrate in the short term. This stalemate necessitated reliance on Xiong Kue's might, dispatching the white ape, a demon with formidable combat prowess, to engage effectively. Brother, it has been 6 months, and our understanding of the situation remains limited to this, Sang Biao remarked. While we have lived comfortably during this time, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Presently, He Sha bore a striking transformation. As a black tiger, his ebony fur shimmered with a glossy sheen. His body, now nearly 3 meters long, exuding an aura of inherent majesty and dominance that evoked an intense sense of pressure. In contrast, Sang Biao appeared even more fearsome, surpassing 3.5 meters in height. Weighing close to 300 jin, with a green face and protruding fangs, his forelimbs sinewy and agile, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary tiger's limbs. As for Xiansong, apart from a similar increase in size to He Sha, his appearance bore no significant enhancements, resembling an ordinary mountain tiger, devoid of the ferocity or brutality one might expect. Being anxious about certain issues is futile. Over these 6 months, we have acquired some cards up our sleeves. Now we must observe how events unfold and whether they will favor us. Xiansong responded calmly, his tiger eyes reflecting a serene demeanor. Unlike his 2 brothers, Xiansong's transformation over the past 6 months was subtle. Yet, to underestimate him based solely on appearance would be a grave error. Throughout this period, Xiansong diligently practiced the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju, and though his demon energy had only reached 70 years, its intensity far surpassed that of his peers. He could achieve a vaporous state of demon energy that typically required a century of cultivation for others. Furthermore, the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju was derived from the Taoist foundational practices of the previous life, thus emphasizing the cultivation of the demon soul, akin to the human concept of the primordial spirit. Initially, the path of the primordial spirit may lag behind that of the physical body, yet as one progresses into the later stages, the advantages of the primordial spirit will eclipse those of the corporeal form. Of course, exceptions exist for those monstrous beings whose physical forms have reached an extraordinary level, impervious to all loss. At this moment, Xiansong, with a contemplative gaze, felt no exhilaration from his elevated cultivation. My cultivation level has indeed advanced, and the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju has reached a minor success. Yet my physical strength remains inadequately developed. He cast a resigned glance at himself, lamenting the absence of a unique bloodline. In terms of lineage, he was merely an ordinary wild tiger, even inferior to Sang Biao. Currently, Xiansong's strength hinged upon the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju, which allowed him to cultivate thunder techniques. If he could successfully summon a bolt of lightning into his beings, with his 70 years of cultivation, he could unleash a strike capable of vanquishing even a demon with over a century of experience. Regrettably, the phase of inviting lightning into the body was the most perilous stage of the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju. With Xiansong's current physique, even if the primordial spirit's power could refine the lightning, his frail body would be unable to withstand such a formidable force, leading to a complete failure. As Xiansong lay in his nest, he did not directly respond to He Sha's concerns. If only we could harvest more demon lives, activate the scroll, and acquire a few blood essence fruits, that would expedite the enhancement of my physical strength. He mused inwardly. Yet, given the current circumstances and Xiong Kuei's orders, the 3 brothers could only explore the confines of the stronghold, barred from venturing further, simultaneously, beneath the cloak of night. At the juncture of Hebei Mountain and Fujiao Mountain, the tranquility of the forest was abruptly shattered by hurried footsteps. A cadre of soldiers, clad in heavy armor and moving with disciplined precision, traversed the terrain. Their synchronized movements and firm grips on gleaming long blades exuded an aura of intimidation. With a dull thud, a ferocious hyena collapsed, lifeblood pooling around it as it emitted a despairing howl. This was soon followed by a series of swift strikes that echoed through the night sky. Bathed in moonlight, the curved blades gleamed coldly, each swing executed with unerring accuracy, as hyenas fell one by one, their bodies severed. Everyone, push harder. We must hasten. The townsfolk await your return. A leader among them urged, rallying the troops to press onward. A similar scenario unfolded across Hebei Mountain, where Lai Kuang and his hyena clan had repelled 2 waves of human forces, yet their efforts still fell short of the mark. The situation here was promptly relayed back to the mountain stronghold. Meanwhile, the long-absent White Ape appeared before the trio of Xiansong. Lord White Ape, what brings you here? He Sha questioned upon seeing the White Ape arrive, accompanied by a mountain civet cat. You 3 have been here for nearly 6 months, and during this time, the king has taken great care of you, the White Ape remarked with subtle implication. Xiansong and He Sha, not fools, quickly discerned the underlying message. Thus, Xiansong feigned a bold demeanor and spoke first. Lord White Ape, you need not hesitate. We, the 3 brothers, are deeply honored by the king's regard, and we shall not harbor any grievances, no matter the task. Very well, the White Ape chuckled. The king has indeed made a wise choice in you. The matter is this. The king is unwell and requires some tiger blood for sustenance. Upon the White Ape's words, the cave was instantly enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Meanwhile, outside, the mountain civet cat wore a menacing grin, licking its claws. ready to unleash wrath upon any hint of rebellion from the three brothers. Is that all? The king requires it. Of course, we shall oblige, Xiansong replied, his words dispelling the tension in the cave. As Xiansong spoke, the white ape's gaze fixed upon him, recognizing his readiness. Then it shall be you, the white ape declared, selecting Xiansong as the most suitable candidate among the three. Allow me to handle it. He Sha stepped forward. The white ape assessed He Sha but did not object, nodding as two monkeys approached with wine jars. However, before He Sha could advance, Sang Biao took the initiative. The white ape's gaze sharpened, a palpable aura of intimidation coalescing around him. Nevertheless, Sang Biao refrained from any rash actions, merely raising his forelimb and slicing it with the other. My blood is potent. With a swift motion, crimson blood flowed forth, cascading into the jar amidst He Sha's astonished gaze. The tiger beast, renowned for its embodiment of pure yang, is not merely a title of idle chatter. As the blood of Sang Biao courses through its veins, an intense heat radiates forth, palpable even to the mountain cat outside the cave, which savors the scent with evident delight. After a brief moment, the white ape, observing that the wine jar is already filled to a considerable extent, nods approvingly. That will suffice. With these words, the white ape steps forward, unleashing a stream of dark green demonic energy from its right hand, which immediately staunches the bleeding from Sang Biao's forelimb. Subsequently, at the white ape's behest, two more monkey spirits arrive from outside the cave, laden with ample blood food and spiritual fruits. Thank you for your efforts, my three friends, the white ape feigns sincerity. Hearing this, Xiansong displays a slight smile, responding, it is our honor to aid the great king. The king shall not treat you unjustly. The white ape, without elaborating further or paying heed to the thoughts of the Xiansong trio, prepares to take its leave after uttering this remark. He Sha fixates intently on the white ape, yet, at Xiansong's signal, calms itself. Eye in the cave, Xiansong's gaze, cold as ice, follows the retreating figure of the white ape. After a moment of contemplation, he turns his attention to the now weakened Sang Biao, conducting a swift examination. How do you fare? Sang Biao, at this juncture, gulps down the blood and spiritual fruits voraciously. After consuming this blood food, I am regaining some strength. At this moment, he comprehends that Xiang Kuei's intentions towards them are to drain the tiger of its blood. Likewise, Xiansong realizes that if they linger any longer, the consequences will only worsen. The tiger's blood is the essence of their being. In such a short span, the blood lost has diminished Sang Biao's cultivation by nearly 5 years. Should this continue, a few more instances would undoubtedly inflict severe harm upon their foundation, ultimately reducing them to mere tools for blood extraction at Xiang Kuei's behest. Outside, shortly after the white ape's departure, a monkey spirit rushes over in haste. Lord White Ape, trouble has arisen. Powerful humans have invaded the mountains. Before the white ape, the reporting monkey spirit succinctly conveys the dire situation outside. Upon hearing this, the white ape's countenance darkened slightly, rage bubbling within. Damn it. Mobilize all the spirits within the mountains and ensure we leave no trace of these wretched humans. As time progresses, the clamor outside the encampment grows increasingly chaotic. Big brother, it seems something is amiss outside. The Xiansong trio promptly recognizes the unfolding situation within the encampment, observing monkey spirits darting about, including 2 bear spirits with no less than 90 years of cultivation amongst them. We must investigate. Little Dong, what are you up to? At this moment, He Sha hastily queries upon spotting the figure of monkey Xiaodong. There's trouble in the mountains. Human cultivators have crossed the border of Fujiao Mountain and have reached Hebei Mountain. We must assist. With that, monkey Xiaodong hurriedly joins the fray. Upon hearing this, Xiansong's eyes glimmer with resolve. A fine opportunity. Can you still move? Fear not, big brother. My body is resilient. Sang Biao, having regained a significant portion of strength through the blood food and spiritual fruits, declares, excellent. Let us proceed and assess the situation. If an opportunity arises, we shall act accordingly. Xiansong addresses He Sha and Sang Biao, who immediately grasp his intent and nod in agreement. The 3 brothers swiftly set forth. Upon exiting, the organizing mountain cat immediately spots the trio. What brings you out here? The mountain cat leaps down to stand before Xiansong. There is peril in the mountains. We spirits must lend our strength. Xiansong asserts with a serious expression. The mountain cat, taken aback, finds itself at a loss, yet flames flicker in the northern part of Hebei Mountain. Very well, but you 3 are esteemed guests of the king. Do not stray too far, for I cannot bear the consequences. Naturally, we shan't impose any burden on General Li. Then accompany the mountain monkey spirits and head south to provide support. After receiving the command, the 3 brothers swiftly exit the encampment, their forms akin to the wind, joining 6 monkey spirits, each with approximately 40 years of cultivation, as they move southward. Throughout the journey, Xinsong's gaze remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Based on the terrain and their current position, he mentally deduces their location. This route won't lead us out of Hebei Mountain, Xinsong muses inwardly. Yet, before long, he hears a sound akin to trickling water. Upon recognizing this, his thoughts begin to race. Previously, while surveying the vicinity of the Tiger Den, he noted the existence of a water vein flowing from east to west within Hebei Mountain. Now, with clarity restored, he turns his gaze to his two companions, but before he can signal them, a sudden burst of flames appears ahead. Stop. The monkey spirits freeze, baring their teeth menacingly at the approaching figures. What a fortuitous opportunity! I did not expect to encounter 3 large insects. Indeed, slaying these 3 large insects will yield tiger blood for talismans, ensuring the town's safety for a time, before Xinsong. 2 human figures clad in white robes, adorned with jade crowns, fixate their gazes upon the trio. Despite their unremarkable appearances, they exude an aura of foreboding. Big brother, these 2 humans may prove troublesome, He Sha growls. Communicating in demonic tongue with Xinsong. Xinsong's tiger form tenses, offering no reply to He Sha. Instead focusing on the 6 monkey spirits before him. He discreetly signals He Sha and Sang Biao. Through their unspoken understanding, the trio comprehends Xinsong's intentions. Suddenly, the 6 monkey spirits charge en masse at the 2 white-robed figures. Fools, you dare to resist? Die. One of the white-robed figures swiftly draws a sword, its blade etched with a unique pattern, appearing extraordinarily formidable. With a single thrust, the sword cleaves through the air, instantly slaying one of the monkey spirits. The remaining monkeys, witnessing this, erupt into frenzied chaos, surging forward. Run. At this moment, Xinsong remains composed, pivoting to lead He Sha and Sang Biao toward the source of the water sound. The 3 brothers, in their tiger forms, leap forth, covering a distance of over 10 meters in one bound. Attempting to escape, behold my net of law. One of the white-robed figures leaps into the air, casting a net shimmering with a faint copper glow towards Xinsong's direction. The net expands with the wind, ensnaring the 3 brothers as they scatter in different directions. However, the slower He Sha finds himself ensnared within the net, his form engulfed. With a fierce roar, He Sha channels his demonic energy, striking at the net with all his might. Yet to his astonishment, his powerful claw leaves no mark on the net. Second brother, Sang Biao exclaims in alarm. Go on without me, He Sha urges, speaking in demonic tongue to Xinsong and Sang Biao. Upon hearing these words, Sang Biao turns to Xinsong, yet there is no sign of retreat from him. With resolve, Xinsong pivots, racing toward He Sha's position. Delay him, he commands Sang Biao. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's expression contorts, and he lunges to bite at the white-robed figure. Humph, overestimating your abilities, the white-robed figure sneers, a surge of energy swelling within him as he raises his sword, unleashing a swift strike towards Sang Biao. With narrowed pupils, Sang Biao swiftly evades the attack, while Xinsong, in the midst of his sprint, channels all his energy into the Yao Di Qingyang condensing thunder technique, his demonic power surging within. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the net, his tiger eyes gleaming with determination as he slashes at the net with his claw, unleashing a tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the net tears open a small gap. Yet it remains largely intact. Brother, don't worry about me. You and the 3rd brother flee. He Sha, trapped beneath the copper net, feels his strength waning, urgently calling out, unwilling to burden Xinsong and Sang Biao with his plight. Silence. Xinsong glares, roaring in defiance, refusing to yield. He concentrates his demonic energy once more, this time channeling all his power into his claws as he strikes at the net with ferocity. With a crack, the net finally succumbs to the overwhelming force, splintering into numerous cracks before disintegrating entirely. He Sha breaks free, though his power remains somewhat depleted, a testament to the net's peculiar nature. Brother, go assist the 3rd. With that, the 2 tigers charge forward once more. Ahead, the other white-robed figure has dispatched the remaining 6 monkey spirits and now joins his companion. The 2 exude an aura of swirling energy, demonstrating the might of tigers and leopards, augmented by their unique swords. Within mere moments, Sang Biao is already bleeding profusely. With a roar, Xinsong plunges into the fray, his tiger claws aimed at the throats of the 2 human figures. Hiss! With a swift motion, a chilling gleam flashed as Xinsong, who deftly evaded the perilous strike of the longsword, creating a distance that almost saved him. This sword possesses an unusual power. Xinsong, whose gaze sharpened, his vertical pupils fixating upon the blade. Though the 2 adversaries exhibited feeble cultivation, he could easily dismantle them in a mere few exchanges. Yet the sword in their possession was extraordinarily formidable, its sharpness surpassing even that of their demonically empowered minions. emanating an aura of frost with every casual swing. At this juncture, Xin Song retreated several paces while Sang Biao and He Sha persistently harassed the two assailants. Subsequently, Xian Song's demon energy surged to its zenith, coalescing in his mouth. With a resounding roar infused with demonic power, an invisible ripple spread forth, momentarily disorienting the two men, leaving them momentarily dazed and trembling. Simultaneously, Sang Biao and He Sha unleashed their assault. He Sha bit down on one assailant's sword arm, toppling him to the ground, while Sang Biao seized the opportunity to extend his claws, striking with the ferocity of steel, reducing the other to a bloody pulp. Once these two were dispatched, Sang Biao gasped heavily, his body marred with wounds and blood. Huff, huff, brother. He Sha glanced at Xin Song, only to see him slowly shake his head. Just then, the figure of the white ape emerged behind Xin Song. At that moment, the once pristine white fur of the white ape was now drenched in the blood of the human race, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Observing the scene, the white ape approached slowly, holding a bloodied human head in his grasp, and spoke, "Well done, my three companions. Slaying these two humans has avenged a measure of our grievances for the Blackback Mountain Demon Clan." As he spoke, the white ape approached the corpses, retrieving the long sword from one of their grips, studying its blade with a fierce glare. Relying on the artifacts forged by human craftsmen, they dared to disregard our Blackback Mountain Demon Clan. Truly despicable, the white ape exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in anger. He then turned his attention to the three brothers, his tone softening once more. "Come, let us return together. The human presence in these mountains has been nearly eradicated. Yet we must remain wary of the occasional rogue thief." Upon hearing this, despite their reluctance, the three brothers felt compelled to suppress their discontent. The white ape's strength was overwhelming. Even combined, they would not stand a chance against him. A scene shifted to the hall of the stronghold, where the imposing figure of Xiong Kue appeared, seated firmly in the high seat like a towering mountain, surrounded by the demon clans Xian Song had previously encountered. "Recently, our clan has faced relentless incursions from the humans, and it is entirely thanks to your valiant efforts that we have held our ground." Xiong Kue's voice resonated deeply, echoing throughout the hall with a robust timbre. "I, Old Bear, do not enjoy lengthy speeches. The demon crystals shall be distributed according to your merits." With a sweeping gesture, as his words concluded, a flurry of nimble monkey spirits entered, swiftly distributing the demon crystals. Lycong and Bai Tu Song received the largest share, each awarded 50 luminous crystals radiating enchanting brilliance. The three brothers of Xin Song each received 30. Initially, upon witnessing the distribution, the other spirits harbored murmurs of discontent, their faces revealing glimmers of dissatisfaction. However, they refrained from voicing their grievances, recognizing that their interests did not directly conflict with Xin Song's. Yet, their silence did not imply a lack of resentment. Across from Xin Song, Lycong, unable to contain his dissatisfaction, boldly stepped forward to question, "Your Majesty, my Lycong clan has suffered significant losses, yet we only receive a meager 50 crystals. While they receive such a bounty, what merit have they displayed?" His eyes bulged with indignation. The white ape, noticing Lekong's outburst, cast a weary glance his way before explaining. The three brothers of Xin Song vanquished 2 human cultivators. This latest assault involved over 100 humans, but only 5 were cultivators. Upon hearing the term cultivators, Lekong's body involuntarily shuddered, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze, and he fell silent. He had personally experienced the prowess of those human cultivators, who unleashed specialized nets that ensnared opponents, followed by swift and lethal strikes. No matter one's cultivation, against the myriad tactics employed by humans, even the most formidable appeared vulnerable, especially for beings like Lycong, who lacked any extraordinary bloodline abilities, though he possessed greater intellect and strength than ordinary beasts. In battle, he could only rely on primitive biting, a tactic that was utterly futile against the cunning methods of human cultivators. "Enough," Xiong Kue interjected. "This incident serves as a clarion call for us. The humans have marked Blackback Mountain as their target. However, given our current circumstances, we find ourselves somewhat lacking in manpower." As he spoke, his gaze settled upon the three brothers of Xin Song. "I recall your name is He Sha. Your cultivation is quite commendable. Would you be willing to assume the position of Mountain Patrol General?" He Sha was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xin Song. In such a setting, opposing Xiong Kue would be akin to slapping his face. "The king offers you this position out of respect. Do not forget to express your gratitude," Xin Song prompted. "Thank you, Your Majesty," He Sha replied gratefully. "Very well, White Ape, appoint 30 monkey spirits to accompany General He Sha." Additionally, Xiong Kue, called loudly. Another black bear, robust and exuding a formidable aura, entered the hall, Having cultivated for 80 years, you shall follow General He Sha and heed his commands. Xiongqua accepted the order. The arrangements in the hall were promptly established, and throughout the proceedings, Xiansong maintained a composed demeanor. Dismissed, Xiongqua commanded. The other spirits departed as before. As they left, Xiansong feigned nonchalance, edging closer to Xiongqua to feign honor for He Sha's promotion. Xiongqua appeared pleased, laughing heartily before discussing trivial matters. Once departed, the three brothers returned to their lair. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, Xiansong turned to He Sha and sang Biao, inquiring, "Have you sensed that Xiongqua possesses an aura similar to that of the two human cultivators we encountered earlier?" At this, Sang Biao wisely recognized that it was time for him to withdraw from the discussion. He Sha, following Xiansong's lead, suddenly remarked, "So that's why. I always felt something was amiss with Xiongqua. Brother, are you suggesting that Xiongqua is in collusion with the humans?" "No, given Xiongqua's cultivation and current status. He has no need to associate with the humans. That aura resembles the ghostly energy of the Ghost Clan." Meanwhile, at the foot of the Fujiao Mountain lay a human town known as Baishui Town, home to over 100,000 inhabitants. Within the dimly lit halls of governance, an eerie atmosphere prevailed, with golden talismans plastered on every wall. In the back chamber, a middle-aged man clad in official robes, bearing a square face and furrowed brow, sat deep in thought. What time is it? Why haven't they returned yet? This man, Zhao Yuan, served as the protector of Baishui Town. As his words fell, two officials approached slowly. "My lord, it is already the hour of the dog." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan paused, gradually lifting his gaze towards the window. "Alas, the heavens do not favor Baishui, and I dread to think how many townsfolk will meet their end tonight at the hands of vile ghosts." His voice was laden with sorrow when a constable, equipped with a long knife, entered hurriedly, seeking to reassure him. My lord, the situation is dire, but with the current national master present, I believe there will be a solution to our nation's predicament. This constable, known as Dongshan, served as the chief constable of Baishui Town. Yet, despite his words, Zhao Yuan found no spark of hope igniting within him. Dongshan, being a cultivator himself, was aware that the plight of the human race could not be resolved by a single individual. In the Qinglan continent, humans, demons, ghosts, and immortals coexisted. In ancient times, the demon race reigned supreme. However, the human race eventually rose to prominence, establishing 9 great dynasties to suppress the demon clans. Yet, at times, fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. Unlike demons, human hearts are far more complex. Following the victories of the 9 nations, each dynasty sought to unify the realm, leading to internal strife. After years of warfare, the human foundations were severely depleted, resulting in a fragmented legacy. Ultimately, 5 out of the 9 dynasties perished, and the remaining 4 lacked their former glory. With the human race's fortunes waning and the death toll rising, the resentment of the heavens gave rise to another race, the Ghost Clan. The souls of those who perished in the great wars among nations have, under the influence of the resentment in the heavens and the earth, transformed into malevolent spirits that pose a lethal threat to humanity. Coupled with the severance of their ancestral legacies, the practitioners of the human race have grown increasingly feeble, while the demon clan has become ever more formidable. To this day, a peculiar situation has arisen where, by day, they appear as humans, but by night, they turn into phantoms. As night falls, spectral entities emerge in the towns, wreaking havoc and preying upon the living, leaving the human race utterly incapable of managing the entire situation. This has forced some frontier cities and various nations to devise their own means of survival. Among certain sects of humanity, a discovery has been made. By utilizing the essence and blood of extraordinary creatures to craft talismans, one can suppress the proliferation of nocturnal spirits. This revelation has brought misfortune upon the mountain-dwelling demon folk. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's expression is complex, and he can only transform his deep-seated reluctance into a heavy sigh. Alas. At this hour, if they have not returned, their fate is likely grim. Dong Putu, please send some supplies to the families of those who have ventured into the mountains tomorrow. Chapter 17. Hidden within on the other side. Within the mountain stronghold, the massive form of Xiongqua resembles a small hill as it lies on the ground. At this moment, dark tendrils of energy, akin to black serpents, writhe continuously around him, slowly gnawing away at his vitality. Xiongqua's body trembles slightly, his eyes bloodshot with agony, and he emits a low, rumbling growl. Damn it. His bare paws clench into fists, sharp claws protruding from his fingers, leaving deep gashes in the earth. It hurts so much. Beside him, the figure of the white ape appears slowly. Upon seeing the white ape, Xiong Kuei's pain-twisted face immediately contorts into a fierce expression. His eyes bulging like two copper bells, blood vessels prominent, creating a truly menacing visage as he urgently inquires, has it matured? As he asks, his entire body leans forward in excitement, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. I want it. I can't wait any longer. In this moment, Xiong Kuei bears no resemblance to the foolish demeanor he had in the hall. His fur stands erect like a forest of steel needles, exuding an aura of brutality. My lord, we must wait a while longer. We cannot rush this. The white ape's voice trembles slightly, yet he strives to maintain composure. Let us deal with it for now. Quickly, bring it forth. As soon as the white ape's words fell, two trembling monkey spirits hurriedly appeared, carrying a cauldron exuding a bloody stench. Their hands shook with apprehension, and they dared not meet Xiong Kuei's gaze. Xiong Kuei laboriously rose, his colossal body swaying before he steadied himself. Without uttering a word, a massive black hand, like a dark fan, reached out and grabbed the pot, tilting his head back to gulp down its contents. The liquid was a gruesome mixture, and upon closer inspection, one could discern fragments of flesh and remnants of human bones within the gruesome broth. Gulping down the concoction, Xiong Kuei's throat convulsed. He chewed the bones with his massive teeth, sharp as serrated blades, reducing the meaty white bones to mere splinters with ease, quickly swallowing them whole. Burp after finishing the blood soup, he licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes still glimmering with unquenched hunger. How his heavy breathing echoed through the quiet stronghold. Having consumed the concoction, Xiong Kuei felt still unsatisfied, and his gaze shifted to the two monkey spirits. His eyes sparkled with avarice, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion, his hands, like iron pincers, grabbed the terrified monkey spirits, their eyes widening in horror, as if their eyeballs might burst from their sockets. They struggled desperately, crying out in terror, "Spare us! My lord, spare us!" Yet their feeble strength was utterly insufficient against Xiong Kuei, a demon with 3 centuries of cultivation. Xiong Kuei opened his rancid maw once more, a nauseating stench assaulting the senses. As he bit down on one monkey's head, blood splattering across his face, which he paid no heed, the sound of teeth sinking into flesh echoed, "Pooh," as he chewed a few times, then grimaced, spitting out a bone. Muttering, "Not tasty." Then Xiong Kuei's gaze shifted, his enormous head slowly inclining toward the white ape, revealing his blood-stained teeth as he spoke in a deep voice. "Hurry, big brother, what exactly is the demon clan?" Inside the cave, Sang Biao's massive tiger form crouched slightly, ears perked up straight, eyes reflecting a bewildered curiosity, while his tail swayed gently behind him, occasionally brushing against the dry grass with a soft rustling sound. Deaths breed resentment. External grievances become zombies, while internal grievances become ghosts. Xinsong lay steadily, his tiger claws crossed before him, an air of calm wisdom emanating from his demeanor. He spoke simply, well-versed in the nature of the demon clan. His tiger whiskers quivered slightly, as if recalling something. Logically, both the demon and ghost clans should harbor a unified stance towards humanity. There should be no conflict between them. At this moment, He Sha interjected, tilting his tiger head slightly towards Xinsong, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. That is precisely the issue, and according to my observations, the ghostly energy within Xiong Kuei is quite potent, already severely eroding his essence. If this continues, as Xinsong spoke, he rose to his feet, his powerful tiger legs firmly supporting his form, and stepped to the cave entrance, gazing outside. In a moment of contemplation, a flash of insight sparkled in his eyes, akin to 2 cold stars igniting in the night sky. He swiftly turned his gaze towards He Sha and Sang Biao, and recalling the blood extraction incident. His penetrating stare swept over them both, his expression darkening ominously. "Damn it, I think I now understand what Xiong Kuei intends to do. Second brother, Xiong Kuei has ordered you to become the mountain general. Find an opportunity to inquire about his origins and background from his subordinates. I suspect that Xiong Kuei is merely an ordinary black bear that has attained demonhood. For him to reach this level in such a small place like Blackback Mountain is undoubtedly suspicious." Xinsong instructed He Sha, "Moreover, if you encounter any threats outside, retreat alone. What about you and the third brother?" Upon hearing this, Xinsong pondered briefly before responding slowly, "We will signal with fire. Just take care of yourself. If anything goes awry, find a place to set the mountain ablaze. Once we hear of this news, we will seek our own escape. In critical moments, utilize the survival techniques I previously taught you." "Understood." He Sha nodded vigorously. As night fell, Xinsong closed his eyes, his consciousness once again arriving before the scroll. At this moment, 6 golden patterns had emerged on the scroll, dancing in a manner more vibrant than before. These golden patterns must correspond to the demise of those 2 human practitioners. I wonder what level of items these golden patterns will allow me to visualize. With that thought, Xiansong began to close his eyes and focus. However, upon attempting this visualization, he detected a significant change. Previously, when he tried to visualize human elixirs, he had met with failure, and the forms of the human alchemist he conjured were always ethereal. Yet now, with the enhancement of the 6 golden patterns, the human alchemist he envisioned was remarkably solid. Observing this, Xiansong immediately concentrated intently. Soon, the appearance of the human alchemist transformed, as 2 golden patterns coalesced into the figure of a blacksmith within a forge, while the remaining red patterns morphed into pieces of fine iron, which the blacksmith hammered into shape. Ultimately, the item materialized, the scroll accounting for 2 golden patterns and 2 red patterns. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an enormous lightning rod. The main component was a straight metal rod, forged from fine iron, approximately in height. As one looked from the base upwards, the rod's thickness was not uniform. The bottom was quite robust, with a diameter akin to that of an adult's arm, tapering gradually as it ascended, until at the very top, it resembled the thickness of an adult's thumb. The design of the apex was exquisitely crafted, with its angle precisely adjusted to optimize the guidance of lightning, featuring smooth and perfect lines, seemingly poised to welcome the violent power of the storm above with utmost resolve. With this, I can summon lightning. Though I wonder if this object can be temporarily stored, he mused. In the midst of these thoughts, Xiansong's consciousness withdrew from the sea of awareness, but the moment he exited, he felt an uncomfortable sensation within him. A sharp pain radiating from his abdomen. This won't do. Realizing this, Xiansong's consciousness once again returned to the sea of awareness. He hastily began to channel his demon power to refine the space within his abdomen. Within the demon clan's hierarchy, upon reaching a century of cultivation, one could utilize their inner demon power to carve out a small space within their belly, a technique known as hidden within, reminiscent of the human race's storage rings. Though Xiansong had yet to reach a century of cultivation, his demon power had been refined through the demon thunder rushing yang lightning technique, enabling him to successfully cultivate hidden within without issue. Outside, Sang Biao was startled awake by Xiansong's sudden movements, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he immediately shook the slumbering He Sha awake. Second brother, look, big brother is pregnant. Chapter 18. The monkey arrives the following morning, as monkey Xiaodong arrived to deliver resources. He Sha was summoned away. After He Sha's departure, Sang Biao's gaze remained fixed on Xiansong's abdomen. Brother, is this from second brother? Sang Biao cautiously approached Xiansong, his gaze lingering on Xiansong's abdomen, and suddenly uttered a remark. Initially, Xiansong was perplexed by Sang Biao's words, but as soon as he caught sight of the expression in Sang Biao's eyes, understanding dawned upon him. Get lost. Xiansong's countenance darkened, and he chose to ignore the foolish Sang Biao. With the augmentation of 50 demon crystals and after a night of refinement, Xiansong successfully activated hidden within by dawn, concealing the lightning rod within his body. With this object, as long as Xiansong's physical strength met the necessary standards, he could seize the opportunity to summon heavenly lightning into his being. Who is Xiansong? At that moment, at the entrance of the cave lair, another black bear spirit made its appearance, roaring without reservation. I am. Xiansong shifted his tiger form, stepping forward a few paces. The king has decreed that, considering the contributions of your 3 brothers, you are granted the position of guardian of this mountain stronghold, and the several spiritual plants on the back mountain are now under your watch. The black bear spirit glared with its round eyes at Xiansong and spoke, and upon hearing this, Xiansong immediately contemplated various scenarios, thus refraining from responding immediately. Seeing Xiansong's silence, the black bear spirit slowly rose its massive bear body, glaring at Xiansong with hostility, and shouted angrily, "What? You insolent creature! Do you dare to disregard the king's command? How dare you speak to my brother like that?" Sang Biao, upon hearing this, bared his fangs and retorted without hesitation, "You have quite the audacity." The black bear spirit, taken aback by Sang Biao's defiance, was infuriated that someone would speak to him in such a manner within this stronghold. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the king." Due to the influence of Xiong Kue, the black bear spirit held a position of high status within the stronghold, and even a common black bear spirit walking through the mountains would not be wished to offend by some lesser spirits. Thus, accustomed to arrogance, the black bear spirit, now enraged by Sang Biao's retort, raised its stout bear paw and swung it towards Sang Biao. Boom! In that moment, Xiansong stepped forward, placing himself in front of Sang Biao, and an intense aura erupted from his being, his tiger eyes gleaming with coldness. Under Xiansong's overwhelming presence, the black bear spirit halted its action in surprise. I, Xiansong, shall naturally abide by the king's orders. However, as for my brother, it is not your place to discipline him. With that, Xiansong advanced, revealing his fangs, steadily approaching the black bear spirit. The aura of the king of beasts emanated from Xiansong, compelling the black bear spirit to take a step back. You have guts. We shall see about this. The black bear spirit refrained from further confrontation with Shinsong, leaving those words before turning to depart. Brother, these wretched beings are truly repugnant. Shall we make our escape? Sang Biao exclaimed in frustration. If we could run, we would have already done so. Not to mention that Xiong Kue, even the white ape could overpower us three brothers combined. Shinsong replied with a hint of helplessness. At merely 1-year-old, Shinsong had far too little time to grow. Given 5 or 6 years, he would have confidence in contending with the white ape under such circumstances. As for Xiong Ku, it was still beyond his reach. Then are we to remain here as lambs to the slaughter? Sang Biao lamented, momentarily dejected. Of course not. It is simply that the time is not yet ripe. With that, Shinsong produced 30 demon crystals, all sent by Xiong Kue over the past half-year, along with recent rewards. Xiong Kue is likely trying to separate us, while you absorb these crystals to enhance your cultivation. Remember to condense the essence of the sun. This is an essential method for our comeback. Shinsong instructed Sang Biao. I understand. Sang Biao nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, once Shinsong had organized matters, he led the mountain raccoon to the so-called Back Mountain Orchard. Within the Blackback Mountain, there were numerous types of spiritual fruits, and Xiong Kue seemed to have employed some method to cultivate a patch behind his own home. Upon arrival, Shinsong scanned the area and recognized that these spiritual fruits were likely what Xiong Kue often used to reward his subordinates. Lord Shinsong, this area was originally managed by Lord White Ape. But due to recent issues in the mountains, Lord White Ape has been unable to attend to it, so it has been entrusted to you. An old monkey with mottled fur explained simply before Shinsong. At present, you need not do much. Just ensure that no other spirits steal from here. The daily maintenance will be handled by these young monkeys. Upon hearing this, Shinsong paid little mind, casually surveying the orchard. As he could surmise the true reason for his reassignment to this location. Once the old monkey finished his lengthy explanation, Shinsong interjected, "Do you have a name, elder?" At this, the old monkey's eyes brightened. "My lord, you flatter me. With my status, I hardly deserve to be addressed as elder among the humans. If you do not mind, you may call me Ho Lai." Ho Lai, a splendid name, Shinsong praised deliberately, though he himself was uncertain what made it splendid. "How long have you been here?" Shinsong inquired again. Ho Lai pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "I cannot recall. It must be at least 30 or 40 years, such a long time." "And you have never thought of going out to see the world?" Shinsong asked. "My lord jests. We lowly spirits without bloodlines have no conditions to go out and explore," replied the old monkey, whose spiritual energy was faint. Though he had attained enlightenment, he possessed only 20 years of cultivation, a level of power that made it remarkable for him to live so long, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This old monkey would likely spend his life waiting for death in this place. Do not speak so. All beings in this world possess their unique qualities. No one is born merely to await death. Shinsong said, handing over 2 demon crystals. "Take these. During this time, I may need to rely on your care. This." Ho Lai stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback by Shinsong's gesture. A profound sense of being a humble individual cared for by a notable figure washed over him. And the stark contrast between his self-deprecation and this unexpected kindness left him momentarily bewildered, almost provoking an impulse to offer his life to Shinsong. Seeing this, Shinsong recognized that his objective had been achieved. This old monkey, who had never received respect before, would likely go unnoticed by most spirits in the stronghold. Yet, under Shinsong's guidance, he could prove to be immensely valuable, without a doubt. The longevity of the old monkey meant he possessed considerable knowledge. After completing these exchanges, Shinsong casually surveyed the surroundings. Although the orchard boasted numerous spiritual trees, the fruits produced were merely ordinary spiritual fruits, most of which either invigorated the mind or bolstered physical strength. While these might be deemed precious among humans, they were not particularly rare in the mountains. Chapter 19. Miasma. Meanwhile, within the Blackback Mountain, a massive, glistening black-striped tiger was traversing the forest with astonishing speed. Its agile form darted like lightning, effortlessly leaping over boulders and streams, and as it sprinted, its muscled physique radiated a chilling aura. As time passed, the striped tiger ventured deeper into the heart of Blackback Mountain, where the trees grew taller and denser. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. Yet the black tiger, guided by several monkeys swiftly swinging through the trees, faced no hindrance and continued its rapid advance. Before long, it arrived at the entrance of a valley. The cliffs on either side were steep and perilous, and a thin layer of green mist enveloped the valley floor. The striped tiger paused at the valley's mouth. its tiger eyes scanning the area. Is this where the traces of humans have been found? Indeed, this imposing black-striped tiger was none other than Haisha, currently serving as the general of Blackback Mountain. Indeed, Lord Xiongqua mentioned that it was within this valley, so you should come take a look. A handful of mixed fur monkeys perched on branches behind Haisha remarked. Hearing this, a flicker of annoyance flashed in Haisha's eyes. But recognizing that this was not the moment for outbursts, he contemplated briefly before stepping into the valley. However, before long, a tiger's roar reverberated from within the valley. Soon after, a wave of green gas surged forth, and Haisha's figure rapidly emerged from the valley, leaping out of the murky green mist. He rolled several times upon hitting the ground before finally coming to a halt. Chirp chirp ha ba ha. Laughter erupted. As the monkeys perched atop the treetops pointed and laughed at Haisha. Was the miasma unpleasant? Upon witnessing this scene, Haisha quickly grasped the situation. You tricked me. Rising to his feet, fury ignited within Haisha's tiger eyes. His body arched like a taut black bow, every muscle coiled, as though poised to pounce on those mocking monkeys, ready to tear them to shreds to quell his rage, sensing the shift in the aura surrounding the dark entity. The mischievous monkeys immediately retracted their smiles. What? Do you still wish to take action against us? At this moment, the imposing figure of Xiongqua slowly emerged from the rear, his colossal form resembling a moving fortress. Even in a state of ambulation, he stood over 2 meters tall, with an estimated weight exceeding 500 pounds. His enormous paws were akin to fans, each toe adorned with sharp claws, leaving a deep imprint on the ground with the slightest contact. Why do you deceive me? The dark entity's gaze fixed intently on Xiongqua, his voice chillingly cold. Is there a need for a reason? I simply find you displeasing. If you dare, then strike. Xiongqua shot a provocative glance at the dark entity, and upon witnessing this, the dark entity's demonic energy surged, his sharp tiger claws slowly extending from his fingertips, the tension between them palpable. Finally, the dark entity gradually dissipated the gathered demonic energy and turned to leave. Coward. Xiongqua plopped down onto the ground, revealing a hint of boredom as he watched the retreating figure of the dark entity. Yet, after the departure of Xiongqua and the other creatures, the dark entity reappeared before the miasma-filled valley. This miasma, the dark entity observed the noxious fog before him and summoned the demonic energy within, causing the miasma in the valley to swirl and coalesce around him. Meanwhile, the familiar figure of Xian Song was gradually laying out his own plans amidst the fruit forest. Xiongqua's current intention of nurturing the three brothers was most likely to cultivate them for his own gain. And Xian Song would not remain idle. As he pondered, Xian Song prowled through the fruit forest until he suddenly noticed a locust tree within his jurisdiction. This tree, also known as the Shadow Tree, is a gathering place for spirits, typically thriving in graveyards and favored by ghostly beings during the day. At this sight, Xian Song's gaze became entranced. Soon, a plan emerged in his mind. Monkey Lai. Xian Song called out, and swiftly, the figure of Monkey Lai appeared. Sir, you summoned me? Assist me with a request. My third brother has certain peculiar interests. Could you gather some leaves from this tree and deliver them to him? Following Xian Song's words, Monkey Lai looked up and nodded in agreement. Of course. Currently, Monkey Lai's presence beside Xian Song was also due to the orders of the fruit white ape. And Xian Song was aware that the activities he undertook would likely be reported back. However, Xian Song was unconcerned, as he did not believe these mountain creatures could discern his intentions. Accordingly, Monkey Lai quickly gathered a considerable amount of leaves. Sir, is there anything else you wish to instruct? Monkey Lai inquired of Xian Song. Just convey a message. While one may appreciate these items, they cannot be relied upon as sustenance. Understood. Upon hearing this, Monkey Lai promptly descended the mountain. Xian Song watched the retreating figure of Monkey Lai, his expression darkening before he turned to leave. Within the encampment, tranquility reigned, yet beneath this seemingly calm atmosphere, at that very moment, within the cave where Sang Biao resided, Monkey Lai arrived, presenting a barrel of leaves before Sang Biao. At this sight, Sang Biao's already limited intellect momentarily faltered. My elder brother will consume this upon his arrival. Sang Biao cradled the wooden barrel, his eyes filled with astonishment. The sir mentioned. While one may like these items, they cannot be relied upon as sustenance. Monkey Lai relayed Xian Song's words to Sang Biao, and upon hearing this, Sang Biao quickly regained his composure. Oh, indeed. Haha. My elder brother is truly considerate of me, remembering my preferences. I do enjoy these green leaves. Sang Biao chuckled. Subsequently, Monkey Lai said nothing further and departed after delivering the items. Once alone, Sang Biao immediately began to ponder with his not-so-bright mind. What exactly is my elder brother's intention with this gift? While one may like these items, they cannot be relied upon as sustenance. At that moment, Sang Biao's gaze fixated upon the green leaves, and with a sudden resolve, he swiftly stuffed them into his mouth, consuming them without a second thought. Before long, after Sang Biao finished the leaves, the white ape arrived with two robust and formidable bear spirits before him. One of them was the bear Feng, who had previously had a conflict with Sang Biao while delivering news. Without any unnecessary words, Bear Feng approached, speaking in an authoritative tone. "The king has commanded. We require a bowl of tiger blood." Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's heart surged with anger, instinctively igniting a strong sense of rebellion. However, when he looked up at the imposing white ape, he felt the overwhelming aura and pressure emanating from him, akin to a heavy mountain pressing down on his chest, nearly suffocating him. "Rest assured, there will be compensation." The white ape, sensing Sang Biao's dissatisfaction, spoke up, despite harboring feelings of reluctance. In the face of the white ape's overwhelming power, Sang Biao had no choice but to acquiesce. "Hiki, a mere mixed tiger, falling into your grandfather bear's hands, you shall suffer." After speaking, as the black bear spirit approached to take blood, its massive form bore down upon Sang Biao. Instinctively, he attempted to react. But with his forelimbs restrained, there was no time to evade. Roar! With a piercing cry, Sang Biao's hind leg was instantly crushed by the black bear spirit, followed by a frantic struggle, while it was said to be a bowl of tiger blood. In reality, it was nearly half a barrel. The black bear spirit looked at Sang Biao with satisfaction, reminding him to remember your grandfather bear's name, should you dare speak to your grandfather bear in such a manner again. Beware for your life. Bear Feng glared fiercely at the fallen Sang Biao. Chapter 20. A dog that bites is not called. I in the blink of an eye, a month passed. At this time, Xian Song was accompanied by Monkey Lai. Utilizing his current standing in the encampment, Xian Song managed to procure some liquor. The two of them moved in tandem, and after a month of effort, through the allure of demon crystals and various inducements, Xian Song successfully gained Monkey Lai's complete trust. "You mean to say, the Bear King was merely an ordinary creature 30 years ago?" A hint of doubt flickered in Xian Song's eyes, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Indeed." Monkey Lai, clutching the wine jar, nodded earnestly, his eyes glazed from intoxication, and as he spoke, he burped. Back then, the king was merely a bear spirit in Hafeng Ridge. The old clan leader stated that his cultivation was at the level of a century-old spirit, but he had yet to reach the level of a true demon. Monkey Lai's tongue grew heavy as he continued to ramble on. "I recall that shortly before that, the Lord of Kiji Mountain held a grand birthday banquet, and our king was also invited, but he was troubled over the gift, intending to seek it personally." Monkey Lai shook his head as if trying to shake the memories loose. What the king ultimately found, we are not privy to, only that roughly a month later, his cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, and he then commanded the entire Hebei Mountain with his immense power, under the influence of the alcohol. Once the old monkey was prompted by Xian Song, he spoke freely as if a dam had burst. "How can you remember this so clearly?" Xian Song narrowed his eyes slightly, feigning curiosity. "Hee." Monkey Lai grinned. "This matter is well known among our monkey clan, for the previous Mountain King was our old clan leader." Monkey Lai's voice held a hint of drunken pride. "The white ape?" Xian Song raised an eyebrow. No. Monkey Lai shook his head vigorously. "The white ape only came to ally with Bear Kuei after he had established his dominance over Hebei Mountain." Xian Song and Monkey Lai engaged in a light-hearted conversation, with Xian Song continually posing as an admirer of Bear Kuei, probing for the information he sought. Just as Xian Song was about to continue his inquiries, he suddenly felt his tiger fur bristle. His ears perked up in alert, as a familiar tiger roar echoed in the distance. Xian Song abruptly turned his gaze toward the encampment, a flicker of anxiety crossing his tiger eyes. "Sir," Monkey Lai began to speak. Boom! Before Monkey Lai could finish, Xian Song leaped into action, darting toward the direction of the encampment like an arrow released from a bow. In the forest, Xian Song quickly found a vantage point in the fruit forest. Standing tall to survey the scene, capturing the sight of the majority of the encampment below, with a few powerful leaps, Xian Song soared through the air, his form tracing an elegant arc before landing steadily. His tiger eyes fixed ahead. Not far from Xian Song, the dark entity was fiercely roaring, its massive maw wide open, claws furiously swiping as it engaged in a fierce struggle with a black bear spirit. Sang Biao was also caught in the fray, yet his condition was dire, his energy severely depleted, collapsing on the ground with visibly deformed hind legs, presenting a pitiful sight. Witnessing this, Xian Song's fury ignited like a flame. Yet he remained composed enough not to lose his reason completely, unleashing an enraged tiger roar. Roar! This roar resonated with a tangible force, instantly stunning all the creatures present. Elder brother, as He Sha beheld Xian Song's arrival, He hastily retreated a step. However, in that fleeting moment of withdrawal, the formidable black bear demon did not relent. Its arm lifted high and came crashing down upon Heisha's tiger-like form. "Stop," Xiansong shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. The bear demon's immense power erupted instantaneously, sending Heisha soaring through the air, crashing heavily against a wall with a thunderous impact that stirred up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Xiansong felt a surge of ferocity within. What kind of behavior is this? Just then, Xiong Kuei and Bai Yuan made their entrance. The presence of these two elite demon entities unleashed a terrifying aura that swept over the gathered spirits, rendering them unable to meet each other's gaze. "Your Majesty, this Heisha shows no respect for hierarchy and dares to attack me," Xiongfeng hurriedly interjected, his face a mask of grievance. Xiong Kuei, standing aloof, merely cast a cursory glance, causing Xiongfeng to immediately lower his head in shame, before Xiong Kuei shifted his attention to Xinsong. "I have shown you favor out of respect for your parents, but that does not excuse your disregard for rules." Xiong Kuei's eyes glimmered with menace, exuding a palpable aura of oppression. One general returns to the camp without permission, and a guardian of the rear mountains abandons his post. Under the weight of this formidable force, Xinsong's tiger form involuntarily tensed, resembling a bow drawn taut. "Your Majesty, this is blatantly unfair. It was Xiongfeng who first attacked my brother." Heisha had by now regained his composure. But the earlier strike had inflicted considerable injury, leaving 4 ghastly gashes across his back, blood and flesh grotesquely exposed. "Silence," Xinsong rebuked, his voice sharp, before adding in a tone of obsequiousness, "Your Majesty speaks the truth. It is we, the brothers, who are ungrateful. We humbly request your punishment." Xinsong lowered himself significantly, displaying none of his usual commanding presence, observing the scene. Xiong Kuei refrained from further comment. "To err is to be punished. Take the two of them away." With a command from Xiong Kuei, Bai Yuan waved his hand, and a group of monkey demons, all boasting over 50 years of cultivation, along with a mountain lynx that had appeared later, surged forward to escort Heisha and Sang Biaowei.as for you. Xiong Kuei turned his gaze back to Xinsong. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes. My loyalty to you is entirely genuine," Xinsong hastily declared, his eyes filled with trepidation and humility. "Humph," Xiong Kuei scoffed coldly. "Your 2 brothers have been punished by me. Do you have nothing to say?" Xinsong, head bowed, spoke in a subdued tone. "Their offenses are self-inflicted. They have trespassed against your Majesty, and thus deserve their fate." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Xiong Kuei's eyes. "Your disposition is quite inferior to that of your parents. However, it aligns well with my preferences. Ha ha ha. Very well. Considering you have committed no grave offense, you may return and focus on your cultivation. Remember the kindness of this king," Xiong Kuei declared. "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty," Xinsong responded eagerly before swiftly departing towards the fruit orchard. After Xinsong's exit, Xiongfeng could not contain himself and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, why spare him?" Xiong Kuei glared at him irritably. "You keep causing trouble. Continue this way, and I'll send you back to the Bear Valley. Everyone disperse." With Xiong Kuei's command, the remaining spirits scattered. "What do you think?" Xiong Kuei inquired of the lone remaining Bai Yuan. "Lacking the majesty of a tiger, he is of little use, yet he can be nurtured," Bai Yuan replied leisurely. Xiong Kuei nodded slowly in agreement. "Very well, nurture him well. As for the other 2, they are of no further concern." With that, Xiong Kuei departed. Once the spirits had left, Bai Yuan continued to gaze thoughtfully in the direction Xinsong had taken. Having acquired extensive knowledge during his time among humans, Bai Yuan recalled a particular saying: "A dog that bites does not bark." Chapter 21. Alliances. The wind rustled through the mountains and forests, the foliage whispering softly as Xinsong trudged through the thicket, each heavy step leaving a profound imprint upon the ground. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, a deathly stillness as if an invisible hand had silenced the entire woodland. The wild beasts and birds, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Xinsong, fled in panic like startled prey. Upon his return to the orchard, the setting sun had cast a warm, golden hue across the land. "My lord, where have you been?" Ho Lai, now sober, bounded up to Xinsong, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Heh, nothing to worry about. Just face some punishment," Xinsong replied, his previously grim expression dissipating like mist in the wind, his demeanor now relaxed as if nothing had transpired. "Ho Lai," Xinsong called again, his tone as calm as a still lake, yet it sent an involuntary shiver down Ho Lai's spine. "My lord." Ho Lai stepped forward, responding with reverence. "Tell me, how many monkey demons reside near this orchard?" Xinsong inquired nonchalantly, a glimmer of inscrutability in his eyes. "My lord jests. In this vicinity, I am the sole guardian. Holai scratched his head, avoiding Xiansong's gaze as he stammered his reply. Xiansong continued his leisurely pace, his limbs moving slowly, his tail dragging listlessly behind him. Oh, you know what you said while intoxicated. At this, Holai's body froze, as if ensnared by an invisible spell. Unable to move. What does my lord mean? I don't understand. Holai stuttered, his eyes wide with terror, trembling slightly. Don't understand. Xiansong elongated his words. That's fine. Some things the king and Bai Yuan can comprehend. As he spoke, Xiansong abruptly halted, turning his head to fix an intense gaze upon Holai, his eyes piercing through him. Under that scrutinizing gaze, even the most ordinary monkey demon felt utterly crushed. What matters is not what Holai said, for even had he uttered nothing, Xiansong could twist silence into confession. What does my lord desire? Holai mustered the courage to ask. I have surveyed the area. Aside from you and me, no other spirits exist. You mentioned you have lingered in this orchard for nearly 30 years, merely awaiting death. What if I offered you an opportunity? Xiansong's tiger form turned towards Holai. Slowly advancing, under the moonlight, Xiansong's shadow elongated, ultimately enveloping Holai. It was a quiet and eerie night. The clouds hung low in the sky, thick and dark like heavy ink, threatening to engulf the world in darkness. Suddenly, from behind a dense grove of fruit trees, a series of sharp, piercing cries erupted, followed by anguished screams that sliced through the night air. Accompanying these cries was a dull thud, followed by the ominous sound of bones cracking. The unsettling sounds of gnawing echoed from all directions of the orchard, as if countless demons were partaking in a sanguine feast. The air grew thick with the stench of blood, swiftly dissipating in the gentle breeze, leaving behind an almost imperceptible aura of terror. As time passed, the silvery moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the land that had been shrouded in darkness. Beneath the moon's glow, a horrifying scene emerged: a massive tiger. Its fur, a riot of colors, lounged lazily on the ground, its sharp fangs and claws stained with blood. Scattered around it lay many dismembered monkey corpses, some reduced to mere halves, others with their heads bitten off, creating a ghastly tableau. Unsurprisingly, the perpetrator of these atrocities was none other than Xiansong himself. Bloodied and grim, Xiansong's fur clung together in matted patches due to coagulated blood. My lord, you. Holai trembled as he surveyed the carnage, his heart racing with fear, uncertain of whether he had done right or wrong. You did nothing wrong. Xiansong discerned the turmoil in Holai's eyes and rose to speak. All beings in this world have their fates. You, Holai, were not born to be a mere supporting character. This is merely a necessary path for you to become the protagonist, is it not? Xiansong gradually guided him, enticing this monkey demon who had lived in mediocrity. Merely bowing and scraping, with a bleak future ahead. My lord speaks the truth. Rest assured, I promise you will not be deceived, Xiansong said slowly, lifting his gaze to the moon. I believe you have the means to conceal the events that transpired here. He looked at Holai, his voice steady and commanding. Rest assured, my lord, the affairs here are entirely under my supervision. Almost all matters are directly inquired by Lord Bai Yuan, as long as I remain silent. They will continue to exist, the monkey responded. That is good. With these words, Xiansong ceased further discussion and returned to the orchard, seeking a secure place to process his recent acquisitions. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness once again returned to the vast scroll before him. On the enormous canvas, 3 golden threads and 76 crimson lines moved in an erratic rhythm. 76 lines. On average, each monkey spirit could provide me with 2 to 3 lines. Thanks to the information from the monkey, Xiansong was able to take decisive action, slaying over 30 monkeys responsible for monitoring him in the orchard on the back mountain. It remains uncertain how much this will elevate my physical form. As his thoughts flowed, Xiansong began to meditate. His current fixation on enhancing his physical body stems from the understanding that even if he were to elevate his cultivation to a 100-year level, achieving the state of, it would not significantly alter his precarious situation. In fact, it might provoke the annihilation by Xiong Kue. However, by enhancing his physical body and harnessing the heavenly thunder, Xiansong could not only develop formidable offensive capabilities but also bring his Yao Lei Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju to a minor completion. In due course, Xiansong's cultivation would naturally improve, and with the augmentation of Thunder Law, he would acquire some means to contend with of over a century like Xiong Kue and Bai Yuan. A triple benefit. Chapter 22. Enhancing the physical body within the mysterious realm of consciousness. The scroll hung serenely. Xiansong's eyes were tightly shut, wholly devoted to his visualization. He felt his powerful frame tremble slightly as the energy around him flowed, and the scroll seemed to sway gently under the influence of some mystical force. The 3 golden threads danced like spirited dragons, while the 70-odd crimson lines shimmered like brilliant clouds, joyfully undulating across the canvas. Gradually, these lines intertwined and merged, ultimately coalescing into a wondrous scene. A human alchemist was intently crafting elixirs. The alchemist wore a solemn expression, skillfully manipulating the cauldron, flames raging beneath, with multicolored radiance spilling forth from within. However, this vivid tableau lasted only a fleeting moment, as Xuanzang struggled to visualize further details, causing it to shatter like a fleeting dream. Xuanzang sighed inwardly, acutely aware of the stringent rules of visualization. He must possess an intimate understanding of every detail concerning the desired item, including its crafting method, to successfully execute it. Just as the blood essence fruit and lightning rod he previously visualized were items he had seen in his former life. Now, Xuanzang yearned desperately for a pill capable of significantly enhancing the strength of his physical body. He had already grasped the foundational visualization conditions for pill crafting, yet he lacked the recipe and knew not the specific method of refinement. A dilemma. In the realm of consciousness, Xuanzang pondered silently, and in a moment of helplessness, he shifted his approach. Though he had only been reborn for less than a year, Xuanzang had already experienced much. Take, for instance, the red spiritual fruit born from the spirit tree within the tiger's den. Despite not knowing its true nature, he had indeed tasted it. Thus, he could expend those crimson lines to condense that spiritual fruit within his consciousness. However, while this method could assist him in slightly elevating his cultivation, it would not achieve the strength he desired for his physical form. Another path lay in converting all crimson lines into blood essence fruits. Though each blood essence fruit provided limited enhancement to his physical strength, if sufficiently abundant, it might suffice to meet his needs. Xuanzang weighed the pros and cons repeatedly, his thoughts swirling. Ultimately, he concluded that the latter option aligned more closely with his current predicament. Resolute, Xuanzang focused his intent within the realm of consciousness. In an instant, the imagery on the scroll transformed with blinding speed. Without delay, a line of text materialized. Blood essence fruit, containing pure essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it strengthens the body. In the blink of an eye, 72 crimson lines vanished, and 12 plump, enticing blood essence fruits appeared before Xuanzang. At this moment, only 3 golden threads and 4 crimson lines remained in his realm of consciousness. Externally, Xuanzang slowly opened his tiger-like eyes, which sparkled with vibrant light. With a crisp crunch, the sound of chewing echoed in the silent space, the sweet juice bursting forth in Xuanzang's mouth, causing his powerful frame to tremble with delight. Xuanzang savored the nourishing essence of the blood essence fruits, consuming 11 in one breath. The pure energy surged through his limbs and bones like a torrential flood, a fiery sensation erupting from deep within him. This overwhelming power caused Xuanzang's body temperature to rise sharply, white mist billowing from his massive form, resembling an auspicious sign from a celestial realm. Simultaneously, deep within the dark, damp stone prison of the village, Sangbiao and He Sha were imprisoned together. The stone cell was guarded by 4 monkey spirits, each possessing over 50 years of cultivation, while Xiongqua sat nearby, overseeing the situation. Within the cell, Sangbiao's condition was dire. Once robust muscles had withered to the point where his ribcage was clearly visible, and he lay weakly on the ground. With a low growl, Sangbiao struck the bars of the cell with his claws, producing a dull thud. Food, water. His loud cries finally stirred the monkeys outside the cell. A few of them smirked. One of them mockingly stated, "Lord Xiongqua has decreed that you 2 brothers have yet to atone for your sins. Thus no food or water will be provided." After saying this, they began to leisurely consume fresh blood and spiritual fruit nearby. How infuriating! He Sha roared in anger, his eyes glinting with malice. Observing Sangbiao's weakened state filled him with concern. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, He Sha, gritting his teeth against the pain, summoned his, extracting some of his blood, and carefully fed it to Sangbiao. "Second brother, save some strength until elder brother arrives," Sangbiao murmured, expending his last ounce of energy, then tightly closed his mouth, unwilling to let He Sha shed another drop of blood for him. "Then you must hold on." He Sha's face contorted with urgency as he forcefully pried open Sangbiao's jaws, desperately channeling his to direct blood into Sangbiao's mouth. A long night quietly passed. As dawn's first light filtered through the forest, Xuanzang slowly opened his eyes. He was astonished to discover that his physical form had grown even larger. Now, Xuanzang's entire tiger body exceeded 3.5 meters in length, with his weight soaring over 300 pounds. He stretched his body slightly, feeling the surging power within. With a few agile leaps, Xuanzang effortlessly soared 10 meters like an arrow released from a bow. Upon landing, he followed through with a powerful tail swipe. His robust tail, akin to a massive iron rod, cracked the gray stone behind him with a resounding snap. "My lord, what is this?" Upon hearing the commotion, the monkey rushed over. When he saw Xuanzang's now colossal and formidable frame, his eyes widened in astonishment. Xuanzang spoke little, merely opening his mouth to send a blood essence fruit soaring toward the monkey. "This will enhance your physical form," Xuanzang said in a deep voice. The monkey, eyes glinting with surprise, hurriedly reached out to seize the blood essence fruit. "Thank you for your gracious gift, my lord," he said respectfully. Then without hesitation, he bit into the blood essence fruit. As he swallowed, the once elderly monkey, who had been prepared for death, felt a noticeable enhancement to his body, a wave of long-lost vitality surging within him. This marvelous experience was something he had not encountered throughout his many years in the village. Facing the monkey, Xuanzang observed him relish the fruit and inquired at an opportune moment, "When I returned to the village yesterday, I heard the king mention a place called Xiong Valley in these mountains." At this, the monkey's chewing abruptly halted, as if he had been hit by a spell, his face turning pale with terror as he gazed at Xuanzang. His voice trembling, "My lord intends to act against the kin of King Xiong. Is there any reason not to?" Xuanzang's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a sharp grin, his tiger eyes gleaming with boundless malice. The monkey felt a jolt of fear, anxiety swirling within him, unsure how to respond. Chapter 23, Xiong Valley. After much hesitation and inner turmoil, the monkey realized he was now firmly aligned with Xuanzang. Steeling himself, he spoke up. "My lord, Xiong Valley is the territory of Xiong Kuei's kin, inhabited entirely by the black bear lineage. Are there any among them?" Xuanzang inquired, his gaze intense. "No," the monkey replied hastily. "The black bear clan in Xiong Valley is not as powerful as King Xiong. Most are merely newly awakened monkey spirits from the Blackback Mountain. It is said that the strongest among them is only a 90-year-old bear spirit, and he is quite elderly, nearing the end of his lifespan." Through the monkey's detailed account, Xuanzang gained a clear understanding of the situation and location of Xiong Valley. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the sky, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "I entrust you with the task." Xuanzang turned his gaze sharply towards the monkey. "Help me investigate the conditions of my second and third brothers." Given the current predicament of Xinsong, he finds himself unable to return to the village openly. Nor can he leave recklessly. After all, the entirety of Hebei Mountain is under a heightened state of alert due to the affairs of the human race. Throughout the mountains, there are loyalists of Xiong Kuei, as well as the avian clan led by Baitu Song, who patrol the forest ceaselessly. Should Xinsong make even the slightest move, he would undoubtedly fall under the meticulous scrutiny of Xiong Kuei. "I will do my utmost." Monkey Lai promptly assented to Xinsong's instructions. Having lived for many years, Monkey Lai may lack other skills, yet he is fortunate to have numerous younger kin. Entrusting these crafty monkeys with perilous tasks may incite their reluctance. However, when it comes to gathering intelligence, they are quite adept. After all, as a guardian of the fruit forest, Monkey Lai finds it relatively easy to reap some benefits, and the younger monkeys often look upon this favorably. Returning the kindness with a gesture of goodwill, following Xinsong's orders, Monkey Lai swiftly gleaned the current circumstances of Heisha and Sang Biao within the village. "Monkey Lai, why are you inquiring about these matters? The tiger spirit has offended Lord Xianghua. Surely, there is no chance for redemption." A younger monkey, appearing somewhat youthful, delicately savored a spirit fruit, which offers slight assistance in the cultivation of spirits. However, these ordinary monkeys have not been so fortunate. Unless during significant festivals or joyous occasions in the mountains, they can only gaze longingly at such spirit fruits. "I am merely curious. Do share with me," Monkey Lai chuckled. After a brief moment, the younger monkey recounted the situation of Heisha and Sang Biao. "Moreover, I must tell you, Lord Bai Yuan has been quite considerate towards those two tiger spirits, instructing us to provide them with flesh and spirit fruits, but regrettably, all has been withheld by Lord Xiongqua. And I have also heard. Come closer. This is significant." Upon hearing this, Monkey Lai leaned in, and the two monkeys whispered together. As the younger monkey finished speaking, Monkey Lai's expression grew grim, though Xinsong appeared indifferent when Heisha and Sang Biao were captured. Monkey Lai could discern from the current circumstances that Xinsong was not as unfeeling as he seemed towards his two brothers. After receiving this news, Monkey Lai said little more and hastily returned to the fruit forest. Meanwhile, unrest continued to brew in Hebei Mountain, with various spirits harboring their own greed. The human side was no different. Under the organization of Zhao Yuan and Baishui Town, another group of cultivators began their ascent into the mountains in search of spirits. Having learned from past lessons, Zhao Yuan had specifically sought out some skilled individuals within the city to lead the expedition for the safety of the townsfolk. At this moment, in Hebei Mountain, at the side of the Dogbone Forest, Li Kuang and Xiongqua stood together. "General, what do you think of this offering?" Li Kuang respectfully inquired, as several black-furred hounds emerged, carrying a humanoid clay sculpture. Xiangqu leaned in slowly, then sniffed, immediately confronted by a pungent stench. Though described as foul, it caused Xiangqu to salivate. Without further ado, Li Kuang forcefully shattered the clay sculpture, revealing a somewhat decomposed corpse of a human. During the last disturbance caused by the humans, my offspring seized a few amidst the chaos, and today, I have specially invited General Xiongqu to sample it, Li Kuang said with an ingratiating smile. Xiongqu swallowed hard, then burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. You clever creature, this is indeed a rare delicacy for us spirits of the mountain. The humans from the last incident were nearly all devoured by our great king. We were left with nothing, yet here you are, with a stockpile. As he spoke, Xiongqu wasted no time, as the cadaver contained copious amounts of protein and fat, making it a precious food source for bears. Especially since it belonged to the humans. Humans kill demons to extract their blood, consuming and refining it for significant advancements. Likewise, demons can benefit, particularly the corpses of human cultivators, who absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Their flesh exuding an irresistible allure for the demon race. With a decisive bite, Xiongqu tore a large chunk of flesh from the corpse, blood streaming down his jaw, creating a ghastly visage. Li Kuang, I will remember this contribution of yours. You shall not lack for rewards in the future. Li Kuang beamed with obsequiousness. General, you flatter me. It is my honor to serve under you. However, the situation in Hebei Mountain is complex, and the humans are restlessly stirring. We must plan ahead. Xiongqu swallowed the morsel, greedily biting another piece, dismissively huffing. What is there to fear? With the great king present, what storm could those humans possibly conjure? They are merely a bunch of overconfident fools. Yet, despite his bravado, the previous disturbance had indeed cost them many brothers. Li Kuang frowned slightly, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Moreover, General, those two tiger spirits. He hinted. Ha ha. You clever creature. After all this, you wish to hasten the demise of those three tiger spirits. Previously, with Xiongque's arrangements, the Li Kuang clan had obtained the spiritual tree from the den of the tiger spirits. But this acquisition had its limits. The greedy nature of the demon race would not allow Li Kuang to be content with relinquishing what he had obtained after a few years. Furthermore, upon learning that He Sha and Sang Biao had clashed with the king and were now imprisoned, he was willing to offer human flesh in exchange for Xiongque's assistance in swiftly eliminating Xian Song and his brothers. Once the three brothers were dead, that spiritual tree would belong solely to the Li Kuang clan. Let us wait a moment longer. I am uncertain of what those tigers are plotting. Lord Bai Yuan is vigilant. As long as he is out and about, I will find a way. Xiongqu continued to consume, devouring most of the corpse with each bite. This human is of mediocre quality. I wish I could feast on the flesh of a cultivator instead. Just as Xiongqu spoke, several hounds raced towards the Dogbone Forest. Great King, humans have invaded the mountains. Chapter 24. The Burning Mountain. Meanwhile, in the fruit forest at the rear of the bear cubs, Monkey Lai reported the intelligence he had gathered to Xian Song. Upon learning of the circumstances surrounding He Sha and Sang Biao, a seething fury ignited within Xian Song. In an instant, Xian Song raised his forelimb, extending his claws, sharp as steel, leaving a deep claw mark on the gray stone before him, accompanied by a shower of sparks. My lord, please do not act impulsively, while Li Kuang intends to conspire with Xiongqu against your brothers. As long as Lord Bai Yuan is present, they would not dare. As Monkey Lai began to elaborate further, a series of eagle cries echoed from the sky, followed by a multitude of birds soaring towards Fujiao Mountain. Xian Song observed this spectacle, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Heaven is assisting me. Xian Song smirked coldly, then turned to Monkey Lai. I entrust you with one final task. Upon its completion, I, Xian Song, shall grant you a significant opportunity. Hearing this, Monkey Lai felt a moment of resistance at the thought of another task from Xian Song, yet upon hearing the words great opportunity, all hesitation dissipated. Please, my lord, speak. I, Monkey Lai, shall brave fire and water for you. Monkey Lai exclaimed with fervor. Xian Song glanced skyward, his mind racing as he calculated the celestial signs. After a while, he turned back to Monkey Lai. It is simple. I need you to set the mountain ablaze in 1 hour. Remember, the timing is crucial. Monkey Lai. The mountain is fraught with uncertainties. At the very moment humans are invading. Xian Song, however, chose an opposite approach. As he deftly maneuvered through the forest, with time passing, Xian Song leapt forth, soon arriving at a picturesque valley. Standing atop the valley's precipice, he gazed down at the stone dwellings below, where he could faintly see some black bears feasting, living far better than the spirits of the mountain who thrived on blood. Indeed, one person attains the Tao, and even their chickens and dogs ascend. Xian scoffed, for the valley before him boasted an advantageous location. Encased on 3 sides by cliffs, with one side open to the wind, allowing the vital energies of heaven and earth to converge and linger. Surrounded by towering mountains, the peaks undulated, forming a natural barrier. These mountains took on various forms. Some were sharp as wolf fangs, while others stood tall like giants. The vegetation was lush, with thorns aplenty, and numerous natural caves and ravines concealed within. As long as they held the valley's entrance, they could stand firm against any adversary. Behind the valley flowed a river, providing an escape route should a formidable foe approach. It could be said that even the position of the bear village paled in comparison to the valley before him. At this moment, Xian slowly advanced into the valley. The enormous figure of the tiger immediately drew the attention of the black bears within. "What are you? And who permitted your presence here?" A massive black bear confronted Xian, blocking his path. "What am I? He?" Xian's lips curved slightly, sketching a chilling and arrogant smile. He slowly raised his head, revealing his gaping maw, where sharp fangs glimmered with a cold light, instilling a sense of dread. Simultaneously, a dense, purplish aura of demonic energy emanated from his form. "I am here to claim your life." With that declaration, Xian lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, stirring up a fierce wind. The black bear's spirit barely caught a glimpse before Xian's massive paw descended upon him. Terrified, the black bear's spirit hastily raised his arms to defend. Bang! With a resounding crash. The force of Xian's pounce sent the black bear's spirit flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, Xian offered no respite. Launching himself at the black bear spirit once more after landing, his eyes glinted with a piercing murderous intent, while his tail whipped behind him like a steel whip, each swing accompanied by a whooshing sound. Just as the black bear spirit staggered to his feet, Xian's fangs were already upon him. Unable to evade in time, the black bear spirit felt the sharp bite on his shoulder. Blood gushing forth. In agony, he howled and struggled desperately, using his powerful paws to strike at Xian's head. However, Xian remained unfazed, biting down harder, his teeth sinking deeper into the flesh of the black bear spirit. Suddenly, with a fierce shake, Xian flung the black bear spirit away like a rag doll, his body colliding with a massive boulder, cracking it with the force of impact. The commotion instantly roused the entire den of bear spirits in Bear Valley. A horde of bear spirits roared angrily as they surrounded Xian, their eyes ablaze with fury and hostility. Standing amidst them, Xian showed no fear. Instead, he threw his head back and unleashed a deafening tiger roar that echoed throughout the valley. A blatant provocation to the bear spirits. What audacity to come here and act so recklessly. "Everyone, converge on him and tear this insolent tiger to shreds," bellowed an elder bear spirit. The rest of the bear spirits surged forward, some lunging at Xian's forelimbs, while others aimed for his back. Yet Xian nimbly weaved through the throng of bear spirits, his feline form moving like a specter, each turn and leap perfectly timed to evade their attacks while delivering counterstrikes. Empowered by his demonic energy, Xian's claws left deep gashes on the bear spirits, while his fangs continually snapped at those who dared approach. In that moment, chaos reigned within Bear Valley. The air filled with a cacophony of roars and cries of agony. As Xian fought with increasing ferocity, the purplish aura around him thickened, enveloping his form like a burning flame. The bear spirits, having been overly sheltered by Xiong Kuei, were powerful yet woefully inexperienced in battle. "You damn filthy tiger, the king will not let you off." In the face of Xian, the elder bear spirit swung its claws in a desperate attack, but Xian easily sidestepped the clumsy strike. And with a powerful roar, he sent the aged bear spirit reeling backward, before pouncing forward once more. The bear spirit attempted to shield itself with its paw, but Xian's strength was overwhelming, shattering its defense and bringing it crashing to the ground, where he swiftly bit through its throat. Meanwhile, Lai, though perplexed by Xian's command to set the mountain ablaze, gritted his teeth and began his task. Driven by thoughts of the so-called grand opportunity, he scoured the forest for flammable materials and ignited them with flint. The flames quickly spread, thick smoke billowing toward Bear Valley. Upon seeing the smoke rise in the distance, Xian understood that Lai had commenced his operation. His assault intensified as he charged through the ranks of bear spirits, who began to panic at the ferocity of the tiger. Seizing the opportunity, Xian unleashed a final wave of slaughter, his claws and fangs mercilessly reaping the lives of the bear spirits. In a short time, the valley lay strewn with the bodies of slain bear spirits, only a handful of them still clinging to life. Xian approached them slowly, his murderous intent undiminished. Chapter 25. Why run? In that moment, the entire Blackback Mountain was thrown into chaos. The human race surged into the mountain with fierce determination. Flames raging like a demon through the forest, sweeping across vast stretches of woodland in mere moments. At this time, within the bear's lair, Xiong Kuei lay in his nest made of massive tree trunks and soft grass. His immense form resembled a small hill, with thick limbs sprawled carelessly, heavy eyelids partially obscuring his fierce gaze. The sudden uproar roused Xiong Kuei from his slumber, his eyes snapping wide open, full of fury. "These damn pests," he roared, his voice reverberating like thunder within the lair. That he began to stir, the dry grass rustling beneath his weight with each movement. He first lifted one of his bare paws, resembling a massive fan, and pressed it heavily against the ground. Then, with a powerful push of his hind legs, he sat upright. Before him, a mountain lynx crouched, its ears perked up in alarm, eyes filled with urgency. Its tail twitching restlessly as it reported the situation to Xiong Kui. Lord, the situation is dire. The human forces are overwhelming, and the demon clan led by Lai Kuang and by Tu Song cannot withstand the assault. The mountain lynx spoke, its claws scratching nervously at the ground, its voice trembling. It seems there are practitioners of the condensation realm among the human forces. Upon hearing this, Xiong Kuei did not respond immediately. He raised his head slightly, gazing into the distance, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Where is the white ape?" "The white ape has already gone to provide support." The mountain lynx quickly replied, "I see. I shall see what kind of adversaries these humans are." Xiong Kuei muttered through gritted teeth, "They dare trespass upon my blackback mountain time and again. Do they truly believe I am without defenders?" As he spoke, Xiong Kuei stepped out of the lair. Not hesitating for a moment, without waiting for the mountain lynx to lead the way, he stamped his feet forcefully. Instantly, his half-human, half-bear form began to dissipate. Muscles swelled and writhed beneath his skin, black fur sprouting rapidly like wild grass. In an instant, Xiong Kuei transformed into a colossal blackback bear spirit, his powerful limbs resembling stout pillars, firmly supporting his massive form. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, Xiong Kuei charged forward, the ground trembling violently with each step, trees swaying and shedding their leaves in the wake of his passage. Meanwhile, in Bear Valley, Xian Song was poised for his final preparations. He had single-handedly hunted down the entire population of bear spirits in the valley, and the scroll of life now bore over 100 crimson lines. Without hesitation, Xian Song entered a state of visualization, converting these red lines into blood essence fruits that would enhance his physical power. A multitude of blood essence fruits flooded into his being, and the previously feeble enhancement of his physical form underwent a qualitative transformation. With such a surplus, Xian Song's form was enveloped in a mist of crimson vapor, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His muscles swelled visibly, each one as hard as stone, brimming with explosive power. His already agile limbs grew even more robust, while his claws gleamed menacingly, and his spine resembled a steel beam, supporting his powerful physique. With another resounding tiger roar, the sound waves reverberated throughout Bear Valley. In this moment, Xian Song could distinctly sense the strength coursing through his form. By his estimation, should he encounter Lai Yan now, he could easily dispatch him with a single swipe. With his physical power fully enhanced, Xian Song turned his gaze toward the valley's edge. Thick smoke billowed, and flames roared, painting the sky crimson. It is time. With this thought, Xian Song swiftly set off toward the direction of the bear lair. Meanwhile, within the lair, Xiong Feng rapidly led the monkey spirits to transport water. "Damn it, these humans have such audacity to set fire to the mountain. Do they not fear the wrath of our demon clan strongmen?" Xiong Feng growled, regardless of whether they were demons or humans. Both sides adhered to a set of rules to avoid large-scale conflicts that would harm their respective foundations. Demons would harm humans, but rarely launched large-scale assaults on human settlements. More often, they would lure humans into the mountains. Conversely, humans understood that the mountain ranges were the habitats of demons and refrained from sweeping purges. Just then, Xiong Kuo's disheveled form appeared, followed by several black wolfhounds. "Xiong Kuo, why have you returned?" Xiong Feng inquired. Looking at him. "Don't ask," Xiong Kuo replied. "A powerful human appeared, and we were unable to resist. Thankfully, the white ape arrived just in time. I couldn't continue, so I made my escape." Breathless and panting, the bear, with singed fur still smoldering, exclaimed, "Master, the fire is approaching." At that moment, several monkeys hurriedly rushed over. Following their gaze, the bear, Feng, also noticed the flames advancing toward them, but as he looked, a fleeting shadow passed by in an instant. This is not good." A flicker of suspicion crossed Feng's eyes, and he swiftly made his way toward the dungeon, as if struck by a sudden realization. "What's wrong?" the bear, Kua, inquired, following closely behind. The dungeon, without a moment's hesitation, Kua trailed Feng as they hastened toward the inner stronghold. As they arrived, A pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. This is bad. They can't escape, can they? Feng expressed his concern, gazing at the nearby corpse of a monkey. However, before Qua could respond, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly illuminated the pitch-black dungeon. Escape? Why would we run? A chilling, raspy voice echoed, and before Feng could react, the dark figure lunged forward, knocking him down and biting towards his neck. You're seeking death, Qua roared, charging in with all his might. Yet, a similar fate soon befell him. The formidable figure of Xian Song sprang from the shadows of the dungeon, now standing over 3 meters tall. His powerful body, coupled with the force of his claws, could inflict lethal damage in an instant. Boom! A sharp sound resonated as Qua felt a searing pain across his face, blood streaming down to obscure one of his eyes. When he looked again, he saw a massive bear hide hanging from Xian Song's forepaw, flesh torn from his very face. In that moment, the excruciating agony drove Feng into a frenzy. It hurt so much. He bellowed, channeling his demonic energy, ready to engage Xian Song in close combat. But Xian Song was not foolish. As Feng charged, he swiftly pivoted, his tail striking Feng's head like a steel whip, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, He Sha showed no restraint in revealing his strength. As the bear and tiger clashed, He Sha unleashed the pin-up wrath within him. In the fierce combat, Qua stood no chance against He Sha. He was swiftly overpowered, his throat seized, and then disemboweled, brutally slain. Third brother, that one is yours, Xian Song stated calmly, as Sang Biao limped out from the dark dungeon, his hind legs severely injured, making his movement cumbersome. Nevertheless, Sang Biao showed no hesitation. Roar! Without further ado, he voraciously devoured Feng. With decades of cultivation between the two brothers, the flesh of the bear was a significant boon for both He Sha and Sang Biao. Brother, what should we do now? If we wait for Xiong Kui to return, we won't be able to leave. He Sha, drenched in blood, mostly that of Qua, concerned himself with the situation. Xiong Kui has likely rushed to confront the human cultivators. Xian Song replied, casting his gaze into the distance. The ongoing battle would likely draw attention away from the fire, allowing them to turn the tide to their advantage. Then shall we leave now? He Sha inquired. Not just yet. Xiong Kui has wronged my 3 brothers, attempting to raise a tiger to feast on its blood. Today, I shall teach him the true meaning of nurturing a tiger as a hidden threat. As the king of Hebei Mountain, Xiong Kui must possess considerable wealth. With Xian Song's words, both He Sha and Sang Biao's eyes gleamed with excitement, and they swiftly followed Xian Song toward Xiong Kui's lair. Before long, Xian Song located Xiong Kui's den, where 4 monkeys, each with over 60 years of cultivation, stood guard. Halt! The 4 monkeys screeched, attempting to obstruct Xian Song's path, but before they could utter another word, Xian Song unleashed a fierce tiger roar, and the 3 brothers launched themselves into battle, delivering lethal strikes in mere breaths. The monkeys were swiftly dispatched. The 60-year-old creatures posed no more challenge than ordinary beasts before Xian Song. Upon entering the den, a foul stench greeted them, accompanied by a sight of scattered bones. As they continued deeper, upon reaching Qua's nest, Xian Song's attention was drawn to several boxes radiating with spiritual energy. Upon opening them, they revealed various spirit fruits, including the red lingui fruit the 3 brothers had previously consumed in the tiger's cave. Strange, how did these human boxes end up here? He Sha pondered aloud. Who cares? We can't carry much away with us. Let us eat what we can, Sang Biao declared, preparing to feast, but he paused, awaiting Xian Song's command. You fool, you're finally using your brain, so what are you waiting for? Xian Song teased. Sang Biao was correct. Though Xian Song had opened his inner storage, it was still occupied. If he were to collect these spirit fruits, he would have no room. The moment he gave the command, Sang Biao devoured the fruits without regard for their effects. Xian Song followed suit, quickly consuming whatever he could. Yet, as Xian Song indulged, He Sha remained still. What's wrong? Xian Song inquired. Brother, I sense something is amiss here. Following He Sha's lead, Xian Song raised his gaze, observing as He Sha sniffed the air, and then moved a stone slab aside. 2 more boxes appeared before the brothers. Upon opening them, a rich essence of sun and moon energy wafted out. The first box contained nearly 1,000 sparkling demon crystals, along with a peculiar jade orb, adorned with menacing patterns resembling Xian Song's tiger stripes, although he could not identify its nature. Xian Song felt a unique resonance emanating from the orb, akin to a connection with his own bloodline. With little time to spare, he turned his attention to the second box, which housed a jar entirely black, etched with intricate ghostly patterns. A ghostly artifact? Xian Song's gaze sharpened, his thoughts quickly drawn to the jar. While uncertain of its exact name, he recognized its general nature. Ghostly artifacts, like spiritual artifacts, were crafted by humans, and during the previous surge of spirits, those vengeful spirits utilized such artifacts to amplify their power, rendering them formidable against human tactics. This is no ordinary item, Xiansong remarked slowly. Ghostly artifacts, while potent against spirits, will backlash against humans, corrupting them over time until they become neither human nor ghost. I feel a connection to this item. He Sha, unaware of the artifact's ominous nature, sensed its potential through his bloodline. Xiansong observed, noting He Sha's earnestness, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I can help you acquire it. With that, Xiansong inhaled deeply, drawing both the demon crystals and the small jar into his inner storage. Now, let us move swiftly. We cannot let these spirit fruits go to waste. Within 5 minutes, the brothers successfully gathered Xiong Kuei's wealth and treasures, consuming what they could while taking the rest. Once their task was complete, Xiansong led the way, confirming their direction before quickly departing the stronghold with He Sha and Sang Biao. With the three tigers together, the absence of Xiong Kuei and the white monkeys meant no creature could hinder their escape. Along their path, any monkeys that sensed something amiss faced only Xiansong's ferocious strikes. With Xiansong in the lead, the trio swiftly left the stronghold, and soon, birds circled overhead, occasionally calling out, "Brother!" Sang Biao, supporting his weight on his front limbs, dragged his massive frame forward, glancing up at the sky. Mirroring the actions of He Sha and Xiansong. Damn it. Afraid of the heat, Xiansong chuckled, glancing at his brothers. In response, the three exchanged glances before unleashing their formidable presence as they charged headlong into the roaring flames. The fire blazed, smoke billowing around them, and the birds above lost sight of the trio. Thankfully, the message had already been conveyed. Chapter 27. The arrival of the white monkey. Meanwhile, within the Hebei mountain, the white monkey's demonic energy surged, causing the surrounding flora to twist into vines, hoisting 4 human beings high into the air and executing them on the spot. Suddenly, a powerful gale swept through. A majestic white-headed eagle descended from the sky, landing atop an ancient tree. Lord White Monkey, the 3 tiger spirits have escaped. Upon hearing this, the white monkey's expression hardened. What of the king? The king is engaged in battle with the human cultivators to the north and cannot spare any attention. The eagle replied, "Summon the jackals and foxes to intercept them." After a moment's contemplation, the white monkey furiously commanded. Yet, the white-headed eagle hesitated to respond immediately. How perplexing. The white ape looked on with confusion. "My lord, the fox clan migrated en masse from Hebei Mountain to seek refuge with the yellow-headed king of Kuti Mountain half a month ago." Upon hearing this, the white ape's countenance soured to the utmost degree. "Provide me with a location. 30 miles north of here, they left traces, and then vanished into the fire forest. Clever to use fire as cover." Upon this revelation, the white ape ceased to linger, swiftly shrinking from its hybrid form into a white-haired monkey, and then rapidly departed towards the direction of the Xiansong trio. Meanwhile, amidst the roaring flames, Haisha collided with Sang Biao, sending him flying, and suddenly, a tree, previously consumed by flames, crashed down at the very spot where Sang Biao had just been. "That was close," Sang Biao remarked, still shaken. "Brother, we need a direction. If this continues, the 3 of us may end up trapped here." Haisha dodged the falling flames in the fire forest, glancing towards Xiansong. Soon, Xiansong replied, his gaze sweeping across the area, prompting Sang Biao to perk up. Is that the sound of water? Indeed. Water flows downward. We can use the flames for cover and then follow the waterway to escape. Finally leaving Hebei Mountain, Xiansong stated, but just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura spread forth. The 3 brothers turned to see a white figure rapidly approaching, leaping through the air in a parabolic arc. Landing before them. "Where are you headed?" "Esteemed ones." The white ape landed, its demonic power surging, transforming back into its hybrid form. Roar. Haisha and Sang Biao eyed the white ape, lowering their tiger bodies, emitting deep growls in unison. You were indeed overlooked. The white ape paid no heed to their hostility, focusing solely on Xiansong. At a distance of 3 to 5 meters, Xiansong's striped tiger form appeared as if adorned with gold and ink against the night. Its black stripes resembling mysterious runes. The kingly patterns exuded an aura of dominance, with clearly defined whiskers and sharp, elongated claws embedded in the ground. Its tail resembled a steel whip, muscles taut, as its mouth gaped to reveal fangs. Emitting a deep growl that resonated with the soul, "Return now, and you may live," the white ape commanded once more. Roar. However, Xiansong responded with a thunderous roar of his own, and in an instant, Haisha and Sang Biao lunged towards the white ape. Like 2 gusts of wind, they rushed forward, fueled by boundless fury. Haisha leaped high, stretching his body in midair, jaws agape, aiming for the white ape's neck. The glint of his sharp fangs shimmering in the firelight. Sang Biao crouched low, resembling a bolt of black lightning, circling to the side of the white ape, his front paws lunging towards its legs. seeking to unbalance it. Yet the white ape remained unfazed, a look of disdain in its eyes. Just as Haisha was about to bite down, the white ape flickered and vanished from sight. Haisha's jaws clamped down on empty air, the force propelling him forward. At that moment, the white ape appeared above Sangbiao, raising its robust arm and bringing it down with the force of a tempest. Sangbiao had no time to evade, the blow sending him crashing into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Haisha quickly turned to attack again. The white ape wore a cold smile, remaining stationary until Haisha was nearly upon it, then swiftly extended a hand, seizing Haisha's throat. Instantly, a purple glow enveloped the scene, and despite Haisha's nearly 200-pound form, the white ape held him effortlessly. Haisha struggled desperately, his claws flailing in the air, yet unable to inflict any harm upon the white ape. With one hand, the white ape lifted Haisha and hurled him forcefully towards the oncoming Sangbiao. The two tigers collided heavily, rolling upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the white ape surged forward, stomping the ground with great force, propelling itself towards the Xinsong trio. In midair, the white ape gestured, gathering demonic power in its palms, causing the surrounding trees to respond, rapidly forming two vines that struck down upon Sangbiao and Haisha, sending them flying. After accomplishing this, the white ape turned its gaze towards Xinsong. Are you not going to make a move? Show me how astonishing your growth can be. In this heart-stopping moment, the towering, formidable white ape and the stern-faced Xinsong stood in a stalemate, resembling two immovable mountains. The area around them was engulfed in raging flames, a sea of fire consuming everything in its path. Meanwhile, Haisha and Sangbiao had been tightly bound by resilient vines, unable to move an inch. These vines seemed to possess a life of their own, constricting more tightly, eliciting pained groans from the two. Simultaneously, the once towering trees around them succumbed to the inferno, crashing down with deafening roars, their thick trunks smashing into the ground, creating clouds of dust that added to the chaos. I have heard that the esteemed white ape has studied among the human race for some time. Xinsong did not rush, his tiger eyes fixated on the white ape. Indeed, the white ape nodded. Then, esteemed white ape, are you aware of what occurs when fire engulfs the mountains and steam rises? Hebei Mountain is merely a small hill within the Tianyu mountain range, surrounded by towering peaks. As Xinsong spoke, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, with flashes of lightning flickering within. Following Xinsong's words, the white ape found itself momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp Xinsong's intentions given their current capabilities. Merely posturing. It seems your abilities are limited. With that, the white ape ceased its speech, raising a hand as the surrounding vegetation stirred, for vines swiftly coiling towards Xinsong, observing the rapidly approaching vines. Xinsong's tiger form tensed. Just as the vines were about to ensnare him, Xinsong sprang into action, leaping aside like an arrow released from its bow. The vines missed their target, crashing heavily to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Without pausing, Xinsong utilized the momentum to pounce towards the white ape. In midair, his tiger claws shot forth, glinting with a cold light, aimed directly at the white ape's eyes. Chapter 28. Thunder Foolish. The white ape bellowed, swinging its arm with ferocity, unleashing a surge of demonic light from its palm, akin to a tumultuous wave, which forcefully sent Xinsong's tiger form hurtling away. In the air, Xinsong found it impossible to regain control, feeling as if his very body might disintegrate from the impact. Bind, the white ape shouted once more. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled violently, and four thick vines erupted from the earth like long dormant serpents, twisting their spiked bodies towards Xinsong. The white ape's demonic arts were incredibly agile, far from the clumsy and slow nature of ordinary demonkin. Witnessing this miraculous ability to summon growth from the ground, the white ape could easily contend with any foe within the realm of Hebei Mountain, save for the formidable Xiong Kue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xinsong's tiger form darted about within the fire forest, his claws carving deep furrows into the ash-laden ground. His eyes were fixed on the four vines, ears perked in vigilance, and his tail raised slightly, poised for any sudden danger. Fortunately, the raging fire acted as a natural barrier. The vines unleashed by the white ape, subjected to the searing heat, began to wilt, unable to consistently target Xinsong. Meanwhile, thunderous roars echoed from above as dark clouds thickened ominously, resembling a massive black wave, pressing heavily upon the sky. Is dodging all you can do? The white ape paid no mind to the peculiar weather. Its eyes filled with malice and disdain. Swift as lightning, it closed the distance towards Xinsong. In that instant, Xinsong's tiger ears perked, sharply attuned to the thunderous sound. Suddenly, Xinsong opened his mouth, revealing a hidden chamber within, from which he expelled a lightning rod. The white ape, taken aback by this unfamiliar object, momentarily hesitated. assuming Xiansong was conjuring some strange technique. Instinctively retreating. Roar. After releasing the lightning rod, Xiansong focused on a direction, his tiger tail taut with muscle, then lashed out like a steel whip. The lightning rod shot forth like an arrow, embedding itself into a sturdy tree. At that moment, torrential rain began to pour from the heavens, the raindrops cascading like pearls scattered from a broken string, splattering upon the ground. The deluge curtailed the spread of the raging fire somewhat. However, as water and fire are incompatible, the instant the rain fell, a wave of scalding steam surged upward, enveloping the entire Hebei mountain in a thick white mist. The white ape's fierce gaze narrowed, filled with disdain as it observed Xiansong's actions, merely trickery. With that, the white ape shifted its form, appearing before Xiansong in an instant. Without a word, it unleashed a torrent of demonic light, akin to a burning flame, wielding the power to obliterate everything, striking Xiansong with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, Xiansong felt as though his body had been struck by a speeding truck, hurtling through the air uncontrollably for several rotations before crashing heavily to the ground, splattering mud and water in all directions. Upon witnessing Xiansong's plight, the white ape's eyes gleamed with a hint of cruelty as it unhesitatingly launched another assault. With a flick, the white ape summoned 4 tendrils that, infused with boundless strength, tore through the downpour like 4 razor-sharp arrows, hurtling swiftly towards Xiansong. With a determined breath, Xiansong sprang to his feet, his powerful limbs bulging like small hills, unleashing a terrifying force that propelled him toward the direction of the lightning rod. However, his injured hind leg severely hampered his speed, causing him to lag just behind. One tendril, akin to a venomous serpent striking, pierced through Xiansong's hind leg, and as if celebrating a victory, it yanked him down in a disheveled manner. The relentless rain poured down, its icy droplets mingling with the blood streaming from Xiansong's leg, forming a vivid crimson pool upon the ground. You could have lived a long life, following the king's command, the white ape declared, standing before Xiansong as rainwater cascaded down its fur. I once believed you might possess more wit than your foolish parents. A mocking expression adorned the white ape's face, its lips curling to reveal sharp teeth. What a pity. It shook its head, looking down at Xiansong with utter disdain, unbeknownst to the white ape. However, Xiang Biao and He Sha were stealthily approaching, while Xiansong bared his sharp canines. My parents were slain by Xiong Kuei. Blood trickled down Xiansong's thigh, soaking his fur, yet his expression remained composed as he fixed a resolute gaze on the white ape. Blame them for their arrogance. The white ape's eyes flickered, sensing the arrival of He Sha and Xiang Biao, yet it scoffed. They were once like you, prideful in their strength, which pales in comparison to us. The refined demons. Of course, I must admit that the twin tigers of the Tiger Den posed a challenge, but what of it? They were still ultimately forged into demon orbs by Xiong Kuei. As the words left its mouth, the white ape swung its claw with ferocity, channeling its demonic energy. In response, 4 sharp tendrils burst forth from the ground, driven by the storm, resembling 4 serpents seeking their prey. The tendrils then branched out in 3 directions, clawing toward the vital points of Xiansong, He Sha, and Xiang Biao. Now is the time. He Sha and Xiang Biao lunged forward, their front teeth suddenly radiating golden light. Simultaneously, a deafening thunderclap echoed from the heavens. As if the gods were enraged, a white bolt of lightning descended like an angry dragon, striking towards Xiansong and the white ape. The lightning flickered with blinding brilliance, tearing through the air, producing a sizzling sound as it passed. At this moment, the white ape, preoccupied with He Sha and Xiang Biao, was startled by the golden light, its eyes widening in shock, the fur on its body standing on end. Instinctively, it propelled itself backward, its legs pushing off the ground with great force. In retreat, it clawed at the earth, creating deep marks to stabilize its stance. With a resounding crash, the lightning struck the lightning rod previously created by Xiansong, tearing through the tree trunk with explosive force. Just then, Xiansong made a final leap toward the tree, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Debris exploded like shrapnel, as the remaining power of the thunder surged like a raging flood, cleaving the ancient tree in 2. The immense force extended down to the ground, leaving a charred, smoke-emitting scar, as if the earth had been viciously clawed by a colossal beast. The severed tree slowly collapsed, its massive crown crashing to the ground, splattering mud and water in all directions, creating a gigantic mudflower that obscured vision and rendered the surroundings indistinct. The white ape, failing to notice the upheaval on Xiansong's side, was focused on the terrifying streams of sunlight energy that had transformed into deadly beams, aimed at it from the jaws of He Sha and Xiang Biao. As the white ape thrust its hands forward, its demonic energy coalesced into a barrier. Yet, the moment their powers collided, the white ape's barrier shattered, sending its form hurtling away. After the initial strike, The remnants of the sunlight energy wreaked havoc upon the white ape, diminishing its demonic power and forcibly erasing part of its cultivation. Damn it. Another explosion of demonic light erupted as violet energy consumed the golden sunlight energy within it. Breathing heavily, the white ape remained stationary, its gaze instinctively shifting towards Xiansong. Chapter 29. My temper is quite high right now. The white ape had witnessed the lightning strike and realized Xiansong had deliberately moved toward it. To the white ape, Xiansong was no fool seeking his own demise. Following its gaze, the view was obscured by the tree canopy, yet as it sensed an unusual aura emanating from Xiansong. The white ape's brows furrowed in confusion. Although it couldn't comprehend Xiansong's intentions, an instinctive shadow loomed over it. Foreboding trouble. It crouched slightly, instinctively adopting a defensive posture with its claws. Its eyes fixated on the area where the mud was flying. Meanwhile, Xiang Biao and He Sha lay on the ground, rendered immobile at that moment. While Xiang Biao and He Sha delayed the white ape with their sunlight energy, Xiansong closed his tiger eyes. The thunderstorm cultivation technique was wildly activated within him, as arcs of electricity danced around his body, flickering like agile serpents amongst his fur, occasionally crackling with a faint sound. Xiansong's body trembled slightly, as if subjected to an immense force, his claws digging deep into the earth, leaving profound marks. In an instant, an overwhelming sensation of tearing surged through him. The lightning rampaged within Xiansong, causing the muscles along his tiger form to rupture and bleed. Damn it, the power of this world's thunder is far stronger than in my previous life. Xiansong cursed inwardly. In that moment, Xiansong found himself in a precarious situation. Had it not been for the enhancements from the blood essence fruit, he would have surely perished under such a strike. Damn it, am I really going to succumb? His expression contorted in agony as the thunder continued to torment him. At this juncture, Xiansong pushed the thunderstorm technique to its limits, desperately absorbing any spiritual fruits or demonic crystals he had consumed earlier to suppress the pain. Boom! Just then, the white ape sensed something amiss. It raised its claw, summoning its demonic energy once more, unleashing 4 tendrils that surged forward like sharp spears, cutting through the chaotic winds and rains, targeting the ancient tree that obscured its view. The tendrils swept through the air, creating a tumultuous storm. With a resounding crash, the tendrils sent the remnants of the shattered ancient tree flying. At that moment, Xiansong's figure emerged into the white ape's line of sight. In that charred expanse, Xiansong's tiger form showed no signs of fatigue from the lightning strike. Instead, it radiated a formidable aura, akin to surging ocean waves expanding outward in powerful ripples. With each pulse of energy emanating from Xiansong, the force grew increasingly potent. 80 years of cultivation, 90 years. 100 years. Each surge resonated like the beating of war drums, shaking the very air around them. How is this possible? The white ape's understanding was completely overturned upon witnessing this spectacle. Xiansong's tiger eyes slowly opened. They gleamed with unwavering determination and strength, his whiskers fluttering in the wind, as if invigorated by the impending battle. Scraps, it's my turn now. With a low growl, Xiansong's demonic energy surged to unprecedented heights. Under the recent lightning strike, he had pushed the thunderstorm cultivation technique to its pinnacle. In this state, it was as if Xiansong operated at over 100 full cycles, releasing the spiritual light and demonic crystals he had ingested in Xiong Kuei's cave, all at once absorbing them into his demonic form. However, this was not the sole reason for Xiansong's current state. The most significant factor was the jade orb. The power of the shared bloodline nourished him, leaving no trace of rejection within Xiansong's tiger form. Moreover, a stirring sensation from deep within him allowed Xiansong to glimpse the majestic Tiger King, exceeding 4 meters in length, alongside a mother tiger exuding a loving gaze, both manifesting before him. Though not a word was exchanged between them, the mother tiger raised her forepaw, yearning to touch Xiansong, yet it was beyond reach. Nevertheless, the gentle gaze of the mother tiger stirred something deep within Xiansong's heart. Ultimately, under the nod of the male tiger and the reluctant glances exchanged, Xiansong's body was filled with an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. Subsequently, he suppressed the thunder, allowing the demon thunder convergence technique to fully absorb that bolt of thunderous power. His cultivation began to soar, roar. A single roar of a tiger resonated as if 3 tigers were vocalizing in unison. In response to this roar, the muscles of Xiansong's body visibly rippled beneath his fur like waves. His sharp claws gradually receded, while his tiger paws elongated, the bones of his fingers prominently outlined. His legs underwent a similar transformation. The robust limbs of the tiger began to stretch, maintaining their strength while adopting a more graceful contour, akin to that of a human leg. Rising to his feet, Xiansong's tiger mouth slowly contracted, the the snout becoming increasingly flat, and his tiger eyes elongated and deepened, exuding a sense of ferocity and brutality. With a sinister green glint flickering within his pupils, as Xiansong grinned, his fangs appeared sharper in the light, resembling two gleaming daggers. His face bore the markings of a tiger, with eyes that sparkled with life. His hind legs morphed, and his tiger claws firmly planted themselves on the ground, while his thick tail lashed wildly. With his upper body erect, the tiger patterns on his chest swelled, and his muscular arms, interlaced with yellow and black stripes, showcased the essence of a half-human, half-tiger form, embodying the malevolent aura inherent to such beings, exuding a terrifying and barbaric demonic energy. Standing upright, Xiansong's formidable arms extended past his knees, his claws reaching out, towering nearly 3 meters high, more than half a head taller than the white ape. How could this be? When the white ape beheld this scene, the shock in its eyes was swiftly replaced by terror. To the white ape, even if Xiansong's cultivation had reached the level of a refined demon, such a transformation was unfathomable. Moreover, the stages of refinement, demon transformation, and the manifestation of a demonic form should not occur simultaneously. After all, for the white ape, it took 300 years of cultivation, followed by over a decade, to achieve its current demonic form. Yet, the demonic form exhibited by Xiansong surpassed that of Xiong Kuei, as it could only be achieved by one whose cultivation had reached the realm of a great demon. Most notably, the aura of cultivation Xiansong displayed was unlike that of an ordinary refined demon. At present, it suggested a minimum of 300 years of demonic energy. Xiansong's tiger eyes fixated on the white ape, one eye glistening with tears while the other brimmed with brutality. Crimson veins coursing through, emanating a chilling malice. Old thing, the raspy demon tongue uttered, a sound akin to countless nails scraping against thin glass, unbearably piercing. I am currently in a great fury. Boom, the moment those words fell. Xiansong swung his arm, his tiger paw sweeping forth, conjuring a gust of fierce wind, then lunged at the white ape. The white ape, taken aback, retreated hastily, summoning 4 vines that surged toward Xiansong. However, to Xiansong, these 4 vines were scarcely worth a glance. With a mere flick of his paw, his claws, sharp as steel blades, unleashed a furious demonic force, shredding the vines to pieces. The white ape, having suffered greatly from the earlier onslaught of solar essence, found its demonic power severely diminished, rendering these newly summoned vines significantly weaker than before. As Xiansong tore through the vines, he did not pause. Propelled by the terrifying demonic energy, he surged forward like a phantom. His enormous half-human, half-tiger form moved with astonishing speed, each step resonating with a dull thud against the ground, as if the earth trembled beneath him. Witnessing the vines easily torn asunder, the white ape's eyes widened in terror. It attempted to summon more demonic energy, but in its panic, coupled with its unstable state, the flow of energy became sluggish. Chapter 30 Xiong Kuei, you have quite the audacity. Damn. Xiansong was now mere feet away, and instinctively, he opened his cavernous maw, revealing his menacing fangs, and lunged for the white ape's neck. The white ape desperately turned its head, and Xiansong's fangs grazed its fur, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Failing to land his initial strike, Xiansong roared in fury, the sound reverberating through the trees, causing them to sway and shed their leaves. Following this, Xiansong's tiger paw swung back with incredible speed, carving a deep gash across the white ape's chest, blood gushing forth. The white ape let out a pain scream with a swift motion. It clawed at Xiansong's eyes, but Xiansong stood firm, enduring the blow without flinching, while his other tiger paw struck mercilessly at the white ape's abdomen. Boom, this blow, akin to a mighty hammer, sent the white ape hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Spitting forth a mouthful of blood, the white ape lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood pouring from its mouth, utterly devoid of strength to resist. At this moment, Xiansong exhaled heated breaths, approaching the white ape with heavy steps, each stride akin to a countdown to death. As he reached the white ape, he seized it from the ground, uttering not a word, his tiger paw gripping the ape's skull. Initially, Xiansong had intended to torment it further, but as time passed, the foreign demonic energy within him began to dwindle rapidly. Delay would spell disaster. With a sickening crunch, Xiansong crushed the white ape's skull like an eggshell, accompanied by its final wail, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Xiansong stood beside the lifeless form of the white ape, his tiger eyes fixed upon the remains, the ferocity within slowly fading, replaced by a serene calm after victory. Moments later, Xiansong turned away, and at that instant, his humanoid demonic form dissipated, reverting back to a blood-soaked striped tiger. His gaze became somewhat hazy, and he vaguely perceived the additional demonic energy within him coalescing. As two tiger shadows departed from him, dragging his weary body, Sang Biao and He Sha had also freed themselves from the white ape's demise. All that remained was the chaotic battlefield and the gradually cooling corpse of the white ape. While the surrounding winds and rain seemed to lament the bloody carnage, brother, He Sha and Sang Biao hurried to Xiansong's side. Discarding the white ape's carcass, they sought the demonic core within, which, though irregular, radiated with demonic energy. As they departed, Sang Biao, still irked, bit down hard on the white ape's corpse, tearing away large chunks of flesh to swallow. You truly eat everything. Aren't you afraid that old thing might be poisonous? He Sha quipped, and together with Sang Biao, they swiftly dragged Xiansong to the nearest water source. With a splash, they plunged into the water, which posed no hindrance to He Sha and Sang Biao. For tigers, aside from their inability to fly, had adapted remarkably well to their environment. Yet, as they turned a corner, the current suddenly grew fierce, sweeping the three tigers off their feet. The scene shifted, accompanied by the torrential downpour on Blackback Mountain. The relentless raindrops pelted the ground, engaging in a fierce contest with the flames. Gradually, the once raging inferno, which devoured everything in its path, began to lose its fierce momentum, extinguishing little by little. However, amidst this forest, the atmosphere of the battlefield remained tense and suffocating. A massive figure, its fur as dark as ink, loomed like a war deity, emanating a powerful aura that sent shivers down the spine. Surrounding this formidable Xiong Kuei were the lifeless bodies of three human cultivators. These were no ordinary individuals. Each had achieved the formidable level of qi condensation. It is known that those who enter the realm of qi condensation possess the ability to commune with the spiritual energies of the world, enabling them to wield terrifying spells of immense power. Yet, despite this, they ultimately fell victim to Xiong Kuei's overwhelming assault, meeting their demise and adding another tragic hue to the land. After vanquishing these humans, Xiong Kuei paid a heavy toll. His massive body bore numerous wounds, and his once fluffy fur was drenched in sweat and blood, clinging to him in a pitiful state. Damn. Was that supposed to suppress the cursed blood? How can it still? Buffed. In this moment, Xiong Kuei found the turmoil within his body, where the ghastly energy surged forth in opposition to his own demonic aura, far more intolerable than the physical wounds. Even under the influence of this ghastly energy, he could distinctly sense his own demonic power being assimilated. My lord. At that moment, a whistling sound echoed from the sky, as the white-headed song spread its enormous wings, generating a gust of wind, its agile form darting through the air like an arrow released from a bow. What is happening? Xiong Kuei, forcibly suppressing the anomaly, resembled a crumbling mountain, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Gasping for breath, a deep wound marred his abdomen, blood gushing forth, flowing down his thick fur. With each trickle, pain shot through him, revealing his sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. My lord, the white ape has perished. Slain by those three tiger demons. The words of the white-headed song struck like thunder. Xiong Kuei's head snapped up, resembling a volcano suddenly awakened. With both hands firmly planted on the ground, he left deep claw marks from his enormous paws. Suddenly, he rose to his full height, his eyes widening in shock, a crimson glow flickering within them, as a palpable aura of bloodlust erupted from his entire being. What did you say? Xiong Kuei's eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. His face etched with disbelief, a low growl emanating from his throat. This is bad. Before Bai Tu Tsang could respond, Xiong Kuei, suddenly realizing something, set aside his concerns about the death of the white ape. He turned abruptly, his massive form charging forward like a rampaging war chariot, racing towards the village. When Xiong Kuei returned, the entire settlement lay in eerie silence. Only 2 or 3 monkey spirits remained, their diminutive figures flitting among the countless corpses, scavenging the remnants on the ground. Xiong Kuei cast a quick glance at the tragic scene before dashing towards his cave. Upon entering, he was met with utter chaos. As if a tornado had swept through the space. With heavy steps, he moved forward, each stride seemingly imbued with boundless fury. Upon seeing the 2 empty compartments, his mind went blank, his body swayed as if it were a tree on the brink of toppling, his legs buckling beneath him, nearly causing him to faint. After a breath, Xiong Kuei seemed to be ignited by an invisible force, his demonic energy surging like a roaring tsunami, reaching a crescendo as he bellowed to the heavens. Damn it. You scoundrels. The sound reverberated throughout the village, sending tremors through the ground, loosening stones from the cave ceiling. However, beneath this fury, the ghostly energy that had just been suppressed erupted once more, causing Xiong Kuei to lose consciousness. Days and nights passed. After an indeterminate time, Xiong Kuei awoke to find an elder shrouded in shadow, hunched over in his former spot. "What is this?" he exclaimed, rising in anger, but before he could act further, a more potent pressure descended upon him, forcing him to kneel. "Xiong Kuei, you have some audacity." Meanwhile, the situation for Xiansong and his companions was far from optimistic. The torrential waters surged like countless invisible hands, fiercely dragging the three brothers along, the water roaring with a deafening cacophony, as if intent on engulfing all in its path. Beneath this relentless current, Xiansong, Sang Biao, and He Sha were as fragile as leaves, unable to stabilize their forms, helplessly carried away until they were deposited near an unfamiliar mountain lake. After what felt like an eternity, the most injured of the three, Xiansong, slowly regained consciousness. His tiger eyes flickered open, their former brightness and authority now dulled, shrouded in a haze. Xiansong laboriously turned his head, his thoughts still muddled, and his gaze fell upon his younger brother Sang Biao, who was gnawing at his own tail. Xiansong withdrew his tail, struggling to lift his limbs. His legs trembled, each muscle protesting as he expended considerable effort to raise his tiger form slightly, then laboriously moved towards the shore with Sang Biao in tow. "Wake up!" Xiansong flicked Sang Biao with his tail. Sang Biao grumbled. "Who slapped my face?" He suddenly opened his eyes, still clouded with sleep, until he recognized Xiansong's face. "Elder brother!" Sang Biao exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy. "Where's second brother?" Xiansong, who had fainted after slaying the white ape, was unaware of the subsequent events. His voice was weak yet tinged with urgency. "Where is second brother?" Sang Biao, now realizing the gravity of the situation, sprang to his feet, scanning their surroundings with a frantic gaze, his mind racing. "Weren't we together?" Xiansong inquired, breathless, the pain from his wounds causing his voice to quiver. "We were, but after we fell into the water, the current was incredibly fierce," Sang Biao explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, Xiansong's expression darkened slightly as he turned to look at the raging waters, his ears unconsciously drooping, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. Xiansong and Sang Biao had been swept onto the riverbank, but He Sha. The river stretched endlessly before them. "Damn it!" Xiansong gritted his teeth, his jaws clenched tightly, muscles in his cheeks bulging. However, the current situation left no room for Xiansong to ponder. His body was still riddled with ruptured wounds, waves of searing pain coursing through him, causing involuntary shudders. "We need to find a place to rest and recuperate," Xiansong spoke weakly, and Sang Biao quickly sprang into action, leading the way. Unlike Xiansong, whose injuries were severe, Sang Biao suffered only from physical wounds. His muscular tiger form sprang forward. Though his steps were heavy, they carried a relentless determination, his thick fur rippling like sturdy armor with each movement. This fellow may lack other merits, but his resilience is undeniable. The two tigers advanced, Xiansong quickly activating the Yao, Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju, allowing his demonic energy to flow slowly within him, akin to a meandering stream, attempting to restore order within his chaotic state. Currently, Xiansong's body was in turmoil, housing three conflicting energies. The first was the unrefined thunder power, flickering weakly within him like restless serpents. The second was Xiansong's own demonic energy, pure and substantial, cultivated through the Yao, Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju. The third was the residual strength granted by the tiger pearl. Though diminished, it still blazed like a fervent flame, yearning to merge with Xiansong's essence. Yet obstructed by the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju, all three forces relied on Xiansong's own demonic energy to strive for equilibrium. However, if he did not soon find the opportunity to refine the abnormalities within him, his foundation could very well be compromised. "Elder brother, where should we go now?" Sang Biao inquired, keeping vigilant eyes on their surroundings, his ears twitching to capture any sounds that in this vast mountain. The two brothers found themselves lost, unaware of their whereabouts or the potential threats nearby. Typically, formidable creatures would occupy the most advantageous layers. Thus, we shall seek out the less desirable places, recuperate, and then devise our next move. Xiansong's voice was low and raspy. "Understood." Sang Biao nodded quickly, then leaped into action, his tiger body tracing an arc through the air. "Elder brother, wait for me here." With that, Sang Biao vanished into the thicket. Moments later, he re-emerged, leaping from the underbrush, leaves cascading in his wake. "Elder brother, this way." Soon, the two discovered a dilapidated cave, carrying the scent of other beasts and a hint of blood. "Elder brother, this place once housed a flower leopard spirit, which I have now slain," Sang Biao declared with pride, eyeing the lifeless body of the flower leopard. His tiger jaws parted slightly, revealing sharp teeth. Now we have both food and shelter. Xin Song regarded the flower leopard's carcass, a hint of exasperation creeping into his voice. Did you not think to inquire what mountain this is from the flower leopard? Sang Biao hesitated, and Xin Song realized that relying on him was futile. Let us rest for now. I will tend to my wounds before searching for He Sha. With that, Xin Song sought a suitable spot to lie down, gradually curling his body into a resting position. As he closed his eyes, the Yao Ti Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju began to circulate, pure demonic energy flowing through Xin Song, akin to a clear spring nourishing parched earth, swiftly refining and absorbing the remaining two powers within him. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. As the morning sun bathed the earth in its golden light, rays pierced the forest canopy, illuminating the cave. In the sunlight, Xin Song's tiger eyes slowly opened, a brilliant light flashing within them. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from him, akin to a volcano's eruption, refining the thunder power and absorbing the remnants of the tiger pearl. At this moment, Xin Song transcended from monster to demon, his cultivation blossoming to 230 years. The terrifying aura of demonic energy radiated forth, startling Sang Biao within the cave, his eyes widening in shock as he instinctively took a step back. After several breaths, Xin Song reigned in his demonic might, his energy receding like a tide, until he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary wild tiger. Elder brother, what has happened? My cultivation has broken through, Xin Song replied softly, his voice calm and steady. That's wonderful. Shall we go find second brother now? Sang Biao exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, his tail wagging vigorously. Not yet. With the turmoil at Hebei Mountain and Xiong Kuei still present, if he were to track us down, we currently lack the strength to confront him. Xin Song's words left Sang Biao bewildered. Even now, our elder brother cannot overpower that bear? Sang Biao inquired, his ears slightly perked up. All they do is eat all day. The demon clan cultivates, and wild beasts awaken their intelligence to become spirits. Once awakened, they may officially begin their training, and after a century of cultivation, they can step into the realm of refined demons. Upon reaching this level, every 300 years of cultivation allows for another transformation into a demon. Take the case of the bear Kuei from Hebei Mountain. Such a degree of transformation requires at least 600 years of cultivation. Moreover, judging by the demon crystal in Kuei's possession, it is evident that there are even greater demon forces behind him. As Xin Song spoke of this, a flicker of apprehension flashed in his eyes. What shall we do now? Sang Biao cautiously glanced at him. It is not convenient for us to intervene, and it is nearly impossible for just the two of us to locate He Sha under these circumstances. What I mean is at this point, Xin Song paused, then slowly stepped out of the cave to gaze at the outside world. We may be unfamiliar with this place, but that does not mean other spirits are as well. Chapter 32. Subduing the wolf pack. The scene shifted. Near a rugged hill, a massive green-faced, tusked giant tiger was swiftly moving, surrounded by the corpses of wolves that had been bitten or torn apart. Roaring a howl, the cries of wolves clashed with the tiger's roar. Sang Biao charged ahead, his limbs more agile than those of an ordinary tiger, each swing capable of slaying a mountain wolf. The battle intensified, and the wolf pack grew ever larger. Yet, regardless of their tactics or the presence of some skilled spirits among them, it was nearly impossible for any to withstand a single blow from Sang Biao. You worthless creatures are far inferior to those foolish bears. The wolf clan was renowned for its numbers, with the combat strength of mountain wolves varying greatly. Behind this valley stood Xin Song, quietly observing from a high vantage point, occasionally feeling a tinge of boredom, prompting him to lounge down. My king, this vile old tiger is insufferable. Let me tear him apart. A similar situation unfolded behind the wolf pack. The gigantic wolf king was flanked by slightly larger members of the pack, these mountain wolves being the elite, each possessing 2 to 3 decades of cultivation. Though their cultivation seemed modest, their sheer number approached 100. The wolf king remained silent, its gaze fixed intently on Xin Song behind Sang Biao. At this moment, sensing the time was ripe, Xin Song leapt into the midst of the wolf pack. Simultaneously, the wolf king moved, and the rest of the pack retreated like a tide, creating space for both parties. How do you intend to proceed? The wolf king glared fiercely at Xin Song. How shall I proceed? Xin Song echoed the question, advancing slightly, his terrifying demonic aura spreading forth, compelling the surrounding mountain wolves to prostrate themselves. Yet, despite Xin Song's formidable cultivation, the wolf king showed no signs of fear, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, though its cultivation was inferior to Xin Song's. The dignity of the wolf king forbade it from bowing its head. You possess some courage. Xin Song spoke in a deep voice, then dissipated his demonic energy, that I shall not bully you. Let us engage in a contest of physical strength. If I win, you will submit to me. If I lose, I shall turn and leave. What say you? Xiansong addressed the Wolf King. Normally, he could easily crush it with his cultivation, but such intimidation was not what he sought. What he desired was the Wolf King's wholehearted allegiance. Agreed. The Wolf King promptly accepted, and the remaining wolves withdrew once more, leaving a vast open area for the confrontation. Brother, allow me to take part. Sang Biao eagerly interjected. Stand back. Xiansong growled deeply, his gaze firmly fixed on the Wolf King, exuding an undeniable authority. Though the Wolf King's cultivation was indeed inferior to Xiansong's, it boasted over 90 years of cultivation. And with such a fearsome pack, it could prove to be a significant asset. With Xiansong's command, Sang Biao reluctantly stepped back, his eyes still fixed on the battlefield, brimming with a fighting spirit. Xiansong and the Wolf King gradually approached the center of the arena, their gazes locking in a fierce exchange, as if sparks were flying through the air. Xiansong's muscles quivered beneath his fur. Showcasing his immense power, the Wolf King stood resolute, its forelegs firmly planted, its posture low like a taut bow, ready to spring into action, the fierce glint in its green vertical pupils shining brightly. Suddenly, the Wolf King launched the first attack. It dashed toward Xiansong like a flash of gray lightning, its speed accompanied by a howling wind. As it neared Xiansong, the Wolf King leapt high, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs aimed at Xiansong's neck. Yet, Xiansong remained unfazed, his body shifting slightly to evade the lethal bite effortlessly, while his right forepaw swiftly struck out, with tremendous force, toward the Wolf King's abdomen. The Wolf King, twisting its body midair, narrowly dodged the claw, but still felt the rush of wind generated by Xiansong's strike, causing it to sway in the air. Upon landing, the Wolf King did not pause for breath. It quickly adjusted its stance and lunged at Xiansong once more. This time, it altered its strategy, opting not to target Xiansong's vital spots directly, but instead aimed to claw at his foreleg. Attempting to restrict his movements, observing this, Xiansong forcefully pushed off with his hind legs, leaping high above the Wolf King's head, flipping in midair to pounce onto the Wolf King's back, sensing the movement behind it. The Wolf King attempted to evade, but it was too late. Xiansong's tiger paw landed heavily on its back, leaving deep gashes that oozed blood. Howl, the Wolf King yelped in pain, yet this cry only ignited its ferocity further as it spun around, disregarding the pain on its back, and lunged once more at Xiansong. This time, the two collided head-on, their claws grappling and teeth gnashing. Xiansong's jaws clamped tightly onto the Wolf King's shoulder, while the Wolf King's fangs sank into Xiansong's foreleg, neither willing to relent. The Wolf King thrashed its head vigorously, but at that moment, it realized that its prideful teeth barely pierced Xiansong's thick fur. Sensing this, Xiansong's body shuddered, causing the Wolf King to sway alongside him, yet its claws remained firmly dug into the ground, refusing to be toppled. On the sidelines, Sang Biao watched in anxious agitation. Pacing back and forth, his tail whipping through the air, desperately wanting to rush in to assist but managing to restrain himself. Meanwhile, Xiansong summoned all his strength, and seizing the moment while the Wolf King was still reeling, he broke free from their entanglement and delivered a powerful kick that sent the Wolf King flying several meters away. The Wolf King tumbled across the ground several times before coming to a halt, its body covered in dirt and appearing quite disheveled. "Do you still refuse to concede?" Xiansong's voice rumbled, for during their recent struggle, he could have easily ended the Wolf King's life had he wished. However, if he truly desired the Wolf King's demise, he would not have exerted such effort. Quite tenacious, yet lacking in strength, the Wolf King, upon hearing these words, struggled to rise, shaking off the dirt from its fur, emitting a low growl from its throat. "It is not over yet." With that, the Wolf King charged at Xiansong once more. Its speed was greater than before, yet this time Xiansong offered no opportunities. In a moment of leap, he soared high, surpassing the Wolf King's stature, and came crashing down with a mighty paw upon the Wolf King's head. The immense force caused the Wolf King to plummet to the ground. Taking several breaths to regain its composure. At that moment, Xiansong stood quietly, his form casting a shadow over the defeated Wolf King, who struggled to rise but found itself pinned by Xiansong's paw. Immobilized. "You have lost," Xiansong stated calmly, his gaze unwavering. He no longer held back, his claws slightly extending. Should the Wolf King resist further, Xiansong would not hesitate to strike with lethal intent. The Wolf King's body, trapped beneath Xiansong's paw, flickered with reluctance, yet it comprehended its inability to continue the fight. After a moment, The Wolf King slowly bowed its head in submission. Chapter 33. News of He Sha, I willingly pledge my loyalty to you. Upon hearing this, Xian released his grip, and the Wolf King stood up, moving to Xian side. The surrounding wolves, witnessing their king's submission, also lowered their heads in acknowledgement of Xian authority. After vanquishing the Wolf King, Xian stood tall at the center of the assembled pack. His imposing and agile figure exuded the majesty of the king of beasts, akin to an unyielding mountain. His eyes deep and bright. At this moment, Xian began to comprehend why, in many of the novels he had read in his past life, numerous individuals sought to tame wolf packs for their own use. Such a large, united, and obedient group was extraordinarily advantageous. Subsequently, under the support of the wolves, Xian approached the former throne of the Wolf King. "Oh, you have a name?" Xian inquired, his voice deep and magnetic. Carrying an invisible authority, replying, "I am called Lang Jiao," the Wolf King said softly, a hint of reverence in his emerald eyes, his body slightly crouching in a gesture of submission. Xian nodded gently. The movement subtle yet imbued with the composure of a superior. "That I ask you, what is the nature of this mountain, and what formidable spirits dwell within?" As he spoke, Xian's gaze sharpened, as if it could penetrate the very soul of the Mountain Wolf King. Upon hearing these words, the Mountain Wolf King quickly grasped that Xian and Sang Biao were not mere spirits of the mountain. Tilting its head slightly, it flicked its ears, and after a moment of contemplation, it responded swiftly. "The mountain is called Feng Mountain, adjacent to Kuji Mountain, Hebei Mountain, and Fujiao Mountain. Within this mountain, there are 3 prominent kings, the crocodile demon of the Black Water Pool, the leopard Yuan of the Northern Cave, and the python Hua of the Absolute Forest. Each of these 3 possesses the cultivation level of a spirit demon. Except for leopard Yuan, the others usually remain within their territories and seldom venture out. The rest are merely spirits." Xian nodded slowly at this information. "Are the 3 kings you mentioned connected in any way to Xiong Kue of Hebei Mountain?" A sudden, crucial thought struck him, and his tiger-like eyes fixated intently on the Mountain Wolf King. What the king does not know is that while there are many spirits in the mountain, only a few have reached the spirit demon level. To say there is no connection would be implausible. The Mountain Wolf King replied, "Is there any way to ascertain whether those 3 have encountered a completely black tiger spirit recently?" "Certainly." The Mountain Wolf King nodded, raising its head to let out a long, mournful howl. Subsequently, it swiftly rallied its pack of wolves, stirring up a cloud of dust. The wolves, like a well-trained army, dispersed rapidly upon receiving the command, their figures darting through the forest like bolts of black lightning. The sheer number of wolves, combined with the Mountain Wolf King, who had 90 years of cultivation, ensured that, barring the few spirit demons, no wild beast would dare provoke the pack. At that moment, inside the wolf den, the light was dim, with only a few faint rays filtering through the cracks in the ceiling. Xian and Sang Biao sat together on a flat stone within the cave. "Brother, how do we absorb this essence?" In front of Sang Biao, the demon core of the white ape floated gently, radiating a soft glow, with pure demonic energy flowing out like fine threads, creating a strange spectacle in the dim cave. "I will teach you the method of absorbing the spiritual fruit. Then channel your own demonic energy to gradually draw the power from the core into your body," Xian instructed, as a faint light began to emanate from within his tiger form. The demonic energy flowed, guiding Sang Biao's energy in its course. The reason Xian did not absorb it himself was that his thunderstorm yang lightning technique had already reached a small level of mastery, primarily harnessing thunderous energy. Moreover, he was not in a hurry to advance his cultivation, allowing Sang Biao to absorb it instead. Following Xian's guidance, Sang Biao slowly closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. A faint radiance gradually enveloped his massive tiger form. Fluctuating in intensity with each breath, the demonic energy from the white ape's core began to flow into Sang Biao, akin to a gentle stream merging into the ocean. Remember, the demonic energy of others is inherently theirs. So once absorbed, it must be refined by your own energy to assimilate and transform it into your own. Xian observed closely, his expression stern and focused, wary of any potential mishaps on Sang Biao's part. As time passed, the cave remained silent, save for the sound of Sang Biao's breathing and the subtle hum of flowing energy. Sang Biao's cultivation was rapidly rising, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow, and the light surrounding him grew ever brighter as the sun began its descent, painting the horizon in shades of fiery red. The Mountain Wolf King's silhouette reappeared, elongated in the sunset's glow, resembling a colossal shadow. "My king, there is news." Xian rose, his movements light as he stepped outside the cave. "Speak." Standing at the cave's entrance, a gentle breeze brushed past him. As for the black tiger you mentioned, my subordinates could not uncover anything specific. But there were rumors of a black tiger near Fujiao Mountain not long ago, the Mountain Wolf King replied slowly. Fujiao Mountain? Xiansong furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Isn't that entirely within the territory of the human race? He vaguely recalled Xiong Kuei mentioning that the humans had nearly eradicated all spirits in Fujiao Mountain, transforming it entirely into human territory. Indeed, the Mountain Wolf King confirmed. Is there a way to infiltrate the mountain for reconnaissance? Xiansong inquired further. Fujiao Mountain currently has a mountain spirit sanctioned by the humans. Once we spirits enter, we will surely be detected. Upon hearing the Mountain Wolf King's words, Xiansong felt a heaviness in his heart. He gazed in the direction of Fujiao Mountain, worry etched in his eyes. Yet, concerning the matter of the Black Calamity, he could not afford to dismiss it so readily. You know the strength of this mountain spirit? He pondered aloud. I once overheard the kings of the mountain jesting about it. Based on my estimates, it is likely of ordinary spirit demon caliber. Ordinary spirit demon. Xiansong's tiger form shifted, his gaze fixed on Fujiao Mountain. Regardless of who claims Fujiao Mountain as their domain, find a way to determine the source of the information. The remaining issues I shall address. The brilliance in Xiansong's tiger eyes flickered, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Understood. The Mountain Wolf King showed no signs of discontent at Xiansong's command. Beasts are inherently greedy. The Mountain Wolf King had witnessed Xiansong's strength firsthand. In its understanding, should Xiansong choose to lead the Wolf clan, he could undoubtedly elevate their race within Feng Mountain. The ambition to develop their lineage was a mission ingrained in every Wolf King's essence. Chapter 34. Sang Biao's breakthrough. The scene shifted to a dim cave, where a damp atmosphere pervaded every corner, and the walls flickered with faint phosphorescence, resembling countless eyes peering in. The figure of He Sha emerged. His massive and muscular tiger form bound tightly by chains radiating a chilling aura. The chains were inscribed with mysterious runes, which occasionally glimmered with faint light, seemingly suppressing He Sha's power. His black fur shone like dark silk, still emanating a wild luster in the gloom. A roar resounded. The sound echoed like a low rumble of thunder within the confined space, causing fragments of stone to cascade from the walls. Moments later, the clanking of iron chains filled the air, producing a sharp and piercing sound as they clashed against one another, narrating He Sha's struggle. Oh dear, how feisty you are. A melodic female voice floated through the cave. Who are you? He Sha's luminous tiger eyes glowed ominously in the subterranean space, filled with anger and vigilance. Then, a woman appeared, seemingly of human descent, yet possessing captivating eyes. She gracefully swayed her serpentine waist as she approached. Her movements as light as a feather, gliding across the ground with each step. Her smile was radiant, but her slit-like pupils were strikingly conspicuous, shimmering with an otherworldly light, exuding an aura that did not belong to humanity. What a magnificent tiger, she remarked, her voice as melodious as a nightingale, yet laced with an irresistible allure. I have heard that you raided the lair of Xiong Kuei of Hebei Mountain, acquiring numerous treasures. The kings of the nearby mountains are all quite envious of you. As she spoke, her delicate fingers playfully twirled a strand of her hair, her gaze never leaving He Sha. Can you tell me if it's true that Xiong Kuei claimed you stole a grand demon core and 1,000 demon crystals? As her words fell, her ears twitched slightly, as if she were attuned to every subtle reaction from He Sha. He Sha immediately grasped Xiong Kuei's intentions, his robust tail swayed restlessly behind him. Stirring up dust, we are but mere spirits. How could we possess such capabilities? These are merely false rumors propagated by Xiong Kuei, He Sha asserted, revealing his sharp teeth, which glimmered ominously in the darkness. After all, the Grand Demon Core had never existed. As for the 1,000 demon crystals, there were scarcely 200. As He Sha finished speaking, the woman did not respond immediately. Suddenly, the underground space was illuminated by a blue flame. Casting a chilling glow, the flame seemed to rise from the depths of hell, bringing with them an air of coldness. Soon, ethereal, grotesque phantoms began to materialize around them. These spirits, composed of smoke, contorted in shape, elongating and contracting at will, ghostly beings. He Sha recognized this aura from his encounter with Xiong Kuei. Quickly recalling Xiansong's earlier words, his body trembled slightly. Yet, curiously, He Sha felt no aversion towards these spirits. Instead, an inexplicable sense of greed began to blossom within him. A strange glimmer flickered in his tiger eyes, and he let out a low growl from his throat. Fortunately, He Sha swiftly suppressed this thought and redirected his gaze back to the enchanting woman before him. You are correct. I too do not believe you possess such abilities. Moreover, According to Xiong Kuei's account, he has placed a bounty of 1,000 demon crystals for news of you. Tell me, should I be tempted? The woman spoke again. What is it that you truly desire? The claws of the dark fiend raked forcefully at the ground, leaving behind deep, gnarled scratches. A soft chuckle escaped the woman's lips, her laughter resonating within the space. Laced with a hint of mockery that I can certainly believe the words you utter, given your temperament. However, you must realize that you are currently an invaluable treasure. Her gaze lingered over the dark fiend, her eyes scanning him like a meticulous scanner, seeking to unveil each of his hidden secrets. In contrast to the unrealistic notions proposed by Xiong Kuei, do you comprehend what I stand to gain by presenting you to the human race? Upon hearing this, the dark fiend immediately grasped the implication. We are at Fu Jiao Mountain, and you are the mountain spirit subjugated by the humans. His ears perked up, and his eyes fixated intently on the woman. Indeed, you may refer to me as Fox Empress. The woman proudly thrust out her chest, her face adorned with an air of superiority. Even if Xiong Kuei were to grace this Fu Jiao Mountain, this empress would not yield an ounce of deference. The Fox Empress seemed unfazed by the dark fiend's thoughts, casually tossing her hair before turning to leave. Stay here. I have already informed the humans. Given the significance of you tiger beasts to them, the celestial beings will undoubtedly bestow their favor upon me. After uttering these words, the Fox Empress departed, and in her wake, the ethereal blue flames of the underground space extinguished. Plunging it once more into darkness, my lady, shall we report this immediately? Outside, a wandering spirit trailed behind the Fox Empress, inquiring in a hushed tone. There's no rush. First, go to Hebei Mountain and inform Xiong Kuei, and then proceed to the human realm. The little spirit instantly understood. The lady aimed to play both sides. Indeed a clever little one. Xiong Kuei has entrenched himself in Hebei Mountain, and despite the humans' repeated incursions, they have all met with failure. Both parties are currently brimming with animosity. The Fox Empress sneered. She was acutely aware that her standing among the humans was negligible, primarily due to the presence of formidable experts on their side, overshadowing her significance. Yet, what if the human experts were to perish? Then her status as a mountain spirit would be transformed, and she could emerge to protect her domain, potentially reaping the benefits of the humans' reverence. Such an opportunity would be a tremendous boon for a spirit of her kind. Meanwhile, within the depths of Feng Mountain, a powerful aura surged ceaselessly. Sang Biao's massive form occupied a significant portion of the cavern. His slate-gray tiger body radiated a shimmering light, flickering as though currents of electricity coursed through his fur. A thunderous roar erupted from Sang Biao, reverberating through the cave and causing stones to tumble from the ceiling. The terrifying energy emanating from him set the entire pack of wolves into a state of unrest, their eyes betraying their fear as they huddled together, tails tucked between their legs. Big brother. I've made it. Sang Biao's voice thundered like a storm, startling the very air. His jaws opened wide, releasing a powerful gust that swept through the cavern, sending dust swirling in every direction. I understand. At that moment, Xian Song approached with an air of nonchalance, his steps light as he regarded Sang Biao with satisfaction. The essence of the white ape, cultivated over 3 centuries, had been absorbed by Sang Biao, enhancing his own strength by 30 years. Now, combined with Sang Biao's innate prowess, he had officially stepped into the realm of a century-old elite monster. Moreover, at the moment Sang Biao reached this milestone, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation. His slate-gray tiger form extended beyond 5 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a small mountain. His fangs jutted menacingly, glistening with a chilling gleam. With 4 ears now in existence, his limbs grew longer and more robust, the muscles of his forelegs bulging with power. Even in his untransformed state, Sang Biao's tiger claws displayed a newfound dexterity, reminiscent of the human hand. The claws had sharpened, resembling blades forged from steel. At this moment, his physical structure transcended that of an ordinary tiger beast. His toughened hide and acute senses allowed him to perceive sounds from a kilometer away, and his forelimbs became remarkably agile, capable of performing actions akin to grasping. Sang Biao exuberantly waved his forelimbs, the claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Big brother, I feel stronger, Sang Biao exclaimed, radiating the aura of an elite monster, his excitement palpable. Indeed, this is quite satisfactory. Xian Song expressed a restrained approval, though not overly astonished. Your second brother is likely at Fu Jiao Mountain. We now await confirmation from the Wolf King. Should the information prove accurate, my brother, we may embark on a significant endeavor, Xian Song remarked with a knowing glint in his eyes. 3 days later, Sang Biao had solidified his cultivation, mastering the ability to manipulate his aura at will. As taught by Xian Song, standing within the cavern, his colossal form nearly filled the space. The slate-gray fur, polished as if wrought from metal, shimmered under the dim light, while his eyes, deep as dark pools, burned with the flames of newfound pride in his strength. Yet, Sang Biao was not one to feign weakness. Big brother, after all the effort to reach this stage, you still want me to revert? That feels rather disheartening. He squatted, his robust forelegs resembling solid pillars, steadfastly supporting his massive frame. Each muscle rippled with power, while his tail swayed gently behind him, resembling a thick steel whip that occasionally swept across the ground, stirring up dust. This imposing appearance radiated a formidable pressure. Nevertheless, even in this state, Sang Biao's tone bore an involuntary hint of pleading as he gazed at Xian Song with hopeful eyes, his ears inclined forward. Waiting for approval. Do as you wish. At present, it matters not, but when the time comes, you must obey my instructions without question. Xian Song spoke in a low tone. I understand. Sang Biao nodded earnestly, his spirit unperturbed, before joyfully dashing out to mingle with the wolf pack. As he ran, each of his massive paws left deep imprints in the earth. Gather around, come and see. How does my physique look? Sang Biao's voice boomed, echoing like distant thunder through the forest. Several wolf spirits, with cultivation levels of 30 to 40 years, approached reluctantly. Their tails curled slightly as they faced him. Soon, Xian Song heard their chorus of admiration. Good, handsome, dashing, majestic. The wolf spirits howled in short bursts, their tones tinged with reluctance, but also a hint of reverence for Sang Biao's formidable strength. Before long, the Wolf King returned, his gaze sharp and his physique considerably larger than that of an ordinary wolf. Devoid of any blemish. My king, we have confirmed that a frog spirit from the waters near the foot of Feng Mountain reported seeing the black tiger you seek was swept away by a gust of sinister wind. It is likely that only the Fox Empress, now a mountain spirit, possesses such power within Fujiao Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xian Song's resolve solidified. I stand by my word. The subsequent matters will not implicate your wolf clan. I shall personally handle them. My king speaks with such conviction. As I, Wolf Jiao, have chosen to submit, I shall undoubtedly share in your fortunes and misfortunes. All 800 offspring of the Feng Mountain Wolf Den are at your command. The Wolf King declared earnestly, loyalty shining in his eyes as he lowered his head, adopting a submissive posture, his tail still and resting behind him. Your words suffice. Xian Song opted not to involve the wolf pack. Not out of kindness, but rather to retain a strategic advantage. With the current circumstances, Sang Biao and the Dark Fiend lacked the ability to transform and leave the mountain range. Furthermore, Xian Song intended to leverage the Wolf King's strength for future endeavors within the mountains. Thus, he chose to keep a reserve of power within the Wolf clan. With that, Xian Song summoned Sang Biao. Little brother, big brother. Sang Biao responded, his form altered by his recent transformation, the way he ran now distinctly different. His powerful forelimbs propelled him forward, each massive paw striking the ground with such force that it created a gust of wind, echoing through the air. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fujiao Mountain, within the imposing and austere confines of the garrison, the massive stone walls exuded a sense of gravity and permanence on either side of the grand gate. Two imposing stone lions sat majestically, their vigilant eyes seemingly surveying everything in their vicinity. The guardian of the town, Lord Zhao Yuan, had received a message through the spirit communication technique from the mountain deities of Fujiao Mountain, indicating that a tiger spirit had been captured and was to be reported to the Celestial Gate. Dong Zhan, the proprietor of the town's main shop, hurriedly approached, his pace brisk, his face resolute, and his eyes reflecting a sense of competence. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan was engrossed in his work, dipping a brush into ink and meticulously inscribing names into a time-worn ledger, its yellowed pages exuding an air of antiquity, densely populated with characters. Seated behind a massive desk crafted from dark sandalwood, adorned with an array of documents and writing implements, Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixated on the ledger. He dipped the brush into the ink once more, slowly inscribing a name, each stroke imbued with a solemnity befitting the task. Another night had passed, claiming the lives of 7 more. Zhao Yuan's expression hardened, his lips quivering ever so slightly as a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Yet, almost immediately, a cold smirk emerged, tinged with disdain for the mountain's malevolent creatures. The audacity of a fox spirit, granted the title of Xuantianjian, seeking an audience with the Xian envoy was indeed laughable. Zhao Yuan's voice was low and laced with scorn. Regardless of the Fox Lady's prowess or her contributions to humanity, in the eyes of the human race, she remained but a lowly fox, utterly insignificant. Zhao Yuan's gaze bore the pride of humanity, and he let out a soft huff, as if mocking the Fox Lady's overreach. He then set down the brush, leaning back in his chair, clad in a light blue official robe adorned with intricate patterns that glimmered faintly in the dim light of the room. Nevertheless, the tiger beast mentioned by the fox spirit warranted serious attention. Indeed, Dongjin nodded gravely in agreement. 15 years prior, the neighboring town of Panshui had captured a century-old tiger spirit, subsequently blessed by a master from Jing'an Temple. The bones of the tiger were fashioned into implements, its hide formed into drums, and its blood used for talismans, ensuring the town's peace for 15 years, free from the disturbances of malevolent spirits. The prosperity of this town had even rivaled that of larger cities under the protection of Xian Envoys. Dongjin's voice was somber, his eyes reflecting a hint of longing. Zhao Yuan slowly nodded in affirmation, rising to his feet and moving to the window to gaze towards the direction of Fujiao Mountain. The matter of the tiger beast must remain confidential and error-free. He ordered Dong Xiao to lead a party into the mountains. Even if it required a price to be paid, they must retrieve the tiger beast without delay. Zhao Yuan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Dong Zhun hesitated momentarily. Concern etched on his face, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. My lord, my younger brother is still quite young. Perhaps I should take him along, he suggested, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Dong Zhun, this is not the time for your hesitations. Dong Xiao has cultivated his inner strength. He is far more capable of dealing with those malevolent beings than you, a mere warrior. Zhao Yuan's gaze turned stern as he reprimanded Dongjin for his naivety. Lowering his head slightly, Dongjin acquiesced. Yes, his voice was subdued, imbued with resignation. Go. Zhao Yuan waved his hand, and Dongjin quickly departed. As Dongjin turned, his heavy footsteps echoed as he made his way to the door, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the shadows. Zhao Yuan remained silent for a moment, then, for precaution, he hesitated, before dispatching a quick raven into the night from the town's guardhouse. Chapter 36, Foxning on Hebei Mountain. A mountain civet crouched low, its hind legs taut, its emerald eyes glimmering with urgency, as it swiftly relayed the information from the Fox Lady. My lord, the Fox Lady reports sightings of the Black Evil near the northern slopes of Fujiao Mountain. Its high-pitched voice reverberated through the encampment. Within the encampment, the massive figure of Xiong Kuei rose slowly, its powerful paws thudding heavily against the ground, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. Yet, the once mighty muscles of Xiong Kuei now appeared slightly withered, sagging against its bones, quivering gently with its movements. Its eyes, once fierce, now reflected a dull glimmer, void of their former ferocity, rising to its full height. Xiong Kuei shook off the dust from its disheveled fur, which had clearly not been groomed in a long while. That wretched fox seems to possess some self-awareness, Xiong Kuei rumbled. Let us move at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiong Kuei's robust limbs propelled it swiftly down the mountain, followed closely by the mountain civet and several monkey spirits. The latter chattered animatedly among themselves, scrambling to keep pace with Xiong Kuei. As time passed, upon Xiong Kuei's arrival at Fujiao Mountain, the Fox Lady was promptly informed of the situation. My lady, Xiong Kuei has reached Fujiao Mountain, and the humans have sent a cultivator as well. What shall we do now? A small spirit quavered, cautiously approaching the Fox Lady. Inside the mountain temple of Fujiao Mountain, the Fox Lady sat upon a stone bench, her tail swaying gently, ears perked, a sly smile gracing her features as her eyes narrowed with cunning light. Their objectives aligned, yet it was imperative that the humans encountered no obstacles on their side. Otherwise, she could not bear the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, the Fox Lady chuckled softly, her smile harboring a hint of malice. You shall open the cage shortly, then feign pursuit, driving the black tiger towards the northern slopes. Her slender claws gestured in the air. The northern slopes were the only path for humans ascending the mountain, and the message she had conveyed to Xiong Kuei also pointed to that direction. Thus, it was likely they would cross paths at that juncture. Whatever transpired would be of no concern to her Fox Lady. Indeed, at a crucial moment, she could judiciously intervene to maximize her own interests. Fujiao Mountain, connected to Feng Mountain and Hebei Mountain, soon welcomed Shinsong and Sangbiao as they entered its domain. However, upon their arrival, Sangbiao immediately lifted its head, scanning the surroundings, its forelegs slightly bent, sensing an underlying threat, its ears alert. Brother, why is this mountain so desolate? Sang Biao's voice trembled with unease as it surveyed the landscape. The entirety of the mountain was draped in a shroud of yellow earth and withered trees, presenting an autumnal visage despite the fact that it was spring, a season typically brimming with verdant life. I felt particularly unwell as soon as I set foot here, Sang Biao continued, its body involuntarily quaking, its fur appearing lackluster. Xian Song, glancing around, conjectured, as mountain beasts, we possess an innate affinity for the mountains. However, this particular range has been sealed by the celestial gate of humanity, thus creating a sense of estrangement in our bloodlines. With steady strides, Xian Song led the way, contemplative. The two moved forward across the barren slopes, occasionally spotting wild creatures that, upon catching sight of them, scampered away in fright, tails tucked low, stumbling as they fled. Brother, this Fujiao mountain is vast. Where shall we search for our second brother? Sang Biao queried, its eyes brimming with confusion. Xian Song surveyed the area, his expression calm. The Fox Lady's capture of the black evil serves two purposes: to curry favor with Xiong Kuei and to report to humanity. By following these leads, we shall locate the Fox Lady's whereabouts. Is it possible to detect the aura of humanity? Xian Song mused, glancing towards Sang Biao. Sang Biao's ears perked up, keenly attuned to the slightest changes in the environment. Brother, in the northwest direction, there is an unusual aura. I suspect it belongs to humans. Sang Biao exclaimed with excitement. Let us go, Xian Song commanded, and the two brothers swiftly set off, their figures darting across the desolate slopes, stirring up a whisper of dust in their wake. Before long, Xian Song and Sang Biao ascended to a vantage point, from which they beheld a young human clad in azure garments, a long sword strapped to his back, accompanied by 20 robust men striding purposefully towards them. The youth's visage was youthful, reminiscent of a fruit freshly ripened, still bearing traces of boyish innocence and stubbornness, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. The corners of his mouth curled into a semblance of a smile, exuding a carefree spirit, his eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. Each stride he took radiated the unique vigor of youth, the sword at his back swaying gently with his movements, its intricate patterns shimmering mysteriously under the sunlight. Brother, that youth's sword. Sang Biao's large ears perked up, eyes fixated on the sword, a mixture of curiosity and wariness glinting in his gaze. That a profound recollection struck Sang Biao as it recognized the sword as identical to those wielded by the two human cultivators they had encountered previously on Hebei Mountain. Another human cultivator? Xian Song's brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. It seems the Fox Lady has indeed divulged the whereabouts of the black evil to humanity. Lowering his body, Xian Song's muscles tensed, a shadow of seriousness crossing his features, making him inscrutable. Let us follow them. Both parties concealed their presence from the side, making not a single sound as their silhouettes flitted through the woods like phantoms. They advanced steadily until they had passed the entire northern slope of Mount Fogio, nearing the gathering of the human tribe by the mountain temple. Up ahead, Dong Xiao exchanged a glance with his companion, prompting a man to step forward swiftly. Where is the spirit of this mountain? His voice rang out, powerful and resonant, echoing through the valley. The fox goddess within the temple was immediately stirred from her languor. She had been lazily resting on a stone bench, and upon hearing the call, her ears perked up and her eyes flew open, revealing a glimmer of surprise in her half-closed gaze. How did they arrive here? Were they not supposed to cross paths? Puzzlement danced in her heart as her slender tail flicked restlessly, and her ears twitched incessantly. Nevertheless, she feigned urgency and materialized quickly, her form coalescing from mist into a human shape. And then, invoking the power of the mountain spirit, she spoke in human tongue. I am Fox Ning, the spirit of Mount Fogio, and I greet you all. The form she took was strikingly appealing to human sensibilities, her light steps resembling a waltz upon clouds, with long legs and a graceful waist. Each movement was a mesmerizing sway, akin to willow branches in the breeze. Her skin was as pure as freshly fallen snow, reflecting the sunlight almost blindingly, and her silken attire draped artfully, subtly revealing her alluring skin. After her appearance, the gazes of the strapping men lingered on her, captivated, some even swallowing nervously, leaning forward to catch a better glimpse. What are you fools staring at? Dong Zhao's sharp gaze bore into them, irritation evident in his tone. His reprimand jolted everyone back to reality, leaving them feeling momentarily paralyzed and breathless. Chapter 37. The spirit of enchantment. The allure of the Fox clan was not merely a matter of beauty. Especially for this fox goddess, her emergence as the spirit of Mount Fogio amidst a multitude of spirits, further enhanced by the fortune of the human dynasty, indicated she possessed considerable prowess. What of the tiger spirit? Dong Xiao inquired. The fox goddess hesitated, realizing the situation had exceeded her expectations. Forgive me, my lord, but the tiger spirit is exceptionally cunning. It escaped not long ago. Escaped? You wretched fox spirit, are you mocking me? As the words left his lips, Dong Xiao drew his sword, its sharp intent aimed directly at the fox goddess. Please, forgive me, she exclaimed, her demeanor shifting to one of terror as she pondered the incompetence of her subordinates. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Roar! The tiger's cry echoed through the forest, an overwhelming aura of demonic power radiating outward. Behind them, Xian Song and Sang Biao, who had accompanied this expedition, felt their spirits surge. Brother, it's the presence of our second brother, Xian Song noted, maintaining a calm demeanor in contrast to Sang Biao's excitement. A spirit. Demon, as the tiger's roar resonated. The human group ahead displayed expressions of astonishment. What is happening? Dong Xiao glared at the fox goddess with fierce intent, while she appeared bewildered. According to her plan, the black tiger should have fled by now. How could it still be near the temple? And its aura, had it reached the level of a spirit demon? This. The fox goddess stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Humph, let's move forward and investigate. Without waiting for an explanation, Dong Xiao swiftly led the others onward, followed closely by Xian Song and Sang Biao. At the rear of the temple, in a shadowy cave, a sinister aura spread, chilling the surrounding air. With a fierce gust of wind, the figure of the black tiger burst forth from the cave. By this time, the human group and the fox goddess had arrived. Before them stood a massive, formidable black tiger in an open space, enveloped in thick, almost tangible black mist. The mist coiled around its massive form like serpents, emanating a chilling, malevolent aura. This aura clung to every part of the black tiger, enhancing its already terrifying appearance with a more sinister presence. This is impossible. The fox goddess, the first to arrive, was struck dumb by the sight, never anticipating such a turn of events. Help! Someone help! She cried, but her usual entourage had vanished without a trace. Are you looking for them? The black tiger's cold gaze shifted to the fox goddess, and with a thunderous roar, the malevolent aura surged outward. Several mindless spirits erupted from within the black tiger, lunging at the fox goddess with bared claws. The fox goddess's face paled, realizing that the black tiger was so powerful it could control her subordinates to attack her. In her panic, she summoned a gust of wind with a wave of her hand. Whoosh! In a flash of spectral light, the spirits momentarily faltered, but within moments, they pressed their assault anew. This is not good. The fox goddess, not hesitating for a moment, swiftly relied on the power of the mountain spirit to retreat into her spiritual form. At that moment, Dong Xiao surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowed in concern. You wretched fiend, how dare you? He bellowed, his eyes widening with fury as the veins on his forehead throbbed. With a powerful swing of his sword, the muscles in his arms bulged, revealing his strength. He swung. A beam of azure light shot forth, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, exploding amidst the spirits. The spirits shattered like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that gradually faded into the atmosphere. The black tiger staggered slightly from the impact, but quickly regained its composure. Subdue it. Though young, Dong Zhao's command carried an undeniable authority. The other robust members of the human tribe responded without hesitation, advancing fearlessly. Seeing the situation unfold, the black tiger's massive form tensed like a drawn bow. It raised its head and unleashed a roar that shook the heavens, reverberating through the valley like thunder. Accompanied by the roar, it struck out with its powerful paws, sending a fierce wind toward the advancing humans. Although the humans were vigorous and formidable, they did not underestimate the impending assault. They quickly adjusted their formations, crossing their weapons in defense. The blades glimmered under the sunlight, and as the black tiger's force collided with them, sparks erupted where the weapons met, the sound of metal clashing resonating throughout the area. Seeing the ferocity of the black tiger, Dong Zhao's form flickered, moving like a startled swan, becoming a fleeting shadow. His sword gleamed with a chilling light, the blade pulsating with spiritual energy. Evil slaying strike. As the command echoed, a crescent-shaped sword energy surged toward the black tiger's head, leaving a visible trail in its wake. Sensing imminent danger, the black tiger's eyes blazed with ferocity. Its gaze resembled a deep, dark abyss, and within it burned two fiery orbs. In a swift motion, it twisted its massive body, muscles rippling beneath its fur, evading the strike at an impossible angle. Then, Leaping into the air, the black tiger propelled itself with its powerful limbs, opening its massive jaws. It unleashed a torrent of black malevolent energy, resembling a dark dragon as it lashed out, creating a tempest that swept through the air. The swirling winds whipped up dust and debris, launching them toward the humans like a barrage of projectiles. Break! Dong Xiao inhaled deeply, his chest swelling like a balloon. Spiritual energy coalesced within his sword, radiating brighter as it surged through his arm. With a mighty shout, he swung his blade, and the black wind was instantly shattered. Chapter 38. Reinforcement. At this moment, the remaining humans dared not show any sign of hesitation. Quickly advancing together 2 or 3 at a time, they utilized a unique technique to weave together a massive net. Clutching 2 specially crafted nets made from rare materials, they shimmered with a faint, mysterious spiritual glow. Exchanging knowing glances, they united their efforts, lifting the net high above their heads. With a unified shout, they hurled it in the direction of the black tiger. The 2 massive nets unfurled through the air, resembling immense, boundless canopies, accompanied by the roar of the wind, descending upon the black tiger with tremendous force. The sheer momentum seemed to suggest it would consume everything in its path. The black tiger, being a creature of the mountain, instinctively understood the peril of such a net. Sensing the impending danger, it hesitated not for a moment, swiftly turning on its heels and sprinting away. Its powerful tiger claws dug fiercely into the solid ground, leaving deep imprints as dust billowed into the air. "You vile creature, do not escape." Upon witnessing this, Dong Zhao's youthful visage manifested a flicker of urgency, his brows knitting tightly together. After all, this tiger spirit was of paramount importance to Bai Shui town that if captured, it would ensure a lasting tranquility for the town. With this thought, Dong Zhao summoned all his strength, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, hastening his pursuit of Haisha. However, just as Dong Zhao recklessly pursued, an unforeseen twist unfolded. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind, akin to a ferocious beast, surged towards him with overwhelming force. This gale seemed like an invisible yet potent hand, compressing the air to emit a deep, haunting wail. "Master Dong, be cautious." The other humans, upon witnessing this, were stricken with alarm, calling out in unison to warn him. Yet, the change occurred too abruptly. Before Dong Xiao could fully react, a pair of immense claws appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Each claw was razor-sharp, resembling a glistening curved blade, exuding an aura that chilled the soul. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resounded, akin to the tolling of a great bell. Dong Xiao reacted swiftly, positioning his long sword horizontally before him. Gripping the hilt with all his might to withstand the onslaught, his arm muscles bulged from the exertion, veins protruding as if writhing like earthworms. Simultaneously, a radiant brilliance enveloped Dong Xiao, dazzling like a magnificent display of fireworks, illuminating the surroundings. Under the impact of this formidable force, he was jolted backward, skidding over 10 meters before he could finally block the fierce strike, his feet carving deep furrows into the earth. Testament to the tremendous power behind the blow. A thunderous roar erupted once more, reverberating through the air. The other humans led by Dong Xiao, witnessing this heart-stopping scene, experienced a subtle shift in expression. The confidence that once graced their faces was now tinged with an imperceptible tension. At that moment, a fierce-looking figure with a green face and protruding fangs stood gallantly beside Haisha. The ghastly visage of the beast seemed particularly menacing under the sun. As if it were a demon from the depths of hell, a glistening droplet of saliva hung from its fangs, dripping onto the ground. They say human flesh is delectable. Today, it is my turn to savor it. The beast spoke, its voice low and raspy, imbued with greed and ferocity. However, as it spoke in the tongue of the demons, Dong Xiao and the others could not comprehend its words, only hearing the continuous low growls emanating from the creature. Behind the beast, a live and vibrant tiger emerged, revealing itself as Xian Tsang. "Elder brother, third brother?" Haisha halted abruptly, turning to behold this sight, an expression of joy flooding his countenance. "Second brother, you have just broken through. Focus on stabilizing your foundation. Leave these human nuisances to third brother." Xian Tsang's steady voice resonated, carrying an undeniable authority. Haisha nodded slowly. Though he had experienced an unexpected breakthrough, his demonic power remained unstable, requiring time to solidify. Nevertheless, judging from his recent effortless display of demonic arts, his combat prowess was evidently enhanced. Such was the immense advantage of possessing a bloodline inheritance. Once awakened, one's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. 2 more tiger beasts have arrived. It seems heaven favors by Shui town. Dong Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon exhilaration surged within him, rekindling his fighting spirit as he tightened his grip on the longsword. The other humans mirrored his sentiments. In stark contrast, the fox goddess within the mountain temple bore a troubled countenance, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "What shall I do?" the fox goddess muttered. Her brows furrowed in distress that if the humans win, all will be well, but if they lose and something happens on my Mount Fujiao, it would spell great trouble. Her heart raced with anxiety as she paced back and forth. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Yet, should they emerge victorious, three tiger beasts could guarantee by Shui Town's stability for decades. Would that not render my efforts futile, as the sanctioned spirit of the humans? The fox goddess knew she must rely on their strength to elevate her own. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, yet she could devise no foolproof plan. Caught in this dilemma, she felt utterly at a loss. On the battlefield, the enormous form of the beast loomed like a moving mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura accumulated over centuries. The creature was now capable of manifesting its demonic power, a force to be reckoned with. "I shall test your mettle, human scum," the beast roared, its voice shaking the very ground. With that, it charged forth like a cannonball, its claws slicing through the air towards Dong Xiao. "Vile creature, you are audacious." Dong Xiao's eyes widened with fury as he shouted, wielding his longsword, his internal energy surging forth like a tumultuous tide. A brilliant light enveloped him, standing defiantly against the beast's formidable presence. Xiansong did not immediately engage. Instead, observing quietly, contemplating Dong Xiao's determination. Truly, they are the destined race. This human cultivator appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet his aura was not inferior to that of the white ape of yore. Once, Xiansong had been a member of the humans, but as the ages unfolded, his species transformed, adapting seamlessly in spirit. Boom! Boom! The beast charged ahead like a frenzied monster, surging towards the humans, anyone who dared to draw near. Aside from Dong Xiao, would be sent flying by the beast's overwhelming demonic energy. Dust swirled in the air as shouts of battle erupted. Chapter 39. Navigating the currents. Xiansong's tiger eyes were fixed intently ahead, a flicker of flame dancing in his emerald gaze. Just as he prepared to extend his sharp claws, a wave of intense unease washed over him, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. Casting a wary glance, he spotted a long-haired woman gracefully approaching from a nearby hillside, her every step imbued with an otherworldly rhythm, her flowing skirt billowing like a delicate cloud in the wind. Something is amiss. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Xiansong, the primal instinct of a beast igniting within him. "Third brother, retreat," he growled, lowering his body, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. The battle-hungry beast behind him exhibited no reluctance to flee. At Xiansong's command, it leaped high, its massive form tracing an agile arc before landing near Xiansong, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Then, the brothers exerted their strength simultaneously, their powerful tiger muscles bulging as they turned and bolted away like arrows released from their bows. Meanwhile, Dong Xiao perceived the fleeing figures of Xiansong and his brothers. Mistakenly believing they were retreating in fear, that a disdainful smile crept across his lips as he swiftly retrieved a radiant blue pill from a pouch at his waist. Swallowing it whole, in an instant, a surge of potent energy coursed through him, replenishing the vitality expended in battle. Taking a deep breath, Dong Xiao called out, "Follow me." Without hesitation, he dashed forward, the others hastily trailing behind. Their hurried steps raising a cloud of dust in the thicket. The three brothers moved like shadows, their speed astonishing, the branches on either side swaying violently as the wind howled past on the human side. Thanks to the energy from the pill, Dong Xiao managed to keep pace with Xiansong and his brothers. His form was agile, each step seeming to dance upon the wind. In contrast, the others struggled to keep up. Their faces marked with anxiety and fatigue, sweat soaking their garments, their strides growing heavier, the distance between them and Dong Xiao widening. "Elder brother, that one human is right behind us. You and I could easily subdue him," the beast exclaimed, excitement gleaming in its eyes as it ran behind Xiansong, baring its sharp fangs. "Less chatter, run," Xiansong admonished without pause, his tail slicing the air with force. Yet, just as the three brothers pressed on, a massive shadow loomed before them like a small mountain. "At last, I've found you three," a familiar voice boomed. Instantly, the brothers halted, their muscles tensed like drawn bows, brimming with power. "Xiong Kuei, The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, filled with wariness and dread upon recognizing the formidable foe before them. "Hand over what you have, and I may spare your lives." Xiong Kuei glared at Xian and his brothers, his large, bell-like eyes filled with greed and malice. His massive frame leaned slightly forward, and with a powerful stomp of his robust paw upon the ground, the earth trembled in response. Behind Xiong Kuei, the mountain lynx arched its back, its fur bristling and eyes alertly fixed ahead. A host of monkeys chattered incessantly, wielding rudimentary weapons, readying themselves for battle. Whoosh! From behind, Dong Xiao swiftly approached. Both routes of retreat were blocked. Observing the situation, Xian eyes flickered, and a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. "You fool! Dare you show yourself before me? We have already pledged allegiance to the human race and given them the treasures. If you wish to live, then be gone." Xian glared fiercely at Xiong Kuei, addressing him in the tongue of beasts. Upon hearing this, Xiong Kuei immediately sneered, baring his sharp teeth. "And what of the human race before this king? They are but ants." Xiong Kuei threw back his head and let out a deafening roar that sent leaves cascading from the trees around them. In response, Xian let out a cold laugh, then forced his throat to produce human speech. "My lord, humans are in pursuit." The significance of mastering a foreign language became apparent at this proclamation. He Sha and Sang Biao were left bewildered, with Sang Biao tilting his head and his ears twitching, seemingly questioning Xian intention. However, upon hearing this, Dong Xiao paused, his steps faltering involuntarily. "There are reinforcements. All must die." Dong Xiao's gaze shifted to Xiong Kuei, youthful and brimming with ambition, as he envisioned a triumphant return, welcomed by his fellow villagers. After all, what young soul could resist the allure of displaying their prowess before others? With this fervor igniting within him, he thought to himself that if he did not bring back a tiger beast today, he would be remiss in his duty to the elders of the town. Xian Tian has decreed, the heavenly sword shall slay the demons. With a low roar, Dong Xiao's sword erupted in dazzling spiritual light, its brilliance flowing along the blade, transforming him into a shooting star as he charged towards Xian. Onward, Xian deliberately turned to face Dong Xiao, with Xiong Kuei positioned behind him, creating the illusion that Xiong Kuei was backing Xian. At that moment, Xiong Kuei also sprang into action. Nowhere to run, Xiong Kuei unleashed his demonic power, his brown fur seeming to ignite, as he lunged towards Xian, each heavy footfall resonating like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees. Both parties aimed for Xian. Yet, midway through, Xian quickly signaled He Sha and Sang Biao with a glance. Imbued with unspoken understanding and resolve, they charged. The three tigers veered off in opposite directions. Xian to the left, while Sang Biao and He Sha darted to the right. As they departed, Xian instructed Sang Biao, "Return the way we came." Xiong Kuei's mind faltered for a moment upon witnessing this scene. His massive form hesitated mid-air, confusion etched across his face. But at that instant, Dong Xiao had already closed in on Xiong Kuei. "Damn it," Xiong Kuei cursed, his gaze still lingering on the path where Xian and his brethren had vanished, filled with regret. Meanwhile, Dong Xiao stood before him, forcing Xiong Kuei into a defensive position. Both sides harbored a singular thought. Xiong Kuei was taken aback that the three tigers had indeed sought refuge with the humans. How infuriating! Dong Xiao, realizing the tigers possessed such backing, concluded that he must eliminate this black bear before hunting them down. The conflict escalated with each passing moment, fueled by their shared resolve. Meanwhile, Xian, having evaded the scene, swiftly maneuvered around the mountain, hastening towards Fujiao Mountain. Yet, he had scarcely traveled a distance when an icy sensation crept up his spine. Reacting instinctively, Xian leaped with agility, his lithe form soaring into the air. At that very moment, a jade hairpin, gleaming a vivid green, shot past the spot where Xian had stood just an instant before, trailing a chilling glimmer. Chapter 40. The powerful human cultivator Xian landed atop a protruding gray stone. Swiftly turning to face his pursuer, lowering his tiger form as his claws gripped the rough stone like iron hooks, carving deep grooves into its surface, his fierce tiger gaze burned with intensity, akin to two blazing green flames, fixated on the figure approaching from behind. There emerged a graceful woman clad in a flowing gown, her long hair cascading, each step measured as if she were surveying the land beneath her feet. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her eyes bright and profound. Draped in a simple gown that swayed gently in the wind, she walked leisurely. The jade hairpin that had previously shot forth seemed to possess a will of its own, tracing a graceful arc through the air before gracefully returning to her side, circling her form with an ethereal elegance, only to silently nestle back into her hair, the entire sequence flowing as naturally as water. "You tiger beast, your intellect is not to be underestimated," she spoke, her lips parting delicately, her voice cool and serene as her gaze met Xian Song's fierce eyes, her expression as tranquil as a still pond. Devoid of any ripples, subduing you would suffice to repay their kindness. The moment her words fell, she lifted her right hand, her slender fingers forming a gesture, lightly pointing towards the void. Instantly, the once placid hairpin, as if summoned, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling forth with astonishing speed, its surroundings shimmering with latent spiritual energy. Whoosh! Xian Song's reflexes were equally quick, his tiger muscles tensed, and with a powerful push of his hind legs, he propelled himself to the side with remarkable swiftness. As he evaded, the hairpin struck the gray stone with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of the impact resonated like thunder, shattering the stone into fragments that scattered like lethal projectiles. Several shards grazing Xian Song's form, leaving shallow marks on his fur. Witnessing this, Xian Song's resolve solidified. This woman's cultivation was nearly on par with Xiong Kuei, undoubtedly a formidable opponent at that moment. The demonic thunder and sun condensation art within Xian Song surged to life, unleashing 2 centuries of accumulated power that a dense purple demonic aura enveloped him, so thick it seemed almost tangible, with flickering arcs of electricity crackling within, producing a sizzling sound. With each breath, Xian Song's form began to swell. What had once been a concealed 3-meter tiger form rapidly expanded beyond 4.5 meters, his jaws slightly agape, revealing sharp fangs, as he emitted a low, rumbling roar, with the augmentation of demonic power. Xian Song leapt into the air, his massive body stirring a gust of wind as he executed a graceful arc towards the woman, his claws glinting ominously under the sunlight, exuding a putrid scent, as if poised to rend her asunder. "Come on!" Yet the woman remained unfazed, gracefully retreating with light steps, seemingly effortlessly sidestepping Xian Song's assault. But Xian Song was undeterred. He flicked his tail fiercely in midair, using the momentum to pivot and launch himself once more at the woman. As she retreated, she waved her left hand gently, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy that appeared before her. When Xian Song's claws struck the barrier, they erupted in a dazzling display of spiritual light. Though the barrier trembled, it held firm. However, Xian Song's claws were jolted, leaving them tingling as he quickly regained his stance, readying for another attack. Under the shield of spiritual energy, the woman's gaze remained locked on Xian Song. Sensing this, Xian Song began to circle her, his paws leaving deep impressions in the earth. Suddenly, he dashed behind her, charging with determination. Just as he neared the barrier, he concentrated his demonic power in his jaws and lunged towards it. This time, cracks appeared in the barrier, prompting a slight furrow in the woman's brow. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Song slammed both paws against the barrier, and with a resounding crack, it shattered. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the woman, whose expression shifted, retreating as she summoned back the jade hairpin. Roar! Xian Song let out another fierce roar. Seizing the moment while the woman was still regaining her balance, he aimed a claw at her shoulder. The woman braced the hairpin horizontally before her, and upon the collision of Xian Song's claw and the hairpin, a contest of strength ensued. Xian Song pressed down forcefully, while the woman countered with her spiritual energy, both sides locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, Xian Song raised his other paw, targeting her face. Only then did the woman's expression betray a hint of alarm, forcing her to relinquish the hairpin and lean back to evade. Taking advantage of the moment, Xian Song seized the hairpin in his jaws and with a fierce shake, flung it far away, rendering it devoid of its spiritual light upon landing. Though she was now without the hairpin, the woman remained composed. Swiftly, she formed hand seals, causing the air around her to vibrate with intensity. Xian Song sensed a potent force gathering. Yet he did not retreat, charging at her, aware that allowing her to complete her spell would plunge him into greater peril. Just as Xian Song was about to close the distance, the woman thrust her hands forward, unleashing a massive wave of spiritual energy that surged towards him. Xian concentrated all his demonic power in defense, bracing himself. The collision of their forces resulted in a deafening explosion. Trees around them swayed precariously, some snapping in half under the pressure. In that moment, it felt as though his very insides had been shattered. A searing pain radiated throughout his body. This level of impact would be sufficient to claim the life of any human. In essence, it was the prior enhancement of Xian demon form, coupled with the formidable demonic energy refined by the thunder condensation technique, that enabled him to barely withstand the onslaught. Yet, he still had the ability to move. The woman, noticing Xian could still rise, promptly raised her hand and cast a small net, which unfurled in the wind with an otherworldly grace, far surpassing the combined nets of Dong Xiao and his companions. Xian, however, was not foolish enough to remain stationary. He pivoted and leaped onto a nearby tree, using it to propel himself with agility, swiftly darting away several dozen meters. "Where do you think you're running?" The woman, seeing this, rushed forward, unaware that Xian had already gathered all his demonic energy in his mouth during his leap. Just as the woman caught up, Xian unleashed a blast of demonic light. Boom! In a crucial moment, the hairpin Xian had hurled earlier unexpectedly returned, blossoming with ethereal light before the woman, completely absorbing Xian attack. Realizing that his strongest strike had borne no fruit, Xian ceased his hesitance and turned to flee. "You wretched beast, it seems bringing you back alive is out of the question." At that moment, the woman's gaze turned icy, and streams of spiritual energy coalesced around her. Her aura surging to more than triple its previous intensity. Had she not originally intended to capture Xian alive, the consequences of her full strength would have been dire should it have struck him. "Ah, help me!" At that instant, a scream from Dong Xiao echoed through the thicket. The woman momentarily paused, failing to act in time, while Xian had already distanced himself by 200 or 300 meters. The dense foliage soon concealed him from her sight as he raced through the underbrush. Chapter 41. Ghostly aura. Deep within the lush, sun-blocking forest, intertwined branches and leaves formed a vast green canopy. Severing the intrusion of external clamor and light, Xian moved like lightning, his massive tiger form darting swiftly among the trees. Each powerful paw strike left shallow depressions in the ground, stirring clouds of dust. His variegated fur shimmered in the interplay of light and shadow, akin to flowing flames. Gathering his strength, he ran for a considerable distance, only slowing once he confirmed the woman was not in pursuit. Halting to catch his breath, his broad chest heaving with exertion. Licking his lips, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Subsequently, Xian raised his formidable head, gazing skyward, utilizing the rays of light filtering through the leaves to discern his direction. After confirming the path to Feng Mountain, he resumed his swift strides towards it. Meanwhile, at Feng Mountain, Sang Biao and He Sha had already arrived. Sang Biao was colossal, with an exceptionally robust tiger body, his fur gleaming with an oily sheen, each strand seemingly imbued with power. He Sha, with black fur and white stripes, possessed a lithe form, exuding a quiet dignity. At this moment, the Mountain Wolf King led a diverse pack of wild wolves, arranged neatly in a clearing. "Second brother, these are the new subordinates our elder brother has recruited," Sang Biao rumbled, his massive jaws parting to reveal sharp fangs, turning to He Sha with a hint of pride in his eyes. He Sha nodded slightly, his large head scanning the surroundings with piercing intensity, inquiring, "Has elder brother not yet arrived?" Upon hearing this, Sang Biao recalled the matter. Noticing Xian had yet to return, he quickly moved closer to the Mountain Wolf King, anxiously asking, "Has my elder brother come back?" The Mountain Wolf King shook his head slowly, his voice low and raspy. "Not yet that so?" Sang Biao turned his head, concern now evident in his previously indifferent eyes. Fortunately, not long after, the rustling of branches echoed from the distant woods. Xian silhouette gradually emerged from the thicket. "Elder brother," Sang Biao shouted joyously, his voice reverberating through the mountains and startling a flock of birds into flight. "Let us go," Xian declared succinctly, showing no sign of hesitation as he led Sang Biao, He Sha, and the Mountain Wolf King deeper into Feng Mountain. An hour later, they arrived near Wolf Ridge. The terrain of Wolf Ridge was treacherous, dotted with peculiar stones, and in the center lay a profound cave. The Mountain Wolf King raised his head and howled, prompting several wild wolves to dart away like arrows. Soon, They returned, dragging 3 plump spotted deer, respectfully placing the game before the 3 brothers. Entering the cave, they found it dark and damp, with eerie phosphorescent glimmers flickering on the walls. "Well done. This is your reward." Xian stood in the middle of the cave, opening his mouth wide to expel 5 glowing demonic crystals from his belly. The crystals shimmered mysteriously in the dim cave, casting a majestic reflection of Xian tiger visage. The mountain wolf king approached cautiously, gently nudging the crystals with his nose, his eyes filled with reverence and gratitude that he understood that as an ordinary spirit creature, he could never come into contact with such precious items without the protection of a powerful demon. After receiving Xian reward, the mountain wolf king took his leave to stand guard outside the cave. Silence returned within. Xian turned to He Sha, his eyes reflecting a grave concern, asking, "Second brother, how did you achieve your breakthrough? And what is this aura emanating from you?" Xian had keenly sensed that while He Sha radiated demonic energy, there was also an undercurrent of eerie ghostly energy. "This is all thanks to my bloodline heritage," He Sha replied, resting his massive head on his forelegs. "That I initially believed my bloodline merely contained the memories of the demon race. However, after encountering the ghostly artifact elder brother spoke of, I discovered a new fragment of memory within my mind." He lifted his head, a hint of confusion in his tiger eyes. "Yet this memory is quite vague, making it difficult for me to discern its authenticity." He Sha paused before continuing. "It wasn't until I was taken away by that fox lady during my unconsciousness, when her ghostly minions were assigned to guard me, that this memory fully awakened. My bloodline heritage bestowed upon me 2 supernatural abilities. The first, devouring ghosts to transform essence, allows me to enhance my cultivation through the consumption of ghostly entities. The second, to be a tiger's lackey, enables me to imprison the souls of humans I have slain." Once the memory became clear, I began to seek a way to escape, until later, for reasons unknown, that fox lady sent ghostly beings to feign my release. The glimmer of ruthlessness and pride flashed in He Sha's eyes. This was fortuitous, as it allowed me to utilize this ability to devour all those ghostly entities, thereby enhancing my cultivation by several decades and ultimately breaking through to the spirit demon realm. He Sha explained to Xian without reservation. Upon hearing this, Xian nodded slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his tiger face. The twinge of envy stirred within him. Had he not possessed the memories of his past life or the enigmatic 3-lives scroll, he might have been merely an ordinary striped tiger, utterly inferior in strength to Sang Biao. "That in that case, you can be entrusted with this ghostly artifact," Xian declared, nudging the ancient ghostly jar towards He Sha with his paw. "I have conducted a preliminary study of this item. For some unknown reason, it harbors an immense accumulation of ghostly energy. The nature of this ghostly energy is quite similar to demonic energy, infused with the essence of the moon. That I suspect that Xiong Kuei, too, is unaware of how to cultivate with this ghostly energy, which has allowed him to rapidly advance his power in a short span." However, Xian expression turned serious, his tiger gaze fixed intently on the ghostly jar. With his physique, while he could harness the strength granted by the ghostly energy, he would also risk being counteracted by it. As his words concluded, Sang Biao tilted his head, pondering for a moment, before suddenly exclaiming, "So that's why he needed our blood to help balance his demonic form." Xian and He Sha exchanged encouraging glances. "Indeed, to have deduced this is quite impressive," He Sha remarked, his voice echoing within the cave. Sang Biao, seated there, tilted his small head, even playfully mimicking a gesture of embracing himself with his forepaws. "Your tiger arm is quite nimble." He Sha, captivated by Sang Biao's antics, encouraged, "Show me how you do that arm." Witnessing Sang Biao's amusing display, He Sha regarded him with newfound respect. Xian, exasperated, rolled his eyes, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining, choosing to abandon the explanation altogether. "So, how about my tiger arm? Isn't it handsome?" Sang Biao stood up at this, swaying his massive form as he mimicked several movements that could only be achieved through the transformation of demon kin. His appearance utterly comical. "That I can also do this, and this." Sang Biao continued to showcase his talents. Chapter 42. The unfortunate Xiong Kuei. Enough. Xian could no longer bear to watch, interrupting Sang Biao's exhibition and steering the conversation back to the ghostly jar. "Elder brother, do you mean I can absorb this ghostly energy like Xiong Kuei?" Sha gazed intently at the ghostly jar, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Didn't you feel a connection to this object? If it benefits your supernatural abilities, then there should be no issue at all, Xian affirmed. After Xian statement, Sha contemplated for a moment, slowly extending his paw to gently lift the lid of the ghostly jar. In an instant, a torrent of intense ghostly energy surged forth from the jar, swirling like a dense black smoke. The temperature within the cave plummeted, a chilling aura seemingly poised to freeze everything in its wake. Xian channeled the mystical thunderstrike yang condensation technique, surrounding itself with a radiant aura of violet lightning that crackled and flickered, forming a formidable barrier that isolated the malevolent energy outside. Initially, Sang Biao managed to endure the oppressive aura thanks to its powerful tiger form. However, after a few breaths, discomfort began to overwhelm it, causing it to shake its head restlessly. Alas, this ghastly presence is unbearable, Sang Biao muttered, turning unsteadily to flee from the wolf den. Upon emerging, it spotted a pack of wild wolves lingering nearby, instantly invigorating its spirit as it approached them, striking a pose and proclaiming, "Dear wolf brethren, do you not admire my tiger strength?" The wolves stared blankly at Sang Biao, their expressions a mixture of confusion and exasperation. Within the wolf den, Sha concentrated intently, gradually absorbing the ghostly energy from the ghost jar. Guiding it slowly into its body, the spectral energy coursed through its meridians, causing a slight tremor in its form, as beads of sweat formed on its brow, dampening its fur. "What do you feel?" Xian remained vigilant by the ghost jar, eyes fixed on Sha, ready to seal the jar at the slightest anomaly. "Brother, I feel." Sha inhaled deeply, suddenly exclaiming with exhilaration, "Exhilarating! At this moment, I feel as though I am immersed in the essence of the moon." With these words, Sha unleashed its innate abilities, accelerating the absorption of the ghostly energy from the jar. The energy surged into its being like a tidal wave, merging with its own demonic essence, radiating an extraordinary and mysterious glow. After approximately 10 breaths, Sha abruptly halted its absorption, slowly opening its tiger eyes, which shimmered with excitement as it spoke to Xian. "I am saturated, given my current cultivation. I can only absorb this much at once, and it needs refining." "Good." Xian nodded in satisfaction, responding with warmth. "It appears that the three of us are indeed blessed with profound fortunes." With that, it let out a hearty laugh that echoed within the cavern, then pushed the ghost jar towards Sha. After all, Sha had reached the level of a refined creature, capable of internal alchemy, and could conceal objects within its form. In stark contrast to the jubilance on Xian's side. The situation for Xiong Kuei was dire. At that moment, a woman hurriedly returned, only to be met with a scene of devastation. Dong Xiao lay on the ground, gravely injured by Xiong Kuei, while over 20 human warriors had been mercilessly torn apart, their bodies drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to behold. "You vile beast! You shall not be spared," the woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury, her brows furrowing in anger. Previously, her singular focus on capturing Xian had led her to hold back her full strength. But now, Xiong Kuei's brutal actions had ignited her wrath. Without any divine weapon at her disposal, she wielded only a hairpin to this moment. She infused all her spiritual energy into it, causing the pin to tremble and emit a soft blue glow. Not blindingly brilliant, but exuding a power that could not be underestimated. Seeing the woman audaciously provoke it, Xiong Kuei disdainfully bared its sharp fangs, emitting a low, rumbling growl as its massive black bear form rose slowly, towering like a mountain and emanating an aura of dread. "You pathetic human vermin, you are truly despicable." With a roar, the ferocious energy surged forth. The woman took a deep breath, lightly tapping her foot before darting towards Xiong Kuei like a swift swallow. As she neared, she flicked her wrist, transforming the wooden pin into a streak of blue light that aimed for Xiong Kuei's throat. Xiong Kuei reacted swiftly, swinging its massive paw with a force that stirred a gale. Striking at the pin, with a resounding clap, the hairpin was sent flying, only to veer back midair and dart towards Xiong Kuei once more. Unexpectedly, Xiong Kuei found itself taken aback by this peculiar return. It had believed its initial strike sufficient to obliterate the attack, but the pin came rushing back. It had no time to ponder further as another paw came crashing down to obliterate the pin. The dual impacts created a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that toppled nearby trees and shattered branches. Yet again, the pin was deflected, but it grazed Xiong Kuei's paw, drawing forth a stream of crimson blood that trickled down its massive limb. Enraged, Xiong Kuei roared in fury, no longer dismissing the woman before it. Its demonic energy surged violently, the once dark energy thickening and taking on a reddish hue, indicating the unleashing of a more potent sorcery. With swift movements, it unleashed waves of dark energy from its palms, shooting forth like arrows aimed at the woman. Her expression turned grave. Knowing she could not afford to be careless in midair, she deftly evaded Xiong Kuei's onslaught. Murmuring incantations as her garments billowed in the wind, streams of pale blue energy emanating from her, forming a protective barrier before her. The black energy collided with the shield, sizzling as its light flickered ominously. Aware that passive defense would not suffice, she seized the moment of Xiong Kuei's attack to execute a series of rapid hand seals, declaring, "Gathering wind spirits." Instantly, the air around them began to swirl violently, coalescing into a powerful whirlwind that surged towards Xiong Kuei, lifting sand and debris into a swirling wall. Xiong Kuei, undeterred, stood firm against the tempest, pushing against it with great force while roaring, "A mere spell. What can it do to me?" The clash of the whirlwind and Xiong Kuei's energy erupted with a deafening roar, a shockwave creating a massive crater in the ground and fracturing the earth around it. Seizing the opportunity as Xiong Kuei grappled with the whirlwind, the woman retrieved her pin once more. Elevating her spiritual energy to its zenith, she poured it all into the pin that blazed brilliantly, transforming into a dazzling blue streak akin to a shooting star that shot towards Xiong Kuei. This time, Xiong Kuei sensed an unprecedented threat. Attempting to evade, it found its movements sluggish from the previous confrontation with the whirlwind. Reluctantly, it raised its arms to shield its vital areas. With a piercing sound, the pin drove deeply into Xiong Kuei's shoulder, embedding itself several inches deep. Xiong Kuei let out a harrowing scream, its body swaying in agony. Fueled by rage as it exerted all its might to wrench the pin from its shoulder, casting it aside, as it stood there, blood gushed from its shoulder, staining its dark fur. Realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, Xiong Kuei understood that continuing this fight could cost it its life. It glared hatefully at the woman. "You despicable humans shelter those 3 tiger spirits, opposing me. The Blackback Mountain, we shall see about this." Xiong Kuei bellowed in its demonic tongue, while the woman, her brows furrowed, mistook its roaring for defiance and prepared to strike again. However, Xiong Kuei, without hesitation, turned and bolted into the depths of the forest. Swiftly disappearing among the trees that in its haste, Xiong Kuei paused momentarily, casting a begrudging glance back at the woman, seemingly etching her visage into its memory before vanishing, leaving behind a trail of blood. The woman observed the direction in which Xiong Kuei fled, refraining from pursuit, and exhaled deeply, her tense form finally relaxing. "What a loss," she murmured softly, kneeling beside the gravely injured Dong Xiao, retrieving a small jade vial from her bosom. Pouring out a fragrant pill and administering it to him. "Take this medicine and recover well," she said gently. Dong Xiao weakly opened his eyes, filled with gratitude. "I am by Shui Town's Yixianwei. Thank you, Lu Xianshi, for your life-saving grace." While others may not recognize her, Dong Xiao certainly did. This woman, known as Lu Ning, an 8th-level spirit cultivator, was a mystical envoy overseeing by Shui Town, Pan Shui Town, and Guanshan Town, wielding significant authority that allowed her to surpass local commanders in exceptional circumstances. With an impassive expression, Lu Ning rose to her feet, surveying the remaining human survivors, and instructed, "This place is no longer safe. You must leave this forest at once and avoid returning to this perilous location. As for the tiger beasts that I will report above, if those 3 tiger spirits are utilized effectively, they could ensure decades of peace for the 3 towns." Free from ghostly disturbances, the crowd nodded in agreement, assisting the injured as they gradually departed the bloody battlefield under Lu Ning's protection. After their departure, a gentle demonic breeze swept through the area. The Fox Lady manifested, her skirt fluttering in the wind, her delicate features marred by a frown, her once radiant eyes now clouded with despair as she surveyed the devastation around her. The silence hung heavily, broken only by the soft rustle of wind through the broken branches. As if lamenting the tragedy that had unfolded, scattered across the ground lay the bodies of the human warriors, all mercilessly torn apart, by Xiongkui, their blood pooling into small streams that twisted across the earth, a scene too gruesome to bear. Damn it, the fox lady bit her lip, frustration evident in her tone, lamenting not only her failed feast, but also the unwanted mess she now had to contend with. Unable to contain her ire, she cursed softly, her once charming visage now twisted in rage. She had meticulously orchestrated a brilliant scheme, intending to exploit the human cultivators' pursuit of Heisha, manipulating them into confronting Xiongkui elsewhere. Before the two parties were on the verge of conflict, she feigned an appearance, pretending to benevolently inform the human cultivator Xiongkui of his whereabouts. In doing so, she could remain uninvolved while reaping the benefits, effectively extricating herself from any trouble. However, the situation had diverged entirely from her plans, becoming a chaotic mess. No, I cannot allow these three foul tigers to jeopardize my standing. The fox lady clenched her silver teeth, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes as she spoke. She slowly closed her eyes, her slender fingers dancing gracefully as she chanted incantations, channeling her formidable mountain spirit power to invoke magic. In an instant, a mysterious and gentle radiance emanated from her, spreading outwards like ripples. The entire Fogio mountain seemed enveloped in a peculiar veil, appearing almost transparent in her sight. Every blade of grass and tree, every cave and path on the mountain became vividly clear in her perception. Subsequently, the fox lady pointed her alabaster finger towards the void, a ghostly green light shooting forth from her fingertip. She began to decipher the faint remnants of the black evil's previous presence. That essence was like a thread hidden in the shadows, gradually becoming clearer under the influence of her powerful magic. Soon, she discerned a black line formed from the aura left by the black evil, winding and twisting as it extended into the distance. Feng Mountain. The fox lady raised an eyebrow slightly, murmuring softly, "Has it gone to Feng Mountain?" After a brief contemplation, a meaningful smile crept onto her lips. This might indeed be advantageous. With that, the fox lady vanished in a flash, like a crimson streak of light, swiftly returning to the mountain temple. The temple stood ominously beneath the mottled shadows of the trees, exuding an air of mystery. Upon entering the temple, she raised her hand, and the surrounding air instantly turned icy and piercing, with wisps of ghostly green smoke materializing out of thin air amidst the swirling fog. Several indistinct and ethereal spirits began to emerge. "You all, go to the human realm." As soon as the fox lady finished speaking, the spirits took her words and set off towards the human domain. Within Baishui town, upon learning of the failed operation, Zhao Yuan's expression darkened, his once ruddy complexion now shrouded in a thick haze of gloom. Lord Guardian Ikiti. That moment, the town's chief Dong Zhun hurriedly approached, his steps frantic, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as dust rose beneath his hurried feet. My lord. Upon seeing Dong Zhun arrive, Zhao Yuan's eyes immediately sparkled with intensity. "What news?" "Reporting to my lord, the fox demon has just sent someone over. The three tiger beasts are currently at Feng Mountain. It can find the demon clan at Feng Mountain to take action." "But," Dong Zhun's voice quivered, hesitation evident in his gaze. "What price?" Zhao Yuan had anticipated this, bracing himself as his hands instinctively clenched, knuckles turning white. 10 spirit wisdom pills, plus 5,000 spirit stones, and from this moment forth. Within Baishui town, a spirit altar must be dedicated to it. Such audacity! Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan sprang to his feet, his chair creaking in protest, setting aside the matter of the 10 spirit wisdom pills and 5,000 spirit stones, which, given Zhao Yuan's current status, he could indeed procure from the Zhuangtiangui. However, the problem lay in the aftermath. Once the application was made, should any unrest occur in Baishui town within the next 3 years, he would be unable to call upon the Zhuangtiangui again. After all, resources had already been allocated, and according to the rules, one could not take advantage of both sides if that were the case. And he still required the Zhuangtiangui's intervention. It would only prove Zhao Yuan's incompetence as a guardian, likely leading to his dismissal. In other words, should Zhao Yuan agree to this, he would have no way back. "My lord, this fox demon is insatiably greedy. Must we truly acquiesce to such demands? These resources, Dong Zhun could scarcely fathom. 5,000 spirit stones alone would suffice for him to purchase a grand estate in the city." At this moment, Zhao Yuan fell silent, leaning back in his chair, his eyes narrowed as if gazing through the walls to a distant place, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If successful, the three tiger beasts could ensure that Baishui town remained free from ghostly afflictions for at least 50 years. If all conditions were met, Zhao Yuan could leverage this achievement to ascend in the city within 5 years. Escaping this remote backwater, the future appeared exceedingly bright. Yet conversely, after much internal struggle, Zhao Yuan clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms taut, as if he had made a monumental decision. I can agree to the fox demon's demand for the altar. As for the spirit wisdom pills and spirit stones, I will only provide them upon seeing the tiger beasts. Chapter 44. Bao Yuan. The scene shifted to the 12 connected caves, inside the cave where Bao Yuan resided. The surroundings were lush and verdant, interspersed with fruit trees, resembling a natural painting that a pool formed by an underground spring bubbled forth, its crystal-clear waters shimmering under the sunlight. What brings such a soaring figure to my humble abode today? Inside the cave, Bao Yuan, covered in spots, lay languidly, eyeing the somewhat flirtatious fox demon with a mix of curiosity and caution. Bao Yuan, dear brother, is that a touch of unfamiliarity in your words? I have come, thinking of your hardships, to present you with an opportunity to ask the mountain spirit of Fogio Mountain. The fox lady could not stray far for long, yet she remained unhurried, gracefully swaying her slender figure. Her eyes sparkling with cunning as she subtly enticed Bao Yuan as expected. Upon hearing the word opportunity, Bao Yuan's demeanor shifted rapidly. After all, such mountain spirits have very limited avenues for advancement. Bao Yuan's current cultivation was largely due to seizing the opportunity that had previously belonged to the deer spirit, allowing him to ascend to the ranks of the 300-year-old refined spirits, making him particularly sensitive to the notion of opportunity. Pray, enlighten me. Bao Yuan's gaze intensified with interest as he lifted his head slightly. His ears perked up, awaiting the fox lady's words. The fox lady, seeing this, felt a surge of triumph in her eyes, and briefly recounted the events concerning the Xiansong trio fleeing to Feng Mountain. Is that all? You speak of an opportunity that does not involve the bounty on Xiong Kuei's head, do you? 1,000 demon crystals is indeed substantial, yet it hardly compels me to provoke those 3 brothers. After pondering, Bao Yuan dismissed the notion, returning to a relaxed position, his tail gently swaying behind him, a hint of disdain on his face. What my dear brother speaks of is merely one aspect. The fox lady had prepared her response well to eye in the context of the demon clan. The bounty on Xiong Kuei pales in comparison to the opportunity one mentioned. Bao Yuan, you are aware that I am currently associated with the human realm. Do you know what bounty has been placed on those 3 tiger beasts? At this, the fox lady deliberately paused, her eyes glimmering with mystery. What is it? Bao Yuan slowly rose, his movements agile and powerful. Fixated on the fox lady, curiosity brimming in his gaze. 1 tiger beast, 1 spirit bestowal pill, the fox lady declared, her eyes shining with excitement, as if she could already envision the success of her plan. Spirit bestowal pill? I have not heard of it. I only know of spirit wisdom fruit, which can awaken the intellect of wild beasts, Bao Yuan replied, tilting his head with a look of confusion. It is only natural that my brother, disinterested in the human realm, would be unaware. The fox lady chuckled lightly, continuing, the spirit bestowal pill is crafted from the spirit bestowal fruit. Spirit bestowal fruit. Indeed, the spirit bestowal fruit. Consuming this fruit grants our demon clan a 50% chance to awaken our bloodlines, and with luck, one may even develop innate divine abilities. Meanwhile, the humans possess unrivaled alchemical skills. Consuming a spirit bestowal pill made from the spirit bestowal fruit offers a mere 10% chance of manifesting innate divine abilities. If my brother can capture these 3 tiger spirits and exchange them for 3 spirit bestowal pills, would that not qualify as an opportunity? Upon hearing this, Bao Yuan was instantly invigorated. His body trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming with greed and excitement, as if he could already envision himself possessing innate divine abilities. Although the odds seemed slim, for beings of their ilk, it was more than enough to be deemed an opportunity. 3 spirit bestowal pills, innate divine abilities, certainly, that qualifies as an opportunity. However, after the initial excitement, Bao Yuan regained his composure, a hint of wariness returning to his gaze. But if I acquire these 3 spirit wisdom pills, what will you gain? I hardly believe you, Fox Ning, would share all the benefits with me. Bao Yuan continued to scrutinize Fox Ning, his eyes assessing. The fox lady replied with a gentle smile. My brother is truly suspicious. Please rest assured, I am now the mountain spirit of Fogio Mountain. Whether I obtain the spirit bestowal pills is of no consequence to me. What I seek is the contribution I can make in the human realm. If these 3 tiger beasts are delivered through my hands, the elevation in status I would achieve far surpasses that of 3 spirit bestowal pills. Moreover, given my brother's formidable prowess, if I were to deceive you, I would not fare well myself. To reassure Bao Yuan, the fox lady made repeated assurances, even feigning vulnerability, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Thus, through their exchanges of guarantees, Bao Yuan gradually found himself captivated. Pray, share with me the details regarding the 3 tiger spirits. Upon hearing this, the fox lady immediately chuckled and proceeded to relay the circumstances of the Xiansong 3 brothers to Bao Yuan. 3 tiger beasts, all of them spirit demons. No wonder the bounty is so high. Bao Yuan could not help but exclaim that in that case, I must trouble brother Bao Yuan with this matter. The fox lady did not respond but turned and departed. Inside the cave, as he watched her retreating figure, Bao Yuan promptly rose and summoned his followers. My king, several leopard spirits approached. There are 2 matters at hand. First, I wish to claim Feng Mountain as my domain. You are to exit the cave and announce this to the various demon territories, while also seeking out the recent tumultuous activities of the tiger spirits. Be vigilant. Should you discover their whereabouts, report back immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, within Feng Mountain, in the tranquil wolf den, He Sha lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by tendrils of ghostly energy that slowly intertwined with its form. The process of refining this ghostly energy was progressing smoothly, and through this endeavor, He Sha's cultivation experienced a slight advancement, reaching 105 years. Furthermore, it successfully unlocked a mysterious ability hidden within its abdomen and comprehended a technique known as Yin Wind. At this moment, He Sha exuded an aura more powerful than ever, as if it had undergone a profound transformation. Within the cave, Xiansong was also engaged in consolidating its cultivation. It lay gracefully on the ground, its demonic energy swirling around it. During this time, Xiansong felt a stirring within, and its consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, eager to glimpse the enigmatic 3 lives scroll. In the sea of awareness, the scroll hovered serenely, emanating a soft and mysterious glow. After the demise of the white ape, Xiansong had received 300 red patterns. However, it was a pity that Xiansong's cultivation had already reached the spirit demon level, rendering the blood essence fruit ineffective for physical enhancement. This limitation significantly restricted what Xiansong could envision, particularly the treasures of the human race, elixirs, talismans, and wondrous medicines, all of which were objects of desire for Xiansong. Through experimentation, Xiansong realized that to envision treasures of the human race, one must possess golden patterns. After drifting in thought within the sea of awareness for some time, Xiansong slowly opened its tiger eyes, which sparkled with intensity, gazing toward the cave entrance. Humans, our identities have been exposed, and given their circumstances, they will undoubtedly not overlook us. Moreover, that Bear Kue has been conveniently lured by the humans. Next time, it may not be so simple, Xiansong murmured, a trace of gravity in its gaze. With humans outside and Bear Kue within, it was imperative to enhance its powers swiftly. With these thoughts, Xiansong lifted its gaze to observe the heavens. However, the nearby sky was clear and cloudless, preventing Xiansong from summoning thunder to cultivate. Relying solely on the absorption of solar and lunar essence was slow, offering little assistance in the current predicament. It seemed that an unconventional approach was the only recourse. The brilliance in Xiansong's tiger eyes flickered. The humans sought its tiger form's might to evade ghostly afflictions, while the 3 brothers likewise desired the flesh and blood of humans to elevate their cultivation. Chapter 45. An unusual hedgehog spirit. In a moment of contemplation, Xiansong's gaze swept across the surroundings, keenly noting the absence of Sang Biao. Where has Sang Biao gone? Upon uttering this, the wolf pack on guard outside promptly responded, reporting to the king, the 3rd king has just run out. Out? Xiansong furrowed its brow, fully aware of Sang Biao's lively and inquisitive nature, fearing it might cause some trouble. Rest assured, my king, the 3rd king has gone towards the rear. That area is our territory and poses no danger. After the wolf spoke, Xiansong soon heard Sang Biao's voice resonating. Ouch! That hurt. The tone carried a blend of disarray and indignation. You little creature. Dare you bite me? Watch as I bite you back. No. Wait, you can't stab me. Despicable fiend. The sounds of Sang Biao echoed, prompting Xian Song and He Sha to approach. After traversing a small hill, they discovered Sang Biao rolling on the ground, seemingly evading something. Its large form tumbled through the grass, sending clumps of vegetation flying in a comical display. Only when Xian Song and the others drew near did they see Sang Biao clutching a spiky white hedgehog. Let me go, you ugly creature. I shall tell my grandfather. The little hedgehog spirit screeched, its quills standing erect like steel needles. Sang Biao grasped the little hedgehog with its tiger paw and bared its teeth, saying, "You little thing, though small in stature, you've caused me quite the trouble." It turned out that earlier, Sang Biao had sensed an aura not belonging to the wolf pack's demon tribe nearby. Upon pursuit, it discovered this little hedgehog spirit, which had stealthily crept into the area where mountain ginseng grew, laboriously digging with its tiny paws, appearing both adorable and comical. Third brother, Xian Song called as it walked ahead, followed closely by He Sha and the Mountain Wolf King. Brother, look, Sang Biao, upon seeing Xian Song arrive, quickly presented the little hedgehog spirit before him. Xian Song's tiger eyes scanned the little hedgehog spirit. Realizing it possessed nearly 80 years of cultivation, an epiphany struck Xian Song, leading to a flicker of contemplation in its gaze. Put it down. Upon Xian Song's command, Sang Biao complied, and the little hedgehog spirit turned to Xian Song, offering a respectful bow with its soft, delicate hands. "Greetings, Mountain Lord," it chirped, its voice laced with a hint of timidity. Since ancient times, tigers have been associated with legends of mountain lords, and as most tiger spirits possess formidable combat prowess, they hold significant status on any mountain. Though this little hedgehog spirit's cultivation was not weak, it seemed to lack any combat ability. Xian Song pondered silently. "Where is your master?" Instantly, Xian Song deduced that this little hedgehog had someone backing it. Returning to the Mountain Lord, "My grandfather is asleep in the cave that I was so famished that I ventured out. I beg the Mountain Lord for forgiveness." The little hedgehog spirit spoke pitifully as the little hedgehog finished speaking. The Mountain Wolf King could no longer restrain himself and quietly interjected beside Xian Song. "I have not heard of any hedgehog spirits in this vicinity." The Mountain Wolf King's voice was low, but the little hedgehog spirit heard clearly and promptly stood up, huffing, "My grandfather is incredibly powerful. He is merely asleep." "Asleep or dead?" Sang Biao interjected teasingly. "Your grandfather is the one who has died. Your whole family has perished," the little hedgehog spirit retorted, baring its teeth at Sang Biao. "You little creature, it seems you are courting death." Sang Biao's eyes narrowed, its demonic energy swirling ominously. "Enough," Xian Song interjected in time. "Bring it to Mountain Ginseng and let it depart." After Xian Song's command, the Mountain Wolf King acted without hesitation. Upon receiving the Mountain Ginseng, the little hedgehog spirit beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mountain Lord. You are truly a kind demon." After obtaining the Mountain Ginseng, the little hedgehog spirit quickly burrowed away. "Brother, are we just letting it go like that?" Sang Biao expressed dissatisfaction. "What do you expect to do? You fool. It's merely a hedgehog spirit. Killing it brings us no gain, why offering it two inconsequential Mountain Ginseng. We forge a favorable relationship. Why not?" He Sha chimed in from the side. Xian Song smiled appreciatively upon hearing this, and turned to Sang Biao. "You should learn from your second brother. There is an old saying among humans. The world is not merely about fighting and killing. It is about human relationships and affairs, in the absence of profit conflicts. All is goodwill. Conversely, one must act decisively with thunderous means." Xian Song imparted this lesson, and soon the spirits paid little heed to the matter. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Xian Song sought an open area to practice the demon thunder convergence technique, while simultaneously absorbing the essence of the moon to enhance its cultivation. According to Xian Song's previous life's training, the convergence technique required the summoning of 81 bolts of heavenly thunder to achieve completeness, that in Xian Song's past life, residing in the realm of bliss. It had only summoned 75 bolts before the ghostly nest erupted, failing to attain perfection. However, the key issue was that the thunderous power of that previous world was not strong in this new life. With its enhanced tiger form, Xian Song calculated that it would be more than sufficient. Yet, this world was unlike the last. In similar circumstances, The thunder of a storm here was more than 5 times as potent as in the previous life. It seems this physical refinement is absolutely indispensable. Xiansong murmured to itself, then continued to operate the technique while beginning to cultivate thunder techniques. Thanks to its current condition, Xiansong mobilized its demonic power within its throat. And after repeated experimentation, it successfully developed 2 thunder techniques belonging to it under the night sky. Thunder roar. The demonic energy coalesced in a roar, unexpectedly surpassing even the might of a dragon's chant. Thunder strike. This technique required the manifestation of its demonic form. In this state, it gathered thunderous energy upon its claws, striking down with the force of a battering ram. Having completed the technique, Xiansong's breath grew ragged alongside the thunderous energy it had unleashed. However, it ultimately refrained from testing its roar in the night. Subsequently, Xiansong calmed the fluctuations of its demonic energy at that moment. Sang Biao hurried over. Xuansong opened his eyes and, somewhat puzzled, gazed at the neurotic Sang Biao. He then spoke with exasperation. "What brings you here in the dead of night? Are you not afraid of encountering wild beasts?" "Brother, I sense something approaching, but I can't pinpoint where," Sang Biao exclaimed, possessing the innate ability of 4 ears to hear the wind. His perceptive skills were exceptionally acute, surpassing even Xuansong, who had cultivated for 200 years. Chapter 46. Future Troublesome. Upon hearing Sang Biao's words, Xuansong took them seriously. Although Sang Biao could be somewhat foolish at times, he had never erred at critical junctures. Just as Xuansong was surveying the surroundings, a voice, aged and raspy, suddenly emerged from behind him. The old man intrudes uninvited. "I hope the Mountain Lord will forgive me." Following the voice, Xuansong beheld the earth undulating under the moonlight, and soon an elderly white hedgehog spirit appeared before him. The hedgehog spirit was small in stature, indistinguishable from a regular hedgehog. "Another hedgehog spirit?" Sang Biao rose, baring his teeth. "Third brother, do not be disrespectful to our elder." Xuansong immediately perceived that this old hedgehog was extraordinary. Feigning annoyance as he retorted, "This old hedgehog spirit managed to approach me unnoticed. If he harbored ill intentions, I would surely be in dire straits." He, Mountain Lord jest, the old man cannot bear the title of elder. The old hedgehog spirit, adorned with white whiskers, conjured a small cane from the earth with a wave of his hand. "Appearing frail and decrepit, I have come today to express my gratitude for sparing my gluttonous granddaughter. Likewise, as an elder, I cannot be impolite in my gratitude towards the Mountain Lord. 2 Mountain Ginsengs, a humble gift, yet rich in sentiment. The old man possesses no other talents, but I am willing to aid the Mountain Lord in averting 2 life-threatening crises. May I?" Before Xuansong could respond, Sang Biao could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Nonsense! My brother is alive and well. Where is the threat to his life? You foolish one, step aside." Xuansong shot a disapproving glance at Sang Biao. "Forgive me, old sir, but do you mean the threat to life refers to yesterday's worries or tomorrow's troubles?" Xuansong inquired cautiously. "Both," the old hedgehog spirit replied. "The Mountain Lord must have been born not long ago. You must have heard of some mountain rules by now." Xuansong nodded in acknowledgement. In this mountain range, there exists a demon king who shelters us, creating a sanctuary for us weaker spirits to reside. The Mountain Lord, in fleeing the Blackback Mountain and setting it ablaze, should be aware of the calamities that may ensue from such actions." Upon hearing this, Xuansong's gaze turned sharp. The old hedgehog spirit's words unveiled his origins, confirming that Xuansong's suspicions were indeed correct. "Are you suggesting that I will encounter grave troubles?" Xuansong questioned. "The wildfires are unrestrained. Should a great fire spread, countless beings will perish unjustly. Whether instigated by humans or demons, the mountain's great king will investigate thoroughly. It is merely a matter of time." Xuansong felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially set the mountain ablaze only to escape, invoking rain to extinguish the flames for his own survival. "What if I were to claim that it was not I who ignited the fire?" he countered. "Perhaps the Mountain Lord has forgotten that some matters may not have been adequately resolved?" The old hedgehog spirit responded, prompting Xuansong to recall the figure of the monkey that had appeared earlier. In the midst of a grand scheme, Xuansong lacked the time to concern himself with the insignificant monkey and had not encountered it during his departure. Thus he would not alter his plans for a mere pawn. "I humbly request your guidance, old sir," Xuansong said respectfully. "The mountain's rules must be observed within the mountain. The Mountain Lord has two paths to choose from. First, to leave this place. However, I must clarify that leaving means departing from the entire Tianyu mountain range. As soon as these words fell, Xuanzang immediately rejected the suggestion. That is highly improbable. As demon beings, we cannot simply leave. That if we do, we would only find ourselves in the realm of humans, where survival is nearly impossible given the current circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he added, then let us hear the second option. The establishment of rules requires clear rewards and punishments. You know why those spirits and demons wish to claim dominion over the mountains rather than simply hide away and cultivate. The hedgehog spirit paused, building suspense. Xuanzang remained silent, his amber tiger eyes deep and tranquil, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. The old hedgehog spirit, sensing Xuanzang's patience, cleared his throat and continued, the title of Mountain Lord is not bestowed lightly. One must endure numerous trials and tribulations to attain it. Should the Mountain Lord truly be able to exert dominance over this mountain, it would be akin to acquiring an official status in human terms. As the old hedgehog spirit spoke, he gestured with his cane. Currently, the demon race is weak, and the various demon kings, wishing to foster growth, have united to establish demon guilds. They emulate the humans, supporting the younger generation to strengthen the fortunes of our demon race. As he spoke, the old hedgehog spirit gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Imbued with a sense of the passage of time, to gain access to that circle, one must become a mountain king. Just like the bear Koei of Blackback Mountain, after achieving the rank of mountain king, he utilized the resources of Blackback Mountain to contribute to the demon guild, receiving a king's stipend in return, which he could exchange for beneficial resources, thus creating a positive cycle. By concentrating resources, talented and capable demons can grow rapidly, unlike before, when many spirits lacked crucial elements, unable to find opportunities, stalling their own progression, or even stagnating at certain levels. The old hedgehog spirit shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. With the establishment of demon guilds, whatever you lack, you can seek out. After all, what you possess may be what they need, and what they offer may be precisely what you require. Upon hearing this, Xuanzang could not help but nod in agreement. Images of a thriving demon race exchanged resources in the guilds filled his mind, suggesting that this indeed could allow for better and faster development of their kind. Yet, a doubt arose within him. What relevance do your words hold concerning my crisis? Xuanzang inquired, only to observe a look of exasperation flicker across the old hedgehog spirit's face. That of course it is relevant. The old hedgehog spirit's tone escalated, suddenly appearing incensed, his previously serene visage flushed with anger, akin to a teacher frustrated with a student who, after a lengthy explanation of basic arithmetic, proclaimed that 1 + 1 = 4. However, the old hedgehog spirit quickly recognized his own outburst, cleared his throat a couple of times, and soon reverted to his previous composed demeanor, stating calmly, as I mentioned earlier, the demon race is now emulating humans in their clear rewards and punishments. While speaking, he lightly tapped the ground with his cane. Chapter 47. Guidance and claiming the mountain. In the midst of his speech, the old hedgehog spirit seemed to grow parched, producing a gourd and taking a couple of hearty swigs. Though Xuanzang could not discern the contents of the gourd, he could still detect a fragrant aroma of flowers and fruits wafting through the air. After letting out a belch, the old hedgehog spirit continued. You are currently a wild demon, with no contributions to your name. Should you be held accountable, your actions would undoubtedly lead to your annihilation. However, if you make contributions of value to the demon race, you may offset any potential consequences for your actions. For instance, if you were to destroy a mountain in your quest for cultivation, you would need to demonstrate equal contributions that prove your worth exceeds that of the mountain itself. With this explanation, Xuanzang grasped the essence of the situation. He nodded slightly, a flicker of understanding shining in his eyes. That I comprehend now. Thank you for your guidance, old sir, he expressed sincerely. Indeed, this is merely the first point. The second pertains to the future. However, I cannot divulge any specifics about events that have yet to unfold. As he spoke, the old hedgehog spirit concentrated his energy and pointed to the ground, causing a surge of earthy yellow light to erupt, revealing a tiger-shaped sculpture before Xuanzang. The sculpture was remarkably lifelike, bearing an 8-part resemblance to Xuanzang himself. This is the key to overcoming your second crisis. I cannot divulge further details, Upon hearing this, Xuanzang's gaze fell upon the sculpture that bore a striking resemblance to him. Rendering him momentarily bewildered, he circled the sculpture, scrutinizing it in hopes of uncovering some clues. Yet found himself at a loss. "Thank you, old sir." Yet Xuanzang did not dwell too much on the matter, offering his gratitude to the old hedgehog spirit. He understood that some things could not be rushed. What was meant to arrive would eventually come. "Very well, my debt of gratitude is settled. I shall take my leave." With that, the old hedgehog spirit began to retreat into the earth, his form already half buried. At this moment, Sang Biao suddenly stomped his large feet, measuring 4 or 5 dozen yards, directly blocking the path of the old hedgehog spirit. "Hey, what are you doing?" The old hedgehog spirit emerged from the ground once more, a frown adorning its small face as it gazed at the dim-witted Sang Biao, its little eyes wide open and filled with fury. "Heh, take your time, old immortal." Sang Biao scratched his head, a sycophantic smile blooming on his face. You see, as he spoke, Sang Biao, unbeknownst to where he had procured them, presented a large bundle of mountain ginseng, piling it high before the old hedgehog spirit, the quantity nearly rivaling half of his own stature. Each ginseng was robust and plump, exuding a rich aura, sparkling under the sunlight. Following this, Sang Biao even circled around the old hedgehog spirit in a flattering manner. "Old immortal, you offer me a word or two of guidance?" Sang Biao leaned in, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, nearly drooling. The old hedgehog spirit, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the ginseng, was initially stunned, its expression shifting from surprise to a tempest of emotions. "What? Do you think this old man cannot afford ginseng?" It suddenly bellowed, the sharpness of its voice echoing painfully. "Or do you presume this old man covets such trifles?" The old hedgehog spirit, irate, bristled its spines and irritably prodded the heap of mountain ginseng with its small cane. "Bah, shameless." With that, the old hedgehog spirit turned and burrowed back into the soil, yet before a blink of an eye had passed, it sprang back out, gripping one end of its cane with both paws and leaping with all its might to strike at Sang Biao's paw planted firmly on the ground. Bang! Sang Biao yelped. "Hey, remove your filthy paw." The old hedgehog spirit cast a disdainful glance at Sang Biao, who continued to hop in agitation, before once again disappearing into the earth. Sang Biao, feeling the sting of pain, tenderly massaged his injured paw, but when he looked down again, to his dismay, the ginseng had vanished. After the old hedgehog spirit departed, Sang Biao turned to Xianzong, his expression one of innocent grievance. As if narrating his plight through his large, pleading eyes, Xianzong merely chuckled lightly. "So, you're not a fool after all." There was a teasing note in its laughter, finding Sang Biao's predicament quite amusing. Sang Biao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Brother, speaking of which, what that hedgehog spirit mentioned, Sang Biao absorbed nearly every word the hedgehog spirit had uttered directed at Xianzong, now expressing a hint of concern. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. Xianzong furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Moreover, I suspect the matter regarding the demon workshop is likely true. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how that bear king, Xiong Kuei, managed to obtain such a plethora of demon crystals, occupying the mountain." Xianzong gazed at the distant, undulating mountains, musing internally that it might be a favorable choice. The scale of Feng Mountain is not smaller than that of Blackback Mountain, and no one can ascertain whether there are other opportunities hidden within. Just then, both Xianzong and Sang Biao heard a series of howls from nearby wolves. The sounds breaking the tranquility of the forest, accompanied by a faint whiff of blood wafting through the breeze. "Brother, it seems something has happened over there." Sang Biao sensed the anomaly and spoke up. "Let us go take a look." Xianzong flexed its limbs, muscles taut, gradually rising. Ahead, 3 spotted leopards were fiercely engaged in battle with a pack of wolves. The leopards, their bodies adorned with vibrant patterns, had sleek fur that shimmered like metal under the sunlight. Agile in form, they displayed remarkable dexterity as they leapt and dodged, their sharp claws and teeth wielding great power in the skirmish against the wolves. Conversely, the wolf pack showed no signs of retreat, their eyes fierce, baring their sharp fangs as they emitted low growls. The wolf king appeared in the rear, its howl resonating with a long, booming echo that reverberated through the forest. Instantly, over 100 mountain wolves converged from all directions, swiftly joining the fray, encircling the 3 leopards. Wolf King, have no understanding of rules, one leopard roared, its voice laced with indignation. Our great king has claimed this mountain as his domain. And this place is the territory of our lord. Not only do you refuse to pay tribute in mountain spirit herbs, but you also dare to obstruct our patrol, the three leopards, each possessing 60 to 70 years of cultivation. Were momentarily unharmed in their clash with the wolves, yet as time wore on, the sheer number of the wolf pack could overwhelm them, eventually leading to their demise. However, it was inevitable that the wolf pack would also suffer losses. As numerous injured wolves and leopards lay scattered on the ground, the grass stained crimson with blood, the air thick with a pungent metallic scent. Spare me your nonsense. I, Wolf Geo, recognize no one but my lord. The Wolf King stood tall, exuding an imposing presence, its gaze resolute, showing no signs of retreat. It refrained from commanding the pack to attack en masse, wary of provoking the leopard spirit. After all, the opposing party was a genuine mountain spirit, not to be underestimated. Very well. Another leopard retorted with a sardonic laugh. In that case, await the wrath of our lord. Chapter 48. The three parties moved together. The three leopards were not foolish enough to hastily engage in a reckless confrontation with the wolf pack. And after delivering their menacing proclamation, they swiftly retreated, darting through the trees and vanishing into the vast forest, leaving behind a pack of wolves howling in defiance at their departing figures. What's going on? Xian Song emerged, his gaze sharp as he inquired of the Wolf King. Reporting to the king, the Wolf King bowed respectfully. According to the words of those leopard spirits, it seems the leopard spirit named Bao Yuan, who occupies the northern mountains, has experienced a breakthrough in strength, declaring itself king of the mountain, rallying a host of mountain spirits and wild creatures, pressuring us, the unyielding spirits, to pay tribute in mountain spirit herbs and other resources. They even demand to patrol our territory. As the Wolf King spoke, anger and helplessness flickered in its eyes. In the various mountain ranges, powerful spirits typically claim domains rich in natural treasures, just like the Wolf King's den, which is abundant in mountain ginseng. Those wolves with cultivation can enhance their strength by consuming it. These ginseng thrive in the hidden areas surrounding the wolf den, their leaves glistening with vitality, and their roots robust and plump, emanating a faint aura under the sun's light. Bao Yuan. Xian Song furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, declaring oneself king of the mountain. What is Bao Yuan's strength? Following this, Xian Song inquired, recalling how the Bear King, Xiong Kue, of Blackback Mountain, was an entity that instilled great apprehension in him. Now, another self-proclaimed king of the mountain emerged. My king, based on my subordinates' estimations, Bao Yuan's cultivation should just surpass 300 years, the Wolf King answered cautiously. Only a spirit with more than 300 years of cultivation qualifies to declare themselves king of the mountain here. 300 years is a significant milestone for a spirit. At this stage, they undergo the process of demonization and can manifest humanoid forms, which indeed symbolizes their strength point. 300 years, huh? Xian Song raised his head slightly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. I am not afraid, Xian Song declared confidently. Although his cultivation was only over 200 years, the prowess honed through 200 years of the Yao, Ting Chong Yang Ning Lei Ju was not inferior to those 300-year-old spirits. Various events propelled Xian Song forward. Now that Bao Yuan sought to claim the mountain, it conflicted with Xian Song's ambitions. The next day, the morning sun, akin to golden threads, gently cascaded over every corner of Feng Mountain, dispelling the icy chill of the night like fog. After a night of deliberation, Xian Song articulated his desire to claim the mountain. Sang Biao was naturally the first to voice his approval, leaping with excitement, waving his claws as he exclaimed, "Great, brother, I've been eager to pull off a big score." Meanwhile, He Sha stood quietly to the side, fully aligned with Xian Song's intentions, expressing no dissent. As for the Wolf King, its wild eyes sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning a glorious future for the Wolf clan. Its heart was set on elevating the Wolf clan. If Xian Song successfully claimed the mountain, the wolves could flourish like a robust tree within Feng Mountain. My king is wise. Our wolf clan shall follow you wholeheartedly. Once the goal was established, it was as if an arrow was drawn taut. Subsequent arrangements commenced gradually. Then, led by Xian Song within the wolf den, Xian Song sketched a simplified map of Feng Mountain on a flat stone using his sharp claws, based on the Wolf King's descriptions. My king, this area is the Black Water Pool. Here lies the Absolute Forest, and over here is the Cave of Bao Yuan in the northern mountains. There are a total of 12 caves. Also known as the 12 Linked Caves, originally a domain of a deer spirit, which was later usurped by the ascending Bao Yuan. It was rumored that these 12 linked caves possessed unique features. Yet we, the spirits, have never had the fortune to witness them. The Wolf King's eyes brimmed with yearning, resembling a child desiring precious candy. The Wolf King briefly introduced the situation to Xiansong. So, to summarize, if we take down Bao Yuan, we can claim the mountain as our own. Xiansong's tiger-like eyes glimmered, reflecting contemplation and decisiveness, as if rapidly analyzing various possibilities in his mind. After filtering through the information, he inquired, indeed, but my king, Bao Yuan's strength is formidable. My suggestion is to first target the Jaw Demon or the Python Demon. The Wolf King advised, after all, Leopard Yuan currently possesses the most formidable strength. In response, Xiansong slowly shook his head, his hair swaying gently with emotion, his expression grave. Time may be a constraint. Xiansong spoke, a hint of helplessness lacing his voice, according to that old hedgehog spirit. Xiansong had little time left. Brother, how about we three brothers act separately? I can go to Haishuiden while the second brother heads to Juessen, suggested Sang Biao, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. You all, Xiansong scanned the room, hesitating, his tail unconsciously swaying lightly, before turning to the Wolf King. What are the cultivation levels of that Jaw Demon and Python Demon? I only know they are both spirit demons, but based on my estimation, they shouldn't exceed 200 years, the Wolf King pondered, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, brother, the second brother and I will be just fine, Sang Biao asserted confidently, puffing out his chest to showcase his robust physique. Hearing this, Xiansong turned to He Sha, who remained silent, merely raising his head slightly to give Xiansong a reassuring glance, steady and resolute. Very well. Even the fiercest tiger must descend the mountain someday. Now that Sang Biao and He Sha have grown, I can no longer shield them indefinitely. Upon confirming their objective, Sang Biao brimmed with excitement. However, He Sha stepped aside with Xiansong. Brother, once we occupy the mountain, our position will be nearly fully exposed. Have you considered the implications with the human race and Xiong Kuei? He Sha expressed his concerns. Xiansong nodded gravely in acknowledgement. I am fighting for an opportunity. And the premise of that opportunity is that I must occupy the mountain, Xiansong stated, though he refrained from elaborating to He Sha, as he himself lacked absolute certainty regarding his endeavors amidst the current situation. I understand. He Sha, recognizing this, chose not to press further. He possessed unwavering faith in Xiansong. Then let us three brothers set off simultaneously. With that, Xiansong and He Sha returned. Wolf 9, I appreciate your Wolf Clan's efforts. Split into two groups and accompany the second and third brothers, Xiansong commanded, turning his powerful form to face the Wolf King. Rest assured, my king, the Wolf King replied, swiftly mobilizing the wolf pack. He raised his head, letting out a long and resonant howl that echoed throughout the valley, and soon the wolves began to assemble rapidly, their eyes glinting with excitement and anticipation, following Xiansong's lead. The three forces surged forth towards Feng Mountain like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 49. Surprise attack. Meanwhile, within the 12 connected caves, Leopard Yuan perched atop a blood-stained boulder, surrounded by his subordinates. A host of lesser demons. These creatures bore low cultivation, retaining various animalistic traits. The stone table was laden with wine and meat, offerings from Fox Lady intended to curry favor with Leopard Yuan. The wine seemed drawn from a river of blood, exuding a pungent, fishy odor that pervaded the cave. My king, you truly are the mightiest being in Feng Mountain. Under your reign, the 12 connected caves have become our paradise. A black serpent demon remarked, its forked tongue flickering. Excellent. Come, everyone, indulge in feasting and revelry. Today we shall celebrate, Leopard Yuan proclaimed, raising his head to survey the assembly of demons with his blood-red eyes. A toast to Brother Leopard. At this moment, Fox Lady smiled at Leopard Yuan, who relished the attention. The lesser demons erupted in cheers, their voices echoing like wails of despair as they employed various means to gulp down the blood wine. Spilling it down their chins and mingling it with the dried blood on the ground, night fell. After the banquet, the lesser demons slumbered soundly, Some sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their bodies stuck to the dried blood, while others clung to the cave walls, still gnawing on unfinished bones, their positions bizarrely contorted. Suddenly, Leopard Yuan, sensing a disturbance, slowly opened his eyes and leaped down from the boulder, splattering blood as he landed. The previous night's festivities had left his eyes bloodshot. Frowning, he kicked at a nearby lesser demon, who was still adorned with a chunk of rotting flesh. "Get up! Stop lazing about." The lesser demons jolted awake, many covered in pus and filth. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the cave. Leopard Yuan's ears perked up, confirming his suspicions, and his gaze sharpened with vigilance. "Let us go take a look." He swiftly led several lesser demons toward the cave entrance. Upon arrival, he beheld his dispatched subordinates, slowly rising. "What happened? Are you injured?" Leopard Yuan paused, realizing the disarray of his underlings. "My king, it's dire. The Wolf King has come with the wolf pack. Many of our brothers have already suffered." "What?" Leopard Yuan roared, his demon energy surging, instantly shaking off his stupor. "Has the Wolf King gone mad?" With that, Leopard Yuan dashed out of the cave, his limbs moving like the wind. In just a few leaps, he reached outside the 12 connected caves, observing the wolf pack encircling his leopard demons in groups of 3 to 5 following the wolves. Leopard Yuan's gaze locked onto the Wolf King. The Wolf King, too, was acutely aware of Leopard Yuan's presence, instinctively glancing to the left, truly seeking death. "Do you wish to perish, wolf?" With a thunderous roar, Leopard Yuan charged at the Wolf King, his speed astonishing, stirring a gale that bent the grass and foliage in his wake. Yet, as he confronted the Wolf King, suddenly, Xiansong leaped from a tree like a shadow, launching a surprise attack. Xiansong's form was lithe and fierce, tracing an arc through the air, his sharp claws glinting menacingly in the sunlight as they aimed for Leopard Yuan's back. Sensing the movement behind him, Leopard Yuan barely managed to sidestep, yet not without consequence. Puffed! Xiansong's claws still left deep gashes along Leopard Yuan's side, blood instantly oozing forth, staining his beautiful leopard-patterned fur crimson. Leopard Yuan roared in fury, the sound reverberating through the surrounding trees, before he swiftly turned to create distance, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "You cunning wretches!" Leopard Yuan snarled through gritted teeth, his gaze shifting to Xiansong, a look of surprise crossing his features. "You are the tiger beast that the human race seeks." A glimmer of realization sparked in Leopard Yuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that Xiansong would make an appearance so soon after Fox Ning's mention. Xiansong, upon hearing this, landed steadily on the ground, shifting his limbs, a cold smile gracing his lips, revealing his fangs. The Wolf King, seeing this, stepped forward, a challenge gleaming in his eyes. "Leopard Yuan, submit to my king, and you may yet have a chance at survival." Leopard Yuan scoffed derisively. "You think you stand a chance? A motley crew like you." Despite his injuries, Leopard Yuan's imposing aura remained unwavering that he arched his back. Channeling his demon energy, his muscles taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. This moment, the surrounding wolves began to encircle closer, their eyes glinting with ferocity, low growls emanating from their throats, as if rallying for Xiansong and the Wolf King. Meanwhile, the leopard demons behind Leopard Yuan, though outnumbered, did not falter, staunchly guarding their leader, their eyes filled with loyalty. "Roar!" Leopard Yuan bellowed, and at that moment, several lesser demons within the 12 connected caves stumbled out in disarray. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were instantly roused. "Wolf 9, deal with those nuisances." "Yes." The Wolf King's demon energy surged, leading the wolf pack to charge at the lesser demons emerging from behind. Xiansong took the lead, launching another assault on Leopard Yuan, moving faster than before. Leopard Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, propelled himself forward, leaping towards Xiansong. The two collided in midair, entangled in fierce combat. The roars of tigers and leopards echoed continuously. Xiansong's tiger claws relentlessly aimed for Leopard Yuan's vital points, each strike imbued with murderous intent. Leopard Yuan, agile, twisted his body to evade Xiansong's attacks, simultaneously attempting to sink his sharp teeth into Xiansong's neck. As the battle raged on, Xiansong executed a swift turn, his tiger tail lashing out like a steel whip, targeting Leopard Yuan's eyes. The sudden assault caught Leopard Yuan off guard, momentarily blinding him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiansong surged forward, his tiger form erupting with unstoppable force, claws extended as he tore open several wounds on Leopard Yuan's abdomen. In pain, Leopard Yuan roared in fury, his demon energy boiling over, suddenly retaliating and sending Xian Song crashing away. Xian Song stumbled, rolling several times on the ground before springing back up amidst a cloud of dust. Stabilizing his form with taut muscles, "You despicable tiger demon, today you shall pay dearly." Leopard Yuan roared, blood pouring from his wounds like serpents slithering down his fur. His eyes burned with increasing ferocity. Two blazing flames of wrath. As he gathered his demon energy, his 300 years of cultivation rapidly surging, Leopard Yuan's body began to rise, as if an invisible force was lifting him from within. The muscles of his entire body surged like tumultuous waves, each sinew pulsating under the infusion of demonic energy. As this energy coursed through him, his form gradually transformed into that of a vaguely humanoid half-demon. Yet, this shape appeared strikingly discordant. His head retained the visage of a leopard, and although his body stood erect, his limbs were not particularly robust. The hind legs curved awkwardly, rendering his demonic form somewhat uncoordinated. Chapter 50. Who's bigger? Leopard Yuan had only recently broken through in cultivation and had yet to undergo true demonification or solidify his demonic body. Today, pressed too tightly by Xian Song, he had hastily manifested this half-human, half-demon physique. Roar, fear me, your king. Leopard Yuan glared ferociously at Xian Song, his breath exuding a potent wave of demonic energy that sent the surrounding flora swaying violently. Yet, as time passed, he discerned no trace of fear upon Xian Song's face. Is this it? 300 years of cultivation wasted? Xian Song smirked, a hint of disdain flickering in his tiger-like eyes, mocking him. The moment the words left his lips, the 200 years of demonic energy within him erupted like a surging river breaching its banks. His bones cracked audibly, as if being forcibly reshaped by invisible hands, while the muscles underwent rapid transformation under the influence of his demonic power. His tiger form elongated and expanded, the force within him so tremendous it seemed poised to shatter his very being. As Xian Song's tiger body reached a boiling point of demonic energy, his stature soared, his arms continuously lengthening, the sinewy lines beneath his skin becoming ever more pronounced, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. With a tiger's head, his broad back muscles showcased, his body gradually straightened, his legs grew sturdier and more powerful, the paws expanding to retain sharp claws that fully supported his form. His tail swayed gently behind him, embodying an air of confidence that commanded the situation. In comparison, the oppressive presence of Xian Song's tiger form was palpable. This was the stark contrast between those with lineage and those without. From the foundation to the shaping of his demonic body, every step Xian Song took was a product of comprehensive development, his demonic energy akin to a finely honed sword, sharp and steady. In contrast, Leopard Yuan, despite his impressive cultivation, lacked the finesse, possessing no unique divine abilities or demonic arts. He resembled more a brute beast, relying solely on raw strength in combat. This, perhaps, was the reason for the decline of the demon clan. Many refined demons, despite their notable cultivation, found themselves hindered by a lack of bloodline inheritance, often resorting to sheer brute force and innate advantages in battle. With over 300 years of cultivation, one could only look at the white ape, who effortlessly wielded demonic arts to manipulate vines, revealing an even more pronounced disparity. How could this be? Leopard Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Xian Song's demonification. Let's see who is bigger. Xian Song's demonic form stood tall, a mocking tone escaping his lips as he raised his arm, his sharp claws lunging forward. Although Xian Song had yet to reach the requisite cultivation age, he manifested his demonic form now due to the richness of his demonic energy. However, this came at the cost of expending a significant portion of his power with each breath. I refuse to believe it. Leopard Yuan bellowed, charging forward. The two clashed. The moment Xian Song's tiger claw descended, Leopard Yuan thrust both arms forward, the immense force nearly forcing him back to his original form. After a brief pause, the demonic energy within Leopard Yuan surged, and his strength matched Xian Song's in an instant. Surprised that Leopard Yuan could briefly equal his power, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xian Song's tiger eyes. Quickly replaced by an intensified fighting spirit, he let out a low growl, his claw's demonic energy surging significantly. Then with a sudden pivot, he struck again, this attack swift as lightning, accompanied by a whistling sound. Boom! Leopard Yuan attempted to evade, but his unfamiliarity with his demonic form rendered him somewhat sluggish in combat. Whoosh sizzle Xian Song's tiger claw left deep gashes across Leopard Yuan's chest, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Painting the grass crimson. In agony, Leopard Yuan roared, his eyes turning a deeper shade of red with fury. Recklessly, he lunged at Xian Song, his massive leopard head opening wide, aiming to bite into Xian Song's neck. Yet Xian Song remained unfazed, slightly shifting his body to avoid Leopard Yuan's assault. With a powerful kick from his hind legs, he leaped into the air, harnessing the force of his descent, and struck down fiercely with his right paw towards Leopard Yuan's head. Leopard Yuan barely had time to react, instinctively raising his arms in defense. Boom! A tremendous force crashed down, and Leopard Yuan felt as if his newly demonified arms were nothing more than brittle twigs snapping. The residual force crashing heavily upon his skull. Leopard Yuan screamed in pain, his head ringing as 4 deep gashes appeared on his face from Xian Song's claws, blood streaming forth, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward. Nearly collapsing to the ground, blood flowed, staining Leopard Yuan's eyes a vivid red. Seizing the moment, Xian Song charged at Leopard Yuan again. Though the battle was brutish, Xian Song's former experience shone through, his fighting style infused with a touch of martial arts. Each claw and fist strike executed with precise efficiency, every swipe resulting in a spray of crimson without a hint of wasted motion. In stark contrast to the agile Xian Song, Leopard Yuan was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Sustaining more and more wounds as blood continuously poured from his injuries, his strength waning with each drop, yet the fire of rage within him only blazed brighter. He was unwilling to accept defeat at Xian Song's hands. "I will not lose," Leopard Yuan roared to the heavens, forcibly gathering the remaining demonic energy within him. A faint purple glow enveloping his body, he charged recklessly at Xian Song, this time offering no defense. Relying solely on the last of his strength to launch an attack, Xian Song observed Leopard Yuan's reckless charge with a cold smirk. "Seeking your own demise." Xian Song stood his ground, his claws striking out once more. Thunder strike. Xian Song's claws gathered the power of thunder, arcs of electricity crackling. Boom! This time, accompanied by a faint flash of lightning, Xian Song's claws pierced through Leopard Yuan's body, grasping a still beating, crimson heart that pulsed in his grip. Leopard Yuan's body froze, disbelief etched across his face as he slowly looked down at his chest. He could clearly see his heart still beating within Xian Song's claws. After a breath, Xian Song yanked his hand back sharply. Leopard Yuan let out a final, agonizing wail, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing as he maintained his human form, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Xian Song walked slowly to Leopard Yuan's side. Looking down upon him, "You possessed great power, yet lacked the ability to match it. This is your fate." With that, Xian Song turned away, reverting to his vibrant tiger form. After all, his cultivation had not yet reached 300 years. And maintaining this state had consumed far too much demonic energy. In such a brief span, over 70% of his demonic energy had been depleted. Once Xian Song attained 300 years of cultivation, the refinement of his demonic form would reduce energy consumption by more than half. Only upon reaching 600 years could he sustain his demonic form all day with minimal expenditure of energy. Chapter 51. Provocation. The battle concluded. Xian Song's tiger form shifted, and a pack of wolves swiftly patrolled the surroundings, eradicating the remnants of Leopard Yuan's faction. Once Haisha and Song Biao returned victorious, Mount Fengshan would henceforth belong to Xian Song. Unbeknownst to Xian Song, just behind the 12 connected caves, the figure of Fox Lady appeared, gazing intently at him. After a few breaths, it seemed Xian Song sensed something and turned to look ahead, yet saw nothing amiss. In contrast to Xian Song's situation, Song Biao and Haisha were sweeping through their opponents with ease. Bolstered by Xian Song's groundwork, the duo found themselves effortlessly overpowering the refined demons they faced. At the Blackwater Pool, Song Biao's agile arms braced against the Jaws demon's biting attack, lifting it with ease. His robust tiger form tensed, every muscle straining like a taut bowstring. A low growl emanated from Song Biao's throat as he exerted his strength, twisting the Jaws demon's head violently. Then, he lifted the entire demon and slammed it down forcefully. The Jaws demon, no small creature at over 6 meters in length, was sent crashing down, sending mud and water flying. "Is this all?" Song Biao exhaled hot breath, a reflection of his battle-induced fervor. enhancing his combat prowess and rendering him fearless. The Jaws demon, pained, attempted to break free, its massive tail whipping through the air, creating a fierce gust aimed at Song Biao. I have not wronged you. Why do you seek to kill me? Song Biao, however, did not flinch. He dug his solid tiger claws into the ground, splashing up a torrent of black water, and with a powerful kick from his hind legs, charged directly at the Jaws demon. Bang! The two collided heavily. Song Biao's tiger form akin to a battering ram. The Jaws demon was pushed back several steps, its claws carving deep grooves into the muddy earth. Submit to my brother, or face my wrath, Song Biao declared angrily. You dare insult me. The Water Master shall not spare you. What nonsense is this, Water Master? As Song Biao bared his teeth and cursed. He lunged forward, seizing the opportunity to attack once more. With his gaping maw, he aimed for the neck of the Jaw demon. However, the Jaw demon deftly evaded him by sidestepping into the muck. Song Biao's powerful strike missed, and just as the Jaw demon sought to capitalize on this, Song Biao executed a swift pivot, pinning the Jaw demon firmly to the ground with his formidable tiger body. His claws rained down upon the creature, tearing and slashing with immense force, each strike imbued with a weighty power. Under Song Biao's relentless assault, the Jaw demon began to struggle with ever-diminishing strength. Witnessing this scene, Song Biao's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This blood-pumping battle allowed him to unleash his full potential, and he gradually felt his own cultivation improving, far more beneficial than the slow absorption of lunar essence. What a thrill! With Song Biao's full force unleashed, the Jaw demon eventually ceased its struggles, its body going limp beneath Song Biao's weight. Releasing the Jaw demon, Song Biao stood up, his form smeared with blood and mud. Not bad for a hide. It has withstood my onslaught that I shall use you as a tribute for my elder brother's dominion. With a satisfied grin, Song Biao gazed at the Jaw demon before dragging its massive form away. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the abyssal forest, a breathtaking battle unfolded that a colossal python demon, exceeding 10 meters in length, opened its chilling maw and lunged furiously at Haisha. Yet, Haisha moved like a specter through the jungle, darting with uncanny agility, leaping from tree to tree. No matter how fervently the python demon exerted itself, it could not keep pace with Haisha's lightning speed. Foolish, much like my dim-witted third brother. Haisha taunted from his perch atop an ancient tree. Just as the python demon grew weary, Haisha suddenly struck back. With lightning reflexes, he raised his claw, leaving deep, gaping wounds across the python's body. These wounds exuded a chilling, ghostly aura, a sinister energy that enveloped the python, rendering it racked with pain and trembling uncontrollably. Confronted by such a fearsome adversary and unbearable agony, the python demon finally realized it was no match for Haisha in a voice filled with despair and fear. It cried out, I submit. I am willing to submit. The python's tone was a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. Haisha, intrigued, narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Indeed. This little demon is willing to serve, the python replied. Satisfied, Haisha descended, and the python made no attempt to deceive him. I, Python Huahua, pay my respects to the great king. The python declared reverently, I am not the great king. My elder brother is. You show some wit. Now, follow me, Haisha replied coldly. Thus, the two of them set off together. As they journeyed back, Haisha briefly recounted the events concerning Xianzong. Along the way, the python remained unusually silent after hearing Haisha's tale, its occasionally flickering, icy gaze hinting at ulterior motives. Upon reaching a secluded valley, the python cautiously spoke. Great King Haisha, with your strength, you could easily establish your own dominion. Would it not be wiser than returning to serve him? Haisha paused, furrowing his brow, his piercing gaze fixating on the python. Remaining silent, the python, misinterpreting this as a sign of persuasion, slithered closer. Great King, your brothers fought valiantly to carve out this territory, yet in the end, your elder brother reaps the most benefit. If you wish, I, Python Huahua, can serve as your finest vanguard. Excitedly, Python Huahua flicked its tongue. Have you finished? Haisha's cold voice interrupted. The python froze, and as Haisha approached, he continued, I had hoped you might possess more intelligence than my foolish third brother. You truly had a chance to survive, but you made the gravest mistake, sowing discord among us brothers. Realizing Haisha's murderous intent, the python coiled its massive body, flicking its tongue and preparing to strike first. However, Haisha had already anticipated Python Huahua's intentions. sidestepping swiftly before launching himself at the python's flank. This time, Haisha's fury ignited. His demonic energy surged, and a wave of ghostly power erupted. The python let out a piercing scream in a single leap. Haisha's claws tore into the python, ripping away chunks of flesh while leaving deep gashes. "Ah!" the python cried out, its tail lashing like a whip towards Haisha. Haisha easily evaded, seizing the opportunity to strike again. This time, he clamped his jaws around the python's body, unleashing a chilling, ghostly energy that coursed through the creature. The python's body stiffened, writhing desperately in a futile attempt to escape Haisha's grip. Yet, Haisha offered no quarter. His claws sliced through the python as if they were blades, shredding its flesh. Moments later, the python lay lifeless. Haisha surveyed the fallen creature, shaking off the blood and grime. "Utterly foolish," he declared, standing over the python's corpse, licking the blood from his claws and body, increasingly aware of his own fur. Chapter 52. The Thunder Valley Ascension. An hour later. With Haisha and Sang Biao returning, the tide had turned. Leopard Yuan was dead, and Xian Song reigned supreme. Congratulations to the great king on claiming the mountain. The Wolf King was the first to voice his congratulations. And the wolf pack echoed his cheers, their voices resounding through the 12 connected caves like a surging tide. A roar echoed as Xian Song released a long cry, proclaiming his sovereignty over the forest. After a few simple rituals, led by the Wolf King, the wolves bowed in reverence to Xian Song, who gazed down upon them with calm composure. After a long struggle, today, a grand feast awaited, with Xian Song's command. The corpses of Leopard Yuan, the Python Demon, and the Jaw Demon were brought forth, along with some lesser leopard spirits. These lesser spirits were mere trifles. What truly captured the attention of the gathered creatures were the bodies of the 3 elite demons. Rumors had long circulated that the fall of a great beast nourished countless others. The essence and flesh of these 3 demons represented an opportunity beyond reach for the ordinary spirits. Naturally, Xian Song was not magnanimous enough to share everything. The demon cores and blood from the 3 demons were extracted first, with the remainder allocated to the wolf pack. After all, they had risked their lives alongside him. And it was only fair to offer some recompense. Moreover, the wolf pack possessed considerable strength. Nurturing them would undoubtedly yield a sharp blade. Within the 12 connected caves, Xian Song, accompanied by Sang Biao and Haisha, began to explore. Goodness, elder brother, these 12 connected caves are truly expansive. Though referred to as caves, they were interconnected, with some areas adorned with wild spiritual trees and the surrounding landscape dotted with mountain ginseng, beneficial for strengthening the body. Though of little use to the elite spirits, Xian Song chose the dwelling once inhabited by Leopard Yuan and silently contemplated the need for a thorough renovation now that he had established himself as king. While this location may not be a paradise, its geographical advantages were evident. The 12 entrances formed a trident shape, protecting the center. Although there were 12 caves, only the front entrance provided access. Sang Biao and Haisha each selected a cave adjacent to Xian Song's, with the Wolf King following suit, while the remaining wolves with cultivation formed small groups around the 12 connected caves. Subsequently, led by Sang Biao, they began to partake of the flesh of Leopard Yuan and the other elite demons. Naturally, Sang Biao had already claimed the choicest piece, the leopard's leg, while Haisha had significantly reduced his appetite for blood since absorbing ghostly energy. Elder brother, I have listened to everything Sang Biao said. Does this mean we are now the Mountain Kings? Haisha inquired with some concern that it should be close enough. Xian Song responded, equally uncertain. By the way, elder brother, here is the Python Demon's core. Haisha produced the Python's Demon core, noting that its cultivation was only 200 years, rendering its power relatively average. I also possess Leopard Yuan's Demon core. You may keep the cores of the Python and Jaw Demon. No need to give them to me, as you both need to cultivate and develop, Xian Song advised. Tomorrow, you and the Wolf King should patrol the mountain and scout for any treasures, just as we did in Hebei Mountain, but with greater attention to detail. Understood. Haisha nodded in agreement. After Haisha departed, Xian Song retrieved Leopard Yuan's Demon core. With 300 years of cultivation, Xian Song estimated that absorbing and refining it would yield around 11 or 12 years of usable energy. Given that Leopard Yuan was fundamentally weak, this was primarily due to Xian Song's cultivation method, which condensed ephemeral energy into something more solid. If an ordinary elite spirit were to absorb this 300-year-old core, they could potentially increase their cultivation by 30 to 40 years. The night passed quietly, uneventfully. As dawn broke over the eastern horizon, the light of day emerged. The leopard demon core floated before Xuanzang, ultimately disintegrating into scattered ashes as he absorbed it. Indeed, the unfolding of events was strikingly akin to what Xuanzang had anticipated. The 3 centuries of cultivation amassed by Baoyuan only contributed a mere decade of enhancement to Xuanzang after being absorbed. Nonetheless, Xuanzang's current cultivation had now reached an impressive span of over 240 years. Upon completing this task, as Xuanzang's thoughts flowed, he gradually closed his eyes, and his consciousness swiftly descended into the depths of his sea of awareness. Before him unfolded a vast and magnificent scroll, whereupon the crimson patterns had astonishingly reached a count of 800. Witnessing such a multitude of patterns so close at hand, Xuanzang felt a sudden stirring within. He was acutely aware that the refinement of certain artifacts and elixirs required the infusion of golden patterns to achieve exquisite effects. But what if they were employed to construct vivid imagery? With this thought, Xuanzang's mind set in motion, and he swiftly summoned 700 crimson patterns to coalesce. These patterns, as if commanded by Xuanzang's thoughts, began to morph rapidly. Soon, the scroll before him commenced a wondrous transformation, revealing a brand new scene. A fractured valley. Within this valley, the light was dim, enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any vegetation, while the surrounding cliffs laid bare glistening deposits of black iron ore. As this ore emerged, the sky above the valley seemed to ignite with fury, sporadically unleashing bolts of lightning from the heavens. Success. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xuanzang's eyes. The spectacle before him mirrored the thunder valley he had cultivated in his past life. This valley was rich in unique iron ores, which, upon encountering rainy weather, had a high probability of attracting thunder. As the scroll consumed 700 crimson patterns, Xuanzang found himself instantaneously transported into that thunder valley. Within the valley, arcs of electricity flickered wildly, and the crackling sounds filled the air. Xuanzang hesitated not for a moment. His powerful form suddenly lay down, resembling a small hill firmly grounded. Subsequently, his thoughts raced as he silently chanted the Thunderbolt Convergence technique. With the incantation, Xuanzang's spells and body began to operate in harmony. The once erratic arcs of electricity in the valley seemed to be drawn towards him by a powerful magnetic force. Gradually converging upon his robust form, the arcs slithered like nimble serpents, weaving their way into Xuanzang's mighty physique. His body quivered slightly, each muscle rejoicing in the absorption of this formidable power from the Thunder Valley. His fur glimmered with an ethereal sheen under the arcs, as if clad in a silver armored. Xuanzang's eyes remained tightly shut, fully focused on guiding the flow of energy within him. He could distinctly feel the thunderous power surging through his meridians, continuously refining his body and spiritual energy, causing his strength to ascend within the valley. Chapter 53. The Great Demon Within the Sea of Awareness. The Thunderbolt Convergence technique progressed rapidly, merging Xuanzang's demonic energy with the power of lightning. In the span of merely a stick of incense, the surrounding scenery shifted, and Xuanzang's consciousness returned to the 3-life scroll, where the 700 crimson patterns had been entirely depleted. How swiftly they dissipated. Xuanzang gazed at the remaining patterns on the scroll, unable to suppress a sigh of astonishment. Fortunately, after this surge, the thunderous demonic energy within Xuanzang had matured significantly. Even his cultivation level had risen to 250 years. Within the realm of consciousness, Xuanzang manifested his demonic form, and with a flicker of thought, he declared, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The thunderous incantation vanquishes evil." With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning, the size of a thumb, erupted from his fingertip. Ha ha. Having accomplished this, Xuanzang finally smiled in satisfaction. From the enhancement of his physical form to the transformation of his demonic energy, he was now able to effortlessly wield certain incantations. Yet, Xuanzang did not allow himself a moment's respite. Neither Baoyuan nor the mountain-occupying foes posed any significant challenge to him now, for what lay ahead was the true predicament. Simultaneously, as news of Xuanzang's mountain occupation spread like wildfire, both the Blackback Mountain and the human race learned of it almost instantaneously. The somewhat desolate bear stronghold in Blackback Mountain. Xiongkui gazed at his recently scabbed wound, and upon hearing the news, a surge of fury erupted within him. However, in the midst of his anger, the unruly ghostly energy within him began to riot once more. This was the inherent flaw of cultivating with ghostly energy. If not effectively suppressed afterward, it would accumulate and retaliate in an instant. His massive form convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. Xiongkui let out a pained cry, the excruciating agony crashing upon him like a tidal wave. His colossal body began to thrash about chaotically within the cave, each impact carrying immense force, causing the surrounding walls to crack violently, as if the entire cavern might collapse under his torment. Great King, what has happened to you? At that moment, a few remaining monkey spirits came to investigate the commotion. As they approached, they were immediately met with Xiongkui's bloodshot eyes. Roar! Xiongkui bellowed, the sound echoing in the cavern, causing pain to resonate in their ears. Great King! Great King! Accompanied by frantic cries, Xiongkui's powerful arms suddenly enveloped a few arriving monkey spirits, devouring them whole as if they were mere chicks. In the chaos of the ghostly energy, Xiongkui typically required the consumption of substantial blood and flesh to bolster his vitality and suppress the ghostly energy. However, the current state of Blackback Mountain was dire. Those who could flee had fled, and those destined to perish had perished. The once mighty king of Blackback Mountain was now nearly a solitary figure. After devouring a few monkey spirits, the ghostly energy within Xiongkui dimmed slightly. Once he regained some semblance of composure, his imposing form slowly emerged from the cave. 3 miscreants. This time, you shall pay the price. Within the 12 linked caves, Xuanzang, who was still deliberating on subsequent matters, suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fruity fragrance. However, his expression changed abruptly, and he sprang to his feet, his keen tiger eyes fixating on the outside. The next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Xuanzang's entire form shot out of the cave like an arrow released from its bow, his agile silhouette stirring a gust of wind and kicking up a cloud of dust. That moment, Sang Biao and He Sha were making their way towards the 12 linked caves. Sang Biao's grayish-blue stripes appeared notably vivid under the dim light, his tiger eyes gleaming with a sharp yet ambiguous light. Second brother? Sang Biao glanced at He Sha, confusion etched upon his face. Follow me, He Sha replied tersely, before swiftly vanishing in the direction Xuanzang had taken. Not far away, Xuanzang suddenly halted. His towering tiger form stood still, his fierce gaze locked onto a tree trunk ahead. There, perched upon the trunk, stood a pitch-black crow. Its feathers were as dark as the deepest night, devoid of any blemish, radiating a cold sheen under the surrounding dim light. It stood silently, its eyes fixated on Xuanzang. Although it lacked the expressive features typical of the human race, Xuanzang discerned a hint of mockery in its icy gaze. How timely! The crow's raspy voice resonated in the tranquil environment. Seemingly imbued with a power that could penetrate the soul as it spoke, the crow suddenly unfurled its massive wings and vigorously flapped them. In an instant, a thick black mist erupted from its being, enveloping its entire form. When the mist dissipated, the crow had transformed into a child of the human race. This childlike manifestation had skin of a deep azure, reminiscent of profound waters, exuding an aura of mystery. Irregular patterns adorned the bald head, akin to ancient runes, emanating faint waves of demonic energy. Little one, had you lingered just one more day, you would have met your demise. The child gazed at Xuanzang, revealing a mouthful of obsidian teeth. Who are you? Xuanzang suppressed the unease within him and inquired with curiosity. However, before Xuanzang could finish, the child executed a startling maneuver. His face contorted grotesquely, his mouth morphing into a ravenous beak. Sharp and elongated, slowly, he opened his beak and reached inside, rummaging for a moment before forcibly extracting a monkey. The creature was coated in viscous slime, its body stiff and clearly deceased for some time. Xuanzang's eyes widened in shock. This monkey was none other than Monkey Lai, which he had failed to dispose of in time, by igniting the mountain. This alone grants me the right to devour you whole. The childlike crow demon spoke coldly. Yet, the master has decreed that rules must be upheld. Since you have claimed this mountain, you shall be regarded as the mountain lord of my demon clan. The tone of the crow demon softened slightly, yet it still radiated an undeniable authority. As for contributions, I doubt you possess anything sufficient to absolve your sins. I offer you an opportunity. Prove your worth. The crow demon's piercing gaze scrutinized Xuanzang. At that moment, Sang Biao and He Sha arrived. However, before they could approach, the crow demon's gaze suddenly sharpened, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth like a tidal wave. Sang Biao and He Sha felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, and before they could mount any resistance, they were forcefully pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. In that fleeting moment, Xiansong distinctly sensed the formidable power emanating from his surroundings. A surge of astonishment coursed through him as he realized that the crow demon before him had undoubtedly surpassed the level of a mere spirit beast, attaining the status of a millennia-old demon. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. The crow's spirit regarded Xiansong, and upon noticing his silence, the corners of its mouth curled upwards, the smile transforming into a menacing grin. It seemed you have nothing to offer. As the words fell, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged towards Xiansong, as tangible as a solid force. Xiansong felt as though his tiger's body was ensnared by an invisible, colossal strength, rendering him utterly immobile. A chilling aura of death began to permeate the vicinity, the immense pressure compressing his form as if 100 tons were bearing down upon him, leaving him on the verge of suffocation. At that moment, Xiansong's mind raced, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, prompting him to speak. Chapter 54. The layout. I can concoct medicine. Xiansong's voice pierced the tense air, and as soon as he finished speaking, the crow demon's movements abruptly halted. Its eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of incredulity lacing its calm tone. What did you say? The crow demon's voice echoed through the air, its gaze fixated intently on Xiansong. The demon race is unlike the human race. Pills, artifacts, and talismans are considered exclusive to humanity. Over the years, due to the unique nature of their demonic powers and the current status of their kind, the demons have even begun to degrade their own value by covertly learning human techniques. However, the brutal nature of demonic power, combined with the imbalance of solar and lunar essence, has rendered most demons incapable of refining pills, artifacts, or talismans. Only those with exceptional gifts might have the potential to do so, and even then, the variety they can produce pales in comparison to that of humans, often limited to simple elixirs. While concocting medicine may not equate to pill refinement, possessing such a skill is still regarded as a top-tier ability among the demons of the Tianyu mountain range. After all, when a demon sustains injuries, aside from relying on spiritual fruits and herbal remedies, the only recourse left is self-healing or the intervention of powerful demons with unique abilities. Those fortunate enough to receive such treatment are typically advanced spirit demons or formidable demons. Ordinary spirit creatures, when injured without opportunity, often must rely on sheer will, and even if they manage to endure, they are likely to be left with lasting scars. Failure to endure may lead to their demise. I said, I can concoct medicine. Xiansong lowered his tiger body and struggled to speak again. Do you understand the price of deceiving me? As he finished speaking, the crow demon, transformed into a child, waved his hand casually to in an instant. A terrifying wave of energy shot forth from his palm like a roaring dragon, surging towards the right. Wherever that energy passed, trees and stones were obliterated into dust, raising a cloud of debris. We'll find out soon enough. Xiansong's tiger eyes narrowed, resolutely facing the crow demon's terrifying power. Very well. The crow demon let out a cold chuckle and inquired, what do you need? At this moment, its demeanor had shifted slightly, the overwhelming aura of menace gradually receding. Hearing this, Xiansong responded swiftly. Demonic crystals and the corresponding materials. With what I currently possess, I can create a standard healing medicine. Upon hearing this, the crow demon immediately replied, how many demonic crystals do you require? It depends on the type. For the healing medicine, I mentioned 100. After a moment's thought, Xiansong stated, what materials are needed? The crow demon asked again. Although Xiansong mentioned he had his own materials, the demon, cautious in verifying the authenticity, planned to provide his own. After all, if this turned out to be a farce, the demon would be in dire straits. Conversely, musk, yellow wax, and catechu. Xiansong listed the ingredients for the healing ointment, taking care to describe the appearance and growing conditions of these herbs to avoid any discrepancies between the two worlds' terminologies. The crow demon quickly noted down the details. All right, I will come to find you in 3 days. If you dare to deceive me, you will bear the consequences. During this period, you are not to leave Feng Mountain. Otherwise, death. With this ominous warning, the crow demon morphed back into a black crow, unfurling its immense wings and swiftly departing the scene. The three brothers watched its retreating figure in a daze, and once the crow demon had vanished, Sang Biao and He Sha quickly approached. "Brother, what was that just now?" He Sha asked, confusion evident in his eyes. "It is likely a great demon overseeing the order within the mountain," Xian Song replied, a lingering sense of trepidation in his tone. However, upon closer inspection, it would be apparent that despite his lingering fear, excitement sparkled in his eyes. "What brings you to seek me?" After a moment of contemplation, Xian Song inquired, "Do, it is like this. The news of your claim to the mountain has spread, and numerous spirit creatures nearby wish to pay their respects." Sang Biao and I took a brief look. They are mostly spirit creatures with cultivation levels of around 40 to 50 years. He Sha explained succinctly. "Second brother, you shall handle this matter. Have the Mountain Wolf King assist you." "Understood." He Sha nodded his tiger head slowly. "Brother, what about your situation?" Sang Biao asked tentatively. "I will resolve this matter. You cannot intervene for now. Everything will proceed according to my arrangements." Once Xian Song uttered these words, He Sha and Sang Biao hesitated to press further. Subsequently, Xian Song led the way, and He Sha and Sang Biao exchanged glances before following his retreating figure back to the 12 linked caves. That night, the 12 linked caves lay shrouded in tranquility. Xian Song's tiger eyes shone like two luminous lanterns, casting a ghostly glow in the night sky. Gradually, Xian Song's tiger form shifted, and he cautiously cloaked his aura with demonic energy. Managing to leave the 12 linked caves for a brief hour without alerting any spirit creatures. Outside of Baishui town, Lord Dongjun hurriedly led a group of individuals in a swift stride towards a specific direction. Today, Dongjun appeared particularly disheveled, his complexion as pale as a thin sheet of white paper, devoid of any color, exuding an aura of profound weariness. His right arm was tightly bandaged in layers of pristine cloth, emanating a sense of weakness indicative of serious injury. Each step he took was fraught with difficulty. Zhao Yuan stood by, his gaze sweeping over Dongjun with keen scrutiny. The depths of fatigue were evident in his eyes, resembling two desiccated ancient wells, stripped of their former brilliance, while his voice came out hoarse, akin to the dry creaking of an old bellows. Has the ghostly affliction been subdued? Observing the situation, Dongjun quickly inclined his body slightly, responding with a tone of respect. "My lord, thanks to the assistance of the mountain spirit from Fujiao Mountain, we have managed to suppress the malevolent spirit plaguing Baishui town into the soul-locking well." Furthermore, Dongjun hesitated momentarily, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "The mountain spirit mentioned she has located the whereabouts of the 3 tiger beasts. She said that once her desired items arrive, she would guide us into the mountains." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's mind involuntarily recalled the events that transpired at midnight the previous day. "Inform that fox demon that I will prepare the items she requested as soon as possible." Zhao Yuan's voice was tinged with hoarseness. This decision marked a point of no return for him. "Yes," Dongjun replied respectfully and gradually withdrew to convey the message to the fox lady, his figure receding from Zhao Yuan's sight. After Dongjun's departure, Zhao Yuan sighed deeply, exhaling all the fatigue and pressure that had accumulated within him. Chapter 55. The Incense and Fire Within the Guardhouse. Zhao Yuan picked up a brush and slowly moved it across the paper. Once finished, he cautiously took up his seal and stamped it onto the document, sending it forth as a flying missive to the Xiantian Mirror in the capital city. Meanwhile, outside Baishui town, atop a small hill, the elevated terrain allowed for a panoramic view of the entire town. Fox Lady stood at the summit, manifesting in human form. Her graceful figure, adorned in a flowing gown that danced with the wind, resembled a blooming, radiant flower. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her eyes like autumn waters, exuding a blend of vitality and cunning, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile that was both playful and enigmatic as she gazed at the brightly lit Baishui town. The myriad lights of the human realm truly are enchanting. Within Baishui town, having recently endured the onslaught of the ghostly affliction, the atmosphere, while somewhat revitalized, still bore traces of an eerie aura. The townsfolk moved hurriedly, their eyes reflecting the terror of having survived a calamity. Most houses in the town were lit, the warm glow spilling from windows like glimmers of hope amidst the darkness. Occasionally, the sound of barking dogs pierced the stillness of the night, underscoring the profound silence. Following the ghostly affliction, a subtle transformation was underway. Every so often, a faint stream of incense energy, akin to delicate threads, wafted in the direction of the Fox Lady, with a gentle wave of her hand. The strands of incense energy converged before her, forming small, ethereal images. Through these wisps of incense, one could glimpse the figures of devoted followers scattered across various corners of Baishui town, before the crude statue of the fox goddess. A group of individuals either knelt or stood, their hands clasped in prayer, eyes tightly shut, fervently beseeching the deity with sincerity. Some bore expressions of reverence, while others were filled with yearning, murmuring incantations that seemed to articulate their desires for safety and prosperity. At a gathering of misguided mortals, the fox goddess remarked coldly, her voice tinged with disdain, her elegantly arched brows slightly raised, eyes glimmering with contempt. Soon, the figures of the two brothers, Dong Zhun and Dong Xiao, emerged on the path leading up the hillside. Dong Zhun appeared somewhat pallid, his steps heavy, his right arm hanging limply, the area wrapped in white cloth subtly seeping with blood, remnants of an injury that had yet to heal. "I am grateful for the timely intervention of the mountain spirit," Dong Zhun stated respectfully upon seeing the fox goddess. Disregarding his own frailty, he lowered his head slightly, unable to meet her gaze. In contrast, Dong Xiao stood nearby, his expression far from amiable, arms crossed tightly over his chest, eyes glinting with a fiery intensity, as if attempting to pierce through the very essence of the fox goddess. The fox goddess chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the night sky, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Dong Zhun and Dong Xiao, akin to a hunter surveying intriguing prey. "Captain Dong is being overly courteous," she said as she gracefully approached, her movements fluid and enchanting, each step causing her skirts to sway gently, releasing a subtle yet captivating fragrance. As she neared Dong Zhun, the unique scent surrounding her enveloped him more intensely. Startled, he averted his gaze, his face flushing slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Humph! Dong Zhao's expression shifted at this scene, and he let out a cold snort while still clutching his arms. "What is it, Master Dong Xiao? Do you harbor any dissatisfaction towards this humble lady?" The fox goddess inquired with a playful laugh, tilting her head provocatively, a smirk dancing on her lips. "Though Baishui town is plagued by ghostly disturbances under the moonlight, we have never encountered any spirits of the level of malevolent souls. This time, it is indeed thanks to your grace for intervening at the right moment." Dong Xiao fixed his gaze upon the fox goddess, his eyes unwavering, skepticism evident on his face. He deliberately emphasized the words "at the right moment," as if hinting at something unspoken. In response, the fox goddess merely smiled disdainfully, flicking her hair lightly, the silky strands tracing a graceful arc through the night air. "Your words suggest that I summoned the spirits," she said, her voice still sultry yet laced with a chill. "But such malevolent beings are beyond the capabilities of a mere mountain spirit like myself." Her eyes sparkled with a dangerous light, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the grass, exuding an enchanting allure that stirred the heart, yet carried an undercurrent of peril. That's so? "A simple investigation would reveal the truth," she added, her tone shifting. "For spirits of such caliber, the Shantian mirror would undoubtedly send someone to investigate." Dong Zhao's demeanor darkened. The fox goddess remained silent, a smile gracing her lips. "I ask for your forgiveness, my lady. My brother is still young and inexperienced." Dong Zhun interjected hastily, surreptitiously tugging at Dong Zhao's sleeve, urging him towards restraint. On that note, Dong Zhun cleared his throat, speaking cautiously. "The guardian has already consented to your request. Thus concerning the matter of the tiger beast." His gaze was imbued with a mix of anticipation and trepidation as he leaned slightly forward, awaiting the fox goddess's response. Now that the positions had shifted, Dong Zhun dared not be negligent. "Once the conditions are met, we can proceed as usual," the fox goddess remarked nonchalantly, twirling a slender finger around a lock of her hair, her gaze drifting towards the distant darkness. "I advise you to act swiftly. As far as I know, the creatures within Blackback Mountain have also set their sights on the tiger demon you seek. If they strike first, you will have no opportunity left." Her words. Dong Zhun nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "Then may I request a time frame, so I may inform the guardian?" His voice carried a sense of urgency. "Let it be 3 days to— oh no, rather, 2 days from now," the fox goddess replied, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes as she smiled, her visage enchanting under the moonlight, yet exuding an intangible pressure. Once the arrangements were confirmed, Dong Zhun and Dong Xiao hastened back to Baishui town. Zhao Yuan acted swiftly, reporting to the Xiantian mirror, after which spiritual elixirs and stones were promptly dispatched. Following this, upon receiving these items, the fox goddess swiftly relayed the location of Xiansong to the human race. Almost immediately, Zhao Yuan mobilized all available human resources, setting out towards Feng Mountain. Chapter 56. One move to dominate all 2 days later. Upon Feng Mountain, the news of Xiansong's occupation spread, and Xiong Kuei appeared alone, seeking out Xiansong. The massive figure of Xiong Kuei loomed like a small mountain, his terrifying demonic aura radiating outward like a black tide, surging ominously. Accompanied by this release of energy, his eyes gleamed with a fierce red light, his jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs, a low growl rumbling from his throat that pressed heavily upon Xiansong and his companions, rendering them nearly breathless. Some even buckled at the knees and collapsed. In the foreground, leading the charge, were Xiansong, Heisha, Sang Biao, and the Mountain Wolf King, accompanied by a contingent of 400 wolves, including some newly recruited creatures. Xiansong stood tall, his form lithe, his tiger-striped fur shimmering like satin in the sunlight. Heisha stood beside him, eyes dark and brooding. Sang Biao, in contrast, wore a disdainful expression. His ears perked up, mouth agape, revealing his sharp teeth, occasionally emitting a low, taunting growl. I have treated you 3 brothers generously, yet you dare to slay my subordinates, steal my treasures, and annihilate my kin. Today, we shall settle this score. Xiong Kuei's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the mountains, rustling the leaves. Such unnecessary chatter. Sang Biao scoffed, rolling his eyes in impatience, his tail flicking dismissively. Xiansong, standing at the forefront, addressed them with a calm yet chilling tone. The taste of ghostly backlash is not pleasant, is it? Upon hearing this, Xiong Kuei's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of interest igniting within. How do you know? He asked instinctively. I know much more than that, Xiansong replied coldly, his tiger eyes betraying no hint of fear. It seems you have activated that artifact. Hand it over, and I might consider sparing your lives. Xiong Kuei roared in anger, his chest heaving violently, the stench of his breath filling the air. Xiansong remained unfazed, gently scratching the ground with his claws as if to steady himself. In terms of cultivation, my brothers and I may not match your prowess, he stated calmly. If you desire that artifact, it is indeed possible. However, it is not in our possession at present. If you truly wish to reclaim it, you must see if they are willing to part with it. As Xiansong spoke, human figures swiftly appeared atop Feng Mountain. Leading them was Lu Ning, flanked by a group of muscular warriors. Lu Ning stood tall, his gaze serene, adorned in a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind, exuding an otherworldly charm. Each of the warriors was robust, their muscles well-defined, vitality surging through them. Within the human community, practitioners were generally divided into 2 schools of cultivation. The first encompassed the majority, focusing on the body. This path was relatively easy to enter. With specific methods, one could cultivate by channeling spiritual energy through the body without internalizing it, strengthening the physical form with medicinal assistance. Body cultivators began at the 9th tier and advanced sequentially. Lu Ning's followers consisted mostly of 9th tier body cultivators. Though their rank was modest, each could lift immense boulders, moving with the swiftness of the wind. The second school, Spirit, comprised practitioners who cultivated spiritual arts, emphasizing comprehension and utilization of natural energies. They internalized spiritual energy, forming spiritual elixirs within. Typically, spirit cultivators had lower physical strength, but could wield powerful spells through their internal elixirs, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. The ranks from perception of energy began with perception, followed by condensation, spirit forging, and transmutation. Lu Ning himself was at the 8th tier of condensation, comparable to the realm of elite demons that moment. Observing the standoff between Xiansong and Xiong Kuei, Lu Ning furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the situation, his eyes narrowing as he scanned Xiansong, Xiong Kuei, and the surrounding creatures. Meanwhile, upon seeing the humans' arrival, Xiong Kuei's expression darkened, recalling the previous encounter at Fujiao Mountain. His eyes turned even more menacing, his anger raging as he pounded the ground with his paws, kicking up clouds of dust. Yet, both parties now had their sights firmly set on Xiansong. Brother, how do these humans know our whereabouts? Sang Biao inquired, his expression shifting as he glanced at Xiansong, ears drooping slightly, worry flickering in his gaze. In response, Xian Song remained composed. Haish also cast a reassuring glance at Sang Biao. Second brother, even in such dire circumstances, you remain so composed. Sang Biao said anxiously, his tiger tail twitching restlessly. The third one. Do you understand the saying, a single skill can conquer all? Haish's tiger eyes flickered with meaning as he spoke. Naturally, Sang Biao was oblivious to this. Haish, however, had no intention of explaining, merely directing his gaze forward. These damned humans, Xiong Kuei, witnessing this, felt an even greater surge of rage. Had it not been for these humans intruding upon the mountain, he could have easily quelled any rebellion from Xian Song. His body trembled slightly, seemingly struggling to suppress the urge to pounce on the humans. Once again, this detestable bear, on the human side. Dong Xiao immediately spotted Xiong Kuei. Eyes widening, he tightened his grip on his weapon. A look of disdain etched on his face. Lord Lu, this bear is the support of that tiger's spirit. If we do not deal with him, it will be exceedingly difficult to take the tiger beast away. Dong Xiao said, his tone tinged with urgency. However, Lu Ning slowly shook his head. I do not believe this bear is the tiger beast's support. Yet you are correct in your latter statement. Without restraining this bear demon, we cannot take the tiger beast. Lu Ning was not foolish. As a third-level envoy at the human border, he initially lacked information. However, the issue was now clear. Xiong Kuei's gaze was also fixed on Xian Song, aligning with their objective. Thus, regardless of whether Xiong Kuei was indeed Xian Song's support, they could only eliminate him to secure Xian Song's departure. But I will hold off that bear demon. The three tiger beasts, whose cultivation levels are not high, can be entrusted to you. Upon Lu Ning's words, the humans sprang into action. Dong Xiao surged ahead, a newfound coldness in his youthful face. A wu behind him, Xian Song exchanged a glance with the Mountain Wolf King, who immediately let out a long howl, prompting the surrounding wolf pack to charge at the humans like a tide. Close your senses, Dong Xiao commanded, and the human warriors swiftly retrieved several white beads from their pockets. Hurling them with force, the white beads exploded mid-air, sending a cloud of dust cascading down. The wolves at the forefront howled in disarray, their eyes obscured and ears ringing. In an instant, the once chaotic wolf pack lost all semblance of order, becoming a chaotic mass that could not distinguish friend from foe. Chapter 57. This tiger demon can wield lightning magic. Humph, mere parlor tricks. Haish slowly rose, letting out a cold snort, a hint of disdain flickering in his tiger eyes. Then, like a flash of black lightning, Haish darted into the wolf pack. With a powerful leap, he gathered his demonic energy, soaring through the air. Roar, a deep malevolent aura enveloped the area as Haish unleashed a violent gust of dark wind from his mouth, dispersing the swirling dust. The previously disordered wolf pack gradually regained some semblance of reason, reforming their ranks and gazing hungrily at the humans. Boom! A pack of whelps. Among the crowd, the human body cultivators unleashed gusts of wind with their hands, each one nearly overwhelming the wolf pack upon initial confrontation. With every punch and kick, they suppressed large swathes of wolves. Submit to your fate. At that moment, Dong Xiao surged forward, his aura brimming with spirit energy as he approached Xian Song. Roar! Big brother, let me test my mettle against this fellow, Sang Biao exclaimed, his tiger form launching into action. With agile forelimbs, he swiped at Dong Xiao, claws slicing through the air with a howling wind. Yet, Dong Xiao remained unfazed, nimbly leaping backward to evade Sang Biao's assault. A flash of light emanated from his weapon as he unleashed a blade of energy towards Sang Biao. Sang Biao landed, slamming his forelimbs into the ground, dodging to the side as the blade grazed his fur, severing a few strands. Is that all you've got? Sang Biao grinned, baring his sharp teeth, eyes brimming with provocation. Dong Xiao's expression darkened. Although he couldn't comprehend Sang Biao's words, he recognized the challenge in his gaze. Gripping his weapon tightly, he charged at Sang Biao once more, his form tracing an arc through the air. Moving with the swiftness of a released arrow, Sang Biao refused to be outdone, his tiger claws digging into the ground as he launched himself at Dong Xiao. In an instant, the two collided mid-air, their weapons clashing with a sharp metallic ring. In that fleeting moment of battle, Dong Xiao's spirit-imbued sword felt as though it had been struck by a mountain, unleashing a pure, terrifying force that cracked his tiger's mouth. The energy enveloping his sword began to dissipate with every heartbeat. How is this possible? Dong Xiao momentarily found himself at a loss. In his understanding, this mere 200-year-old spirit beast could hardly contend with a human of the condensing chi second stage. Although his cultivation fell short of Lu Ning's, he himself had reached the condensing chi third stage. Yet, under the empowerment of his spirit weapon and with all his might, he felt utterly incapable of withstanding the claw of this peculiar tiger beast. While Dong Xiao was engulfed in disbelief, on the other side, Haish led the wolf pack into a fray against the human body cultivators. Although the cultivators were immensely powerful, the wolves leveraged their numbers and agility, refusing to fall behind. Haish weaved through the chaos, his malevolent aura spreading, sending chills down the spines of the approaching human body cultivators. Seizing the moment, he leaped towards one of the cultivators, who barely had time to react before being knocked to the ground by Haish. Haish opened his maw wide, sinking his teeth into the cultivator's neck. Puffed. Blood gushed forth as Haish tore flesh from bone. The battle raged fiercely at this moment. Xiansong did not remain idle. His gaze swept across the battlefield before he joined the fray. Unlike Haish and Seng Biao, Xiansong did not charge at Dong Xiao immediately, but instead targeted the body cultivators. For to him, each of these humans represented precious golden patterns. Roar, empowered by lightning magic. Xiansong's roar reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the air and creating ripples. The human body cultivators felt as though their minds had been struck hard. Then, with a surge of demonic energy, Xiansong's form transformed, his tiger claws extending simultaneously to seize the heads of two human body cultivators. With a violent twist, crack, puffed, the sound of shattering skulls echoed painfully in the battlefield, blood splattering in all directions. Xiansong's actions incited a mix of horror and fury among the humans present. "You vile creature, how dare you be so cruel?" Dong Xiao, entangled with Sang Biao, witnessed this scene, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. He shifted his hand, casting a spell that a stream of light burst forth, creating distance between himself and Sang Biao, before hurtling straight towards Xiansong. "You shall not pass." Sang Biao followed closely behind. Xiansong remained unfazed, his tiger eyes glinting with cold ruthlessness. "Humans, have you not exterminated countless of my kin? Today is merely an eye for an eye." Xiansong's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of sharp nails scraping against metal. Infuriating, heaven's net, bind. As his words fell, Dong Xiao waved his hand again, casting a net of spells that rapidly expanded towards Xiansong. This net was far more formidable than any Xiansong had encountered before. And given his current speed, evasion was impossible. "Big brother," Sang Biao cried out anxiously in response. Xiansong let out a cold laugh. "The universe is boundless. Lightning strikes to vanquish evil." With a thunderous boom, Xiansong unleashed a bolt of lightning from his fingertips. Boom! The spell shattered the net, creating a gaping hole. Seeing this, Dong Xiao once again found his understanding of the demon race confounded, his mind stalling in disbelief. Lightning magic. This tiger demon can wield lightning magic. Thunderstrike. At that moment, Xiansong paid no heed to Dong Xiao's astonishment, charging at him with ferocity, his claws imbued with piercing demonic energy aimed at Dong Xiao's face. Reacting in haste, Dong Xiao raised his weapon to defend. Bang! Another explosive sound echoed as the lightning struck Dong Xiao's sword, scorching it black and causing pain to shoot through his arms. The sword flew from his grasp, and he stumbled, nearly falling as Xiansong aimed to pursue. Lu Ning intervened. A white beam, akin to a spirit serpent, coiled towards Xiansong. Instinctively sensing danger, Xiansong sidestepped, the beam grazing his body and striking a nearby boulder, shattering it instantly. Turning back, he saw that Xiong Kuei had been pinned to the ground by Lu Ning's hairpin, struggling in vain against the bindings. Yet, Lu Ning showed no intent to kill. Instead, he rushed towards Xiansong with utmost speed. Suppress. With a resounding crash, Xiansong felt a brilliant light explode before his eyes, and his massive demonic form was sent crashing backward. Chapter 58. Show of Power. At this moment, Lu Ning's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate all, and upon noticing the anomaly surrounding Xiansong, the thought of capturing him alive vanished entirely. In his eyes, Xiansong, a creature of the demon race, resembled a ticking time bomb, destined to unleash chaos. "You wretched being, allowing you to remain in this world will only invite calamity. You shall not be spared today." Lu Ning's voice resonated with an icy chill, her frigid aura radiating outward. With a delicate lift of her hand, her seemingly mundane gesture concealed a formidable power. The long sword in her grasp gleamed with a chilling light. And in an instant, it split into 6, manifesting 6 ethereal sword shadows that swiftly solidified before the onlookers to go. Lu Ning uttered a single word. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 sword shadows transformed into streaks of luminous energy. Hurtling towards Xiansong with astonishing speed, the sword shadows sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle akin to arrows piercing the wind. Sensing imminent danger, Xiansong sprang to his feet. His massive tiger form rose swiftly, muscles taut and ready for action. With a thunderous roar, the demonic power within him surged forth, arcs of electricity flickering around his body, resembling a multitude of blue threads dancing in the air. Boundless heavens, smite the wicked with thunder. Xiansong thrust his powerful claws forward, channeling all his demonic might in a desperate outburst, bolts of lightning shooting from his claws towards the incoming sword shadows. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of collisions erupted as the first 3 sword shadows were shattered by Xiansong's unleashed thunder, dissipating into shimmering motes in the air, akin to fleeting meteors in the night sky. However, as the last 3 sword shadows approached, Xiansong's strength began to wane due to his limited cultivation, and the potency of his attack noticeably diminished. Brother! In a moment of crisis, Sang Biao shouted. His massive form surged forward, charging towards Xiansong like an unwavering shield. Get away! Xiansong, taken aback by Sang Biao's sudden appearance, felt his eyes blaze crimson. He attempted to push Sang Biao aside, his claws swiping through the air, but the speed of the sword shadows was too swift. There was no time left. 3 sword shadows struck Sang Biao with force, 2 of them piercing through his tiger body like sharp spears, causing him to shudder as blood geysered from the wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Old Third, Heisha, having just slain a human body cultivator, roared in fury upon witnessing the scene. Subsequently, the dark aura of ghostly energy surrounding Heisha began to intermingle with the demonic energy, spreading wildly. Roar, creak. Ah! Heisha expelled a mouthful of black mist, which transformed into a tempest. Within the dark winds, a chorus of ghostly wails echoed, chilling to the bone, as grotesque specters surged through the black winds. Clawing towards Lu Ning, Lu Ning's expression hardened, a cold snort escaping her lips as her gaze turned icy at the sight of Heisha. With a flick of her sword, a golden talisman shot forth. And in an instant, the golden light erupted, melting the ghostly figures that lunged at her as if they were snow meeting flame. Seeing this, Heisha hesitated not for a moment. His eyes blazed with fury as primal rage began to cloud his reason. Roar! With a fierce lunge, Heisha closed the distance to Lu Ning. This moment, Xiansong had already reached Sang Biao's side. Brother to run, Sang Biao's breath was weak, had it not been for his robust physique. Lu Ning's strike would have been fatal. You fool! As he uttered these words, Xiansong's tiger eyes widened in shock. Within the realm of his consciousness, Xiansong beheld a scroll before him, adorned with 16 golden lines, the spoils of his recent kill of a human, alongside more than 60 red lines. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts. The golden healing ointment and the 6 harmonies vitality pill were items he had known in his past life within Taoism. Though the 6 harmonies vitality pill might not be well known, the instant effect 9 heart pill, simplified 1,000-fold, certainly had its renown. After deducting 5 golden lines and 10 red lines, his thoughts returned to his physical form. Eat. Xiansong administered the 6 harmonies vitality pill to Sang Biao, then applied the golden healing ointment to staunch the bleeding, managing to stabilize Sang Biao's injuries, albeit barely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the enraged Heisha could not endure much longer. The ghostly energy enveloping him was shattered, and he was sent flying by Lu Ning's strike. That I truly did not expect that among the demon race, 3 such extraordinary tiger beasts would emerge. Lu Ning, sword in hand, approached Xiansong slowly. At this moment, Xiansong's demonic power was nearly exhausted, and even maintaining his demonic form had become a challenge. Seal, without a word of superfluous dialogue, Lu Ning unleashed another burst of golden light. Xiansong wished to resist, but he felt a surge in his brain, his tiger form swayed, and ultimately, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Brother! As Xiansong fell into unconsciousness, Heisha's eyes turned blood red in an instant. This ends now. Lu Ning pointed her right hand, concentrating her spiritual energy, unleashing a force that sent all demon creatures, including Heisha and the Mountain Wolf King, flying away. My Lord. At this moment, Dong Xiao, accompanied by the remaining body cultivators, arrived at the scene. Hurry, let us take them back to the town, Lu Ning commanded, and without hesitation, Dong Xiao and the others began to carry Xian Song and the other tiger beasts away. However, just as they moved, a cawing sound resounded from the sky. Caw. Lu Ning turned her gaze towards the sound, seeing a pitch-black crow soaring through the cloudless expanse. As her eyes locked onto the crow, she felt a sudden tremor in the hairpin adorning her head. Whoosh, the hairpin shot forth, aimed directly at the approaching crow. Yet, what seemed to be a swift strike became frozen mid-air, as a swirl of demonic mist enveloped the crow, which transformed into a child with a mouthful of black teeth and skin of a ghostly blue hue. Impudent. In an instant, the child, once a crow demon, clenched his right hand, producing a sharp crack as the hairpin shattered. Uffed. Lu Ning coughed up blood, her face paling dramatically. Lady Lu, the remaining humans rushed forward in concern. Cursed beast, retreat, Lu Ning ordered, leading Dong Xiao and the others to flee. You think you can escape so easily? The crow demon's voice echoed, and suddenly, the area was engulfed by his terrifying demonic power, forming a colossal barrier. I am a messenger of the Xiantian mirror from the three towns. Do you truly wish to go against the Xiantian mirror? Lu Ning turned to the crow demon and spoke in a low voice. Xiantian mirror. The crow demon chuckled derisively, shaking his head. After all these years, the human race still cannot shake off the habit of announcing their lineage when faced with defeat. Who am I? Who is my father? Who is my master? The crow demon taunted mockingly, each statement accompanied by a flicker of his form, closing the distance to Lu Ning and her companions. Chapter 59. Wu Li. I know nothing of what you speak, but I do hope you remember in your next life that who I am. As the words left his mouth, the crow demon transformed into a mass of purple mist, and countless crows surged forward. Boom! The sky filled with the silhouettes of crows, initially revealing bursts of dazzling spiritual light. Yet, after merely 3 breaths, as the flock dispersed and reformed into the child, the scene resembled an eerie dream dissipating into reality. In their place lay several corpses, half consumed by the crows. The bodies of the humans were gruesomely mangled, half flesh and half bone, with entrails spilling forth, a grotesque sight. Lu Ning's once exquisite visage was now marred. One half remained intact, while the other was stripped bare to reveal exposed bone and flesh, the horror of her final moments frozen on her face, as if she could not believe her fate. The gory tableau exuded a nauseating stench, a blend of blood and decay permeating the air. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. My name is Wu Li. Wu Li's voice echoed in the suffocating silence, his expression calm, as though the events that had just transpired were nothing out of the ordinary. After concluding these actions, Wu Li shifted his gaze to Xian Song and his brothers, ultimately approaching the unconscious Sang Biao. With a simple gesture, Wu Li levitated Sang Biao into the air, his eyes flashing with purple light as Sang Biao's massive form became transparent before him, the intricate network of veins within, along with the active elixirs coursing through him, were laid bare for Wu Li to see. A remarkable talent, Wu Li mused, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. Time passed in a haze, and Xian Song gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing he was in the 12 connected caves, his expression remained unchanged. The caves were slightly damp, with water seeping from the walls, droplets falling rhythmically onto the ground, producing a clear sound that echoed in the stillness. Brother, brother, 2 familiar voices called out, and as Xian Song rose, he discovered Sang Biao and Heisha beside him. Sang Biao's wounds had scabbed over, the once fatal injuries sustained during the conflict with the humans and demons now significantly alleviated. Yet his aura remained somewhat wan. Xian Song understood that the 6 Harmonies Vitality Pill alone could not have yielded such effects. Thus, his strategic efforts had seemingly borne fruit. As his thoughts lingered, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the cave. Ha ha ha. My dear brother, you have finally awakened. As I gazed outside the cave, a childlike figure named Wu Li strode in with exuberance. Wu Li's footsteps were light, her delicate bare feet lightly touching the ground, exuding an inexplicable excitement. Upon entering, she enveloped Xuanzang in a grand embrace, pressing her face affectionately against his. Xuanzang, the majestic king of beasts, typically exuded an air of authority, yet in this moment, he could only muster a reluctant smile. Even his once imposing tiger whiskers seemed to tremble slightly, betraying an uncomfortable sensation, as if he had been sullied by something unclean. Sir, Yu Xuanzang began, but Wu Li abruptly interrupted him. Why call me sir? Such formality is unwarranted. Although we may appear different, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a strong connection. There's a good chance you are my half-brother. Regardless of our respective parents, that does not diminish our fraternal bond. I apologize for my tardiness. It seems I have made you suffer these past years. At that moment, Wooly's enthusiasm for Xuanzang was palpable, her eyes shimmering with excitement. This Xuanzang found himself at a loss for words. While Songbiao's expression grew increasingly peculiar. I've become the fourth brother? He mused internally, surprised that the hierarchy among them seemed to shift with Wooly's unexpected arrival. Right, you've been considering me as your elder brother. But with my arrival, it's only natural for you to feel a bit uneasy. No matter, I can be the fourth brother, Wooly said cheerfully. Songbiao interjected, have I been promoted again? Dear sir, please do not just with me. Xuanzang replied with a slight tremor in his tiger form, remaining exceedingly polite. It was clear that Wooly's formidable prowess placed him in a position where her jests were not to be taken lightly. And they had to tread carefully. Indeed, it might take time for you to accept me as your half-brother. Let us set that aside for now. It was evident that Wooly was determined to forge a bond with Xuanzang. Brother, be honest with me. Do you possess skills beyond pharmacology? Can you refine elixirs? Wooly's gaze bore into Xuanzang, radiating anticipation. Perhaps Xuanzang replied hesitantly, unsure of Wooly's intentions, a sense of wariness creeping in. Huh? Good, I must admit. I may have wronged you previously. Did I frighten you that day? Do not dwell on it. Sometimes, I act without thinking. How about this? Accompany me for a while, Wooly suggested with a grin. Given my transgressions, I will follow your lead, sir, Xuanzang replied, aware of his precarious position amidst the conflicts between humans and demons. Look at what you're saying. Do not worry, we can resolve any issues that arise together. After all, you possess the necessary skills, so this matter is hardly a concern. Wooly's words cast an even stranger atmosphere within the 12 linked caves, leaving Songbiao and Haisha as motionless as wooden sticks. Puzzled by Wooly's fervent affection for Xuanzang and the reasons behind it, outside the mountain of offerings, Wooly transformed into a dark crow, her feathers resembling the shroud of night, exuding a chilling luminescence. After casting a glance at Xuanzang, an overwhelming aura of demon energy surged forth, causing her previously modest crow form to swell dramatically. In the blink of an eye, her wings expanded to over 20 meters, stirring a tempest that sent nearby trees swaying violently, their leaves rustling chaotically. Brother, hop on, Wooly exclaimed, flapping her wings against her back. This seems inappropriate, Xuanzang thought, a flicker of confusion crossing his tiger eyes, caught between indecision. Ha! Wooly wasted no time engaging Xuanzang further, whether he mounted her or not. A gust of demon wind swept Xuanzang onto her back, and she soared rapidly into the depths of the Tianyu mountain range. Chapter 60. The Yuanrong Demon King. Previously, I sensed that Wooly possessed formidable demon powers, but now I realize she is undoubtedly a powerhouse among the great demons, Xuanzang reflected while perched on Wooly's back. Marveling at the rapidly retreating scenery, a series of towering mountains unfurling before him. After approximately half an hour, Wooly brought Xuanzang to a vast and level expanse, reminiscent of a valley nestled among mountains or a city within the hills. Surrounded by towering peaks with the flat land stretching endlessly. Brother, this is the heartland of our northern demon clan, Wooly declared. This place was established by Lord Yuanrong, and I must impose upon you for a moment. Before Xuanzang could inquire further, Wooly swiftly turned and swallowed him whole. Inside the dark space, Xuanzang felt no discomfort. It was filled with a faint trace of demon energy, as if it were an extension of Wooly's essence. After a brief while, he found himself within a vast cavern, where 7 enormous stone seats loomed above, 3 on the left, 1 in the center, and 3 on the right. In an instant, Wooly settled into the second seat on the right, while a young man, strikingly handsome and commanding, occupied the central throne. His presence was majestic, half of his form adorned with intricate scales, and a sharp horn protruded from his forehead. Beyond these peculiarities, his features were remarkably attractive. With eyebrows like swords and eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, Xuanzang, this is Lord Yuanrong, the master of the northern Tianyu mountain range. Do not forget to pay your respects. Wooly instructed promptly. Esteemed lord, I am the humble Xuanzang, he said with utmost respect, bowing his tiger head, unable to meet Yuanrong's piercing gaze. I hear you possess the ability to refine elixirs. Yuanrong leaned forward slightly, directly inquiring. Your Majesty, I possess the innate talent to refine medicinal pills, but I require certain external materials, Xuanzang explained. What do you need to craft a basic elixir? Yuanrong pressed further. Create a simple one. I would need a living human body, a moderately skilled spirit creature, And some demon crystals, Xuanzang replied. With a flick of his wrist, Yuanrong summoned 300 demon crystals before him, followed by a bewildered, elderly human man. His face drawn and pale, looking around in confusion. The old man was scantily clad, bound by iron chains, wielding a pickaxe as if he were a miner. His frail body trembled with despair and fear. Fully aware of the fate that awaited him, alongside him, a black-eyed yellow lion, exuding a ghostly aura, roared wildly upon its arrival. This is the recipe for the human Yandan. You may begin your work. Yuanrong commanded succinctly. Without hesitation, Xuanzang lunged at the elderly man, who let out a piercing scream as Xuanzang bit into him, ending his life swiftly. Before dispatching the ghostly yellow lion, Xuanzang then examined the recipe, which detailed the necessary herbs and steps for preparation. Closing his eyes in concentration, he envisioned gathering his internal demon energy in his abdomen. Within his mind's eye, golden patterns transformed into the form of a human alchemist, while red patterns morphed into various herbs, materializing into an elixir furnace. Following the steps outlined in the recipe, Xuanzang visualized the refining process. Gradually, the image transformed, and from the fusion of one golden line and 5 red lines, a basic Gui Yuan dam materialized. This elixir, known as Gui Yuan, is a restorative type. Consuming one will replenish a portion of one's demon energy. Your Majesty, please observe, Xuanzang said as he opened his eyes and produced the Gui Yuan Dan. Upon seeing this, Yuanrong beckoned, and the elixir landed in his palm. Wooly, witnessing the scene, couldn't contain her delight, her smile wide and infectious. Excellent. Yuanrong nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Our demon clan has welcomed another capable elixir refiner. Though your cultivation is somewhat lacking, he added slowly, showing no signs of special excitement over Xuanzang's abilities. This will benefit our demon clan, and you are indeed a gem among our young. Yuanrong concluded with a serene smile, returning to his usual demeanor. However, the gravity of his gaze remained fixed on Xuanzang. Yet, our demon clan has always fought fiercely for dominion. While a gem is precious, it is not rare. I shall not interfere with your training merely because of this. However, I can promise that when you stand here once more, having proven your worth, I will nurture you with all my might. Yuanrong declared earnestly, looking intently at Xuanzang. For a demon king of Yuanrong's stature, elixir refiners were scarce, but not entirely absent. The current state of the demon clan could not be transformed solely by having one adept in elixir crafting. Thus, Yuanrong refrained from intervening in Xuanzang's path at this juncture. However, he reiterated, if one day Xuanzang managed to reach this place through his own efforts, Yuanrong would spare no resources in his cultivation, for by then, Xuanzang would have proven himself worthy of such attention. Xiaoyao comprehends. Xuanzang also understands Yuanrong's intentions. This exemplifies the disparity between the demon race and the human race. The human prodigies are regarded as treasures by their sects, who spare no effort in nurturing them. However, such outcomes may well lead to the emergence of a malformed prodigy, one possessing extraordinary cultivation, yet whose temperament and methods resemble those of a mere child. Such beings, though few may mature normally and become capable leaders, would plunge the entire sect into desolation upon their demise. Yuanrong's perspective, however, diverges. Alchemy is merely a peripheral art to the demon race. He does not seek demons who only excel in pill refinement. For such existences, though rare, are not entirely absent. The efficacy of elixirs primarily serves to afford the lower echelons of demons a chance to survive after injury. Currently, the demon race finds itself in a state of transition. What he desires are those descendants of the demon race who can thrive in harsh environments. Only such beings can earn his attention and cultivation as for the possibility of Xuanzang failing to mature and perishing along the way. It is of little concern to Yuanrong. After all, among demons, those who attain a certain level of cultivation possess longevity as their primary trait. He can simply bide his time. Of course, these musings are solely Yuanrong's thoughts as a demon in the northern mountains. Were it a demon lord from the south or west, their approach to Xuanzang might differ. You may leave now. Subsequent matters will be conveyed to you by Wu Li. Upon Yuanrong's words, Xuanzang turned to exit, waiting outside. After Xuanzang's departure, Wu Li gazed at Yuanrong. My lord, will you truly grant no rewards? This tiger demon possesses some skill. Yuanrong merely smiled nonchalantly. If he truly possesses skill, he will appear before me once again. At that time, you shall not be overlooked. However, you, according to the rules I have established, may receive a generous reward. What do you desire? Yuan Rong inquired with a smile directed at Wu Li. Yet, as Yuan Rong's smile faded, it soon shifted to Wu Li's countenance. Although one is a king and the other a general, Wu Li understands that his lord values rules and principles above all else. Thus he feels no trepidation. After all, fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. Chapter 61. Returning to the mountain, Xian waited briefly in place. He found himself in a vast stone hall. The atmosphere thick with oppressive, terrifying energy. Attempting to look elsewhere, he realized he could not move an inch. Fortunately, it was not long before Wu Li emerged from within. Unlike before, Wu Li's previously slender form was now adorned in resplendent golden robes that shimmered in the sunlight, causing Xian to squint his tiger eyes that a unique crown adorned his formerly bare head, crafted from countless fragmented demon crystals and mysterious runes, creating an appearance that was both bizarre and entrancing. Subtly influencing Xian mind, Wu Li's steps were somewhat labored, as though the golden garments and crown bore considerable weight, yet his face radiated with pride, his small eyes gleaming with excitement, though Xian could not recognize these items. He could sense the powerful demonic energy emanating from them, crashing over him like tumultuous waves, sending a shiver down his spine. "Little brother, let us go," Wu Li declared with evident joy, flashing a smile that conveyed an indescribable cunning. Without waiting for Xian to respond, he raised a hand, and a surge of demonic energy enveloped Xian, swallowing him once more into his belly. After all, the location of the Demon King must remain confidential. A matter Wu Li dared not take lightly. Within the confines of Wu Li's belly, Xian felt a significant difference from before. His massive tiger body could only curl up, his brows furrowing tightly, ears instinctively drooping backward. This time, Xian distinctly sensed it felt a bit cramped. Fortunately, it was not long before Xian reappeared on Wu Li's back. He shook himself, stretching his limbs, his tiger tail swishing behind him. "Little brother, your tasks have not yet concluded. The Demon King has issued a decree. The items listed here must be refined promptly. Once you have produced everything on the list, all transgressions will be absolved." As Wu Li spoke, he retrieved a piece of beast hide from his breast and presented it to Xian. Upon examining it, Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he read the names of the elixirs inscribed on the hide. 300 Gu Yuan pills. 200 Jingyu pills. 100 Shang-Ji pills. So many. Xian gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. Thankfully, detailed refining processes and required materials accompanied each elixir on the list. "You were fortunate. Do you know how many lives were lost due to the fire you set in Black Mountain?" Wu Li remarked, slightly turning his head. Although most casualties were beasts, not all demons regarded those creatures as mere prey. Wu Li's implication was clear, yet he chose not to elaborate further. After all, the situation had reached its conclusion, and further discussion would yield no benefit. What about the humans? The humans occupy Fu Jiao Mountain, commanding the mountain spirit, exterminating the creatures of Fu Jiao Mountain, and wreaking havoc in Blackback Mountain. That aren't these matters of concern for the demon race? Xian inquired, puzzled. "Of course they are," Wu Li replied, his tone laced with a hint of coldness, his body trembling slightly as his wings instinctively tightened. Yet, it was evident that the demons responsible for addressing these issues were somewhat neglectful. Upon hearing Wu Li's words, Xian grasped the underlying meaning, lowering his head slowly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his tiger eyes. Thus, he refrained from further questioning. These matters were beyond Xian's current purview, and naturally, there would be others to address them. Soon, Wu Li escorted Xian back to Feng Mountain. Upon landing, Wu Li presented Xian with a special crystal token. "This will serve as your identity token as the Lord of Feng Mountain. With this, you may enter the nearby demon shops, where you can buy and sell goods. You may also explore. The token bears markings that will guide you." As Wu Li explained, he pointed to the shimmering runes on the crystal token. "Furthermore, now that you are the Mountain Lord, you must assume responsibility for the mountain. I understand," Xian replied, nodding his tiger head. "The king is a principal demon. The elixirs on the list must be produced within a year. I will return in a year, and should any difficulties arise along the way, feel free to seek me out at Mu Mountain. Although the king has stated he will not provide you special care, that is the king's prerogative." With that, Wu Li exhaled, releasing 1,000 demon crystals, along with a seemingly unremarkable ring. Neither too few nor too many, it served as a token of Wu Li's generosity towards Xian. Though it would not significantly impact anything. "Brother, what is this?" Xian inquired. Focusing on the ring.it is a human artifact. Known as a storage ring.it offers a storage space far superior to the belly of a demon, containing various spiritual fruits and medicinal materials, many of which you will require for your alchemy. My elder brother has benefited greatly from your presence, yet those items may only bring you trouble. Wu Li continued, this storage ring is just right. I have no use for it now, so keep it. When it is not needed, simply swallow it. Thank you, Brother Wu Li, Xian expressed gratefully, his tiger eyes reflecting an ambiguous sincerity. Whether genuine or feigned. Ha. Splendid. You've finally come to your senses. With that address, you can use my name when you're out there. Wu Li chuckled, and as he finished speaking, a wave of demonic energy enveloped him, transforming him back into a crow, his wings flapping merrily and stirring up a small whirlwind. Feng Mountain is merely a small place. I hope you can grow swiftly. With that, Wu Li made no further delay. Flapping his wings and turning to depart, his figure gradually fading into a distant speck, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. Xian stood in place, gazing in the direction Wu Li had vanished, his tiger eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. After a considerable time, he turned and strode deeper into Feng Mountain. Within the 12 connected caves, He Sha and Sang Biao awaited anxiously. Meanwhile, the Mountain Wolf King was busy tidying up the battlefield from the previous day. Just then, Xian figure materialized, prompting Sang Biao and He Sha to rush forward. Brother, how did it go? The two brothers inquired eagerly. Hand over some items, and the matter will be settled, Xian replied wearily. Fortunately, after this battle, Xian immediate threats had been entirely eliminated. At that moment, a light chuckle resonated, and Xian did not turn around. Is that you, Fox Demon? Upon seeing the newcomer, He Sha immediately bristled, his dark aura surging. Hey, Second King, this little lady has come to bestow treasures upon you. The fox lady's sudden appearance was accompanied by a flirtatious glance directed at Xian. You dare speak so boldly. Fox Demon, although my brothers occupy the mountain, it is one thing for Xiong Kuei to know our location. How do the humans find out? He Sha bellowed. Yet, as He Sha's words fell, the fox lady merely smiled knowingly. Turning to Xian and speaking first. As for the humans, it was I who instructed the fox lady to inform them. As the words of Xian fell, an immediate silence enveloped the entire 12 linked caverns, leaving both Haisha and Sang Biao gazing at him, perplexed. Chapter 62, Spirit Wisdom Pill. Brother, what does this mean? Sang Biao inquired, his expression one of confusion. In response, Xian cast a distant gaze towards the horizon and elucidated. Neither Xiong Kuei nor the humans are adversaries we can contend with at this moment. Even if we were to triumph over Xiong Kuei by mere chance, the troubles from the human side would continue to flow incessantly. Thus, I require the involvement of a more formidable demon to intimidate the humans. Upon hearing this, apart from Sang Biao's bewilderment, whose tiger-like eyes darted about in confusion, Haisha began to grasp the concept. Sitting upright, it gently swayed its tail side to side. Brother, are we to wield the human sword to slay the demons? Utilize the demons' hands to extinguish the threat posed by the humans, Haisha ventured cautiously, narrowing its eyes while a low rumble emanated from its throat. Indeed, if the humans desire us, then Xiong Kuei covets us as well. Xian licked his paw, his ears perked up with alertness. Given the conflicting interests between both parties, we can employ the humans to eliminate Xiong Kuei, thus absolving ourselves of any responsibility within the demon clan. Moreover, the incursions and slaughters of demons should inevitably provoke the powerful demons residing within the mountains to take action. In this plan, one detail has indeed revealed a flaw, but fortunately, I have a backup. As Xian concluded his thoughts, Haisha slowly nodded. What of the crow demon? Xian reclined once more, his claws interlaced. On the evening the crow arrives, I shall venture from the mountain to seek out the fox lady, instructing her to employ any means necessary to lure the human experts alongside Xiong Kuei. At this juncture, Xian redirected his focus to the fox lady. As she was also a participant in his scheme, he did not shy away from revealing his original plan. I am indeed honored to be recognized by the mountain lord. The fox lady feigned modesty. Humph, Sang Biao remarked, feeling a wave of discomfort at the fox lady's demeanor. I too am honored by the mountain lord. I still cannot replicate that deadpan expression. With that, Sang Biao raised his front paw, forming two small OK gestures, mimicking the fox lady's mannerism in a sarcastic tone. The fox lady, however, displayed no sign of anger, merely casting a smile in Sang Biao's direction. But in truth, while this collaboration with the great king benefits us both, it has indeed granted me considerable advantages. These 3 spirit wisdom pills are bestowed upon the 3 great kings, with a wave of her hand. The originally intended spirit wisdom pill for Bao Yuan was now presented to Xian Song. 3 spirit wisdom pills, encased in jade boxes, materialized before the 3 brothers. The spirit wisdom pills and spirit stones that Zhao Yuan had applied for with the promise of his future were entirely claimed by the fox lady. Furthermore, there was no fault to be found on her part from the humans. She provided the information, and indeed, the 3 brothers were present, yet if they could not apprehend them, they had no grounds for complaint. Moreover, the fox lady's agreement to collaborate with Xian Song stemmed from her perspective that regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would yield substantial benefits for her. Should Xian Song prevail, it would signify a severe weakening of the human spirit cultivators, thus necessitating her as the mountain spirit to suppress the ghostly afflictions within by Shui Town. Conversely, if Xian Song were to be captured by the humans, it would fulfill her agreement with them. Most importantly, irrespective of the outcome, she would acquire all that she desired. Thus, under such circumstances, there was no reason for the fox lady to decline collaboration with Xian Song. What are these spirit wisdom pills? Do they grant one intelligence upon consumption? Sang Biao inquired, eyeing the pills radiating with spiritual energy, a sense of familiarity washing over him that he leaned closer, sniffing at the pills with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. This pill is primarily crafted from spirit wisdom fruit, and even for a refined demon, there exists a 10% chance of awakening a bloodline divine ability upon consumption. A 10% chance to awaken a bloodline divine ability? Truly remarkable, Haisha exclaimed, astonished. Presently, Haisha's cultivation was merely over 130 years, yet by virtue of its own bloodline divine ability, it could triumph over 200-year-old refined demons in combat. Such a treasure. Is there a method for its refinement? Xian Song inquired, his gaze fixated on the fox lady, his front paw extending slightly. However, the fox lady merely shook her head with a smile, her ears perked with delight. Among the demons, those skilled in alchemy are as rare as a phoenix among a million. So who would concern themselves with how such a thing is concocted? Indeed, Xian Song refrained from probing further on this matter. Very well, esteemed kings, I cannot linger too long away from Fujiao Mountain. I must take my leave now, but should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me. I would be delighted to collaborate with the 3 kings. With that, the fox lady turned to depart. It could be said that, aside from Xian Song, she reaped the most from this incident. After the fox lady's departure, the expressions of the 3 brothers shifted. Brother, that fox surely profited immensely from this. Should we not? Sang Biao was the first to speak, rising to pace within the cave, a glimmer of cold light flashing upon his claws. Even you have noticed, Haisha teased, playfully swatting Sang Biao's head with its paw. Hee. Xian Song smiled silently. Unhurried, he lay there, eyes half closed, his tail swaying rhythmically. This fox demon is truly audacious. Xian Song observed the direction the fox lady had departed with a profound gaze, his eyes glinting with a complex light, ears alert and raised. What? It is indeed the gathering of incense, Sang Biao exclaimed, suddenly leaping up. Haisha, do you know what this entails? Sang Biao asked, wide-eyed, shaking his head earnestly. That I do not know, but I feel that by shouting this out, I might appear more intelligent. Get lost, you muscle-brained fool, Haisha retorted, pushing Sang Biao aside with annoyance. The path of incense is also referred to as the will of humanity, by cultivating with the power of incense. One can avoid reincarnation after death. Their spirit can manifest, allowing them to tread a second path, and this path does not necessitate training. That as long as one absorbs sufficient incense daily, their cultivation will steadily advance. Xian Song explained to his brothers, sitting upright, his eyes earnestly focused on Haisha and Sang Biao. Such a remarkable treasure. I should also seek some in the future, Sang Biao remarked, excitedly wagging its tail. Eyes filled with anticipation. Do not perceive this matter as so simple. Human nature is the most intricate of all, especially when it encompasses human will. This thing, if mishandled, could become a double-edged sword, Xian Song stated solemnly, his ears twitching slightly. Chapter 63. Zhao Yuan. Death. Following Xian Song's words, Haisha immediately added, according to brother's implication, there are ways to mitigate the drawbacks of incense cultivation. Xian Song chuckled lightly, yet refrained from providing a direct answer. Typically, if one cultivates with this substance, in the later stages, no matter how lofty one's cultivation becomes, they will ultimately be reduced to a puppet of the humans, eternally bound to protect them. Otherwise, the backlash from the incense could lead to regression in cultivation. Or worse, result in the shattering of one's soul. As Xian Song concluded, both Sang Biao and Haisha recognized the terrifying nature of this substance, with Sang Biao ceasing its tail wagging, while Haisha's body trembled slightly. Then this fox lady is finished. With her actions against the humans, they will undoubtedly seek retribution, Sang Biao remarked instinctively, tilting its head with curiosity. It may not even reach that point. Xian Song's eyes gleamed with intensity as he chose not to elaborate further. Licking his lips with a glint of ruthlessness in his gaze. By the way, after I lost consciousness, do you know the fate of Xiong Kue? Has he perished? In his memory, Xian Song recalled witnessing Xiong Kue being subdued by a human woman. His limbs pinned down, presumably in a state of near death. However, the subsequent developments remained unknown to him. Sang Biao glanced at Haisha, who also shook its head. Sang Biao's ears drooped in disappointment that I cannot recall. Upon regaining consciousness, we returned directly to the 12 linked caverns. Haisha sighed resignedly. Is that so? Very well, we shall let this matter rest for now. With my newly acquired authority as Mountain King, I may venture into the nearby demon marketplace. Let us take a brief respite, then set out to explore. After all, I am still burdened with a significant debt. With that, Xian Song rose, shaking off the fur upon his body. The demon marketplace plays a crucial role in facilitating the growth of refined spirits and demons within the demon clan. There, Xian Song could expand his horizons to the greatest extent, which would be beneficial for the development of the 3 Lives Scroll. Moreover, Xian Song's subsequent objective will primarily focus on the human race. Thus, Xian Song requires a spell that allows him to infiltrate human settlements without detection. As the sun sets and the moon rises, Xian Song's scheme succeeds, effectively eliminating the apparent threats. In contrast, Zhao Yuan finds himself in a precarious position. At this moment, within the stronghold of Baishui town, Zhao Yuan has waited for 3 or 4 days without catching sight of Lu Ning and the others. Reluctantly, he sends Dong Zhun to contact the mountain spirits. The moment the news returns, Zhao Yuan's mind explodes with a resounding boom, his body swaying as if struck by an invisible force. His eyes widen in disbelief, lips trembling as he mutters, "How can this be? How can this be?" Subsequently, Zhao Yuan appears to lose all strength, collapsing into the chair behind him, hands limply hanging at his sides, his gaze vacant as he stares ahead, as if the entire world has crumbled at that instant. "My lord," Dong Zhun looks at Zhao Yuan. "Is there anything else?" Zhao Yuan, with bloodshot eyes, lifts his head. After a moment of silence, Dong Zhun continues, "Before night falls, gather your belongings and flee. The spiritual cultivator stationed in Baishui town is Dong Xiao. Along with those vigorous body refiners. As a result of this incident, combined with the 3 town Xian masters, Lu Ning, they have all perished. Should those above seek accountability, not only will Zhao Yuan not be promoted, but it would be miraculous for him to survive this moment." Faced with Dong Zhun's impractical words, Zhao Yuan hesitates. "What nonsense!" Zhao Yuan swallows hard, declaring, "How could I, Zhao Yuan, ascend to this position if I were merely a cowardly wretch? You may depart. I shall bear the consequences alone, as you wish." Dong Zhun bows respectfully before turning to leave. At night, the entirety of Baishui town is shrouded in a faint black mist. Reflecting the current plight of the human race. As night descends, a ghostly aura permeates the air, and in certain secluded areas, souls wander, claiming lives. At this moment, on a quiet street, a simply dressed man, lantern in hand, hastily arrives at an inconspicuous residence on the outskirts of Baishui town. With 3 knocks on the door, it opens. Quickly, the man outside urges, and a carriage appears within the courtyard, manned by 2 body refiners. While 4 golden soul stabilizing talismans radiate a soft golden light atop the carriage. Upon encountering the black mist, the golden light seems to repel it like a nemesis, causing it to recede to either side. With a crack of the whip, the carriage speeds forth, stark against the tranquil night. However, as time passes, the carriage has not traveled far when suddenly, a figure clad in black leaps from above, descending with a fist poised for impact. Boom! The 2 steeds come to an abrupt halt, followed by a forceful shockwave that shatters the carriage into splinters. Who goes there? Inside the carriage, 2 robust middle-aged men draw their blades and advance. Before them, the black-clad figure reveals only a pair of intense eyes fixed forward. With a heavy breath, Zhao Yuan clumsily crawls out from the wreckage of the carriage. Cursed fiend. Boom. The black-clad man erupts with fury, both fists striking out. Although devoid of any spiritual enhancement, the piercing sound of the air being shredded is impossible to ignore. 8th grade. The two guards realize the strength of their adversary the moment they engage. My lord, flee. We are no match for him, one shouts, brandishing his blade. Yet, as he gathers his strength to strike, the black-clad figure merely turns and delivers a powerful kick, sending the man hurtling away. Witnessing this, Zhao Yuan's expression darkens. Dongzhan, do you realize what you are doing? Zhao Yuan bellows, and as he speaks, the black-clad figure slowly removes his mask that I am fully aware of my actions. Zhao Yuan, you have absconded with 10,000 taels of silver and thousands of spirit stones from the treasury, along with several magical artifacts, and now you attempt to flee. I, Dongzhan, must intercept you, and should you resist, I shall be compelled to execute you on the spot. As Dongzhan's words hang in the air, Zhao Yuan's eyes widen. When did I abscond with 10,000 taels of silver? The spirit stones are all accounted for, and the artifacts. As he speaks, Zhao Yuan's countenance darkens. You frame me. Zhao Yuan points accusingly at Dongzhan. Trembling with rage, it must be said that while Zhao Yuan may have been foolish in certain matters, his intentions were always for the betterment of Baishui town. Thus, even as he comprehends his impending doom, in that moment of flight, he only utilizes his personal assets, never touching the public funds of Baishui town. So what if you did? Had you remained hidden within the stronghold, under the protection of the dynasty's auspices? I could not touch you. But now, die. With his 8th grade body refinement, Dongzhan's strikes possess the strength of a fierce tiger. While this power may not suffice against formidable demon races, it is more than adequate for ordinary mountain spirits. Thus, it is effortless for Dongzhan to eliminate the two guards, and with Zhao Yuan, who is merely an ordinary man, it is a trivial task. Dongzhan, may you meet a wretched end. With a few muffled thuds, Zhao Yuan and his two companions are swiftly dispatched by Dongzhan's hand. At this moment, Dongzhan gazes at Zhao Yuan's lifeless body, exhaling a long sigh. You can only blame your ill fortune. As Dongzhan concludes, a sultry laughter emerges from the darkness. Well done. Although her figure remains unseen, a smile immediately graces Dongzhan's face. To receive praise from the lady is an honor. Thus, should there be no unforeseen circumstances, the position of protector of Baishui town shall undoubtedly fall to you. Chapter 64. The turbulent demon workshop within the 12 consecutive caves. After several days of recuperation, the three brothers of Xiansong have nearly restored their full vigor. Concurrently, upon confirming the absence of any repercussions from the Linghui Dan, each brother consumes one. Though the odds are a mere 10%, this poses no issue for the inherently fortunate trio. Under the enhancement of the elixir, Xiansong experiences visions akin to a movie, witnessing the rapid flickers of ancestral figures from the Tiger clan before him, followed by the complete activation of the elixir's potency. Xiansong is the first to awaken a bloodline divine ability, clouds from dragons, winds from tigers. With this bloodline power, he can summon winds and clouds through his demonic might. Meanwhile, the third brother, Sang Biao, also awakens a combat-oriented bloodline ability, which, when activated in battle, can more than double his arm's strength. As for the second brother, He Sha, according to his own account, he has indeed awakened a minor innate divine ability. Yet he currently cannot harness it and must continue his research. Following their minor enhancements, Sang Biao can no longer contain his excitement and seeks a place to experiment, while He Sha takes on the responsibility of scouting for mountains. Thus, only Xiansong remains, lying on a stone step in the main cave, contemplating how to swiftly refine the batch of elixirs. Most importantly, now that Xiansong has established his own territory, he can construct a training ground, striving to break through to 300 years of cultivation. Once that milestone is reached, the opportunities available to Xiansong will multiply, particularly regarding the human race, which he finds so enticing. An hour later, Sang Biao, who had returned from somewhere, hurriedly approaches Xiansong. Elder brother, we have news from Wolf 9. It appears that Xiong Kue has not been seen in Blackback Mountain for several days, likely indicating his demise. Oh, lifting his head from his forepaws, Xiansong slowly opens his tiger-like eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. This is indeed fortuitous news. In comparison to Feng Mountain, Xiansong places greater importance on the geographical advantages of Blackback Mountain, as well as the superior opportunities for spiritual fruits it offers. What of He Sha? Upon considering this, Xiansong inquires. Second brother mentioned he believes he has figured out how to utilize his innate divine ability and has headed towards Blackback Mountain. Claiming there is a miasma valley there that seems to resonate with his talent. A miasma valley. Xiansong furrows his brow slightly. Then let him go. You accompany me. Let us first visit the demon workshop. Understood. Sang Biao nods in agreement. The Tianyu mountain range is vast and boundless. To cater to the numerous demon clans in the northern mountains, the demon king Yuan Rong has established demon workshops throughout. Some of these workshops are resource poor, resembling barren lands, while others are resource rich, akin to treasure troves. The demon workshop in the vicinity of Feng Mountain is situated within a valley north of the Weeping Disease Mountain. The valley is surrounded by a toxic barrier, resembling a swirling, dark green mist that emits a nauseating odor. Within, there are hidden realms, and to enter, one must shield themselves with demonic energy to avoid the toxin's encroachment. Stay close. Xiansong turns his head, his gaze serious as he instructs Sang Biao. With a vigorous stride, Xiansong moves forward, his step steady and powerful. Sang Biao, slightly clumsy in form, hurries to keep pace. Glancing around with curiosity and vigilance, the two proceed towards the demon workshop, Xiansong leading the way, releasing his demonic energy. Upon passing through the toxic barrier and dense mist, a vast panorama unfolds before them. At the entrance of the workshop, there are no grand or magnificent structures, merely an archway constructed from several sturdy tree trunks, each requiring several demon clansmen to embrace together, stepping into the workshop. The streets are paved with stones of varying sizes, the surface of the stones, having been weathered by the passage of time and trampled by numerous, gleams as smooth as a mirror upon gazing. One observes that the layout of this marketplace is modeled after that of the human realm, yet it possesses a unique flair. The stalls on either side are a cacophony of shapes and sizes, offering a diverse array of goods. However, due to the significant size differences among these stalls appear to have been magnified several times. As gaze slowly sweeps across the scene, he discerns that the items can be broadly categorized into several types. Blood and flesh, alongside some unknown ores. The streets are bustling with coming and going. There are diminutive, agile, their bright black eyes sparkling with cleverness, their tiny claws scuttling across the ground with barely a sound. Akin to a gentle breeze, there are also the massive and, with each step that takes, its colossal frame causes the ground to tremble slightly, the sound of its hooves striking the earth resonating like heavy drum beats. Thud. 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 This mane billows in the wind, its tail swishing occasionally to shoo away the surrounding insects. Their enormous bodies nearly obscure entire stalls, and while inspecting the goods, they occasionally collide with other, leading to minor skirmishes. The lifts its massive head, nostrils flaring as it exhales forcefully, its eyes wide and glaring at the other. The bumped retaliates with an equally defiant glare, muttering a few words before dispersing. At the center of the marketplace lies a relatively spacious square. A temporary trading ground. The ground is muddy from previous transactions and conflicts, a mixture of blood and muck. Occasionally, a nauseating stench wafts through with the breeze. The goods sold here are not fixed. Some display peculiar items they have acquired. Brother, that blood and flesh looks quite tempting. Shall we procure some for second brother? Upon entering this place, eyes are fixed hungrily on a stall run by A. Laden with various meats. As he speaks, saliva drips from his mouth, and his body instinctively leans towards the stall, his feet moving of their own accord. The forms of the meat suggest they are primarily human flesh. They, with a somewhat peculiar physique, appears to possess over 300 years of cultivation, yet has not reached the stage of solidifying its body, resulting in an oddly shaped form. Its ears perk up slightly, and its eyes vigilantly survey the surrounding, occasionally pawing at the meats as if to showcase their freshness. Not in a hurry. Let's first find the essentials. The appearance of and momentarily captures the attention of many. For in this vicinity, it is rare to encounter a that has attained such refinement. To glance over, their curiosity piqued, but no hostility arises. And continue deeper into the marketplace, as the items flanking them hold little utility for. They eventually arrive at the expansive area resembling a plaza, where they seek something of particular significance. Suddenly, a half-meter tall, gray-furred appears before. Its body is slightly hunched, its front paws rubbing together incessantly, and its eyes darting about. "Can you help me find something?" inquires, lowering his gaze, his tiger-like eyes narrowing slightly with scrutiny. You two must be newcomers here, right? In this murky, gray, am known as a veritable know-it-all. The gray creature puffs out its chest confidently. Whatever you need, just a word from me, and my descendants will find it for you at the quickest speed. Chapter 65. Despite the gray's cultivation being below that of, it exudes an air of cleverness. Suggesting it may not be a typical mountain, it pays it little mind. I seek an item that can conceal my form or obscure my, rendering me undetectable. This. The gray creature's eyes twinkle like two black marbles. What you seek is quite rare among the various. Is it unavailable? Retorts, his brows slightly furrowing. It is available, but the price is steep. The gray one continues, its tiny paws gesturing animatedly to emphasize the cost. Currently, I see you have three options. The first is the from the old at. This item won't alter your form, but can disguise your appearance with illusion, and it won't reveal your form when utilizing some. It's the perfect choice for pilfering from the human realm. However, it doesn't come cheaply. A single costs no less than 300 if the gray creature raises three tiny paws before. The second option is the crafted by the. Made from blood and mud, it allows for a brief transformation, but you cannot use or come into contact with water, or you'll risk exposure. Similarly, it is not inexpensive. And the third option, please, follow me, leading. The gray creature soon spots a retaining a human form. With antennae atop her head and wings sprouting from her back, engaged with it in some manner. Though she has become, her features suggest she is likely a. Hey, steady now, don't let him move, or his legs won't set right and will look unnatural. The commands a few, restraining the, then channels to straighten its hind legs. It hurts. The wails, yet it seems unfazed by this presence. A little pain now is better than exposing yourself to humans and being slain. At the moment this legs are straightened, the use is her, and astonishingly, this legs transform into plump human legs. Stomach, and more stomach. Compress. Quickly, compress some. Several desperately push this belly back. Useless. Watch me. Beth, seemingly impatient, steps forward and delivers a swift kick. With requiring at least 600 years of cultivation to maintain a human form, cannot ascertain this fate after that kick. However, it is evident that this belly has indeed been retracted. After observing this scene for a moment, cannot help but break into a cold sweat. Goodness, the craftsmanship here is ferocious. I'll pass on that. Let's discuss the first option. Turns to the gray creature. Well, as he speaks, the gray one uses a universally recognized gesture. Three claws twisting together with a grin. Seeing this, does not hesitate to produce 5. Is this sufficient? Quite enough. Not a problem at all. Please follow me. With that, the gray creature leads the two brothers through the plaza to the rear of the. Nestled among the mountains, here, magnificent stone houses emerge. What is this place? Inquires, puzzled by his surroundings. This is where the great kings residing within the dwell. Some kings prefer not to manage mountain peaks, finding the constraints of others' territories bothersome. Thus they choose to live within the. As the gray creature speaks, it gestures for to wait, and quickly approaches a stone house, knocking on the door. Old, are you awake? What's the matter? An aged voice replies as the gray creature speaks. Old, there's a guest wishing to make a transaction with you regarding some. The gray one replies respectfully, and a voice responds from within, and the stone door slowly creaks open. An elderly woman, stooped with age, emerges, her face lined with wrinkles, her eyes elongated, and her skin a dark green adorned with rough scales that glimmer with a cold sheen in the dim light. Her forehead slightly protrudes, revealing two bony ridges. What an aura! Upon seeing the old, cannot help but feel a jolt of surprise. Another glutton has come seeking a feast from the human realm. The gazes at, and, speaking, typically, seclude themselves in the mountains to cultivate. Only those of caliber can perfectly transform and enter the human realm without being easily detected. However, many that have tasted human flesh might experience a bloodline stir, becoming insatiably greedy, some even losing their senses. Consumed by a desire to feast on humans endlessly. Alas, you younger point one costs 300, and when activated with, it can disguise your human form, allowing you to utilize around 50% of your. The power stored within is limited. If not attacked or severely depleted, one can maintain a human form for 5 days. As the speaks, she flips her right hand, revealing several. Thank you, elder. I wish to purchase 3. Xian Song did not possess many demon crystals in his grasp. Aside from the 1,000 given by Wu Li later, there were only a few taken from Xiong Kuei during a prior encounter, most of which had already been utilized for cultivation. Thus, Xian Song was left with a mere 1,100 crystals. Very well. Once the transaction was settled, Granny Long furrowed her brow, taking a couple of steps forward. Both Xian Song and Sang Biao instinctively adopted a wary stance. This aura. A glint flickered in Granny Long's eyes as she inquired. What is your connection to that old hedgehog? Although Xian Song was unaware of the reason behind her question, his extensive exposure to various films and literature in his past life led him to suspect there was something amiss. The way Granny Long spoke of the elder hedgehog lacked any brutality or coldness. Instead, there was a peculiar nuance in her gaze, prompting Xian Song to respond cautiously, in response to your esteemed self. It is my third brother who possesses extraordinary talent, garnering the favor of Elder Bai. Upon hearing Xian Song's words, Sang Biao's tiger-like eyes widened in surprise to me. So it is, Granny Long chuckled. That old fellow has been hiding for so long. Yet here he is. Very well. Since you are his junior, I shall grant you a little more. With that, Granny Long waved her hand, and 2 additional phantom scales flew towards Xian Song. Thank you, esteemed elder. No need for such formality, Granny Long replied, her gaze lingering on Sang Biao, seemingly pondering why he had earned the elder hedgehog's attention. Chapter 66. The robbery. After concluding their business, Xian Song and Sang Biao retraced their steps. Along the way, the gaze of the gray elder towards them grew increasingly fervent. It appears that you two are indeed esteemed scions of our demon clan. Within the demon race, once one attained the level of a great demon, their bloodline could be inherited and continued. Furthermore, a great demon held a significant status within the mountainous realms. Even if only as a subordinate, their identity would still be considerably elevated. Upon hearing this, Xian Song regarded the gray elder, sidestepping the question with a roundabout inquiry. Given your eloquence, I presume you have spent time among the human race? In response to Xian Song's query, the gray elder nodded vigorously. Indeed, esteemed sir, I once pilfered a spirit pill from the humans, which granted me enlightenment. He continued, I am quite knowledgeable about various aspects of the human race. Xian Song nodded, immediately following with, then perhaps you could enlighten me regarding the current state of the human race? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Since the gray elder realized that Xian Song was under the protection of a great demon, his enthusiasm towards Xian Song was palpable. As they journeyed from Granny Long's presence to the exit of the demon market, the gray elder continued to share a plethora of information. Take care on your journey back. Remember to return swiftly to the mountains. This area can be rather perilous at times. The gray elder cautioned Xian Song and Sang Biao. Thank you. Should I return, I shall trouble you again. Gray elder brother, Xian Song expressed, no need for such formalities. We are of the same kin, the gray elder replied with a broad grin, bowing as he bid farewell. Shortly after Xian Song and Sang Biao departed, a newly arrived sheep spirit approached the gray elder. Excuse me, dear brother. The gray elder turned to see a sheep spirit of 60 years of cultivation and promptly scowled. How dare you? Who do you think you are, addressing me as brother? Get lost. He dismissed the sheep spirit disdainfully. What is your station? Direct your inquiries to my subordinate. With that, the gray elder straightened his back, adopting a human-like demeanor, and walked away with an air of contempt, casually summoning a couple of small rodents in the process. Outside the demon market, a toxic mist enveloped the area like a heavy gray veil, shrouding it in an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Xian Song and Sang Biao navigated through the mist, which seemed to have little effect on them, though everything around appeared somewhat hazy at this moment. Sang Biao occasionally glanced back, his eyes betraying an insatiable craving, akin to a greedy child yearning for a candy just out of reach. Still yearning for that flesh, Xian Song, walking ahead, did not turn to face Sang Biao. Yet it felt as if he could discern his thoughts. In a calm voice, he inquired. Heh. Sang Biao chuckled sheepishly, offering no rebuttal. It is not I who prevents you. Xian Song maintained his steady pace, his tone taking on a serious note. The flesh of humans carries innate impurities. Consuming it will leave you tainted. A small amount may not pose a threat, but if accumulated, it can corrupt your mind, turning you into a ravenous beast driven solely by bloodlust. Xian Song's words echoed through the stillness of the toxic mist, wielding an invisible force that compelled Sang Biao to take heed. As Xian Song spoke, Sang Biao's expression shifted to one of dismay, muttering, Does that mean I will never be able to consume it? His voice bore a hint of disappointment, akin to a cherished wish abruptly shattered. Fear not. Even in matters of life and death, there are no absolutes. Xian Song slightly tilted his head, his tone softening. Upon our return, I shall impart a technique to you that will allow you to consume with intent, purging impurities while retaining essence. They leisurely moved forward. Once they exited the bounds of the demon market, Sang Biao, wearing a foolish grin, abruptly halted. Brother, Xian Song scanned the surroundings, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. I sense it too. With a whoosh, 4 figures darted forth from the surrounding jungle like lightning. These 7 figures flickered in and out of view among the trees, and as they drew closer, it became evident that they were neither cat nor rabbit. You too, surrender your provisions, or you shall not leave here today. The leader of the 7 figures screeched. Following the sound, Xian Song discerned the appearance of the intruders, discovering them to be a band of rabbit spirits. Though small in stature, each bore a fierce gleam in their eyes, their fur appearing somewhat disheveled, reminiscent of having rolled in the dirt several times. Exuding a rustic charm, the leader of the rabbit spirits displayed the most distinctive coat, a blend of brown and black with unique patterns, ears perked up, eyes narrowed into slits, and a somewhat round, defiant face that seemed to challenge. Come at me if you dare. Xian Song, upon witnessing this, let out a cold chuckle, tinged with disdain. You lot? It was astonishing that these 7 rabbit spirits, all possessing 90 years of cultivation, had somehow managed to hone their skills. Yet, their emaciated appearances suggested they had not feasted adequately in quite some time, evoking an image of those who had just consumed their last meal. The rabbit spirit leader, incensed by Xian Song's apparent disregard, leaped in agitation, indignantly declaring, How dare you look down upon us? You have just come from the demon market, so you must possess something of value. Hand it over if you know what is good for you. The rabbit spirit leader's gaze was fixated on Xian Song and Sang Biao, akin to 2 delectable morsels ready to be devoured. Sang Biao, unable to contain himself any longer, scratched at the ground restlessly. Brother, why bother with their prattle? Let us swiftly dispatch these little furballs. Upon hearing this, the rabbit spirits erupted in outrage, their bodies arching like inflated balloons as they assumed attacking stances. How dare they? Brothers, charge. Let them know our might. Before the command could fade, several rabbit spirits launched themselves at Xian Song and Sang Biao like arrows released from a bow, their speed conjuring a miniature whirlwind around them. Unfazed, Xian Song glanced back at Sang Biao. Your turn. Sang Biao's face twisted into a fierce grin, excitement radiating from him. Responding to Xian Song's words, he let out an enthusiastic roar, charging towards the oncoming rabbit spirits. With a sweeping motion of his enormous paw, he playfully exclaimed, Little furball. Sang Biao's paw, akin to a colossal fan, was imbued with an innate power that rendered him formidable even without channeling his demonic energy. Chapter 67. Subjugating the rabbit spirits. As the onslaught of rabbit spirits approached with fervor, one unsuspecting rabbit spirit was sent flying like a mere fluffball, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing into the nearby underbrush with a startled squeal. The remaining rabbit spirits rushed forward, and Sang Biao, grinning widely, swung his arm once more, sending a rabbit spirit spinning like a top before it collapsed to the ground, disoriented and struggling to regain its footing. The rabbit spirit leader, realizing the tide was turning, shouted in desperation, Brothers, do not fear. We shall attack together. He has but 2 paws, and with our numbers, we shall surely prevail. With that, the rabbit spirits summoned their demonic energy, shimmering faintly around them like a protective aura. Come on then. Sang Biao relished the challenge, standing his ground as he unleashed a flurry of swipes, sending the rabbit spirits tumbling in all directions. One unfortunate rabbit spirit collided with a tree, becoming lodged among the branches, its legs flailing in the air. A certain rabbit spirit was inadvertently knocked onto its companion, causing the 2 to tumble into a chaotic ball, rolling on the ground and spinning in a dizzying confusion, as if they were 2 intoxicated little furballs. In no time, 7 rabbit spirits lay scattered and groaning on the ground, having been thoroughly beaten by the ferocious tiger spirit. Only the rabbit spirit leader remained. Its fur bristled as it glared at the tiger, its expression a mix of fear and defiance. Is this all you've got? Xian Song remarked with a chuckle as he observed the scene before him. Despite the rabbit spirit's disarray, their expressions conveyed a stubborn resistance. The rabbit leader struggled to rise from the ground, shaking its disheveled fur, proclaiming, My strength transcends the power of the stars. You insignificant tiger, do not dare to challenge my authority. Now, allow me to show you what my brothers are capable of. As the leader spoke, it gestured dramatically, and once fully upright, the other rabbit spirits rallied to its side. Xian Song watched with keen interest, eager to see what tricks these rabbit spirits might reveal. My brothers. It is time to display our prowess, they declared in unison, their faces serious as if preparing for a grand battle. Run, the rabbit leader shouted. In an instant, the 7 rabbit spirits turned and fled, their short legs moving with fervor, akin to little motors propelling them forward. Xian Song, having anticipated their intentions, unleashed a thunderous roar, infusing it with his demonic power. The sound reverberated through the toxic mist like a clap of thunder, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. The rabbit spirits froze in place, gripped by an overwhelming fear that coursed through their veins. As if ensnared by a binding spell, "Brother, shall we slay them all?" the tiger spirit asked, its claws extended menacingly, glinting in the sunlight. "Not yet," Xian Song replied. Stepping forward to address the rabbit leader, "I offer you a chance at survival. You may feast to your heart's content." Upon hearing this, the rabbit leader, eager yet hesitant, quickly knelt with its 7 brothers, proclaiming, "If you do not reject us, we shall honor you as our adoptive father." Adoptive father, the 7 rabbit spirits echoed in unison, their movements synchronized without a moment's hesitation. Xian Song, taken aback by their sudden change of heart, responded, "There is no need for such formalities. Join my ranks, and you shall be like any other spirit. Simply call me king." "Do you have names?" Regretting his inquiry almost immediately, Xian Song was met with the rabbit leader's proud declaration, "I am Ma Ao Tian. This is my 2nd brother Ma Zhan Tian, my 3rd brother Ma Lai Tian, my 4th brother Ma Jin Tian, my 5th brother Ma Fan Tian, my 6th brother Ma Pa Tian, and my 7th brother Ma Pai Tian." Each time a name was introduced, the corresponding rabbit spirit stood tall, seemingly bursting with pride. Xian Song couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his 4 tiger claws instinctively digging into the ground to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. "How imposing!" exclaimed the tiger spirit behind him, unable to contain its amusement. "Why must you insist on opposing the heavens?" Xian Song pondered, somewhat perplexed. The rabbit spirit, taken aback, quickly replied, "We were originally 8 brothers, spirits of Fu Jiao Mountain. One day, we heard of a wounded man in white who lamented the injustice of the heavens and the malevolence of the world before plummeting to his death." "Wait," the tiger spirit interrupted. "Aren't there only 7 of you? Where did the 8th come from?" Ma Ao Tian's expression darkened with anger as he recounted, "It was that damned human race. After entering Fu Jiao Mountain, they spoke of a newly born sibling who was starving and insisted on slaughtering us. In the end, it was our 8th brother who bravely delayed them, allowing us to escape. That so?" "Please continue," the tiger spirit urged, somewhat sheepishly. "Of course," Ma Ao Tian replied politely, regaining his composure. "Where was I? Ah yes, at that time, we had just awakened our intelligence. After consuming the flesh and blood of our benefactor, our powers surged. Determined not to betray our benefactor's kindness, and witnessing his tragic end, we resolved to carry on his legacy. Thus, we adopted these names." Xian Song listened intently, amused by the irony of the situation. "Your benefactor elevated your realms, yet you consumed him," he remarked with a faint smile. "As for the human race spoken of by the rabbit spirits." Xian Song mused that while it is said the heavens are merciless, it seemed a natural order to him. Under the vast forces of nature, yin and yang interchanged. The dominant often became the oppressed. Even the once mighty human race now struggled under the burden of malevolence. "Consider yourselves fortunate. The flesh of a human has allowed you to progress to this level, something many spirits would envy." He concluded, "Let us proceed, for from this day forth, you shall serve under me," Xian Song declared, recognizing the potential of these swift rabbit spirits to assist in his endeavors. "Thank you, great king," Ma Ao Tian and his brothers expressed, dutifully following the tiger spirit. "Have you been robbing travelers all this while?" the tiger spirit inquired as they journeyed onward, seeking to understand their motives. "Indeed, great king," Ma Ao Tian responded, "we have only come to this area recently. After the incident with our 8th brother, we sought refuge in Hebei Mountain, only to have a careless fool set fire to our home, obliterating our hard-earned haven and resources. Thus, we resorted to banditry." As Ma Ao Tian spoke, the tiger spirit stifled laughter, hastily shifting the conversation. "While I can understand your plight, do you not assess your opponent's strength?" Though the tiger spirit had not revealed its true power, one would expect that, as fellow creatures of the wild, they would possess some awareness of each other's strength. "What is strength?" Ma Ao Tian retorted, bewildered. Xian Song interjected, "Oh, it seems you are even more naive than I had thought. Let the tiger spirit enlighten you." Excited to find creatures even more foolish than himself, the tiger spirit took the lead in explaining that they shared laughter and stories. Xian Song, the tiger spirit, and the 7 naive rabbit spirits made their way back to Feng Mountain. However, upon their return, The tiger spirit suddenly paused, a peculiar expression crossing its face. "Brother, what is it?" Xian Song inquired. Turning to the tiger spirit, "It seems there's a commotion in the mountain, quite a ruckus, and I smell my second brother." Realizing something was amiss, Xian Song's expression sharpened. "Where?" "To the north, near Hebei Mountain." With that, Xian Song and the tiger spirit swiftly set off, the two tigers leading the way, followed closely by the 7 naive rabbit spirits. Heading towards the northern direction, as they rushed, Xian Song's mind raced with questions. Black Sha was typically composed. Why would it engage in conflict so near Hebei Mountain? Soon, a terrifying aura washed over them. And as they approached, the sight of numerous wolf corpses greeted them, alongside a figure enveloped in dark energy, retreating swiftly, while a shining figure continued to strike with relentless force. The intensity of their presence was beyond Xian Song's comprehension. Amidst the carnage, they spotted Black Sha, bloodied and barely clinging to life. "Second brother," the tiger spirit cried out, racing towards Black Sha, while Xian Song remained in stunned disbelief. Before them lay the bloodied figure of Haisha. Half-conscious and bleeding profusely, his abdomen torn open and his body emaciated, as though all vitality had been siphoned away. "Second brother, big brother, Ergu is on the brink of death," Sang Biao exclaimed, panic evident in his eyes as he surveyed the dire situation. Not only Sang Biao, even Xian Song, upon witnessing Haisha's condition, felt a chill run down his spine. Utterly at a loss for what to do, his mind raced. But regrettably, he could find nothing to save Haisha in this critical moment. Just then, a familiar voice resonated. "Allow me to assist." Both Xian Song and Sang Biao instinctively turned, bracing themselves. "Old senior," they beheld the old hedgehog spirit, leaning on his cane, stepping forth. Without further ado, he commanded, "Go," with a flick of his claw. A sharp quill shot forth, and using his demonic power, he swiftly stitched up the gaping wound on Haisha's abdomen. Upon completing this task, the old hedgehog spirit produced a wine gourd that Xian Song had seen before and administered its contents to Haisha. After several breaths, Haisha's erratic aura finally stabilized, yet he resembled a candle flickering in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. "This is all I can do. This child has had the majority of his essence drained. Whether he survives now depends on fate," the old hedgehog spirit lamented. "Senior, do you know who harmed my second brother?" Xian Song trembled, suppressing his rage as he asked in a low voice. The old hedgehog spirit shook his head. "I cannot say for certain that I arrived rather late, and although I clashed briefly with the assailant, it was clear they wished to avoid me and swiftly departed. What I can ascertain is that the perpetrator is likely a powerful demon, not a powerful demon." Xian Song's gaze darkened, and with a deep exhale, he turned to the old hedgehog spirit, saying, "Xian Song is deeply grateful for your timely rescue." The old hedgehog spirit had appeared twice. First saving Xian Song, and now saving Haisha. This kindness would forever remain etched in Xian Song's heart. Today's fruit is the result of yesterday's cause that I have repaid the kindness owed to your parents." The old hedgehog spirit spoke slowly. "Senior knows my parents?" Xian Song inquired with curiosity, having wondered previously why such a being would take an interest in him. "My little granddaughter faced great peril at birth. And due to certain matters, I was trapped elsewhere. Fortuitously, it was your parents who rescued my granddaughter and her family atop Blackback Mountain. Regrettably, by the time I returned, her parents had succumbed to their injuries. My granddaughter, having suffered at birth, was left unable to awaken her intellect. Thankfully, through your parents' benevolence, we acquired a spirit fruit that allowed her to awaken her mind in due time," the old hedgehog spirit recounted succinctly. "But alas, the calamity that befell your parents came too swiftly. By the time I learned of it, you were already causing a stir at Blackback Mountain." The old hedgehog spirit shook his head, expressing his regret. Upon hearing this, Xian Song understood why the old hedgehog spirit had such a profound interest in him. The events of his parents' generation were unknown to Xian Song. Yet regardless, he vowed to remember the old spirit's kindness in saving his second brother. "I will forever keep this debt of gratitude in my heart," Xian Song declared solemnly. The old hedgehog spirit waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his lips. "You are a fine lad, yet I am bound by certain constraints. I cannot act excessively. However, you may temporarily reside here, as I doubt the entity that attacked would dare disregard my presence." "Thank you, senior." Xian Song expressed once more. "Do not call me senior. My name is Bai Weiyin. Should you encounter any issues in the future, seek me out at a spring cave to the south of Foshan." With that, Bai Weiyin said no more, vanishing into the earth. Chapter 69. The Yellow-Robed Taoist. As the scene shifted, Xian gazed at Haisha's current state within the 12 connected caves, his heart heavy with despair. Thankfully, Haisha still clung to life. The atmosphere in the cave was oppressive. Brother, who could have harmed Ergo? Wasn't Xiong Kuei already? Sang Biao questioned, bewildered. Xiong Kuei lacks the capability. Xian demeanor gradually cooled, realizing that the assailant was a powerful demon who had breached the defenses of Ergu's abdomen. Taking the ghostly artifact within. It seemed that this was their primary objective. That ghostly artifact was something we had pilfered from Xiong Kuei. Thus the attacking demon must surely be connected to him. With clarity restored, many pieces began to fall into place. Now, the most pressing concern was Haisha. Xian circled Haisha, contemplating various strategies. It appeared that their plans would need to be expedited. Sang Biao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, held back further inquiries, understanding that some matters were beyond his grasp. From this day forth, you will collaborate with the Mountain Wolf King to oversee affairs in the mountains. Should you encounter insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek out by Lao Xian, Xian instructed. What about you, brother? Sang Biao queried, glancing at Xian. With by Lao Xian in the mountains, there is no need for concern. I shall first collect the debts owed by the human clan. Should this plan succeed, we brothers will rapidly ascend in strength, Xian declared, casting a final glance at Haisha and Sang Biao before departing Fengshan. Swift as the wind, Xian traversed the terrain. Soon arriving at the vicinity of Fusa Mountain, as dusk fell upon Baishui town. Within a grand estate, a stout, middle-aged man clad in yellow brocade gazed at a Taoist with a look of relief. The estate was adorned with over 10 banquet tables, a testament to the wealth and influence of its host. Thank you, Taoist, for saving my liner. Huang Gongui expressed his gratitude. It is no trouble with the recent turmoil among the mountain demons. Families with children must remain vigilant against these fiends disguised as humans. The middle-aged Taoist spoke in a hoarse, gravelly voice. Upon closer inspection, this Taoist donned a yellow robe, his hair styled in a topknot secured with a wooden hairpin. Tall and slender, he resembled a swaying bamboo, as if a gust of wind could topple him. His face was akin to dried bark, gaunt and pallid, devoid of color. The oversized, tattered black robe hung loosely around him, held together only by a solitary button. Most striking were his eyes. The scara dominated the majority, with the irises rolled upward to reveal 3 narrow white slits, exuding a chilling intensity. Anyone who beheld him would instinctively sense that he was no benevolent figure. Yet, paradoxically, this very being was warmly welcomed at the banquet. Taoist, your prowess is formidable. In just a few days, you have saved countless children in Baishui town. Today, I, Li, toast to you at Lord Huang's banquet. A young man in a blue robe raised his cup, bowing respectfully to Xian before downing the contents in one go. Xian nodded slightly, his parched lips parting. You flatter me. It is our duty as cultivators to vanquish demons and protect the innocent. Surrounding guests echoed their agreement, a chorus of praises and toasts filling the air. Xian, embodying the Taoist, accepted each drink without refusal, consuming cup after cup without showing any signs of inebriation. As the festivities continued, a young attendant rushed into the courtyard, whispering urgently into Huang Gonggui's ear. Instantly, the latter's expression soured, and he cleared his throat, addressing the assembly. Everyone, I have just received news that the old Zhao family on the eastern edge of the town fell victim to a heinous act by demons. Upon hearing this, the once lively banquet fell silent, all eyes turning toward Xian. He set down his cup, rising slowly, his robe billowing gently with his movements. I shall investigate the situation at the Zhao family, he declared, adjusting the hem of his robe, then straightening his tall, slender frame before striding toward the exit. Taoist, you have just consumed wine. Perhaps you should rest a moment before proceeding, Huang Gongui cautioned. Xian merely tilted his head slightly, waving his hand dismissively. It matters not. A little wine will not hinder me. With that, he continued onward, swiftly reaching the courtyard's entrance. The onlookers, realizing the urgency, hastily set aside their bowls and chopsticks, some swallowing their food with great effort, cheeks puffed out, while others discarded their utensils, the clatter echoing as they hurriedly rose to follow Xian. In an instant, the once bustling banquet was left in disarray, plates and dishes askew, wine spilled everywhere, with a few chopsticks clattering to the ground. Upon arriving at the old Zhao family's residence, they found a dilapidated courtyard, its crumbling earthen walls appearing ready to collapse. with debris carelessly strewn about. The elderly couple, known as Old Zhao and his wife, sat despondently on the muddy ground of their courtyard. Old Zhao's hands clutched his hair tightly, his fingers turning pale from the strain, while his body trembled incessantly. Muttering, "My son." Meanwhile, Old Zhao's wife lay prostrate on the ground, her hands rhythmically striking the earth, emitting faint, sorrowful cries that echoed throughout the small courtyard. Xiansong shook his head, standing in the center of the yard with his hands clasped behind his back. The wide sleeves of his robe swaying with his movements one by one. The other villagers entered the courtyard, and upon witnessing the scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. Some villagers furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with sympathy, while others crossed their arms, clicking their tongues in helplessness. Alas, what a pity. The Zhao family had only 2 sons, and now they are both gone. Indeed, the eldest son practiced martial arts and had previously accompanied Master Dong into the mountains to hunt demons, only to perish there. And now the youngest son as well. You think it's possible that Master Dong's failure to catch the demons angered them, prompting them to descend from the mountains for revenge? After all, our town has rarely seen mountain demons come down, and now it has happened repeatedly. The villagers exchanged their thoughts. Just then, the town's constables hurried in, led by Dongjin, who entered the courtyard at a brisk pace. Upon seeing the tragic state of the Zhao couple, his expression remained impassive, yet he noted the sorrow etched on the faces of those present. He quickly approached Old Zhao, crouched beside him, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother, do not grieve excessively. I shall ensure that the demon pays for their blood debt." As Dongjin spoke, a fierce determination shone in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. However, the assembled villagers paid him no mind. Dongjin had no intention of wasting more time with them, and after a brief inspection, he took his leave. Once he departed, the villagers turned their attention to Xiansong. "Taoist, the demon is rampant. Is there truly no means of prevention?" Huang Guigue stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the Taoist with a hint of worry. After all, no one could predict when the demon might return, or when such tragedy would befall them again. Hearing this, Xiansong slightly raised his head, narrowing his eyes as if pondering something. After a moment of silence, his withered fingers gently stroked the sparse beard on his chin, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "There is indeed a method in my teachings. There exists a blood ritual to ward off evil, by collecting 7 drops of a child's heart's blood and performing a rite at the temple. We can harness the power of my teachings to protect against demonic harm. However, I am but a wandering Taoist, without a fixed abode or established temple." Thus, Xiansong slowly shook his head, leaving his words unfinished. Upon hearing this, Huang Guigue's eyes brightened as if he had suddenly seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He eagerly exclaimed, "Taoist, what difficulty is this? You have rendered us immense kindness in Baishui town. We shall unite to build a temple for you." Huang Guige proudly declared, "The Huang family will take the lead, and we shall cover all expenses for the temple." Initially, the surrounding villagers appeared hesitant, some avoiding eye contact, others exchanging doubtful glances. However, upon hearing Huang Guigue's words, they soon began to echo his sentiments. "Yes, yes, the Taoist has done us great favors. This is what we must do. This undertaking is monumental, and it would be inappropriate to trouble you all." Xiansong gently stepped back a pace, gesturing modestly with his hands before his chest, feigning reluctance. Yet Huang Guigue waved his hand emphatically, asserting, "Taoist, do not refuse. You have labored for the peace of our town. This is our responsibility." Back and forth they went, and soon the matter was settled under Huang Guigue's leadership, while Xiansong could only feign a look of trepidation. "Then, let us keep everything simple." Xiansong nodded slightly. "We shall follow your guidance." Huang Guigue and the townsfolk breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing Xiansong's agreement. After all, they had witnessed his capabilities in subduing the mountain demons and saving numerous children in the town. The site for the temple was ultimately chosen by Xiansong, located at the outskirts of the town, nestled against a mountain. Standing on the selected land, he spread his arms wide, as if attuning himself to the surrounding energy, murmuring, "This place, with its proximity to the mountains, gathers spiritual essence, making it an ideal location." Once the site was determined, driven by Huang Guigue's willingness to invest, and with Xiansong's decision to keep matters simple, the construction of the temple swiftly moved forward. Many townsfolk who had benefited from Xiansong's kindness also lent their efforts. Some carried timber, huffing and puffing, while others diligently carved the architectural components. In just 3 days, bolstered by various contributions, a modest temple with 3 layers and 2 entrances was completed. The temple's walls were painted a pristine white, and the tiles on the roof were neatly arranged. Taoist, the temple has been completed, but I wonder which deity you intend to enshrine. Huang Guge respectfully stood beside Xianzong, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he inquired that in ancient times, the mountain lord protected the land. Since we aim to repel the demons of the mountains, let us enshrine the true lord of the mountain, Xianzong stated calmly, his hands clasped before him as he gazed at the main hall of the temple. Upon hearing Xianzong's words, Huang Guge nodded in agreement. The Taoist speaks with reason. The craftsmen busily painted the statue of the true lord, brushes swiftly moving in their hands, and the statue was completed within the hour. However, during the final steps, Xianzong instructed that a red cloth be used to cover the eyes of the statue. Though the crowd did not understand the reasoning behind this, they complied nonetheless. In the end, the temple was named Junshan Temple. After completing these arrangements, Xianzong nodded in satisfaction, but he entered the main hall, circling the tiger-shaped statue of the true lord, his eyes reflecting contentment. Now, you may return home and draw a drop of blood from the chest of your children. 7 drops will suffice. Once a month, this will ensure that your offspring remain unscathed by the mountain demons. Xianzong surveyed the crowd, his gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. Taoist, if that is the case. What are the ghostly afflictions in the town? Huang Guge asked, leaning slightly forward with an expression of anticipation. The matter of the ghostly afflictions largely depends on the Xiantian mirror. The true lord of the mountain whom I enshrine primarily serves to suppress the mountain demons. However, it may also exert some degree of influence over the ghostly afflictions, Xianzong replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression neutral. Is that so? That is acceptable. While the others felt a tinge of disappointment. They remained silent, for in their view, drawing 7 drops of blood was a minor task. With a mere 7 drops each month, they could safeguard their children. It was akin to receiving free money. The circumstances in Baishui town, under Huang Gugue's leadership, quickly spread throughout the area. However, many townsfolk were skeptical about Xianzong's blood-drawing method. Days passed, and soon enough, numerous villagers began to present blood offerings at the temple. Some ignorant individuals even brought small bowls, eager to provide more than the required 7 drops. The townsfolk, in their fervor, almost universally exceeded the amount requested. For those who brought blood, Xianzong would grant them a talisman to affix in their homes. Although the talisman held no real power, it bore Xianzong's essence, serving as a means of identification. As the contributions accumulated, the blood was collected into 3 large gourds. The moment the blood was poured in, the gourds appeared unremarkable to others, yet in Xianzong's eyes, they radiated a fervent crimson glow. After completing these tasks, Xianzong closed the temple doors and began employing the blood-drawing method to safeguard the children of the town. Outside, Xianzong moved swiftly, slipping through the back door and merging into the forest. As he moved, a scale fell from him, landing on the ground and instantly losing its brilliance, turning to dust. Meanwhile, Xianzong's form began to swell. His robe tightened against his body, morphing into a vibrant tiger pattern. Lowering his stance, his limbs expanded as if preparing for a leap, his hands becoming claws, muscles rippling, his face elongating and mouth widening to reveal fangs. His ears shrank, fur sprouted, enveloping his entire body, eyes transforming into slits, tail extending, fangs bared, until he became a magnificent tiger, measuring over 4.5 meters in length. My king. As Xianzong transformed, the figures of Mao Outyin and his brother Mao Zhantian emerged before him. Does the Zhao family harbor a grudge against you? Xianzong's tiger-like eyes glimmered like lanterns in the night as he gazed at the 2 rabbit-like creatures. Xianzong has returned. During his absence, he exhausted 3 illusion scales over the span of 15 days, with the assistance of the rabbit spirit, and having previously conferred with Lady Fox, Xianzong quickly established himself in Baishui town under the guise of a Taoist. Big brother, Sang Biao, the 4-eared listener, was the first to sense Xianzong's presence. How is Heisha faring? Xianzong inquired. Big brother, senior by visited not long ago. Second brother is barely clinging to life. If he wishes to recover, he will require a substantial amount of restorative substances. I understand. Xianzong nodded, refraining from further comments, and proceeded to the location of Heisha. Upon seeing Heisha's emaciated tiger form, resembling a desiccated husk, Xianzong felt a profound sorrow. Though their time together was brief, The bond among the three brothers was undeniably genuine. In the depths of the 12 linked caves, Xian carved out a hollow, placing Heisha within, then summoned a stream of water to envelop half of Heisha's body. With a splash, after completing these tasks, Xian opened a gourd, pouring in the collected blood essence of human children. The instant the gourd was opened, a sweet, metallic scent pervaded the entire 12 linked caves, causing the nearby wolf spirits to stir with greedy anticipation. The blood essence flowed forth like a crimson stream imbued with an eerie aura, gradually mingling with the water and dyeing the surroundings a vivid red. South entwined, north aligned, the universe descends. Xian invoked his demonic power, reciting the incantation. As soon as the blood essence made contact with Heisha's withered body, it absorbed it like parched earth welcoming rain, rapidly seeping in. Heisha's body trembled slightly, as if the long-slumbering shell felt the call of vitality. The once dull fur began to glisten, and his claws twitched ever so slightly. With the continuous infusion of blood essence, Heisha's heart began to flutter, as if a faint power was rekindling the fire of life within him. "Big brother, what is happening?" Sang Biao observed the scene with astonishment. "The blood essence of human children," Xian replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's expression grew serious as he gazed at Xian. "Big brother, be cautious out there. Rest assured," Xian reassured him, having only poured 1/3 of the gourd's contents. "Every 5 days, I shall add another third. This is meant to save your second brother's life. We must not be careless." He handed the gourd to Sang Biao, advising him, "This is for you." Afterward, he also presented Sang Biao with a smaller gourd, containing roughly half the amount of the previous one. Do not neglect your cultivation. Strive to elevate your prowess to 300 years. Understood. Thus, Xian had expended half a gourd of blood essence, leaving him with 1.5 remaining. This surplus had other applications. Should he wish to traverse back to the human realm, he would require a considerable quantity of illusion scales for protection. However, purchasing them at the cost of 300 demon crystals each was somewhat taxing. Therefore, he intended to seek out Granny Long, believing that if he could learn how to refine such items, he could visualize them using the 3 live scroll. "Are there any changes in the mountains?" Xian inquired, not hurrying to depart. "Fear not, big brother. There are no humans about. The mountains are currently quite stable. Wolf Geo is tirelessly scouting the mountains day and night with the wolf cubs, and those ordinary spirits who have pledged loyalty to us are behaving themselves, often bringing offerings of spiritual fruits." "That is good to hear." Meanwhile, within the turbid demon workshop, Xian arrived personally. The atmosphere within was much the same as before. Following his memory, he traversed the front street to the expansive open area where numerous refined spirits, having attained the ability to transform, were peddling rare commodities. Xian even spotted some selling human spiritual artifacts. However, he merely cast a glance before locating Granny Long. "I seek an audience," Xian announced, his voice barely audible yet effective. "It is you again, young one. What brings you here?" The door to the stone house opened, and Granny Long gestured for him to enter. Inside, the space was considerably larger and far more pleasant than the mountain caverns, infused with a subtle blend of herbal and demonic aromas. The walls were adorned with various peculiar artifacts, glimmering beast bones, and an array of oddly shaped stones radiating a warm glow, evidently treasures collected over the years by Granny Long. In the center stood a massive stone platform, atop which rested a small furnace, its blue flames flickering as if concocting something. "I wish to procure more illusion scales," Xian stated. Granny Long regarded him with a knowing look. "If it were merely for gluttonous desires, I would not indulge the likes of you. Yet, you seem to be on the right path. I have limited scales remaining. How many do you require?" Xian did not rush his response. Instead, he produced several gourds, each containing half the blood essence. "I have no surplus demon crystals. I am unsure if this will suffice." The sight of the gourds, Granny Long's eyes brightened at a fine offering. "Young one, do you fear the attention of the human realm's Xiandiangian? Rest assured, these were willingly provided by the human race," Xian affirmed. Granny Long accepted the gourd, inhaling its contents. "Very well. I shall not take advantage of you. For the blood essence you possess, I shall exchange it for 1,000 demon crystals. If taken to larger markets, the price may be even higher. In that case, I accept your terms for 1,500 demon crystals." "Agreed," Xian nodded. With that, Granny Long produced 4 illusion scales. "Please wait a moment." As she spoke, Granny Long turned her attention to the furnace, her form becoming ethereal. She was tall, her body adorned with intricate shimmering scales that sparkled like gemstones in the light. Her limbs were short yet strong, with sharp, curved claws. Her head was small, with large, protruding eyes resembling yellow crystal orbs, surrounded by faint golden patterns. Her long tail comprised nearly half her body, with its tip gracefully arched. Remarkable, a chameleon has attained enlightenment, Xiansong mused inwardly. Observing her transformation, as she approached the furnace, her colors shifted unconsciously from dark hues to warm tones akin to the flames. Her vibrant appearance flowing like fire, both beautiful and perilous, Granny Long exhaled a stream of demonic light into the flames, which Xiansong observed intently. Then, a unique demonic energy coalesced within the furnace, ultimately forming illusion scales capable of transforming into humanoid forms. Xiansong meticulously watched the entire process. After a brief interval, Granny Long presented him with another illusion scale. With this, Xiansong now possessed a total of 7 illusion scales, sufficient for him to remain in the human realm for 35 days, barring any unexpected circumstances. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xiansong bowed his head respectfully. There is no need for thanks. Our transaction is settled. Should you require more in the future, you may return here to seek me. Granny Long continued, unaware that her unique technique had been entirely absorbed by Xiansong. Upon exiting the workshop, Xiansong made his way back to Feng Mountain. Encountering no interruptions along the way, My King, the Mountain Wolf King addressed him within the sanctuary, overseeing a burgeoning pack of wolf cubs in a short span. The previously stable wolf population had surged from 400 to 500. Though only about 50 possessed intellect, with their cultivation generally ranging around 10 to 20 years. Your cultivation must be nearing the 100-year mark, Xiansong remarked, glancing at the Mountain Wolf King. The Mountain Wolf's aura is now perilously close to that of a refined spirit. However, due to its bloodline being rather unremarkable, it has not yet crossed this threshold, the Mountain Wolf King replied, lowering his head. Having followed me for so long, you have earned your reward that I shall lend you my support. With that, Xiansong infused a strand of blood essence from the gourd into the Mountain Wolf King's body. In an instant, the Mountain Wolf King trembled as the potent life force surged through him like a torrential flood, causing his form to radiate a faint red glow, as if his fur had been ignited, each strand standing upright. The Wolf King tightly closed his eyes, channeling all his demonic energy in an effort to merge this power with his own. The previously sluggish and obscure demonic energy within him began to surge forth, stimulated by the essence of blood, akin to a long dry riverbed suddenly replenished by a torrent of water. After a few breaths, a howl erupted from the Wolf King as he raised his head, his aura escalating wildly. The barrier that had previously hindered his breakthrough finally shattered under the dual influence of the blood essence and his own exertions. A formidable aura of demonic energy radiated from the Wolf King, causing the surrounding wolf cubs to instinctively prostrate themselves in reverence. Thank you for your assistance, my king. I shall devote myself entirely to your service. Xiansong nodded slightly, saying, focus on your training. You possess even greater potential yet to be realized. After completing these tasks, Xiansong returned to the 12 connected caves and cast a glance at Heisha, observing that his aura had begun to stabilize. Only then did Xiansong feel a sense of relief. Without further ado, he absorbed the remaining essence of blood, a considerable quantity, which was akin to a treasure for the demon race. After all, this blood was not the mere essence of ordinary humans, but the purest and most untainted blood drawn from the human constitution. Lying within the 12 connected caves, Xiansong felt a slight tremor course through his powerful physique, as the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him by the aura he emanated, gradually converging around him. 1 drop, 2 drops. The essence of blood slid down his throat and into his body, instantly igniting a surge of searing power within his veins. Xiansong began to circulate his internal demonic energy, guiding the power of the blood through his meridians as the blood was continually absorbed. The demonic thunder and sun condensation technique activated, commencing the refinement of this blazing energy. The arcs of lightning formed from his demonic energy intertwined with the crimson radiance produced by the refined human blood, both phenomena manifesting upon Xiansong's exterior. Approximately 1 hour later, when the final drop of blood was absorbed, the lightning arcs fully assimilated the crimson radiance, transforming the entirety of this power into Xiansong's cultivation and demonic energy. His cultivation level successfully ascended to 290 years. Moreover, and most importantly, Xian discovered that as he absorbed the essence of blood, the golden patterns within the 3 lifetime scroll also began to increase. Witnessing this, Xian felt a surge of elation. Truly, the path of the great Tao lies within me. Rising to his feet, he tilted his tiger head skyward, unleashing a roar that reverberated throughout the valley, causing the surrounding wolf cubs and some of the newly joined spirits to bow in complete submission. Inside the cave, Xian sensed the surging power within him. Feeling somewhat exhilarated, Dai is nearly time. For the second lightning summoning, a glint of determination flashed in Xian eyes. The scene shifted to Fogio Mountain Temple. The Fox Lady, empowered by the incense offerings, was experiencing a rapid advancement in her cultivation. As time passed, she concluded her training, a hint of suspicion crossing her gaze. Why has the power of my incense offerings diminished so significantly? The Fox Lady slowly rose. Come forth. In an instant, 4 wandering souls appeared. My lady, go and investigate what is happening with those foolish villagers in Baishui town. Why has the incense offering decreased so much? We shall obey your command. The 4 ordinary wandering souls, who would normally be sent fleeing by a powerful beast's breath, could, under the Fox Lady's divine aura, exhibit the power of ordinary spirits, instilling fear in the town's residents lacking in cultivation or vitality. In Baishui town, night fell. The 4 wandering souls mingled within, and the town appeared shrouded in a veil of darkness. What is this? One wandering soul, emboldened by the ghostly aura pervading the night, approached a farmer's dwelling only to find a special yellow talisman affixed to the door. Though it bore no markings, the aura emanating from the talisman caused the ordinary souls to tremble slightly. Note this feels that wrong. One soul, attempting to approach the talisman, began to tremble uncontrollably, swiftly retreating. The talisman posed no direct harm to them, but its aura was profoundly unsettling. Quickly return and inform the lady. After assessing the situation, the souls hastily returned to Fogio Mountain. Chapter 73. The Maiden Before the View. On Fogio Mountain, where the ground was strewn with yellow earth and gnarled trees, the Fox Lady manifested her form. Graceful and alluring, her fox tail swaying gently, her ears twitching slightly, and her cunning eyes sparkling with lively brilliance. Before her stood Xian, accompanied by 7 baby celestial rabbits. Xian, with his robust tiger physique and fur fluttering in the breeze, exuded an air of authority. The 7 rabbit spirits lined up behind him, displaying varied expressions. Some crossed their arms, others scratched their ears, their eyes darting as if plotting something, while a few, filled with curiosity, stretched their necks to gaze at the Fox Lady, their little noses sniffing the air. What does my king intend? This humble servant has opened the gates for your subordinates to descend from Fogio Mountain into the town. Such an act carries immense risk for me. The Fox Lady's voice was melodious yet tinged with indignation as her gaze fixed intently on Xian. Unfazed by her ire, Xian remained composed, studying the Fox Lady's ethereal form, silently contemplating. Just a little more. Noticing Xian's silence, the Fox Lady's demeanor shifted to one of calmness. Does the king not intend to provide me with an explanation? What explanation do you seek? Xian slowly rose, his voice steadied. If I were to declare my disinterest in the incense offerings of the human race, would you believe me? The temple below was indeed constructed by me, but I have never permitted anyone to enter and offer incense. With this statement, Xian deftly countered the Fox Lady's unspoken inquiries that a heavy silence enveloped them. Neither was willing to escalate matters to a breaking point. Thus, Xian spoke again before departing. My subordinate's descent requires passage through this place. I hope we do not allow trifling matters to hinder our relationship. After all, Xian spoke. He cast a lingering glance back at the mountain temple where the Fox Lady resided, his tiger eyes glinting with a subtle yet profound light. He left his words unfinished and, with the rabbit spirits in tow, descended the mountain, each step leaving shallow paw prints in the earth. Following Xian departure, the 4 wandering souls behind the Fox Lady finally dared to manifest. These souls appeared translucent, like candles flickering in the wind, ready to dissipate at any moment. Ever since Xian began cultivating with the essence of blood, even when doing nothing, he radiated a solar-like presence that intimidated the ghostly beings, rendering them unable to approach him in the slightest. My lady, this tiger demon is clearly problematic. With your divine might, why not simply subdue him and offer his tiger form to the human race? Your standing among them would surely rise even higher. The souls whispered cautiously, their voices ethereal and wavering. Humph. The Fox Lady shot an irritated glance at the souls. her eyes reflecting her displeasure. One must not judge merely by appearances. Since the death of that human envoy from the 3 towns in the mountains, the human realm's Xian Tianjian has yet to redeploy. The situation remains murky. We cannot act rashly. Disperse for now. The fox lady feigned authority, and upon uttering these words, she turned and retreated into the mountain temple, her figure gradually vanishing within, leaving only a faint scent of fox lingering in the air. Upon her return, the fox lady utilized the power of incense to ignite a cloud mirror within the temple. As the mirror's surface revealed an image, a towering figure slowly materialized. Meanwhile, in Baishui town, at Junshan Temple, nestled on the town's outskirts amid sparse trees, the temple appeared somewhat desolate under the twilight's glow. Empowered by the illusion scales, Xiansong reverted to his Taoist guise and gracefully returned through the temple's back door. His movements light and his Taoist robe fluttering gently in the breeze. The 7 rabbit spirits paired up, disguising themselves as domestic cats, infiltrating the town to seek out households lacking the protective yellow talismans. Just as the temple door swung open, Xiansong's gaze fell upon a frail girl, her half-body collapsing inside the temple. The girl was disheveled, her hair tangled like a bird's nest, and her emaciated form showed signs of hunger. Her skin tightly clinging to her bones, with bruises marring her hands and feet, starkly visible against her pale complexion. Help me. If sensing the door had opened behind her, the girl's cracked lips struggled to form words. Her eyes half closed, radiating a profound weakness. Xiansong's gaze sharpened, and he turned to shut the door without hesitation. What does it have to do with me? The temple door closed firmly. Xiansong turned to leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly recalled that someone might soon arrive to deliver blood. It would be troublesome if this girl were to perish at his temple's entrance. Creaking, the temple door swung open once more. Outside, ghostly mist swirled ominously, seemingly alive as they writhed that a group of grotesque ghosts began to coalesce, their forms twisted, teeth sharp, and their eyes glowing with a sinister green light. Witnessing this scene, Xiansong's pupils, once starkly black and white, transformed into fierce tiger eyes, radiating a chilling murderous intent. Begone! With a resounding roar of anger, the few solidified malevolent spirits felt as if thunder had struck, howling in terror as they swiftly fled. Their figures dissipating rapidly within the ghostly mist. I save you. What will you offer in return? Xiansong cast a cold glance at the girl, whose willpower barely sustained her, his tiger-like eyes devoid of warmth. As he spoke, he bent slightly, his massive form casting a shadow over her. One hand casually hung by his side, while the other effortlessly lifted the girl as if she were a mere chick. Yanking her up, the girl struggled to articulate, yet she could not form a complete sentence. Her lips trembled, cracked and parched, each word seeming to drain her of all strength. Her frail body quivered slightly in Xiansong's grasp, like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze, shivering as her fingers clutched desperately at the tattered hem of her garment, as if it were her last refuge. Dare to kill? Xiansong inquired directly, his voice deep and suffused with pressure. I dare. The girl responded resolutely this time, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes as she summoned all her strength to meet his gaze. Satisfied, Xiansong smiled. It was fortuitous that he could not linger long among the human realm. If the girl could harness her abilities well, she might serve as a disciple within the Taoist temple, thus allowing it to continue receiving fresh blood in his absence without needing to shut its doors. Inside the Taoist temple, having discerned the girl's worth, Xiansong spat out a common spiritual fruit. His mouth slightly agape as the luminescent fruit floated out. He gently grasped the fruit and crushed it with force, the juice flowing slowly into the girl's mouth. The action was swift and decisive. After shattering the fruit, he waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away something trivial. Approximately half an hour later, the girl began to stir, her eyes fluttering before gradually opening, still filled with confusion. "Do not feign unconsciousness upon waking," Xiansong said, seated upon a mat, his legs crossed and hands resting on his knees, his back straight, framed by the imposing statue of the tiger spirit. As she beheld him, she refrained from uttering anything further. Propping herself up with her arms, slowly rising from the ground, her body still weak, she gently shook her head, as if trying to clear her mind. "Thank you for saving my life," though the spirit fruit had restored some of her strength. The long-standing depletion of her body left her fatigued, barely able to support herself. "What is your name?" Xiansong asked, still not opening his eyes, lost in contemplation of his past life. "I am Ing Qing. Your life is saved by me. From now on, you shall serve as a disciple of Junshan Temple. Shinsong issued his command directly, his voice echoing within the temple. Understood, without a moment's hesitation. Ingqing acknowledged his order. Shinsong waved his hand again, sending 2 spiritual fruits flying towards Ingqing, who took them without a moment's pause and began to eat. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the crisp sound of her chewing in the stillness of the temple. Will you not inquire about my identity or what tasks I shall assign you? Shinsong's voice broke the quiet. It matters not. As long as I can live. Simply live. Ingqing's vacant eyes seemed to recall something, her tone growing heavier as she spoke. Interesting. What if I were to ask you to betray your kin, to forsake everything you possess now? Shinsong's gaze fixed upon her. If he intended to utilize Ingqing, certain matters must be made clear. He deliberately emphasized the term kin. Many treacherous individuals within the human realm waver in their loyalties, as they remain human regardless of their actions. However, should the tables turn, well, that would be a different matter altogether. In response to Shinsong's query, Ingqing merely offered a faint smile. The injuries I bear, the vendetta against my family, were wrought by those beasts with human faces and hearts of monsters. I care not. I care for nothing, as long as I can survive. In those few words, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and tears of blood seemed to well up. A deep-seated enmity. I find that appealing. Shinsong chuckled ominously, his gaze fixed intently on Ingqing's figure. Outside the dilapidated residence nearby Shui Town, the previously driven-away spirits hurried back, their figures flitting through the darkness, accompanied by anguished cries. Master, it is dire. Silence, a chilling voice commanded, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind that rattled the paper in the broken windows. The scene transformed dramatically. The decrepit dwelling became enveloped in ghostly mist, which seemed alive, undulating and wrapping the entire estate tightly. An eerie bluish light flickered within, akin to ghostly flames dancing in the shadows. The once dilapidated furniture appeared rejuvenated, the decayed legs of wooden tables infused with newfound vitality, while the dust-covered chairs gleamed as if freshly polished. In the main hall, the entity known as Master Zhang Hengxing loomed large, engulfed in swirling ghostly energy that formed a tangible black mist around him. His eyes glimmered with an eerie light, exuding an aura of dread as he surveyed the trembling spirits below. Once a government official a century ago, tragedy had befallen him during a dynasty's fall, leading to the slaughter of his entire family. His face bore a twisted expression of rage and resentment, forever frozen in the moment of his death. His lingering resentment, combined with the unique nature of his home, allowed his family to manifest as spirits. Ghosts, unlike humans, possess certain realms of power. Beginning as wandering souls, they exert minimal influence over humans, merely causing the gradual drain of vitality. Following this was the Yin ghost stage, where spirits could manifest in areas dense with ghostly energy, wielding limited means to cause harm, primarily targeting the weak and frail. However, even robust human cultivators could easily repel them with a mere roar. Only upon reaching the malevolent spirit stage could they unleash some ghostly techniques and gain formidable strength in darkness or ghostly environments. The next tier, Ghostly Overseer, allowed one to command legions of spirits, a status Zhang Hengxing had attained. This level corresponded to the human realm's condensation of energy and the demon realm's essence. However, demons inherently fear no ghosts and can even suppress them. Thus, ghosts are often inferior to demons of the same level without unique abilities. As Zhang Hengxing manifested his authority, the spirits quivered in submission. One boulder spirit cautiously raised its head, eyes filled with terror, and spoke, Master, within the temple, there is indeed a formidable presence, no less than the one called Dong Shao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hengxin's fingers drummed lightly against the armrest, their thin, withered appearance resembling dried twigs. Each tap echoed in the silent dwelling, resonating like a countdown to death. No less than Dong Shao. He scoffed. At last, that Dong Shao has perished, and now another Taoist emerges. At this moment, a bolder spirit timidly interjected. Master, you are unaware. When we glimpsed the figure in the temple, we were instantaneously overwhelmed by their aura. The spirit shrank back, eyes wide with fear at the memory. Nonsense. That wretched Dong Shao from Baishui Town could never intimidate you with a mere glance. Zhang Hengxing bellowed. Facing Zhang Hengxin's skepticism, the spirit retorted, Master, you do not understand. At that moment, he merely stood there, and with a single glance, it felt as if thunder were about to strike, tearing our very souls apart, leaving us no choice but to flee. The spirit continued, gesturing to indicate the frail appearance of the girl they had brought back. These spirits were influenced by the yellow talismans given by Shinsong. Terrified of his aura, they dared not cause mischief at night. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. spare me your excuses. The banquet for General Do is approaching, and now the nearby ghost clans are aware that our Baishui town is devoid of human Taoists. As Zhang Hengxing paced the hall, his footsteps silent, yet stirring waves of ghostly energy, he continued, even General Do holds us in high regard. If we cannot present our sincerity during the banquet, our good fortune will surely come to an end. Zhang Hengxing furrowed his brow, his contorted visage rife with concerned in a cold voice. He spoke, then called softly. Jiaguanjai, an aura of malevolence coalesced, and an elderly specter materialized. His form was slightly stooped, his face lined with wrinkles, and his eyes gleamed with a cunning light. Tomorrow marks the 15th day of the month in this impoverished and remote locale of Baishui town. No significant figures are likely to arrive. Make your journey, and while endeavoring to avoid any conflict with the Taoist temple, bring back 6 young male and female souls for me. A glimmer of avarice flashed in Zhang Hengxing's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, malevolent energy swirling around his knuckles. Yes, Jiaguanjia responded with reverence, bowing slightly. After receiving his orders, Jiaguanjia quietly vanished into the shadows, traversing the night as ghostly energy trailed closely behind him, causing the wild grass by the roadside to appear as if touched by frost. Meanwhile, within Junshan Temple, Yingqing felt a surge of strength after consuming a spiritual fruit. Her parched lips gradually regained their color, as the spiritual energy from the fruit coursed through her body. Her once slumped shoulders lifted slightly, and her dim eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. That moment, Xuanzang slowly opened his elongated eyes, gazing calmly at Yingqing, his expression imbued with an undeniable authority as he stated, "From this day forth, you shall be responsible for cleaning the temple." Furthermore, Xuanzang divulged the matter of blood refinement to Yingqing, but to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he infused her with 2 strands of thunderous demonic energy, one in her forehead and the other in her lower abdomen. Typically, there would be no anomalies, yet this power required Xuanzang's intermittent stabilization. Should Yingqing betray him, only death would await her. Xuanzang disclosed this to her candidly, though he only mentioned the energy in her forehead, for he preferred to be prepared for all eventualities. After Xuanzang's instructions, Yingqing seemed to grasp a portion of the situation. Moments later, she raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty, and summoned the courage to inquire. "Taoist, are you not a demon?" Xuanzang reclined slightly on his cushion, his hands casually resting on his knees, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What if I am, or what if I am not? Do you believe you have any choice left?" His gaze exuded a nonchalance that nonetheless bore an invisible weight of pressure. In response, Yingqing merely smiled serenely, the corners of her mouth curving upwards with a sense of acceptance. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed through the still night. "Taoist, Taoist, something has happened," a middle-aged man's voice called from outside, tinged with urgency. Xuanzang rose slowly, straightening his back, his robe swaying gently as he moved, approaching the door. He grasped the knocker and pulled it with a soft creak. The door swung open to reveal Xuanzang's somewhat unorthodox visage. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a languid depth that was hard to decipher. "Huang Leoi," Xuanzang addressed the figure outside, his tone flat. "Taoist, something is amiss. Within these past few days, 3 children from the town have been abducted by mountain demons." Huang Guowei spoke, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve. His eyes wide with anxiety, brimming with worry. 2 robust servants stood behind him, their expressions solemn, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. "When did this transpire?" Xuanzang feigned surprise, his eyes lowered as if he were unconcerned. In the moonlight, the anxious Huang Guowei failed to notice Xuanzang's demeanor. "About an hour ago, according to the descriptions from the families, 2 shadowy figures swiftly leapt over the courtyard wall and snatched the children away. The demon was covered in fur and possessed considerable strength, easily tossing aside several strong men," Huang Guowei explained, his face slick with perspiration. "If all goes as expected, the creatures Huang spoke of were indeed Xuanzang's underlings." Xuanzang understood this, but showed no sign of is that so? "Then I shall depart swiftly," Xuanzang declared, turning to Yingqing with a commanding tone in his eyes. "You will accompany me?" "Yes," Yingqing replied softly. "Ah, and who might this be?" Huang Guowei inquired, his gaze shifting to the disheveled girl within the temple. "This child fainted outside the temple. Out of pity, I took her in as a Taoist maiden," Xuanzang explained. "Truly, Taoist, you possess a heart of compassion," Huang Guowei commended, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. "You are too kind, Huang Lao. At this hour, The outside world is fraught with danger, Xuanzang remarked. His eyes scrutinizing Huang Ge, but it was the dead of night, and restless spirits occasionally wandered the town. The moonlight cast a cold, eerie glow upon the ground. The fact that Huang Gulei had personally sought him out was somewhat unexpected. For despite being fellow townsfolk, Huang Gugui's wealth made him a figure of high esteem that it was surprising that he would show concern for the common folk. You jest, Taoist, I too have faced hardships in the past. And it was through the support of my fellow villagers that I found my path to prosperity, Huang Guigui replied, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Chapter 76. The Elderly Ghost Snatches Opportunities. There is no time to lose. We must set out immediately, Xuanzang stated, taking a step forward, his robe billowing in the wind. Some theatrics were still required from Xuanzang. Only by convincing the majority would the vital essence flow continuously towards him. Yingqing, having consumed several spiritual fruits, had regained some vitality. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, her eyes sparkled brighter, and her steps were steadier than before. Observing this, Huang Gu turned to his servants. Lao Zhang, return home and fetch some clothing for my wife and the female members of the household. Yes, Laoi. The servant replied respectfully before hastily departing. Do not forget to thank Huang Laoi, Xuanzang remarked, continuing his path. Iching turned to Huang Gui as well. Thank you, Huang Laoi. It's nothing at all. Merely a few garments. Huang Gui replied modestly. Upon leaving the temple, Xuanzang concocted a casual excuse for Yingqing to accompany Huang Gui into the town while he attended to other matters. That night, a gentle breeze swept through the ominous forest. The leaves rustling ominously, reminiscent of countless dry hands tugging and scraping against one another, creating an indescribable eeriness. Before long, Xuanzang arrived at the location agreed upon with the rabbit demon. He stood there, his robe fluttering in the wind. After a brief wait, Xuanzang sensed no trace of the rabbit demon, but instead felt ripples of combat energy emanating from a distance. What is happening? Xuanzang furrowed his brow. His wide sleeves billowing behind him. A gust of chilling wind swept by, the energies of the ghost and the demon clashing violently. Hiss, hiss. In the midst of the ghostly mist, the rabbit demon's fur bristled. Standing on end as if struck by electricity, it hunched its back, its spine arching high. Opposite it, the elderly ghost appeared ethereal, humanoid, yet emanating an eerie blue flame that flickered in its eye sockets as if they were its very eyes. The ghost opened its mouth wide, emitting a piercing wail that felt like countless needles stabbing into the ear, causing the very air around to tremble. It extended its withered arm, shrouded in black, ghostly energy. Aiming to strike the rabbit demon. As it swung, the entire ghostly form swayed like a candle in the wind, yet bore an intimidating ferocity. The two rabbit demons leapt nimbly, easily evading the ghost's attack, their claws shimmering with demonic energy as they slashed through the air. Upon landing, the rabbit demon activated its inner demonic energy, a faint glow enveloping its body as it charged toward the ghost with blinding speed, akin to a flash of gray lightning. Amidst the fray, Xuanzang observed two human children lying behind the old ghost, their forms already corrupted by ghostly energy, rendered unconscious. The small bodies lay sprawled on the ground, curled up like tender shoots battered by a tempest, their faces pale as parchment, lips devoid of color. Witnessing this, Xuanzang immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Damn it, how dare they snatch my opportunities? Under normal circumstances, Xuanzang might have ignored such occurrences, but as his plans were gradually unfolding, he could not allow these wretched beings to thwart his endeavors. Heaven and earth are boundless. Let thunder smite the wicked. Xuanzang quickly formed seals with his hands. Boom, with a swift motion, Xuanzang unleashed a torrent of demonic energy as his arm lifted, the sleeve of his robe slipped, revealing his pallid wrist. A bolt of lightning surged forth, clawing its way toward the ghost. However, due to the presence of illusory scales, Xuanzang could only summon a fraction of his power. Excessive exertion risked nullifying the scales effect, rendering his efforts futile. The old ghost sensed the impending danger. Its ethereal form trembled slightly, and the flickering ghostly flames danced with heightened intensity. Alas, as the old ghost, engaged in battle with the rabbit spirit, beheld the flash of lightning, its parched hands swiftly moved before its chest, summoning the surrounding ghostly energy back to itself. The ghostly essence converged like a tide of darkness, forming a protective barrier. Boom! In an instant, when the lightning struck, the barrier before the old ghost shattered, as if it were fragile glass struck by a heavy object. The residual power of the thunder ravaged its form, causing the old ghost to crackle and pop, akin to a lit firecracker. Streams of ghostly energy spilled forth, dispersing into the surroundings like black smoke. Slowly wafting away, cackling, the old ghost emitted a peculiar cry filled with rage and indignation, then fixed its gaze upon Xinsong. "You damn Taoist." After the thunder, the ghostly essence reassembled into the visage of a red-eyed elder, whose body swayed as if it were a leaf caught in the wind, yet its eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Quite interesting, to think it could withstand a bolt of my lightning." Xinsong regarded the old ghost with keen interest. Arms crossed before his chest, head slightly tilted, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. This old ghost appeared to possess limited cultivation, perhaps only on the level of a century-old demon. Typically, even using but a fraction of his power would suffice to vanquish such a being. As they conversed, the old ghost's form became exposed beneath the moonlight, which poured down like feathers, gently settling upon it. The moonlight rapidly restored the old ghost's spectral body while gradually enhancing its strength. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the old ghost's ethereal form seemed to solidify somewhat, and its ghostly flames blazed even more vigorously. Observing this, Xinsong looked up and recalled, it is the 15th of the month. Stinking Taoist, perish." With a wave of its hand, the old ghost's withered arm traced an arc through the air, and the surrounding ghostly energy mingled with the essence of the moon, swiftly coalescing into a massive ghostly hand. The fingers of the ghostly hand were elongated and sharp, its nails resembling black curved blades. The ghostly hand lunged toward Xinsong, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. "Be careful, my lord. This old wretch is formidable." The two rabbit spirits cautioned from the side. Their ears stood alert, eyes fixed on the ghostly hand, bodies crouched slightly, ready to leap forth and protect Xinsong. In response, Xinsong began to cautiously amplify his demonic power until he felt he had reached the limit of his illusionary scales. "Go." He bellowed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. Boom! This time, the eruption of thunder was even more intense. Illuminating the nearby forest, the ghostly hand conjured by the old ghost shattered under the strike of Xinsong's thunder, crumbling like crushed foam, while the remaining lightning pierced through the old ghost's chest, causing its body to tremble violently, the ghostly flames flickering erratically. "Today has been a bit eventful. I will update once for now." Chapter 77. Black Patterns. No. After a piercing roar, the old ghost howled once more. Then its soul exploded, akin to a balloon punctured. In the instant of the old ghost's demise, the surrounding ghostly energy diminished by a third, and the once ominous atmosphere seemed to lighten. What has transpired? Xinsong withdrew his hand, slowly lowering his arm, his gaze shifting to the two rabbit spirits, curiosity evident in his eyes. Returning to the king, "We too are unclear about the situation. We were merely searching for human families in the town, and upon identifying our targets, we brought those two children out. However, before we could venture far, this old ghost suddenly appeared, attempting to seize them from us." One of the rabbit spirits explained, its ears drooping slightly, unable to meet Xinsong's gaze. "Humph." Upon hearing this, Xinsong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with wrath as he looked toward the direction of Baishui town. "These accursed specters, pay them no mind. Continue as usual." With that, Xinsong waved his hand, causing his wide sleeves to billow. With a gentle gesture, he lifted the two unconscious children. At that moment, in a farmer's home in Baishui town, Dongjin, accompanied by several town guards, arrived at the scene. The guards followed closely behind him in an orderly manner. "Rest assured, I am aware of your plight. After reporting it, there will be someone to address the matter," Dongjin assured, glancing at the couple whose eyes were red from weeping. The two huddled together, the woman's eyes swollen from tears, while the man's face bore traces of sorrow, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak, but found himself unable to voice his thoughts. "Captain Dong, does your guarding office possess no power to assist us?" Huang Jingui looked at Dongjin with dissatisfaction. Previously, the guarding office had been mobilizing every few days, claiming that the Guardian had methods to suppress the ghostly menace. Yet now, as we awaited news, there was no follow-up. Even the Guardian Zhao Yuan has vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Dongjin shot Huang Jingui a glare, the look in his eyes tinged with malice. "Matters concerning the guarding office are not for you to meddle in. Simply await news and peace." As he spoke, Dongjin intended to lead his men away, but soon, the figure of Xinsong in his yellow robe appeared before them. "It is the Taoist. The Taoist has returned." Xinsong, cradling the two children, stood before the crowd, his gaze cold as it swept over Dongjin and the others. They felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Xinsong, their muscles involuntarily tensing for a moment. Xinsong did not linger in his gaze, speaking slowly. These children were abducted by demonic entities, yet I was fortunate enough to rescue them in time. The couple, upon seeing their children, rushed forward without hesitation, taking them from Xiansong's arms, holding them tightly in their embrace, their mouths incessantly uttering words of gratitude, observing the reunion of the couple and their children. Xiansong seized the moment to advise. The demon clans and specters in the mountains have been unusually active lately. You must keep a close watch on your children, if you trust me. I can accept a blood offering at my temple, and I shall use my power to invoke divine protection. Upon hearing this, Huang Jingui quickly chimed in. Indeed, you too should heed the Taoist's advice and not listen to those officials. Now, look what has happened. They care nothing for your plight, while the Taoist has displayed compassion, helping you recover your children. Precisely, the officials nowadays seem increasingly inept. They cannot manage the demons, nor can they trace the missing population. Just yesterday, the family next door to me of 5 mysteriously disappeared, and to this day, there has been no word. The crowd chimed in, each voice adding to the chorus of discontent. Thank you, Taoist, for your benevolence. We were foolish before it. We shall gather some blood and send it to you, begging for your blessings upon our child. The couple turned to Xiansong, pleading earnestly. Rest assured. Xiansong nodded, then turned to Dongjun, stating, the ghostly menace in Baishui town grows increasingly rampant. If your guarding office continues to remain inactive, you may soon lose the people's trust. Dongjun's expression tightened, and he retorted, the matter will be resolved by officials from the court. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Taoist, let us depart. Dongjun paid little heed to the opinions of the crowd, knowing he had no need to care, for after Zhao Yuan's demise, the benefits he had gained were sufficient, and he had even begun to offer tributes upward, waiting for the appointment of a new guardian. Seeing this, Xiansong chose not to press further, bowing slightly to the gathered crowd before taking his leave with Yingqing. At this moment, Yingqing, having changed into a fresh set of clothes and tidied herself, appeared quite presentable. Within the temple, Xiansong regarded Yingqing, stating, from now on, when we are outside, you shall refer to me as master. Yes, master. Yingqing nodded in response. Good that a guest has arrived. You may take over now. Outside the temple, following Xiansong's actions today, many townsfolk grew increasingly confident in him, offering their children's blood willingly. Little master, where is the Taoist? Outside the temple, 2 men held a porcelain bowl, steam still rising from the fresh blood inside. Upon witnessing this scene, Yingqing's pupils contracted slightly, although Xiansong had informed her of her duties. Seeing dozens of individuals outside holding bowls of blood left her somewhat awestruck. The Taoist has entered the mountains to exorcise demons and is currently resting. I shall handle these matters in his stead. Yingqing quickly adapted to her role, accepting the bowls of blood while recording the information of the donors. Soon, as word spread, people continued to come and go in front of the temple. Inside the temple, Xiansong smiled faintly upon witnessing this scene. As time passed, until sunset, 5 gourds filled with vibrant blood stood before Xiansong, pulsating with a rich vitality. At this moment, Xiansong exhaled softly, redirecting his focus back to Yingqing. Are you not leaving? Yingqing hesitated for a moment, her expression shifting slightly, but ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts, rising to depart, observing Yingqing's retreating figure. Xiansong understood that the girl harbored resentment, likely seeking vengeance. However, Xiansong had no time to concern himself with her, nor would he act as her avenger. Within the temple, Xiansong sat before the statue of the mountain spirit, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 gourds opened, releasing the potent vitality within for him to absorb. As the essence of the blood coalesced, Xiansong's cultivation advanced swiftly, propelling him toward the pinnacle of 290. Undoubtedly, as the essence within the 2 gourds was entirely absorbed by Xiansong, his cultivation level ascended to 3 centuries. Simultaneously, Xiansong's consciousness arrived before the 3 lives scroll. Before him, golden lines rapidly emerged upon the scroll. And most importantly, Xiansong suddenly discovered that several black lines had also appeared on his scroll. Chapter 78, Sundong. Could it be this moment? Xiansong's thoughts whirled, and he immediately pondered. Could it be that annihilating spectral entities would augment the black lines? The moment this notion arose, it was almost instantaneously validated by Xiansong's contemplation. Yet, what exactly is the function of these black lines? Xiansong furrowed his brow in deep thought, but received no response. Previously, the item Xiansong required could almost be gathered solely through golden and red lines, while the black lines seemed seldom essential. Very well, let us proceed gradually. With that, Xiansong focused his thoughts, swiftly visualizing. Now that Xiansong's cultivation had reached 3 centuries, he needed to summon a bolt of thunder to enhance the thunderstorm convergence technique. However, to summon lightning point, one must contend with the issue of lightning rods. After some contemplation, Xiansong did not hesitate excessively. With a simple gesture, 3 lightning rods manifested before him. The risk of attracting lightning in the mountains was too perilous, easily drawing the attention of powerful mountain demons. Whereas the situation was quite different among the human populace. Furthermore, there were currently no spiritual cultivators stationed in Bai Shui town, rendering it unlikely for anyone to discern Xiansong's actions after determining his objective. Xiansong wasted no time. Utilizing his own power, he established 3 lightning rods behind the temple. The scene shifted. Outside Bai Shui town, within the Zhang family's desolate estate, the flickering candlelight danced erratically in the wind, casting eerie shadows upon the walls. Inside the courtyard, a congregation of spectral entities gathered, their forms varied in grotesque. In the main hall, a one-eyed giant clad in armor sat across from Zhang Hengxing. This one-eyed behemoth, Sun Dong, bore a menacing glint in his solitary eye, while his armor emitted a faint, bloody aura, as if recounting the brutal slaughters of past battles. Between the two, 5 steam-cooked corpses exuded heat, the rising vapor carrying an odd fragrance. As the surrounding spirits fixated their gaze, their throats involuntarily quivering, drooling putrid saliva, Lord Zhang was indeed in for a prosperous time. The envoy of the Xiantian mirror was slain by mountain demons, and chaos had erupted in the city, leaving no concern for us in these minor locales. The tens of thousands of souls in Bai Shui town could be considered as provisions. As Sun Dong spoke, his large mouth gaped wide, sharp teeth glinting ominously in the candlelight, a swirling black mist emanating from his maw. He then extended a robust, hair-covered arm to tear a morsel from the table, swiftly devouring it, a series of gluttonous sounds emanating from his throat. This specter, known as Sun Dong, was one of the 6 trusted aides of the General of Combat, possessing a ghostly cultivation level akin to that of Zhang Hengxing. Although Sun Dong hailed from a martial background, he merely served to hold the horses and wield the blade under the general, having participated in numerous battles during his lifetime and proving far more formidable than ordinary specters after death. My lord, it is but the truth. Bai Shui town ultimately belongs to the general, Zhang Hengxing replied, a sycophantic smile adorning his face, slightly leaning forward with hands respectfully resting on his knees. Rest assured, I have already sent my men to scout Bai Shui town. Your arrival is timely, allowing you to assess whether the tribute for the general is satisfactory. Upon this declaration, Zhang Hengxin's smile grew even more radiant, a cunning glint sparkling in his eyes. At this juncture, they exchanged knowing glances, both imbued with a shared greed and calculation, all unspoken. Considering the time, Steward Jia should be returning soon, Zhang Hengxing mused, tilting his head toward the entrance. However, as soon as Zhang Hengxin's words fell, several small specters hurriedly approached. These little spirits rushed forward, kneeling upon arrival, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. My lord, Steward Jia has met his demise. What? Zhang Hengxing abruptly rose, the malevolent aura surrounding him expanding like a dark tide, his expression twisting into a fierce grimace. What transpired? Explain. His voice was icy and sharp, as if forced out through gritted teeth. The small specter dared not raise its head, huddling on the ground, stammering. Steward Jia encountered a formidable Taoist in Bai Shui town. The Taoist's skills were too great, and Steward Jia was no match, causing his soul to scatter. Unbelievable. Zhang Hengxin's eyes widened, burning with fury. That Taoist again. I shall not seek him out, yet he dares to thwart my plans. Clenching his fists, Zhang Hengxin's rage mingled with the surrounding malevolent energy. With Zhang Hengxin's words, Sun Dong interjected, What Taoist? Leaning slightly forward, his single eye fixated on the speaking spirit, curiosity tinged with disdain evident in his demeanor. Could it be that even this humble Bai Shui town has a Taoist presence? Sun Dong inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. In response, Zhang Hengxing succinctly relayed the events to Sun Dong. Moments later, he exclaimed, a newcomer dares to act so brazenly. Sun Dong sprang to his feet, the metallic clang of his armor echoing with each movement. Despite his spectral form, Brother Zhang, wait here. I shall confront him, Sun Dong declared fiercely. The flicker of hesitation crossed Zhang Hengxing's eyes as he reached out, as if to deter Sun Dong. My lord, that Taoist likely possesses some skill. You. Zhang Hengxing expressed his concern, his brow knitted in worry. Rest assured, Sun Dong thumped his chest, producing a dull thud akin to war drums sounding. You all prepare your formations. Follow me. Sun Dong exited the desolate estate, followed by 100 powerful specters, all ready for action. The spectral entities transformed into a stream of darkness, racing toward Bai Shui town. Within the estate, the atmosphere felt especially eerie and oppressive. Zhang Hengxing stood at the center of the courtyard, his previously calm demeanor now gradually enveloped by a grave expression. Come forth, as he called out. A sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, and several grotesque specters drifted forth from the shadows. Zhang Hengxing cast a glance at the gathering spirits and then commanded in a low yet authoritative tone, "You lot, swiftly venture to Bai Shui town and inquire about Dongzhen. What is the origin of this Taoist? No mistakes allowed." With that, he waved his hand, urging the specters to hasten their actions. Chapter 79. The specters arrive within Junshan Temple, due to Xiansong's aversion to firelight. The atmosphere during the night was shrouded in a somber tranquility. Ying Qing stood nearby, her eyes fixated on the 3 additional ebony rods, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her face displaying confusion, and her eyes radiating inquiry as she slowly turned to Xiansong. "Master, what purpose do these objects serve?" Ying Qing's voice chimed, striking a discordant note in the stillness of the temple. Xiansong did not respond immediately, his expression grave as he stood amidst the 3 iron rods. His eyes closed, with withered fingers incessantly calculating positions in the air, occasionally lifting his gaze as if attuned to the shifting winds. After several breaths, Xiansong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze cold as he regarded Ying Qing. His lips parting, "Do not inquire into matters that should remain unspoken." Xiansong slightly turned to observe the gourd in Ying Qing's grasp, inquiring, "How many have come to offer blood today?" Upon hearing her master's question, Ying Qing quickly retrieved a gourd from her waist, holding it with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Xiansong. Today, combined, it amounts to merely half a gourd. Xiansong's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of helplessness welling within him. In this Bai Shui town, populated by tens of thousands, the individuals he could influence were indeed limited. After all, his time here had been too brief. Upon closer reflection, it barely spanned over 20 days. Within these 20 days, although some individuals had begun to spread word of him, indicating a gradual expansion of his influence, the effect remained subtle, other than the words spoken by someone of golden noble rank. The beliefs instilled by the previous ideologies of the Xian Tian mirror had taken deep root among the populace, making change a daunting endeavor. "Half a gourd, is it?" Xiansong murmured softly, casting a casual glance at Ying Qing before a flicker of distinct emotion crossed his gaze as he asked, "Do you wish to learn some techniques?" Inside the temple, the dim light cast an ethereal glow as moonlight filtered through the dilapidated windows onto the ground. As Xiansong's words fell, Ying Qing initially struggled to comprehend his meaning. But upon confirming the seriousness in Xiansong's eyes, her own widened in astonishment. "I am willing." Seeing her reaction, Xiansong nodded slightly, his demeanor still detached, as he continued, "I understand you harbor vengeance in your heart. Yet my impartation of skills is not intended for you to seek trouble on my behalf." Xiansong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as straight as an arrow. His gaze fixed intently upon Ying Qing. "It is not that I would prevent you from seeking vengeance," he declared, his voice taking on a deep, resonant tone. In other words, you may pursue your retribution, but only on the day when you no longer possess any value to me will you have the freedom to choose. His eyes, now cold and piercing, took a step closer to Ying Qing, as if they sought to penetrate her very soul. "I understood." Ying Qing clenched her fists at her sides, her expression resolute as she met Xiansong's gaze. I hope you truly comprehend." Xiansong scoffed, a chilling smile gracing his gaunt face, devoid of any human emotion, instead exuding a predatory mockery as the corners of his mouth curled upwards, his eyes laced with disdain. With that, he raised his right hand, his fingers coming together as he pointed in Ying Qing's direction. A faint glimmer of light shot forth from his fingertips, sparkling with an enigmatic brilliance, swiftly entering Ying Qing's mind. This technique is known as the inner alchemy art, and considering the current circumstances, it is most suitable for you. Xiansong recalled that in his previous life, this method utilized the human body as a cauldron, refining essence, energy, and spirit within, forming a pill, and was one of the core practices of Taoist cultivation. Through its mastery, one could achieve longevity, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of spiritual cultivation in this world. This technique will establish your foundation and enhance your physical constitution. As for how far you can progress, that is entirely up to you. I hope that you can demonstrate your worth. Xiansong's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of scrutiny evident therein. Otherwise, a smile flickered across Xinsong's lips. A peculiar movement of his skeletal face, imbued with a threatening undertone that I shall prove my worth, Ying Qing declared, lifting her head, her eyes ablaze with determination. She turned and dashed away, her light footsteps echoing against the stone path of the Taoist temple. Her heart racing with excitement as she set forth to cultivate the technique bestowed upon her by Xinsong. Having completed this exchange, Xinsong's gaze swept the surroundings, suddenly aware of a chilling wind that swept through. Seeking death, in an instant, the doors of the Taoist temple were flung open. Xinsong's expression hardened, his eyes flashing with cold light as he turned towards the now open door. There stood the malevolent spirit Sun Dong. Accompanied by 100 ghostly soldiers of the fierce soul rank, their presence suffused with a dense aura of malevolence, adding an extra layer of frost to the already oppressive atmosphere of Junshan Temple. Sun Dong, at the forefront, bore a single eye that gleamed ominously, clad in armor, wielding a broadsword. He glared at Xinsong, baring his sharp teeth in a sinister grin and cackling, "Taoist, are you the one who thwarted Lord Zhang's plans?" Yet Xinsong remained unfazed, standing tall and steadfast, his hands slowly rising, the wide sleeves of his Taoist robe billowing in the wind. What audacity to dare venture here, with his current cultivation. Xinsong felt no trepidation in facing these spirits. Even against those of a higher level, he remained confident. Dealing with such beings is my forte. Upon hearing this, Sun Dong seethed with rage, yet he refrained from immediate action. Stinking Taoist, do not be too arrogant. This is not a place for you. Return whence you came, and I may grant you mercy, Sun Dong retorted, glaring at Xinsong. Your words are tiresome. With a swift motion, Xinsong waved his sleeve, unleashing a whirlwind of demonic energy that surged forth. You seek death. A fierce clash erupted as Sun Dong swung his sword, unleashing a burst of malevolent energy that shattered Xinsong's whirlwind. Charge, Sun Dong commanded, rallying his ghostly soldiers, who unleashed a chilling roar as they surged towards Xinsong like a relentless tide. Seeing this, Xinsong's brow furrowed slightly, as he quickly shifted his hand gestures. The heavens are boundless, and thunder shall eradicate evil. A thunderous roar erupted, and Xinsong's hands crackled with lightning as arcs of electricity shot toward the ghostly horde. The moment the lightning struck, the ghostly soldiers emitted wails of agony. The thunderous might, combined with Xinsong's tiger bloodline, caused the once formidable horde to dissipate in droves. Sun Dong, witnessing this, widened his single eye in disbelief, roaring as he charged at Xinsong to interrupt his incantation. Stinking Taoist, behold my blade. The heavy broadsword in Sun Dong's grip sliced through the air with ferocity, descending upon Xinsong. With a resounding crash, Xinsong's wide-sleeved robe billowed as the raging thunderous energy within him surged forth. Matching Sun Dong's formidable presence, a ghost general, Sun Dong exuded a potent malevolent aura, the shadows around him coiling like tangible smoke, occasionally morphing into grotesque visages that not only disturbed the mind, but also launched surprise attacks. The clash of blades echoed as Xinsong found himself retreating under Sun Dong's relentless assault. Heh, stinking Taoist, if you possess courage, do not evade, Sun Dong declared, wielding his sword with pride. I have fought alongside generals on the battlefield for decades. How could a mere rustic Taoist hope to contend with me? Xinsong merely chuckled coldly, quickly deducing that this spirit's cultivation level was roughly equivalent to that of a 300-year-old refined demon. Under normal circumstances, Xinsong might have been wary in a contest of demons against demons. However, against spirits, he felt at ease. Time to assess the situation. The effect of this illusory scale has nearly waned. So it would not be in vain. Xinsong's gaze remained fixed on Sun Dong, as if he were admiring a precious treasure. In that instant, before Sun Dong could comprehend the shift, Xinsong inhaled deeply. Suddenly, Xinsong's chest began to swell rapidly, his stature increasing dramatically, his skin shedding to reveal a golden fur coat, adorned with the unique patterns of a tiger demon. His muscles twitched irregularly, and his bones cracked like bamboo shoots in the process of growth. Fingers elongating into claws. Simultaneously, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from within him. His feet burst through his shoes, expanding and morphing into padded paws, while his legs swelled with muscle, and his spine protruded into a formidable ridge. His back adorned with tiger stripes, his face transformed, broadening at the nose and protruding at the mouth, revealing elongated, sharp teeth and golden eyes with slit-like pupils, radiating a fierce light. It was only then that Sun Dong grasped the reality. You are of the demon clan. Realizing this now is not too late. Xian Song's voice had shifted dramatically, resonating like thunder as his massive demonic form unleashed a power far beyond what he had previously exhibited. With a mighty leap, Xian Song's thunder-infused tiger claws descended from above. "You wretched souls, advance!" Sun Dong's pallid face shifted, a mixture of fear and anger overtaking him, as he commanded his ghostly minions to charge forward while bracing himself with the broadsword. The ground trembled as Xian Song's claw struck down, his rampant demonic energy surging forth, obliterating over half of the ghostly soldiers Sun Dong had summoned. Sun Dong himself was forced out of the temple by the sheer force of Xian Song's strike. As the storm of thunder surged within Xian Song, the power of his electric technique was magnified, far surpassing the capabilities he had demonstrated in his human form. After all, in that state, due to the illusory scale's restrictions, Xian Song had been unable to harness his full strength, let alone even half of his demonic energy. Sun Dong was thrust out of the temple by the sudden surge of power. A mix of fear and fury surging within him, but he steadied himself, unleashing a chilling roar. "Damn you, stinking Taoist, I will see you dead." Xian Song stood resolute within the temple, his tiger demon form exuding an overwhelming pressure. In response to Sun Dong's furious bellow, he merely scoffed, his tiger-like eyes glinting with icy disdain. "You think you can challenge me?" With that, Xian Song leaped into the air, his massive form tracing an arc as he descended upon Sun Dong like a golden mountain. Sun Dong tightened his grip on the broadsword, the malevolent energy surrounding him intensifying as he shouted, ghostly shadows of illusion. In an instant, his form became indistinct, and numerous identical apparitions of Sun Dong surrounded Xian Song, each brandishing a broadsword as they charged forth. Yet, Xian Song remained unperturbed, his tiger claws swiping the ground to unleash a ripple of demonic energy. A mere trick. Xian Song inhaled deeply, his chest expanding. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar erupted, amplified by the thunder, sending powerful sound waves rippling outward. In an instant, the collision of their techniques shattered Sun Dong's illusions into nothingness. What? Sun Dong had not even had the chance to revel in his strategy before Xian Song's colossal form loomed before him. With a resounding crash, Xian Song's tiger claws collided with the broadsword, but this time, Xian Song's claws descended without hindrance, cleaving Sun Dong's weapon in two. The thunder-infused claws struck Sun Dong directly, unleashing a tempest of electricity. Sun Dong screamed in agony as the remnants of his ghostly energy reacted violently with the unleashed thunder, emitting a sizzling sound akin to a red-hot iron plunged into icy water. In but a breath, Sun Dong's ghostly form was weakened by half. "You will pay for this. The general will not let you escape." Sun Dong half knelt on the ground, his energy rapidly depleting from his spirit form. "I am uncertain whether he will spare me. All I know is that you may never witness that day. The heavens and earth are boundless, and the thunder shall vanquish evil." Boom! Xian Song once again unleashed the power of thunder, sending thick bolts of lightning crashing towards Sun Dong. Terror filled Sun Dong's eyes as he attempted to evade, yet his weakened body rendered his movements sluggish. Boom! 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 A series of lightning strikes struck Sun Dong, causing his ghostly form to crack. In the eerie glimmer in his solitary eye faded away. The remaining ghost soldiers, witnessing Sun Dong's dire predicament, fled in all directions, but Xian Song's thunderous magic acted like an inescapable net, striking down the fleeing specters one by one, reducing them to wisps of black smoke that vanished without a trace. After the thunderstorm subsided, the world was left in clarity, even under the veil of night. The surrounding ghostly aura dissipated entirely. This harvest was truly remarkable. Hundreds of ghost soldiers, combined with Sun Dong, a formidable ghostly overseer, Xian Song in a mere thought, entered the realm of consciousness. 42 golden patterns, 11 red patterns, and over 150 black patterns. The mastered. At this moment, Yingqing's voice trembled with fear. Although she understood from Xian Song's confession that he was a demon, the instant she beheld his demonic form, an instinctual terror rooted in her bloodline caused her to tremble. "What is it?" Xian Song turned back, his fierce gaze landing on Yingqing, sending a chill down her spine. "Someone is approaching this way." Following Yingqing's words, Xian Song noticed numerous flickering flames in the nearby Baishui town, advancing towards them. Seeing this, Xian Song retrieved a piece of illusion scale, swiftly channeling his demonic energy, as the power within the scale enveloped him entirely. His tiger-like form dissipated, and he transformed back into the appearance of a gaunt old Taoist clad in yellow robes. Chapter 81. Blood Collection. Return to the mountain Taoist. The townsfolk, witnessing the chaos nearby, gazed at Xian Song with astonishment. Taoist, are you unharmed? We just heard a frightful tiger roar in the town. Huang Gui led the group, hurriedly approaching. In response, Xiansong smiled faintly, reassuring them, do not worry. Indeed, a tiger demon descended the mountain intending harm upon the children of the town. Fortunately, I happened to be out, discovered it in time, and lured it away, using my Taoist divine power to drive it back to the mountains. Xiansong spoke with a relaxed demeanor. However, upon hearing this, the townsfolk's expressions turned grim. Another tiger demon has come. Alas, with demons in front and ghosts behind, life has become unbearable. Indeed, the townsfolk echoed their dismay. Taoist, what about this tiger demon? Huang Gui mustered the courage to ask. Hesitatingly, that I cannot say for certain. That tiger demon is quite formidable. However, rest assured, with the yellow talismans I have provided, you shall be shielded from its malevolent influence. Xiansong replied. But Taoist, those of us with children have received the yellow talismans. What about us rugged men? A burly man inquired, looking at Xiansong. Upon hearing this, Xiansong suddenly realized. Indeed, the blood of children could provide him with golden patterns, and these men might not be an unviable option. With this thought, Xiansong feigned a troubled expression. Originally, my abilities were limited, allowing me to protect only the children. However, in the spirit of benefiting and aiding others, I am willing to exert myself a little more. You shall each provide 32 drops of blood, precisely from the chest area, and then bring it to my Taoist temple. The reason Xiansong opted for drops instead of a bowl was not out of kindness, but rather to avoid sounding harsh, as some might harbor suspicions if he requested a bowl outright. However, drops sounded far less severe. Moreover, these rugged men lacked measuring tools. They would likely perceive 32 drops as similar to the children's blood. Fearing that a lesser amount would prove ineffective, the final outcome would undoubtedly yield more than less. We thank you, Taoist, for your benevolence, the others proclaimed, rushing home to prepare. Witnessing this, Xiansong smiled inwardly. This venture would not be in vain. He felt quite content. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, Xiansong closed the door, and it seemed Qing had yet to overcome her fear of his identity, regarding him with evident trepidation. She even seemed to maintain a distance from him. What is this? Are you already afraid? Xiansong remarked to Qing that I am not afraid, but I cannot help it. My body is afraid. Qing replied, though her words sounded like excuses for her own fear. Observing the slight calmness in her eyes, Xiansong nodded slowly. Indeed, fear is an inherent instinct of living beings. Even Xiansong could not suppress it. Just as he felt an involuntary tension and dread upon seeing the demon King Yuan roam, despite not displaying any outward signs. After saying this, Xiansong began to leave, but suddenly realizing something, he turned back. Have you entered the path? Upon uttering these words, Qing gazed at him in confusion. Without waiting for her response, Xiansong swiftly approached and extended his hand, sensing a pure Taoist aura had indeed emerged within her. Quite the little genius, Xiansong mused as he looked down at Qing. The reason he deemed her a genius was due to his past life experiences. When he was born, 9 stars shone upon him, and his talents were extraordinary. By the age of 7, he could comprehend the Tao with a glance, entering realms of understanding in a single day, and condensing lightning within 7 days to unleash superior Taoist thunder techniques. Then I shall impart a set of martial skills to you. If utilized wisely, it will serve you well. Xiansong decided to teach Qing a set of Bagua palm techniques to complement her nascent inner alchemy, ensuring she would not be defenseless. In the initial stages, this would enable Qing to work tirelessly without excessive fatigue. 3 days later, despite the previous encounter with the ghostly entities, Xiansong did not dwell on it. During these 3 days, as Xiansong relaxed his conditions, the ordinary townsfolk complied with his request, bringing in bowls of blood to the Taoist temple. Alongside the children's essence, Xiansong now possessed nearly 10 gourds filled with the heart's blood of the human populace. He had previously used some of the children's essence, leaving him with 3 gourds, while the remaining 7 were filled with the heart's blood of adult men. Once the quantity reached a satisfactory level, Xiansong set off back to the mountain. With Qing present in the temple, there was no need to close the door. He could simply collect the blood. Within the mountain, Xiansong returned in his tiger form. Has autumn truly arrived? The mountainside seems rather desolate. Xiansong murmured to himself, then began to survey the area. Not sensing anything unusual, he returned to the 12 connected caves. As he approached the cave, a barrage of scolding voices reached his ears. You ugly beasts! Although the evil swamp is merely a watery domain, it is still the territory of Feng Mountain and it belongs to your elder brother. If left unchecked, any issues arising there will also affect your elder brother. Do you understand? Inside the cave, the same map remained, the one Xinsong had drawn when he sought to claim Feng Mountain. Illustrated by the Mountain Wolf King. In front of the map, a small hedgehog spirit wielded a long thorn, pointing at the map, while Sang Biao stood there, confused. Little miss, don't tell me. Just speak to my elder brother. Sang Biao interjected, turning away without even glancing back, already aware of Xinsong's return. Upon hearing this, the little hedgehog spirit leaped up. Mountain Lord, you have returned. Little hedgehog, what brings you here? Xinsong inquired, intrigued by the presence of the small hedgehog spirit. Mountain Lord, my grandfather said I should engage more with the outside world, and this foolish big fellow knows nothing and keeps asking my grandfather questions, so he brought me along. Did you go to seek Elder Bai? Xinsong asked Sang Biao. Yes, didn't you say, elder brother, that in times of need, we could seek Elder Bai? Sang Biao replied. There are many matters in the mountains, and recently the northwest winds have been blowing often, causing drafts in the cave that I couldn't sleep. I mean, I was worried about second brother catching a chill, so I went to find Elder Bai, and sometimes I keep dreaming of wanting to eat fish. But there's water nearby without any fish, so I went to find Elder Bai. Sang Biao rambled on, recounting many things. Although Xinsong did not witness it, he could easily imagine the scene of a reclusive old man, avoiding worldly affairs, being bombarded by Sang Biao's Navi questions every few days, ultimately leading him to send his granddaughter out. Sigh. Xinsong exhaled deeply, then looked apologetically at the little hedgehog spirit. I apologize for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Without this foolish big fellow, my grandfather wouldn't let me out to play. The little hedgehog spirit waved her hand, smiling brightly. Chapter 82. Baitsoa, I must thank you for assisting my third brother. Xinsong said slowly. By the way, what is your name? He asked the little hedgehog spirit. My grandfather has given me a name yet. He said the first person to ask would name me. Upon saying this, the little hedgehog spirit suddenly became excited, looking eagerly at Xinsong. Am I going to have a name like Bai Ruyin? The diminutive hedgehog spirit excitedly waved its tiny paws in the air, deliberately emphasizing the three characters it uttered, while the spines on its back gently swayed with its movements. Ruyin, that simply won't do. Memories of a past life swiftly surged through Xinsong's mind, prompting him to shake his head decisively as he murmured, Fortunately, you do not bear the surname Liu. However, your name the cause and effect Da. No, it is rather mundane. Uttering it might mislead others into thinking you are the heroine. Allow me to bestow upon you a more refined name. Upon hearing this, the little hedgehog spirit's face displayed a glimmer of anticipation, its eyes sparkling and its tiny nose twitching. Henceforth, you shall be called Baitsuehua, Baitsuehua. After a pause of 3 breaths, Chui, Tawa. Thank you, Mountain Lord, for the bestowed name. The little hedgehog spirit's ears drooped, and its previously erect posture seemed to wilt, the luster of its spines dimming. Although Baitsuehua was unaware of the meanings of to earth, the name Baitsuehua instinctively evoked a sense of resistance within her that was evident. With the name Baitsuehua settled, the little hedgehog spirit's spine softened, and it gazed at Xinsong with a forlorn expression. The Mountain Lord must have matters to attend to. I shall not intrude further, Tawa said softly. With that, the little hedgehog spirit turned slowly on its short legs and departed, its silhouette radiating an indescribable melancholy. After Baitsuehua's departure, Sang Biao regarded Xinsong with a puzzled expression. Brother, although I may not be particularly clever, Sang Biao scratched his furry head, his ears swaying slightly. But compared to Tawa, it is quite clear. What do you understand? Xinsong abruptly interrupted Sang Biao, his demeanor grave as he stated, the name Ru Yin carries too great a weight of cause and effect. It is not a burden that an ordinary person can bear. Is it truly that formidable? Sang Biao asked in bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion and his mouth slightly agape. Indeed, this name shares too many associations with powerful beings across the realms. To bear the name Ru Yin is to possess the stature of an emperor, and even if one does not, they would undoubtedly outshine the sons of emperors. Xinsong's words, though somewhat obscure, ultimately conveyed a singular message to Sang Biao. Henceforth, one should steer clear of anyone bearing the name Ru Yan. By the way, how is your second brother faring? Xinsong inquired as he strode towards the pool behind the 12 linked caves, his steps steady and resolute. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao straightened his posture, following closely behind Xian-Song, his tail swaying unconsciously. Second brother's condition seems to have improved somewhat. His breathing has grown stronger as they conversed. Xian-Song arrived before Heisha. The crimson hue in the pool had significantly diminished. Without hesitation, Xian-Song retrieved a gourd filled with vital blood and replenished it. Nourishing him with the heart's blood of a human child may yield further opportunities once Heisha recovers. Xian-Song remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. However, as Xian-Song spoke, Sang Biao simply stated, I only hope for second brother to awaken. This matter cannot be rushed. By the way, when I returned. You mentioned the evil swamp. What has transpired there? Xian-Song asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. It is as follows. Brother, recently, while Wolf Jiao was patrolling the mountains, he discovered that the evil swamp has been exhibiting unusual shimmering lights. When the light appears, it is accompanied by bursts of strange fragrance, but the phenomenon is fleeting, celestial anomalies. This is indeed auspicious. Perhaps an opportunity is maturing, Xian-Song remarked, his eyes alight with excitement. The little hedgehog spirit thinks likewise. However, during this time, Wolf Jiao has been dispatching wolf cubs to keep watch, yet occasionally, a cub will vanish. I too have ventured to take a look. However, the ordinary mud and water posed no issues. Beyond that, it delves into the waters, and without clarity on the situation, the little hedgehog spirit forbade me from further exploration. Zuehua is correct, Xian-Song nodded, then approached the map, examining the location of the evil swamp. If I recall correctly, there was once a crocodile spirit residing here, indeed, but it was torn apart by me. Sang Biao clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging, demonstrating his strength. This area connects to a network of streams. It wouldn't be surprising if the aquatic demons had set their sights on it. Then, brother, what shall we do? Sang Biao looked to Xian-Song, awaiting his decision, his eyes brimming with trust. There is no need to rush. Opportunities belong to those destined for them, and this matter has yet to ripen. Let us instruct Wolf Jiao to remain vigilant for now. I must focus on making progress in my cultivation. All decisions will be made following that. Xian-Song's cultivation was on the verge of maturation. He awaited a lightning strike to draw the thunder into his body once more, at which point his thunderous techniques would no longer be constrained as they currently were. I understand, Sang Biao nodded, his ears twitching in response. Have you made any progress in your cultivation recently? Xian-Song's gaze shifted back to Sang Biao, scrutinizing him. Thanks to the blood you provided, my cultivation has advanced to 210 years. While this duration may seem modest, for Sang Biao, who had lived from birth until now, it was quite commendable. This pace vastly outstripped that of many mountain spirits and wild creatures. Excellent. Take these with you. Xian-Song handed Sang Biao 5 gourds, 2 containing vital blood and 3 ordinary ones. The vital blood gourd should be used to rejuvenate your second brother. As for the rest, you may decide how to utilize them. Whether to reward your subordinates or for other purposes, I shall not interfere. The blood and flesh of humans hold great allure for demonkind, and the blood within these gourds is heart's blood, which is valuable whether traded in demon markets or awarded as gifts. Xian-Song sincerely hoped to elevate Sang Biao's intellect, which was often overshadowed by his brawn. After all, in the absence of absolute strength, wit often proves more advantageous than mere force. While Xian-Song did not expect Sang Biao to reach his or the second brother's level, he certainly did not wish to witness Sang Biao being easily deceived by any random spirit. Brother, are you planning to descend the mountain? Sang Biao inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice as his ears drooped once more. That I had hoped to stay an additional day. However, Chapter 8. Much suffering. Much misfortune. As Xian-Song stood at the entrance of the 12 linked caves, he gazed up at the sky. The heavens were now shrouded in dark clouds, according to his meteorological divination. Torrential rain would descend at the 3rd watch after sunset, that time. With the preparations laid out in the temple, he would be able to draw the lightning into his body. Brother has significant matters to attend to. You may rest assured that I shall manage affairs in the mountains. Sang Biao reassured him. He understood that Xian-Song had expended considerable effort for him in Heisha. Otherwise, Xian-Song could have sought a tranquil place to cultivate without such tribulations. Do not overthink it. Sang Biao's thoughts were straightforward, so simple that Xian-Song could easily discern what he was contemplating. There will come a day when the 3 of us need not worry about safety, where we can occupy a high mountain to gaze into the distance, savoring fine wines and delicacies. Xian-Song's voice echoed within the 12 linked caves as his figure vanished from Sang Biao's sight. Outside the 12 linked caves, Xian left behind Rabbit Old 7 and Old 8. These rabbit spirits were swift and adept at conveying messages. You too will remain in the mountains, should anything arise. Report to me at the temple immediately. Yes, my lord. The 7th rabbit spirit had proven highly effective in Xian endeavors. The 1st to the 5th had allied with humanity, adopting the forms of domestic cats by day to assist Xian in instilling fear of the mountain demons within the populace, thereby enabling him to draw upon the blood of the entire Baishui town. Based on Xian estimations, should stability be achieved, it would not take long, perhaps just a few years, for the cultivation of the 3 brothers to soar. Within the temple, merely a day after Xian departure, Yingqing followed Xian directives and continued the blood collection as usual. Master Xian nodded, then turned to Yingqing. Today, the temple is not suitable for you. When the rain begins, remain in your room to cultivate. Regardless of what sounds you hear, you must not emerge. Understood? Yingqing nodded vigorously in agreement. After she departed, Xian consciousness entered the realm of his mind. Observing the intricate patterns he had accumulated, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly focusing on manifesting all the necessary items for drawing lightning as prepared in his past life. Due to the differing energies of the 2 worlds, Xian prepared tenfold the required materials. The first item was the Thunder Transformation Pill, the most crucial component for drawing lightning, which would mitigate the force of the thunder entering the body by 3-fold, allowing the practitioner the time to adapt and counter the thunder's power. Next were healing substances for the body, as long as one did not lose consciousness during the drawing of lightning, and the body did not disintegrate. There would be enough internal strength to refine the thunder gradually. Meanwhile, outside Baishui town, at the Zhang family ghost mansion, Master Zhang, it is good to see you well. Inside the courtyard, Zhang Hengxing, accompanied by his family, swiftly appeared before 2 ghostly entities with deep, mysterious auras standing before him. The former was clad in armor, bearing twin blades upon his back. The armor was marred by dark crimson rust, and flickering within the crevices was an eerie green ghostly flame. Beneath the helm lay a face of a bluish-gray hue, its features twisted as if pulled by some unseen force, exuding an expression of grotesque distortion. His eyes, deeply sunken within their sockets, radiated a blood-red glow, betraying an endless thirst for slaughter and coldness. The latter appeared as a pale-faced scholar, a spectral entity. Although he donned a white robe, it conveyed a somber tone, as if tainted by the perpetual absence of sunlight. His face was as pale as fresh parchment, devoid of any color, while his lips bore a strange bluish-purple hue. His eyes were narrow and frigid, and he clutched a tattered folding fan. The landscape painted upon it twisted and deformed under the shroud of malevolence, resembling a purgatorial scene teeming with countless vengeful souls. Zhang Hengxing had encountered General Duoyi and Lord Duoku before. With his head bowed and voice trembling, he dared not raise his gaze to the 2 spectral figures before him. These 2 were also among the 6 generals under General Dou's command. Yet compared to Sun Dong, they were undeniably formidable adversaries, possessing the cultivation of late-stage specters. The powerful aura emanating from them pressed down upon Zhang Hengxing and his family, rendering them nearly breathless. As the Grand General's birthday banquet approached, the question loomed: how did Sun Dong meet his demise? Duoku turned his gaze towards Zhang Hengxing, his voice sharp and frigid like ice slicing through glass. Laced with impatience. In response, my lord, General Sun Dong. As Zhang Hengxing spoke, his posture grew increasingly hunched, his eyes averted from Duoku's piercing stare, cautiously relaying the situation in Baishui town. A Taoist. Duoku furrowed his brow, a glimmer of doubt flickering in his eyes. Where would a Taoist emerge from in such a remote and impoverished place? Zhang Hengxing continued, explaining that the Taoist had seemingly appeared out of nowhere after rescuing a child from the mountains. Subsequently establishing himself in Baishui town. He recounted his findings with trepidation, aware that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Brother, Baishui town has been specifically mentioned by the general. We must not err. Duo's ghostly eyes shifted towards the pale-clad Duoku, their depths flickering with an eerie green light, tinged with concern. Let us investigate. After a moment's contemplation, Duoku showed no hesitation. Snapping his folding fan shut with a sharp crack before the 2 turned to depart, their figures gradually faded, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness. I bid farewell to you, my lords, Zhang Hengxing said. Bowing deeply until the presence of the two specters completely dissipated. He then exhaled a sigh of relief, his body feeling as if all strength had been sapped from him, collapsing into a state of exhaustion. Among the 6 close aides of General Duo bore the least esteemed reputation, being a creature that feasted on spirits, regardless of identity. Once hunger struck, the surrounding wandering souls would become his sustenance. As time passed, the clouds above thickened ominously, resembling heavy, dark cotton pressing down upon Baishui town. The hue of the clouds deepened, as if nightfall were encroaching prematurely. The oppressive, humid air engulfed the small town, making even breathing feel laborious, and the stifling sensation mirrored the stillness before a tempest, with everyone sensing that the impending downpour would be far from trivial. In Baishui town, the townsfolk hurriedly returned home. Closing doors and windows, within the Taoist temple, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a chill that made the candle flames flicker uncertainly against the walls. Shadows danced upon the walls, twisting as if alive. At that moment, Xiansong refrained from using illusory scales to conceal his form, instead revealing his true demonic visage. Inside the temple, a 3-meter-tall tiger figure sat majestically in the open space. Its muscles rippled, and its fur glistened faintly in the dim light, while its eyes shone like 2 bright lanterns, radiating a sharp vigilance as it surveyed its surroundings. Scattered around were 3 lightning rods and elixirs prepared by Xiansong. Alongside fresh blood, the elixirs emitted a faint glow, while the blood carried a strong, metallic scent, combining to create an atmosphere of peculiar intensity. All was in readiness. Xiansong slowly raised his tiger head, gazing skyward. As the clock struck the 3rd quarter of the hour of the dog, a thunderous clap echoed through the heavens, resembling the wrathful roar of a deity, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the darkness in an instant, enveloping Baishui town in a ghastly white glow. Duo Ku and Duo Yi, having arrived from the Zhang family estate, felt their specter forms tremble at the sight. Duo Ku's figure grew somewhat transparent, his white robe billowing violently in the wind as if tugged by an invisible hand. Duo Yi tightly wrapped his arms around himself, a flicker of fear flashing in his ghostly eyes, his teeth chattering involuntarily. "Brother, it's thundering." Duo Yi's voice quivered with trepidation. Spirits abhorred sunlight and feared thunder, especially of such terrifying magnitude. At Duo Ku's words, he cast a wary glance around, uncertainty creeping into his expression. "Let us find someone to sate our hunger. After this storm passes, we shall confront that Taoist." With Duo Ku's declaration, Duo Yi grinned, the smile appearing grotesquely sinister upon his pale visage. In an instant, their forms flickered and vanished. Moments later, anguished screams erupted from a household at the edge of Baishui town. The cries echoed hauntingly through the oppressive air, sending shivers down spines, as the lights within the dwelling abruptly extinguished, leaving only the sounds of struggle and the greedy swallowing of the specters. Meanwhile, within the Taoist temple, the 3 lightning rods began to tremble slightly under the influence of Xiansong's demonic power. As the torrential rain began to fall, Xiansong swiftly activated the thunderstorm convergence technique, drawing upon the thunderous power within him to summon the forces of nature. The previous thunderclaps at Hebei Mountain had been incited by Xiansong's fire, while the current thunder belonged to the natural cycle of the heavens. The former lacked divine might, while the latter carried overwhelming celestial force. Under this thunder, humans, spirits, demons, and immortals alike shuddered in fear. This was an instinctive terror towards thunder. At this moment, even Xiansong, who practiced the thunderstorm convergence technique, felt a tremor of apprehension. "Steady yourself," Xiansong commanded, forcing his demonic nature to confront the fear of thunder. He then slowly lifted his gaze. Feeling the weight of the heavenly thunder, the best way to conquer fear is to face it head-on. Such wisdom is invaluable throughout life. Although I am a demon, I shall master this thunderous art in my lifetime. Gather, O thunder pool of the 8 desolations, coalesce in radiant might. I summon you. Thunder, arise. With a resounding roar, Xiansong pointed skyward, and the 3 lightning rods emitted a resonating hum. A silver bolt of lightning tore through the sky, descending directly. Crack. The moment the silver lightning struck, the 3 rods swiftly channeled the lightning, and as Xiansong raised his hand, the silver energy coursed from the rods into his form. ZMMM. Familiar agony surged through him as Xiansong endured the excruciating pain, while the thunderstorm convergence technique within him surged into action. Simultaneously, he consumed a thunder-refining pill. As the pill entered his body, the force of the lightning lessened, yet even so, the energy surged through his veins like a torrential river, wreaking havoc and causing searing pain at every juncture. His fur bristled, Illuminated by the blinding silver light, Xian Song's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting with strain, yet he radiated determination. He gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling from his throat. By the heavens, this dot is intense. At this moment, Xian Song sensed that the time was ripe. After enduring the dual onslaught of his physical and demonic powers, he began directing the lightning energy towards his dantian, where he stored his demonic essence, crucial for refining the thunder. However, the primal lightning proved violently rebellious, resisting Xian Song's attempts to subdue it, darting within him like a wild beast seeking to break free and return to the heavens. Sweat poured down Xian Song's brow, mingling with the rain as it streamed across his tiger-striped face. He concentrated all his mental faculties, akin to a shepherd guiding a flock, cautiously yet resolutely steering the thunderous energy inch by inch towards his dantian. With each inch gained, immense energy was expended. As the lightning drew closer to his dantian, Xian Song's body trembled violently, feeling as though his veins would burst under the strain of the power. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The heavens seemed intent on thwarting Xian Song's efforts, as another bolt of lightning struck down, this one not summoned by him but entirely natural. Puff. Xian Song coughed up a mouthful of blood as the second bolt's terrifying force crashed into him. Yet, in this dire moment, a wild thought surged through his mind. Whether one bolt or two, if he could harness 3. And survive. At this instant, a flicker of resolve flashed in Xian Song's blood-red eyes. Dao Yi, I have declared that this thunderous technique shall be mine. Boom! Xian Song forcibly straightened his body, his robust arms swinging vigorously. The 8 Desolations thunder pool, the lightning brilliance converged, scintillating thunderous might. The incantation summoned forth, thunder, come. Boom! At the very instant the third bolt of lightning descended, Xian Song struck down with his palm, shattering all surrounding blood essence. Gorged at a deluge of blood mingled with rainwater coalesced around Xian Song's formidable physique, enveloping him like a colossal blood cocoon. The heart's blood of these human tribes was absorbed by Xian Song's corporeal form, refining the thunderous power with the demonic energy within. Simultaneously, Xian Song frantically consumed the prepared elixirs as if they were worthless. With all 3 forces in motion, the ultimate aim was to completely refine the power of these 3 bolts of lightning. Time passed inexorably. The combined force of the 3 bolts of lightning was undeniably terrifying. Initially, bolstered by the vigor of human blood, Xian Song was able to continuously mend himself. However, as time progressed, he suddenly realized that the supply of this blood seemed to be dwindling. This is dire.